Good morning, Magic fans, and welcome to Day 2 of Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles here from SCG Con Richmond. My name is Monty Devuti, joined once again by the wonderful Paul Chion. Paul, good morning.
Good morning.
Daylight savings time is in full effect. None of us are quite awake, but we are going to bring you some wonderful Magic the Gathering action. Hopefully the players are more awake than us. And let's remind you who else you're going to be seeing today, because it's not just me and Paul. We have a full commentary team, including the incomparable Corey Baumeister and the wonderful Jim Davis. So the four of us will be bringing you all of the action today. But what is that action going to be? Well, it is Standard. That is the name of the game all day today. Paul, tell me about Standard.
Yeah, so Standard is the format in question here. As you can see on the bottom, those are all the sets that are legal. We have 15 sets that are legal. You can make a 60-card deck minimum. I guess you can play more if you like. And then it is a rotating format. So this is the most powerful Standard environment that we've seen in quite some time. Lots of great stuff, lots of great decks. Fantastic metagame for this event.
Yeah, it's been an absolute blast to watch. And let's show you what we're going to be seeing today. Yesterday, we kicked things off with Day 1, 9 rounds of Swiss. At the end of it, all players with 18 match points, that's a 6-3 record or better, came back this morning for Day 2, Paul.
Yeah, and for Day 2 here, we're going to start things off with 6 rounds of Swiss. After those 6 rounds, we will determine the top 8, where the top 8 players will advance to a single elimination playoff. Once you make the top 8, that's going to be what everybody's going to be, of course, shooting for, because we have some prizes on the line.
Exactly. For this event, top 8 is the cutoff for the Pro Tour invitations. That's a very big deal for a lot of these players. Exclusive prizes for the Spotlight Series includes the Super Shredder promo that goes to the top 128. So if you've made Day 2, you're already in decent position for that top 128, but the job is, of course, not done. And then a $50,000 US prize pool with the winner getting $10,000. But the thing I'm most excited about, Paul, for these Spotlight Series events, each one has a unique first place prize, something that very much encompasses the spirit of the event. And for a lot of the universes beyond Spotlight Series events, these include a very cool trophy. And the one for this event is absolutely spectacular.
Oh, man.
Just every time I see this, it fully captures the feeling of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, including all the weapons, the turtle shell, the Magic logo, and the pothole cover is the backing for it all. This wall-mounted trophy is just an absolute delight to look at, and I can't wait to give it to a winner today.
Yeah, this thing is absolutely gorgeous. That's one of those things where if I saw this trophy, it's one of those things where I go, maybe I should have just come and played in this event, because this thing is so nice.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's remind ourselves what happened after Day 1. We're going to take a look at the standings and see where we're kicking things off today. And at the very top, 2 players remain undefeated, Anthony Pepe and Neil Estrada, both on Monogreen Landfall. That's the match we're going to start the morning with, so we'll talk more about that. But taking a look at the standings, I think a lot more landfall than maybe we expected in the middle of the day yesterday, where we had to go to the second page of the standings to see the undefeated landfall players. Now we have 6 copies here just on the first page of standings.
Yeah. A lot of these Monogreen, maybe they all took some losses early and then just continue to win out here. One thing that I'm noticing, at least on the first page, a lack of the Momo decks, right? Because we saw kind of the Momo decks do really well in Day 1. The decks look kind of impressive, but perhaps maybe falling off just a little bit here towards the end of yesterday. Some
very familiar names on this page as well. Ross Merriam in 7th at 8-1 with Izzet Prowess. Corey Burkhardt at 16th at 7-2 with Civic Rhythm. And one shout out to Adam Snook, 8-1 with Dimir Windrage. We saw his only loss yesterday to Zevin Faust on Momo. Was able to bounce back and get the 8-1. But the players are ready, so without further ado, let's head down to the feature match area and kick off Day 2 of Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles with a Monogreen mirror. All right, so top of your screen, Anthony Pepe, Monogreen Landfall. Bottom of your screen, Team Handshake member, new introduction to the team, Neil Estrada, Monogreen Landfall. Neil was in Milwaukee a couple of weeks ago. He came just short of making a top 8, was at 11-2 and in great shape. If he wins that round, he would have been able to draw into top 8. Instead, fell to eventual champion Will Kruger.
Yeah, so having a fantastic run with this Monogreen Landfall deck, probably one of the best Monogreen Landfall decks in the entire field here, going from basically just missing top 8 into 9-0 in the very, very next event.
Yeah, Neil is on a mulligan to 6 this game. We'll make sure to get the framing a bit fixed if we can here. But Saz's Chocobo starts for both players. No fetch land for Anthony, but even better, Badger Mole Cub is the follow-up. So would have loved to have a fetch land to put this on, but as things stand, very great start from Anthony Pepe on the play with your opponent mulliganing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing with the Monogreen Landfall mirror oftentimes just kind of comes down to a racing situation. There's a very little interaction between the two, not a whole lot of removal, so whoever gets the most explosive starts, if you do get to main deck maybe 1 or 2 copies of Mossborn Hydra, cards like that are the things that really matter. Anthony Pepe does have the 1 copy of Mossborn Hydra in the main, while Neil Estrada has all 4 copies in his sideboard.
Right, so similar start from Neil, but he has the Promising Vein, so slight advantage to him in that regard. But more or less, the game is going very similarly for both players. So while they set up these early turns, let's just talk about the lists for a second. Both of these lists are what I would call at this point old-fashioned Monogreen. They've eschewed all of the new Turtles cards, and instead are playing similar lists. For Neil, very similar list to what he played in Milwaukee. 2 copies of Meltstrider's Resolve in the main. You talked about very little interaction. How much does that matter?
Yeah, I mean, this is the card that automatically comes in basically all of the Cub mirrors. And to have 2 copies of this main gives you just a little more interaction, right? It just gives you a couple of cheap ways to actually deal with opposing Badger Mole Cubs. Now, he doesn't have one here, and Anthony's hand or start here is absolutely incredible, so that's probably not going to come into play right now, but it is very, very key for the mirror.
Yeah, if Neil doesn't have this turn called, in a sense, like having a similar turn, then I just don't really know if there's any comeback in this mirror match when your opponent has essentially the perfect 1-2-3 curve of Chocobo, Cub, another Cub fetch land Earthbender Ascension.
Yeah.
It does feel like you've been presented with the absolute best, and you can see with Neil's body language and face, it's like, I'm mulliganing, we're playing the same deck, but we're not playing the same game right now anymore.
No, this is kind of the opener of your dreams, right? You're playing I mean, this is against any matchup, being able to have a turn 1 Chocobo into Cub into Ascension Cub. I mean, there's just not a whole lot of coming back from that type of hand.
Right. So we will see whether Neil has any sort of answer here, as
he already does the double landfall trigger on the Ascension for Anthony. Look, it's like, hey, you're 9-0. I know you're not going to miss it. Let's just go through the motions here. I'm thinking about my sideboard plan.
I want to draw my card, because the sooner we get to my turn, the sooner we might be going to the next game.
Right. Now, I mean, I guess the only hope here is that Neil also has something similarly explosive this turn, and Anthony kind of runs out of gas in hand.
Right, and this is the big shining spotlight on the play draw in the matchup, is being the second player to do this, and Neil is not doing it. It's an Earthbender Ascension. The second Cub is a massive difference maker, right? So these, even though he has the Earthbender Ascension, we cannot call these 2 starts comparable anymore.
Right.
But being the second player to do the same thing is just not really good enough, because you will always be a turn behind.
Yeah, and also just for those of you watching, the life totals are seemingly being worked on right now, just because I believe Neil did take a big chunk of damage from the Saz's Chocobo.
Yeah, I believe that was an attack for 5 the previous turn. So Neil is not at 20, and certainly will not be at double digits probably after this turn cycle, because the Earthbender Ascension is online with 2 escape tunnels now.
Yeah, I mean, 2 escape tunnels, 2 more landfall triggers. That Chocobo is going to be gigantic.
Right. The Chocobo is trampling now.
Right.
And the biggest thing with these escape tunnels is you can do them as tricks, right? So you can, in theory, just turn everything sideways and put the onus on your opponent to try to make some blocks here, knowing you have 2 instant speed Earthbender Ascension triggers to go with.
Yeah, you essentially just have 2 +1/+1 counters to put wherever you like. So you can just kind of freely swing with everything. And Neil just doesn't even have good blocks. Do you really want to lose Badger Mole Cub? You might not have a choice, given that Neil's already down to 13. So you just attack with everything and just kind of see what happens. If your land trades with a Saz's Chocobo, you don't mind, because you get that's another landfall trigger for the following turn.
Yeah, and with Trample already on the Saz's Chocobo and able to go on any of the other creatures, do think this is probably just lethal. I haven't done the quick maths. I'll leave that to you.
This is 70, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15 damage on the board right now with the 2 landfall triggers, facing 5 toughness. So technically, that's 10 damage that would be able to get through, but I mean, Neil's basically just dead here.
And with both escape tunnels popped, that is going to be all she wrote for game 1. Anthony Pepe with probably the you can see the smile and the shrug. He's like, you know what can I say?
Right.
You're playing the same deck. You know this is the best.
Yeah, and this is why you're playing the Monogreen landfall deck, right? Decks like, you're capable of explosive hands like that, but at the same time, you have the ability to have that late game grind with cards like Sapling Nursery and the Icetail Explorer.
So, game 1, a lot of ships passing in the night, a lot of emphasis on the play. Let's go to the sideboard. Let's start with Neil. This is where the differences in the list might come to fruition. Talk to me about Neil's sideboard here.
Yeah, so anything that allows you to kill your opposing creatures will be brought in here. So I imagine the 2 copies of Melchrider's Resolve. He's already got 2 in the main, so I imagine he's going to bring in the other 2 out of the sideboard. And then the 4 copies of Mossborn Hydra in the sideboard. That card is almost specifically for the mirror and any non-interactive Cub matchups. You play that thing turn 3, and you just kind of turn it sideways, and you try to close out the game. Anthony already had 1 in the main, has 2 in the sideboard. He's going to be looking to do a similar thing here. And if you take a look at Anthony's sideboard, same thing. 4 copies of Melchrider's Resolve, those are going to come in. The 2 copies of the Mossborn Hydra also going to be coming in. In fact, you might even consider bringing in the Archdruid's Charm. It is another removal effect if you need. And he's got a couple of cards in the main that he can very easily board out. He's got a couple of Keen Eye Curators and a Leatherhead in the main. Those cards are meant to be flexible cards for other matchups, not particularly useful here.
Okay, so post-board, if my counts are correct, both players will be at 4 Melchrider's Resolves. Both players can be at 2 Archdruid's Charm. 1 Mossborn Hydra difference with the advantage going to Neil. So we'll see if that comes into play. But overall, going to be very similar.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost a true mirror. I think after sideboard, Neil's going to be boarding out the cards that he thinks are a little bit too slow, not so good in the matchup, and then you're just going to replace them with basically the exact same cards. Neil gets to be on the play this time. Maybe he keeps a 7. Maybe he does something similar to what Anthony did in game number 1.
Absolutely. So it is open deck list for day 2, so you can see the players reviewing each other's deck list during sideboarding. But while they finish sideboarding, I'm going to let you know that you can head to StarCityGames.com for all of your Magic the Gathering needs. And today, those Magic the Gathering needs may be Lorwyn Eclipsed. So head over to StarCityGames.com/MTG-ECL for all your Lorwyn Eclipse needs, whether it be sealed product or singles. StarCityGames.com has you covered. Head over and order now. So if you're Anthony Pepe, starting day 1 in the best possible way, 9-0. You come back for day 2, maybe a little sleep deprived. Daylight savings has got you like the rest of us. You sit down in a Monogreen Landfall mirror, and you just get the absolute best start. Do you just feel like you are God's chosen for the tournament?
Well, it's a great start. Obviously, we have a long, long way to go. But yes, if you can draw like that every single game, yeah, he might be holding up that Ninja Turtles trophy by the end of the day.
Look, absolutely. But there is a lot of Magic to be played. We are not handing it to anyone just yet. And as I have learned, even in a Monogreen Landfall mirror, I am never discounting this Monogreen deck. So Anthony has done it once, but he do it 2 more times. That is the question for him now.
Yeah, playing against a very, very formidable opponent in Neil, who's been having a ton of success with this Monogreen Landfall deck, and on arguably one of the best protesting teams also in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's one thing that when you see a relatively unknown player to the professional scene get picked up by one of these pro teams, one of the things that these teams are regularly working on is talent acquisition, trying to keep an eye on RC results, regular performers, online challenge results, and recognizing names that are showing an understanding of the game as well as consistent performance, and eyeing them for a potential addition to the team. Because one thing with protesting teams, especially in a format and system like we currently have, where there is more frequent rotation, people falling off the train, people qualifying,
Right.
is you need to keep your numbers up.
Yeah.
Right? So you need to make sure that you don't find yourself in a position where a Pro Tour comes around and you only have 7 players on your team, for
Right.
example.
We need an 8th for a draft.
We need to at least be able to fire a draft at minimum.
Right.
So, players taking a look at their hands. Anthony is on the draw here. I see 2 Fabled Passages and a Cub and 2 Forests. So, maybe too many lands, but there is a turn 2 Cub.
Yeah, so it looks like probably just too many lands with the Cubs. So not enough action there. Anthony sending it back.
Neil is keeping, so we may be seeing a similar situation to game 1,
Right.
just in the reverse here.
Yeah, it's like, please, could I just have a forest and a 1-drop? It all kind of starts with that. Either 1-drop would do. Very, very strong. And for Anthony on the draw, well, I mean, again, you just want to make sure you don't fall a little bit too far behind. And after sideboard, you do have access to those really, really powerful sideboard cheap removal effects. Going to be looking for that to be able to shut down potential Cub shenanigans.
So that was going to be my follow-up question, is how aggressively do you need those? Is this something that you are actively mulliganing to, or is a borderline hand that has the tools of the deck without removal on the draw post-board here acceptable?
Yeah, I think you can keep hands that don't have the interaction, but if you do keep one of those, it needs to be one of those explosive hands. Hands like the type that Anthony had in the first game. Look, if my hand doesn't have Mouse Resolve, but it's got Llanowar Elf, Badgermole Cub, and Earthbender Ascension, I'm still definitely keeping hands like that.
Okay, well, I see Llanowar Elf, Badgermole Cub, and at least a Mossborn Hydra. I can't make out the rest of the hand,
Right.
but on a 6, this is going to be a keep,
Oh,
I think.
yeah, it has to be.
And
Yeah. Oh,
I
yeah,
think
there's
that's a
a-
Fabled Passage
Right.
and Bossing Say. Okay.
Oh, but does he have an untapped green source?
He does have a forest. He
Oh,
bottomed
okay.
the forest. So it's
Yeah.
Forest, Llanowar Elf,
Yeah,
Badgermole
that's
Cub,
right.
Mossborn
Sure,
Hydra.
sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Has it. And that is a Harmonizer.
Sure.
All right. So
right.
the curve is there.
Yeah, turn to Hydra into Harmonizer fetch land, right? He has that potential on turn 3.
Yeah. Turn 2, you go Badgermole Cub Hydra. Turn 3, you can
Right.
go Fetch Land, Harmonizer Fetch Land. So very strong curve.
Oh, and look
But-
at this. And this is the
Curve
benefit
shut down.
benefit of being on the play, and of course bringing in the 4 copies of the Melt Shredder's Resolve.
Okay, so Meltstrider Resolve on the Llanowar Elf, Escape Tunnel to follow up, and coming across, but no big turn. It's
Right.
reactive, right?
Yeah, no Badgermole Cub, no extra Llanowar Elf or anything along those lines.
Right. You would rather this draw when you're on the draw. When you're the player on the play, you would rather be the aggressor having the Badgermole Cub here, having
Right.
more to develop.
Right. But
So-
certainly possible. Neil has some more interaction here. Still does have access to that important 4 mana next turn. That's where you have access to a lot of the powerful effects. I still explore both sides playing the full 4 copies of Mightform Harmonizer. Oftentimes you see lists that play 3. And so, yeah, this is going to be a big, big turn here for Neil Estrada.
Yeah, this is the first big sort of checkpoint is, do you have one of these big 4 mana haymakers that can push your advantage?
Right.
Because if you're not taking advantage of this position you're in, being on the play with your opponent mulliganing, that's a problem.
And there it is. That is the Icetail Explorer. You do have that escape tunnel out of the graveyard, although Neil contemplating here might have, for example, a forest and a 1-drop. Perhaps he does have forest and Meltshredder's Resolve and just wants to fire that off immediately on the Cub. And I imagine that's what you would do if you had it. So
Right. Opts for the escape tunnel, trigger, mills a Badgermole Cub. Back we go Anthony's way. What's your take on the Icetail versus Harmonizer? Which one would have been more impactful on that turn?
yeah, I mean, oftentimes it just kind of depends, I would say, but the Icetail Explorer does give you the ability to kind of ramp and have a huge mana advantage. So I think you can make the case for both. And the thing with the Harmonizer is you get a lot of value from the Harmonizer just warping it in with a battlefield already in play. So I think you can wait on the Harmonizer, especially if you don't have something like a Mossborn Hydra in play.
You can see how much this Meltstrider's Resolve has slowed down Anthony. A curve that could have previously been Llanowar Elf into Cub into Hydra Harmonizer is now just Cub into Hydra Pass.
Right.
So, Saz's Chocobo comes down.
Okay.
Mossborn Hydra of Neil's own, but this is supercharged with Ice Explorer, and we go fetching. So.
Okay, but does Neil have any type of interaction here? Because we saw Anthony has a Mightform Harmonizer in his hand.
Yep.
Right? So
with the fetch land in play.
With the fetch land in play and the Mossborn Hydra, I mean, Anthony could potentially have, with another fetch land in his hand, just a lethal attack from the Hydra next turn.
Right. No land drops so far for Neil.
Right.
So we'll see. This is the mill.
Okay.
So
that's an
untapped
land.
green source. That is test number 1.
Okay.
But this is land drop number 1, so still has a second.
Right, and that is, I guess, a very, very large Mossborn Hydra. So worst case scenario, you could still block with this Hydra.
Right. Fetching again.
Yeah, this is the matchup where the Hydra truly shines, where they just don't have that many ways to kill it, and you just go, yeah, I mean, he played the Mossborn Hydra this turn.
Yes.
It's an 8/8.
Anthony returning the favor that Neil showed in game 1. You shuffle, I'll put the counters on
Maybe
for you.
they had an agreement coming in. They're just like, okay, like, you help me out, I help you out. We know how this deck works. Does he have another land drop to make here?
Yes, he has one more land drop.
So this could be a 32-32?
That's not could. I believe it just is.
If he plays and sacks the land.
Right.
Right. Okay.
16.
All right. Well, that'll probably be more than enough damage here to soak from the Mossborn Hydra plus the Mightform Harmonizer.
You would hope so.
You would hope so. You would hope so. I don't know if there's a world where you can maybe play an escape tunnel with a trigger on the stack, give it unblockable. I don't know if that's enough damage with the Fabled Passage and the Harmonizer, though.
Does the second fetch that was an escape tunnel. Does that change the math?
Well, there's a lot of doubling going on here. So let's say you do have you start things off by warping into Mightform Harmonizer.
Right.
You don't have an Ice-Tail Explorer, so basically you get 3 landfall triggers, right? You have the Fabled Passage in play, the Escape Tunnel, and then the land that you get. So that's 3 land triggers. That's basically 6 doubling effects, right?
From 2.
From 2. So 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. 128? Is that 128 damage, Monty?
You're doing quick math, but it sounds like
6 doubling.
But even if we're at 64, let's just back it up one.
Let's just chill a little bit and go to 64.
Even if this is 64, right? That Hydra you counted only 32.
Right.
And Neil's at 20.
Right.
Right.
And and we have 32. Currently, what is that? A 16. So 32 plus 5, 37, 41 toughness.
Yeah.
On Neil.
And with 64, that's still.
Yeah, Neil's like, you got enough.
Yeah, it's even if we don't go to 128, I'm not going to doubt your math. 64 was good enough.
All right.
Look at Anthony, head and hands, just absolutely the escape tunnel off the top.
Right.
Perfection for closing the game out, knowing that if he doesn't close it out there, he's dead on the return.
And you just see the power of the Mossborn Hydra here, right? Because, had Neil untapped, it probably would have been the game for him as well. But Anthony being able to double up and then double up again with the Mightform Harmonizer, just going, hey, yeah, I know it doesn't look like much now. I just need one turn. I just need one turn to deal 100 damage to you.
Look, this Monogreen Landfall deck is extremely silly when it is unchecked, and especially in the mirror match through one removal spell, because a lot of the removal spells are at sorcery speed, it does still feel like you are unchecked. And that's what happened to Anthony Pepe that match, is he was just able to run free and make it look pretty easy overall.
Yeah.
Against a formidable opponent who knows his deck inside and out.
Right.
All right, so we do have another feature match for you. We are going to head down to it and let you know what we are going to be seeing here. More Magic from round 10.
This is where we need somebody like a Frank Carson. It's like Paul. This is the number. I need somebody in the corner just telling me.
Just holding up a neon sign.
Right.
So, 2 players that we mentioned in the open of the show. Ross Merriam on the bottom of your screen on Izzet Prowess. Adam Snook on the top of your screen on Dimir Midrange. These 2 players have both been mainstays on the Star City Games circuit for a very long time. So, for viewers at home, this might be a match that you've seen before. This might be a match that you've seen many times before. We'll see how it plays out in 2026, though. Ross kicking things off with a Storm Chaser's Talent. For Adam, a very not suspicious shock Watery Grave.
Right.
And Ross taking the opportunity to just plot a slick shot show off, saying, no spell snare today for you, buddy.
Yeah, no spell snare, no requiting hex allowed here. I'm just going to pick my spot on the slick shot show off and play it when I think I can get in for 3, 5, 7 damage.
Right, so for Adam, Swamp, pass. Back we go Ross's way. First play for the turn, slick shot show off from the plot zone. Stock up the follow-up, trigger on the show off. Stock up resolves.
Yeah, ton of pressure here from Ross already, and rebuilding the hand here as well. You have to expect Adam to at least have the removal spell for the slick shot show off here. However, Ross still has plenty of resources to work with.
Right. Shoot the Sheriff takes down the show off. However, the Otter gets across for 2 damage. Snook down to 16. Once again, we apologize. We will get life totals fixed as soon as possible.
Okay. Now, I think if you're on Adam's side, this is probably a matchup that you don't mind as much compared to maybe something like in Izzet Lessons deck where, you know, they have their engine and they can draw a bunch of cards. This is a deck that doesn't really flood the board with a bunch of creatures. The Izzet Prowess deck really relies on a handful of creatures and then play a flurry of spells to try to kind of get things done. But that's exactly the type of matchup that Dimir wants to play. It's like, yeah, play one creature, try to get a bunch of damage with the creature. I can handle that with a bunch of spot removal. What I don't want to see is what Adam played against Evan Faust, which is, you know, the ability to play multiple creatures in one turn in cards like Sage of the Skies and Cosmic Grand Zenith.
So on Adam's turn, we saw a bit of shortcutting. Spyglass Siren came down. Map token got popped immediately to explore. That revealed a Floodpist Drowner that went to the graveyard. Then a Multiversal Passage Shock. So Adam should be at 14 right now, I believe. On blue, once again representing that 1-mana blue spell that is likely to be a spell snare, considering we didn't see a spell Pierce on stock up the previous turn.
Yeah, did Adam tap the Watery Grave?
Adam tapped the Watery Grave to play the Spyglass Siren.
And then tap the
Swamp for the map token.
Okay.
And representing single blue.
Right, but you could have played the Spyglass Siren off the Multiversal Passage, tap the Swamp, and keep a Watery Grave?
Right.
Okay.
I think it was a question of what do I hit off of the map token. If it's an untapped blue source.
You have double blue for something,
right.
Sure. Got
so
it
is Spell Pierce. That comes down. Counters a Burst Lightning. Another Burst Lightning goes after the Spyglass Siren, and that is a big auto attack. I believe that's 5. Boomerang Basics, Storm Chaser's Talent, Burst Lightning.
That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage.
So this is a recording. We are on our backup feature match, so the life totals are not able to be fixed. But what I can tell you is by my quick math, Adam should be at 9 right now, hypothetically. Ish. Slick Shot Show Off comes down. Ross rips Smelling Blood in the Water, saying, you're just taking your turns to react. You're missing land drops. Sleight of hand.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's only so much interaction that you can have here. And, yeah, okay, he's got the Shana's Tidebinder, but, you know, Ross is probably thinking, yeah, you probably got some Enduring Curiosity, some Kaitos in your hand that you really haven't been able to deploy here. But Ross going super aggressive here with into the Floodmaw here. Is this just an okay? That's
lethal, yeah.
That is a lethal attack here.
Yeah.
So
Ross said, trigger on the stack with the Tidebinder into the Floodmaw. Trigger all of these again.
Right.
You do it with trigger on the stack because you don't want the show off to lose all abilities.
You can pump the show off and then so you can still counter the first one, but it's still in play. So you cast a spell and then you can still pump.
Exactly. So to sideboarding once again. Adam's coverage curse continues. Gets on camera. Gets absolutely trounced. But last time we saw an incredible comeback in Game 2. Let's see if we can do it again. Start off with sideboarding from Adam's side. How do you sideboard in this matchup?
Yeah, so certainly the 2 copies of Requiting Hex, that's going to be the first thing that I'm going to bring in. Basically kills every single creature that Ross is going to be playing, at least in the main deck. So we're going to see some of that being boarded in. Could also consider bringing in Duress. This is a deck that is super heavy on spells, so it's going to be pretty difficult to miss with an effect like that. If you're interested, you can also bring in something like Day of Black Sun, where, you know, Ross can maybe set up a situation where he's got multiple Otter tokens in play. He's got a lot of cheap mana value creatures, so the Day of Black Sun could potentially kill multiple creatures when you cast it for 2.
Are we interested in the Unagi?
Yeah, I mean, the Unagi, it is nice because it's really, really difficult to deal with on Ross's side of the battlefield. It gets flashed in. Now, you have to look at, will the card draw effect actually trigger? And a lot of the ways that Ross has to actually dig for cards doesn't actually draw him cards outside of Boomerang Basics, right?
Sleight of hand, stock up.
Sleight of hand, stock up doesn't work. It does work against Opt, and it does work against Boomerang Basics, so you could consider bringing that in as well.
Okay, on Ross's side.
Yeah, taking a look at Ross's side here, he might be interested in maybe slowing things down, knowing that Adam's going to have more tools to fight some of that early game aggression. So perhaps you could be looking at, maybe something like a Ral Crackling Wit, some kind of a Planeswalker type effect, although maybe on the draw, Adam will have the tools and all the flyers to be able to deal with that. Spell Pierce, and maybe even Spell Snare, just to have cheap counters to fight what Adam's trying to do, especially if you're anticipating Adam to bring in cards like Day of Black Sun. Having a key Spell Pierce to keep your Prowess creatures alive could be the key here.
Okay, while the players sideboard for Game 2, you may have noticed at home that as you look at the standings in the feature match area, there's no Boros Dragons. Do you know why? That's because everybody took my advice from SCGCon Milwaukee and sold their cards to SCG. If you want to sell us your Boros Dragons cards and get while the getting is good, head over to StarCityGames.com to sell us your cards. Sell your cards at StarCityGames.com, and you can even get a 30% trade-in bonus to turn your Boros Dragons into a real deck like Momo.
Hey, just so you know, you better still keep your Momos. All right?
Absolutely.
Well, that's in the Boros Dragons deck.
Great.
All
Is
right.
it a dragon?
They should just call it Boros Momo, to be honest. It's the best card of the deck.
No, that's a different deck. That's what Zevon Faust is playing.
Okay, well,
that has real cards. All right, so Game 2, Adam Snook on the play. Looks like a 6-card hand for Ross Merriam, and things not getting better as a Duress is the first play from Adam.
Oof. Yeah, can't get that Elusive Otter, but can get any number of those cantrip effects here in Ross Merriam's hand. Could see him just going for something like a Boomerang Basics. That does combo super well with, for example, a top deck Storm Chaser's Talent. So I wonder if Adam's going to try to think about anticipating, okay, well, these are all kind of the same cards, but what's the worst case scenario for me? And it could be the Boomerang Basics.
Okay, so Adam taking the time to think about it. We should hopefully get life totals updated for this game. So Watergrave Shock will put Adam at 18. We'll see if I will continue doing mental math or not, but rewarded for the decision.
Look at that, Adam. Just knew, had the read.
Cat Thoughtseize the top of my deck, but you can play around it at the very least. And Storm Chaser Talent comes off the top for Ross Merriam. Back we go to Adam Snook's way. Still has perfect information on Ross's hand. We'll see whether he can have a better start here in Game 2 with Dimir Midrange. Follow-up play, second Duress.
All right, so now you get to just get...
Doesn't have to look, say, I'll take your sleight of hand.
Right.
Your move.
Adam playing with my favorite island, so props to him.
Okay. Ross playing with my favorite sleight of hand, so props to him.
That's not your favorite island?
That's not my favorite island. All right.
Oh, my gosh.
The cat thought he's the top of my deck. You see the smirk from Adam? Sure. Okay, buddy.
All right, friend. Oh, man. That's insane. Adam's like, well, I mean, I was trying to prevent you from doing the things, but I guess if you just all have it on top. And this is without Ross casting any of his cantrips yet.
Yeah, this is, you are watching a train crash happen in real time if you're in Adam's position. So, Ross attacks with the Otter, meets into the Floodmaw. Ross shortcuts, replays Storm Chaser's Talent post-combat, gets the Otter back. No damage dealt. Verge pass from Adam Snook. Now we're at 3 mana. Tichana's Tidebinder online. But still a bit slow from the Dimir midrange. None of these Floodpiss Drowners, Spyglass Sirens that we're hoping to see. We'll see if there's a Drowner here this turn.
Yeah, Adam, of course, has access to a ton of different interaction here. And Tidebindering the Otter here, so countering the Prowess trigger here. And, yeah, so keeps it as a 1/1 do-nothing Otter.
Right. No abilities. Those are removed. So, Opt resolves. Card goes on the bottom. Card drawn for Ross. Riverpire Verge joining the board.
Probably an Elusive Otter here, potentially.
Elusive Otter the play, as you mentioned.
Right, but no attack, and this is a much, much better start here for Adam. And flipping over the Otter just to let Adam and all of us know that it doesn't do anything right now. It's just a 1/1 with no text.
Correct. Getting a good look at Elusive Otter there. Pretty cool card.
Yeah.
It's one of those cards that has a lot of text, but is actually pretty simple. Obviously, the adventure side of it can come into play in the late game, which is why it is so exciting. But just being a powerful one-drop is enough for the card.
Just a prowess creature that has evasion when you do cast a bunch of spells in a row is just really, really nice because, you know, you absolutely need to have some of these one-mana plays to be able to kill and race some of those really explosive decks like the mono-green Otter decks and the mono-white Momo decks.
So, second Storm Chaser's Talent came down, triggered Elusive Otter, Ross attacked. Requiting Hex from Adam was met by Secret Identity from Ross. I'm going to guess that he chose 1/1 Hexproof for this one.
Yeah.
That does trigger the Prowess, so the Otter is already a 1/1, so it's going to be a 3/3 Hexproof. But I believe that means the Tidebinder could still block it there.
Adam does take the damage here. And
down to 15.
Down to 15, but does have a grip full of cards here.
Not really.
Right? He didn't mulligan, right?
He didn't. I don't believe we saw him mulligan, but he's fired off 2 Duresses. I think he may have
2 cards.
2 cards in hand.
Okay.
It's not full.
I mean, sure. But Ross did mulligan. Granted, he did kind of unmulligan with the Boomerang Basics interaction here, so kind of at parity here. But, you know, if we get to a late game situation, you're going to like or prefer the Dimir side just because they do have slightly more expensive cards in their deck.
Yeah, the biggest concern right now for Adam is if he doesn't have ways to refuel, and Ross finds that 4th land not facing pressure to freely start leveling up Storm Chaser's Talent, the game will fall away very quickly.
Wow, and Adam actually didn't have a play there at all with 4 mana up.
Right, you would hope for an Enduring Curiosity, something, but instead it's just going to be a 5th land joining the board now from Adam, and a pass.
Oh, and an Eddie Merc Crab here. End of turn to just play an instant speed 5/5 here, and given that Adam played nothing on the previous turn, could be a decent chance that this might just be good to go.
Stock up.
Counterspell?
All right, it's another Tidebinder.
Yeah.
And I think that might be the last card from Adam.
Right, but that's just not enough on this board here. Ross can still attack in for 7 with the creatures on the left.
All right, Adam, we sincerely apologize. We're just not going to feature you again until the top 8.
Yeah. It's like, hey, Nick, do me a solid. Can you just not put me on the feature match? I win every match that I'm not featured.
I don't want it. I do not want the spotlight.
You're making the Dimir midrange deck look bad. It just loses on camera every time.
The deck is so good for me off camera.
Right.
So, attack coming across for 7. Obviously, the 1/1 Otter not getting in there. Ross is at 16, so blocking the Otter that has been attacking with Prowess. 5 damage coming across. Adam down to 8.
Yeah, and just drawing, just kind of top decking here. So, I mean, this has got to be a really great card, right? A spot removal spell for the Eddie Merc Crab. I mean, you still have the Otter, and you have to deal with the talents.
There's the fist bump. Unfortunate for Adam Snook starting off day 2 with a loss. Just a bit of a flood, but not able to get the job done there. So Ross Merriam with his prowess in a very quick 2 games getting the job done, moving up to 9-1. Great start from him.
Yeah, I mean, that was just kind of impressive showing from the Izzet Otters deck. Now, you know, Ross certainly did have some timely draws off the top there just to kind of kick things off. But Adam, you know, had a really good start. Had all that interaction early on, but didn't have kind of those card advantage mechanisms that's kind of built into the deck. We're talking about cards like the Kaito and Enduring Curiosity. And if you don't draw a few more lands in a row, that's kind of the stuff that happens. Again, Adam does not want to be featured anymore. Needs to win it. Does not want to be featured at least into the top 8. He's like, once I get my Pro Tour invite, I'm good.
Yeah.
So please, just let me bash all my opponents in the tables over there and not over there.
Yeah, and if we think about that match and Ross doesn't draw that first Storm Chaser's Talent, there's essentially 0 pressure on Adam. There's no Boomerang Basics recursions to get more value. Yeah. The entire game changes, right? It's the power of Storm Chaser's Talent and how much the 1 card provides against a deck like Dimir Midrange that really makes it problematic. We are getting another match for you, by the way. That's why we're yapping a bit while the match gets ready. But it is interesting that against a deck where the discard effects should typically be good, and they would have been good in that game. That one card off the top just completely undid it.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too. Adam even kind of planned for it, right? The opening hand was 2 cantrips and a Boomerang Basics. No Storm Chaser's Talent in hand.
Right.
So he goes, well, the worst case scenario for me is if you top deck a Storm Chaser's Talent.
Right.
So I'm going to play around that and take your Boomerang Basics. But the top 2 cards were Storm Chaser's Talent into Boomerang Basics.
All right, so we have another match for you. We are heading into game 2 of this one. Let's get in there and see who we're going to be watching. So, bottom of your screen, Justin Shable on Izzet Lessons. I believe another player whose only loss happened on camera yesterday. Let's see if we can continue cursing him. On the top, Brian Zhang on Rakdos Rummaging.
Yeah, so 2 players actually sitting at 8-1, not actually playing the updated Grixis shell that we've seen a little bit, but actually having success with Rakdos Rummaging instead.
Right, and not Monument. This is the Rummaging, just cool but rude version. So saying I'm going to be more aggressive, focusing more on Inti, and allowing that to get all the work done.
Yeah, and I can certainly see people deciding to go this direction here because the nice thing about the Grixis deck when you do play cards like Cool But Rude and Monument and Quantum Riddler, you have a lot of kind of late game potential, but you can get some really clunky draws with decks like that.
Okay, so I can confirm we'll get the overlay updated if we can. If not, unfortunate. This is a recording. Brian Zhang is up a game here. So Justin Shable has a Ill-Quentia for the Marauding Mako. No creatures for Brian at the moment to go with that flail. That is ideally step 1 is keep creatures off the board.
Right. And Justin may have missed a land drop here, right? Because there's an Ill-Quentia that he had cast.
Yeah.
Or is this
this is turn 3.
This is turn 3.
Hasn't played a land yet.
He's doing this main phase to make sure he can hit a land, and now he missed his land drop.
Correct. Nostradamus Paul has called it early. Land drop missed. Back we go Brian's way. Bloodghast equip with the discard being a Phoenix.
Oh, look at that combination.
This is the combo. You make 4 power with the flail on the Bloodghast, and Phoenix comes back for 1. 2 coming across.
Will the day 1 coverage curse continue here? Not looking good here for Justin. It was looking all right after the Ill-Quentia here with no creature in play, but out of nowhere, Brian going Bloodghast into discard into Flamewake Phoenix, and Justin missing land drop number 3.
Paul, the number of apologies we're going to be issuing by the end of today is just racking up.
Sorry, buddy. Sorry.
Sorry to Justin. Sorry to Adam. Congratulations to Brian.
Right.
All right, here we go.
Oh, 3 cards.
Accumulate wisdom, 3 cards.
No lands. Are you kidding me?
Was the draw for the turn a land?
Unreal. Did Justin? No, because if he did draw the land, he probably would have done something else.
Are we going to
this
discard?
Turn, he's looked at 7 cards money.
Oh, gosh.
7 cards, no land. What an awful way here to
discard 2.
Oh, gosh. Oh. Yeah, I mean, there is almost no coming back from this if Brian has anything to do in his hand here.
All right, Paul, I'm pulling a Cheon move.
Oh, you're putting the paper away?
I'm putting the deck list away.
You know what? Hey, you know what? I respect it. This time I'll follow your lead.
All right,
great.
Right,
here we go.
Case of the Crimson Pulse comes down.
Did we tick it up as well? No. Oh no, excuse me. That's the other enchantment.
Yep.
Right.
Second flail on the Phoenix. Here we go.
8 damage coming in.
Your move.
Case has been solved.
Yep, we are hellbent. Case solved.
So
your move.
Now we're drawing extra cards, and that is a permanent that is impossible, almost impossible to deal with against
another monument drawn. Okay.
Another monument.
All
Jeez.
Right. All right.
I mean, what do you do? If you have a combustion technique,
and then
be sad?
You go get breakfast.
Cast another wisdom, maybe. Draw no lands. Discard 4 cards.
You write a letter to your state representative saying abolish daylight savings time.
Yeah, I mean, I can get behind that, to be honest.
Yeah, you have time,
Yeah. I think I set like 3 alarms today just to make sure.
Oh, only 3?
Do you count snooze?
I had 9 on my phone and 2 on my Fitbit.
Yeah. Okay. Look at you.
No, we were ready for this one.
Nice little Fitbit flex. All right. All right. Well, yeah. I mean, Justin right now just probably questioning all of the things here. Why didn't I shuffle my deck well? What's going on? Obviously, we know that this is, a part of the game, but this is, statistically speaking, this is still running extra bad.
Yeah, I'm not going to say the matchup should be good. It's probably not great. You are facing a very aggressive deck with very recursive creatures while being a very reactive deck for the early parts of the game. Combustion Technique, Exiling is quite good in the matchup, but
yeah.
Does Justin not have to discard? Okay. Discard is Seer.
What is he keeping up? Probably a Combustion Technique.
Yeah. 2 cards drawn.
Yeah, and the
We've got Case of the Crimson Pulse on your screen. The case is solved, so at the beginning of your upkeep, discard your hand, then draw 2 cards. If you've got no cards to discard, that's just pure upside, baby.
Yeah, this card is awesome. Sometimes this is a card that you sometimes see in the sideboard of mono red decks in the past. You just play all your stuff, and then you run out of gas, and then you play this against more controlling decks. It is awesome when you solve this card.
Right, and it is very easy for a deck with the Flail as well as the Iron Shield off to solve the case.
Yeah, and I imagine Justin will have the technique here. He has to have the technique, right? He just has to. Going to be using this to get the Bloodghast out of the way. Take 4 damage, go to 6, but Brian does have 3 fresh cards to work with here.
Yeah, ultimately, Bloodghast is technically the easier one to return, considering it doesn't need a creature on the board. If you have to use a removal spell that puts the creature in the graveyard the next turn, you'd rather be using that on the Phoenix.
I believe that is a fear of missing out here for Brian.
FOMO.
And discarding a land, indicating that he probably has another land to play for his turn. Yep. There is the Blood Crew and another fear of missing out, taking a point of damage, which is irrelevant here.
Your move.
Draw this card, and then probably just going to be discarding to move the Flail here.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, probably has Delirium. Or are we at Delirium? Not quite. Not that it matters. But
I count creature, land, artifact.
Okay, so we're on 3. All right, what are we pitching here? Oh, there it is. All right, so we are now delirious.
Ding, 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 ding.
All right, Justin. Buddy. Justin, you look, hey, 6 rounds. We got 6 rounds, so.
There's plenty of magic to play.
Plenty of magic to play.
It's just not in this match.
Just not in this one. You win out the next 4.
Yeah.
Give the fist bump here.
All right,
Stay hydrated. Do all the things to be ready for the next match.
Yeah, we are all done here. So, Brian Zhang is going to pick up that match with Rakdos rummaging, moving up to 9-1. And as is the nature of brutal beatdowns in the feature match area, we are doing the rare all 4 feature matches. Ooh. We do have 4 feature matches in the feature match area per round. It's not often that we get to 3, let alone 4, but these matches have not been very close, unfortunately, for all of our losers in the feature match area this round. So, a 4th feature match being prepped. We'll let you know exactly who we're going to be watching and what game in just a moment. Paul, really bad morning to be on the losing side of the feature match area.
Right, and just kind of in kind of brutal fashion there too. I mean, especially Justin. Right, I mean, he had what looked to be a pretty decent start from what we saw. Hey, counter your thing on turn 2. Oh, I missed a land drop. That's fine. I'm just gonna cast an abandoned attachment, see if I can draw lands. Oh, I didn't. Okay, well, that's fine. Next turn, I'm gonna draw 3 more cards. I'll be fine. Okay, no, this sucks. I'm done. We're done here.
All right, so our 4th feature match of the round, we're going to head down to it. It's Alexander Beebe on Izzet Spellementals against Jesse Pilland on Monogreen Landfall. I will confirm which game we're going into. It looks like 3 based on the life pads, but we will get confirmation.
All right.
Game 3, Jesse Pilland on the play with Landfall. It is a Landfall start that's met by a Burst Lightning.
Yeah, and if you're the Spellementals deck, this is the type of deck that you want to be playing all tournament. You don't really want to be playing against any of the other weird stuff, but if your opponents are playing Llanowar Elves and cards like Badger Mole Cub, this is where a deck like this really shines.
All right, as per Origins, the turn 2 play. Would have wished that was a Badger Mole Cub, but you make do with what you have. My Form Harmonizer goes to the graveyard. One card stays on top. Back we go to Alexander Beebe's turn. Now, Izzet Spellementals. This is the third Izzet variant we've seen in these feature match areas this round. We've seen Prowess, we've seen Lessons, and now Spellementals. What makes this deck different from the others, Paul?
Yeah, so this deck is, you know, it's got kind of that similar spell suite as the Prowess deck, but the win condition is very, very different. What you're looking to do is cast a bunch of spells, then you get a discount on a couple of elementals. You have the Dimir Crab and Hearth Elemental. Both of them are elementals. You get those into play for 2 or 3 mana. Then that gets to actually make the cost of Sunderflock cheaper. So the idea is you get a cheap elemental in play, slam a Sunderflock, bounce all the green creatures and the Badgermole Cubs, and just kind of smack your opponent down with your giant board of 4/5s and 5/5s.
Okay, so Alexander Beebe's turn with sleight of hand pass. Jesse Pilland. This is the downside of potentially sideboarding too reactively. Third land, no creature, Soul Guide Lantern. Take a Burst Lightning out of your graveyard. This slows down the elemental shenanigans just a little bit. End step, BB has an opt into untap, Multiversal Passage untapped.
Yeah. Yeah, so the Soul Guide, ooh. Oh, I guess we're just cycling here with the Paw Patch formation?
Seems like it.
Yeah.
Draw a card, create a food token
Right.
is the third mode here at Paw Patch Formation, excuse me.
Right, so Paw Patch Formation, as you can see here, it is a nice way to actually just kill a Sunderflock if it does resolve, but at the same time, you can cycle it when you need, and now we are flashing back Esper Origins. Esper Origins excellent in these kind of matchups against more controlling decks.
All right, abandon attachments in response, discarding an annul from BB. Jesse Pyland has that Esper Origins flashback on the stack.
Yeah, possibly looking for a card like Spell Snare here to counter the flashback on the Origins.
Looks like no response from Alexander BB, so Esper Origins going to be resolving.
Tough choice here on the Surveil on the Esper Origins. The nice thing is, when you do flash it back, it will almost always get you that initial card here. So a lot of value.
Right, just having the agency. It's another Esper Origins going to the graveyard, so we get Summon Esper Meduin that reveals an escape tunnel. Now, things are really rolling for Jesse Pyland.
Yeah, I think Jesse was probably the only question there. Of course, Esper Origins is going to the yard. It's just, I don't really want this land, but it's a guaranteed spell, right? If there's a spell on top and I surveil 2 to the bottom, I don't want to miss.
Right, and taking a look at Jesse Pyland's list, there's 4 Esper Origins in this deck, right? There are, depending on how you've sideboarded, the possibility of not having a permanent on top might have gone up a bit. We've already seen a Paw Patch Formation, so not wanting to risk it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Soul Guide Lantern, Paw Patch Formation, both just spells that you're bringing out of the sideboard. Just guaranteed that land. And look, it's a deck that cares about those landfall effects anyways. It can't be that bad to find something like an escape tunnel.
All right, Soul Guide Lantern popped. However, BB has a response. Here comes Dimir Crab. And it is still BB's turn, so it's untapped.
Yeah, and that's kind of the awkward thing about a card like Soul Guide Lantern here. It's, you know, first of all, the Spellementals deck does a really good job of just refilling its graveyard, and you can just flash in cards like the Crab in response to a sacrifice Soul Guide Lantern.
You know what's an elemental, Paul?
What is an elemental?
Esper Meduin.
Yeah.
Saga Elemental.
It is an elemental, but it does just die on its own.
Yeah,
so,
you're not worried about it.
Yeah, it's not as bad. You would actually rather have it be bounced.
That's where I was going with that. Is I would have loved to be able to pick up Esper Meduin.
Right.
But no such luck. So,
ooh, okay.
I still explore coming down with the 2 floating mana from Chapter 2 of Esper Meduin. And here comes Mossborn Hydra now.
Wow, so Jesse actually bringing in the Hydra here. So the Hydra is going to do a lot of damage. Now Alexander going to be really looking for that Sunderflock here to just kind of pick everything up here and start cranking away at Jesse's life total.
There is only 1 card left in Jesse's hand, I believe.
Okay.
Upkeep.
Upkeep Sacrifice? Is this a Tidebinder? What is he? No.
Fire Magic.
Oh, look at that. In response. So now I wonder if Jesse thinking, should I have maybe activated that on my turn?
Yeah.
Right?
So I do want to ask, what is, I guess, just trying to tap your opponent out more.
Right, I suppose. It's like maybe I'm okay with my opponent playing a Fire Magic there instead of something like a Sunderflock.
Right.
Right.
So, third chapter of Esper Meduin, that goes off.
So now the Ice Tail Explorer is a 4/6 Trampler. Still not quite enough damage here to attack through the 5/5 Eddie Merc Crab, but a lot of resources here now available for Jeskai Pyland. You have the Ice Tail Explorer, you have Bossing Say in play, and there's another copy of Esper Origins in the graveyard.
Right. And I suspect that may be where we go first. We'll see.
Oh no,
another Mossborn Hydra.
Okay, so
that makes sense. We do have the Ice Tail Explorer still.
Right.
2/1 counter.
Yeah, and given that Alexander Beebe ran out the Fire Magic here, it might be a decent assumption to just think maybe, well, then you might just not have the Sunderflock in your hand, right? Because if you don't, you can just hold on to the Fire Magic and just play the Sunder Magic and kind of reset everything. And so maybe it's actually good to just go for the Mossborn Hydra here instead and just try to kill your opponent very quickly.
Okay, as we often see, double trigger resolving. Here comes the fourth land now. That's the second land drop, and this means we can go for Esper Origins, bringing back Esper Meduin.
Ice Tail Explorer is just so absurdly strong in this deck.
Yes, 2 lands to the yard. Not a permanent on top. It's a royal treatment. This is what we saw previously being a concern.
And yeah, but I mean, look at this board. If Jesse just gets to untap here, that Mossborn
it's
Hydra
over.
It is just lethal.
With royal treatment backup.
Right. Can you find? Oh, there is a Sunderflock here for BB. And like you mentioned, Esper Meduin stays on the battlefield here. Oh, excuse me. Is Mossborn Hydra also an
Elemental Hydra, Valchion.
Okay. I was like, why is it still in play?
Elemental Hydra.
Of course, of course.
Why wouldn't it be?
You know, I definitely did not 100% study all the creature types.
Born of Moss.
We're born of Moss.
Wow.
Moss is an element.
Yep.
It is a large element here.
It's a very large, very daunting element
right,
here.
And the thing is, the Ice Tail Explorer, it's not like it's been dealt with. This is just going to be
tapped out.
This is just a lethal attack here from the Mossborn Hydra here.
Yeah, Ice Tail Explorer, escape tunnel, escape tunnel.
I'm not going to math here, Monty. I'm just going to say it's enough.
Okay, good call.
All right, yeah, we'll just go with that this time.
All right, that is game, set, and match going to Jeskai Pyland. So, Monogreen Landfall taking our 4th feature match of round 10 here. That was an awesome round of Magic.
Yeah, it absolutely was. We got to see all kinds of different interactions, all kinds of different decks, different flavors, and we got to see a lot of ridiculously large Mossborn Hydras in this round.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot more doubling than maybe we expected, but a great way to start a Daylight Savings morning. That is it for round 10 here from Star City Games. We are going to go to a break. On the other side, round 11 from Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Don't go anywhere. Good morning and welcome back to coverage of Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Round 10 in the books. It is round 11 time here. Let's take a look at the standings and see where things sit, because we have one lone undefeated player at the top. It is Anthony Pepe on Monogreen Landfall, but he is not the only one.
Oh my gosh.
In the top 8 currently, 6 Monogreen Landfalls, Paul Chion.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about how there might be some new decks kind of rising up here, but this event, right now, Monogreen Landfall currently sitting at the top tables, absolutely crushing the field.
Yeah, looking a little further down, we do see some other colors coming into play. Izzet Lessons, Sultai Rhythm, Izzet Spellementals, Azorius Tempo, Jeskai Midrange, Dimir Midrange. But at the very top of the standings, it is all Monogreen Landfall all the time, though I can tell you, not in the feature match this round. We have 2 pretty different decks. On one side, we have David Carson's playing Izzet Prowess. On the other, Joseph Puglisi on Jeskai Momo. Let's start by taking a look at this Prowess list, Paul. We've seen it in the feature match already the previous round in the hands of Ross Merriam. One thing I want you to talk about is Drake Hatcher.
Yeah, so Drakecatcher is kind of a newer inclusion to the Izzet Prowess deck, and that's kind of a nod to the mirror. The Izzet Prowess deck has been one of the most popular decks in online play. It's been having a ton of success in various challenge events, and I think Drakecatcher is the card that kind of breaks the mirror because it just allows you to get a lot of extra value off of the card, so that's why David is choosing to play that card. But yeah, taking a look at this deck, tons of cheap spells, play a bunch of Prowess creatures, close games out that way, really, really good against probably a lot of those Monogreen Landfall decks that we've been seeing.
Right, I do also like the adoption of Secret Identity in these decks, just playing the double role of protection when you need it, evasion to close out games with one of these Prowess creatures, like an Elusive Otter if you're facing a very clogged Monogreen board on the ground, for example, that can block even the largest Otter, or just a Storm Chaser's Talent token. So I do like what this does for the deck.
Yeah, notably it combos super well with something like a Drakecatcher, right? You make that thing fly, and all of a sudden it connects, and then you just get a bunch of counters on the Drakecatcher and then make Drakes.
Okay, so on the other side, while the players finish getting ready for Game 1, Joseph Puglisi on Jeskai Momo. So we are seeing the evolutions here of the different Momo decks. This one is by far the wildest. Quantum Riddler, Shiko, Go Ninja Go. Talk to me, Paul.
Yeah, so, I mean, that is kind of the combo here. This is kind of taking some of the Blink decks that we've seen in the past and then the Momo decks that we've seen in the past and kind of sandwich them together to get this amazing looking deck here. And Go Ninja Go works super well with a card like Quantum Riddler. You get to warp into Quantum Riddler, cast Go Ninja Go. Quantum Riddler comes back onto the battlefield. The second clause of Go Ninja Go still resolves. So you basically draw 2 cards, put a 4/6 into play, and deal 4 damage to their creature, which is absolutely incredible. And then, of course, you get the discount with all these flyers with one of the best 1-drops that we have in the format in Momo Friendly Flyer.
Right, so you get to play Interaction in the form of Aang or Nova Hellkite. Shiko works incredibly with every single card in the deck, and it really does feel like there's so much exploration that can go into just Momo shells that we haven't seen up to this point.
Yeah, and I do feel like this is probably, I mean, this shell looks awesome, and it feels like there's probably a lot of room to actually tweak some of these numbers because there's a lot of 1-ofs, 2-ofs, 3-ofs that we kind of see in this deck. I'm sure as we see this deck kind of develop a little bit more, you'll kind of get a sense for what the actual cards you want are. But this deck looks super spicy. It looks really, really fun to play, Monty.
Yeah, being able to go turn 2 Ashling after a turn 1 Momo, that could just be a turn 3 Shiko, right?
Yeah, and then if you discard something from the Ashling, then you can get that back to get more value. Let's say you just discard a Go Ninja Go, right? That's incredible as well. So, yeah, this deck is one of the most exciting decks that I've seen. You know, what's funny is actually last night I was thinking about Zevin Faust's Boros Momo deck, and I go, whoa, man, what if you did add Quantum Riddler to the deck? I legitimately, I was thinking about this, and obviously a lot of people have as well, but this is kind of that, you know, this is the brainchild of kind of that thought process. It's like Quantum Riddler, good. Flyer, Momo, add red, play all the colors, and then just try to put together the best shell here. So I am very, very excited to see this deck in action.
Yeah, I'm going to age myself a bit, but do you remember when there was a period where we would just added Siege Rhino to everything? You're like, okay, what if I add a fourth color to this Jeskai deck and just try to play Siege Rhino? That's not how Jeskai works, but bear with me here. It does feel like we're in the Quantum Riddler era of just looking at your deck, looking at the mana base, looking at the lands in the format, of which there's many in this 3-year standard, and being like, what if I just slip some Quantum Riddlers into this deck?
Right. I mean, when you look at this deck, you go, what are the best cards in standard? Let's just kind of put them all together, right? You got your Momo, you got your Quantum Riddler. Aang is just an extremely powerful card. It just needs to find the right shell. And of course, a deck with Momo makes a lot of sense.
Well, we're getting excited just talking about the players already, so let's head down to the feature match area and watch some Jeskai Momo in action. Top of your screen, David Karstens on Izzet Prowess sitting at 8-2. Bottom of your screen, Joseph Puglisi, Jeskai Momo in the heavy play shirt sitting at 8-2. And Joseph Puglisi, one of the two Puglisi brothers, both doing fantastically, both currently qualified for the upcoming World Championship this year. They've been having quite a year, Paul.
Yeah, that is incredible. You know, that's just having a pair of brothers have this type of success, qualifying both for the World Championship. You know, maybe with a little bit of Pro Tour success, we can start talking about, you know, hey, what are some of the top brother duos of all time?
Yeah, you know, I can't really think of any famous brothers. Like, that Brad Nelson guy's pretty good, but I don't think he had, like, a famous brother or anything.
No. I mean, well, if anything, he would be doing the heavy lifting there anyways, right?
So no need to talk about them. Let's focus on the match. So, turn 1 Storm Chaser's Talent from David, but a turn 2 Duelist of the Mind from Joseph means that the Momo board deck is on the board, though not with Momo, notably.
Yeah, not with kind of one of those explosive starts you want. You kind of want to have a start with Momo or Ashling to kind of get the ball rolling. So a little bit of a slower start here. But, hey, Duelist of the Mind still very, very good here. If you can follow that up with an interactive spell here, that would be quite nice. And I imagine Joseph probably going to be looking to just take the damage here from the Otter.
Yeah, Boomerang Basics, starting off on Storm Chaser's Talent. Joseph says, sure, takes the 2. Of course, David sequence in a way where if Joseph aired and blocked, then a card like Opt or Burst Lightning in hand would finish off the Duelist. Instead, just redeploying the Storm Chaser's Talent and passing the turn.
Yeah. It is just kind of funny because he did cast Boomerang Basics on Storm Chaser's Talent. Could have just played the Talent and attacked.
Could have. Look, if you can bait your opponent at the cost of 1 damage, you might try. I wouldn't go for it against a player of Joseph's quality, but
I mean, I think David just missed out on 1 damage there.
Yeah, that is the end result. All right, so Springleaf Drum joins the board, then Duelist of the Mind gets an attack in for 1 with Vigilance before being tapped to deploy Ashling Rekindled. That discards the 1 of Steam Core Scholar in the deck, and back we go David Carson's way. No land drop for Joseph, stuck on 2, but the Springleaf Drum does undo some of that, and Ashling will help as well on the next turn.
Absolutely. And does David have some kind of great way to deal with the Ashling Rekindled? Because if the Ashling flips, of course, you get that mana generation, which is quite strong. A lot of the removal in the Izzet deck, not able to actually straight up kill it. You can bounce the Ashling Rekindled, but Burst Lightning, of course, not a great answer to this board.
Yeah, grip full of cards from David, 2 copies of Multiversal Passage, along with, I believe, a Secret Identity and a Burst Lightning. 2 cards that I haven't gotten a good look at, but I think one of them might be a Slick Shot Show-Off.
Sure.
We're going to start with a Multiversal Passage Shock. That's red.
Yeah, and David has the ability to potentially get in for a lot of damage here. 2 Otters. I don't think Joseph's super interested in blocking with the Ashling Rekindled, especially given the fact that he missed the land drop here.
Right, that's the show-off coming down. So, everybody in the zone, no spells cast yet.
Yeah, so if Joseph chooses to block here with the Ashling Rekindled, David can fire off a Burst Lightning here. And, he's just going to the face here, trying to get in for as much damage as possible. So this is going to be 9 damage coming in with the Burst Lightning.
Big hits, and that means Joseph Puglisi, 7 damage, it looks like, falls to 9.
Oh, did he block 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It should be 9 damage.
Yeah, I believe he must have blocked an otter.
But but the burst lightning didn't go to the Ashling Rekindle. I'm sure we're missing out something here.
Right.
But assuming nothing got blocked with the triggers, it should be 9.
Right. As you can see, there has been some communication happening between the players without things being moved. So if the Ashling blocked, then we didn't see it.
Right. Oh, yeah, because he did take 7 on that life
Right.
pad. Yeah.
And we'll
Okay.
allow it to go as is.
Right. All right, so now let's see what mana Joseph creates with the flipped Ashling. 2 mana for a 4 mana play, and of course you can use that to warp Quantum Riddler. That'll trigger the Duelist of the Mind will also get bigger for the turn.
The gift that keeps on giving.
That's right. And you can also use that Riddler, 4 mana, off the Springleaf Drum. If you have, for example, Go Ninja Go. We said it the exact same way.
We're great.
We're
at
getting
this.
excited here. All right.
Look, it's not often that we get to say some of these Turtle cards names with full seriousness.
Yeah.
And Go Ninja Go is a fantastically fun one to say.
Very, very excited to see if we can pull that off here. I don't think we're seeing it here, though.
Step 1, Springleaf Drum.
Okay.
Step 2, commit a crime.
You get to loot. Duelist of the Mind sitting at 3 power, I believe, for the turn. Quantum Riddler, draw for the turn, and the crime, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That sounds right. Third Springleaf Drum discarded. Slickshot Show Off gone.
Still has not played a land for the turn.
Correct.
I think Joseph just confirming the power of the world champion there.
Also correct. Attack for 3.
And still does not hit a land there. Does have a pair of Springleaf Drums, though.
Right. 2 drums, 2 creatures. Ashling doing heavy lifting as we saw that previous turn.
And David still has a lot of action. I think he found another Slickshot Show-Off here. Has a multiversal passage, so you can go Slickshot Show-Off into double spell here to get in for a ton of damage. If the Slickshot Show-Off attacks this turn, I think there might be a shot here that Joseph might just be forced to block with Duelist of the Mind, assuming David just doesn't have a way to get that off the battlefield.
Right. So the hand looks like Show Off, Passage, Secret Identity. I think Elusive Otter is the one card
That's the one card I couldn't figure out. I'm like, if that's an Into the Flood mod, this might just be the game.
Yeah, I'm going to call that one Elusive Otter, and we'll figure it out as David takes his plays or gives us a better look at it. But for now, that's my called shot.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, regardless, this is just a really good spot for David, right? I mean, if you just play the Slickshot Show-Off and have the ability to cast 2 spells, you're going to eat Duelist of the Mind. You might even eat that Ashling that's in play because Joseph might feel incentivized to kind of block with both. If you don't, you're still taking at least 6 damage if David casts 2 spells.
Passage, David Karstens down to 12 is going to be blue on that one. Kicking things off with a Slickshot Show-Off as we expected. 2 blue mana available. That does mean Opt and Secret Identity left up.
Right, and Secret Identity kind of acts as a giant growth effect, right? Because if you do cast the spell that triggers the Prowess and turns it into, it turns it into a 3/4 and then you get the Prowess, right?
Yeah,
Good.
well,
the Prowess resolves first and then it becomes a 3/4 after.
Yes, but the Prowess effect, it becomes a base 3/4, but the +1/+1 for the turn still applies after the fact.
Right, yeah.
So, 2 blocks.
2
Opt.
spells going to be cast here from David Karstens, most likely.
Yeah, we're going to see Opt into Secret Identity on the Otter, probably making it a 3/4.
Right.
It was Elusive Otter. Let's go.
Oh, you got it.
Just a land drawn. So, David, just making sure I don't need to do anything silly here. 1/3/0/3. That means you can just get more damage through.
Yeah.
5 coming across.
And you absolutely want to kill this Ashling Rekindled, so you just need to play another spell here.
Yep.
Yep.
So, Joseph Puglisi down to 4 life, getting double stone range by losing both of his creatures, and I don't know if there's a way back from that.
Yeah, this is just 3 Prowess creatures, any number of them. Even if you just answer one of them, you're probably still just going to die here.
Card drawn for the turn. Joseph just taking a moment to survey. Duelist of the Mind. pass of the turn. Okay.
Right, and there's that Storm Chaser's talent as well, so if you just play land number 5.
Which we know David has.
Right, and then you got that Burst Lightning in the graveyard, so that should just be enough.
There is also just the adventure side on Elusive Otter. There is green mana on the battlefield.
Yeah, sure.
So could just fire that off. Not an adventure name, I know. Do you know it, Paul?
For the Elusive Otter?
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie to you, Monty. I do not know.
Grove's Bounty.
Yeah, that I've never said that once on coverage.
All right, first time for everything.
There we go. Wait, well, he might not do it.
He might do it right now.
He might get a Burst Lightning, though. All right, Grove's Bounty.
Grove's Bounty. And that's all we are done here in Game 1. David Karstens on Izzet. Prowess picks it up. Joseph Puglisi just a little short on mana on having that explosive turn.
Right.
Looking at sideboarding, Jeskai Momo down a game. Start there. What are we looking at against the Prowess deck?
Yeah, so the Jeskai Momo deck here against the Prowess deck, any type of interaction is going to kind of be what you're looking for here, just to be able to deal with all the Prowess creatures. So cards like the Abrade is something that you're going to see here. Perhaps the Get Lost as well. Sage of the Skies makes a lot of sense too, right? Just to be able to make a couple of lifelink flyers as well. And I can even see something like a Sheltered by Ghosts, right? Because you can just use that to get a token, and if you can just get in for a big hit, that also allows you to kind of gain a bunch of life, because the Prowess deck sometimes just acts as a kind of like a burn deck, and so being able to kind of buffer your life total with these life gain effects can be quite nice. And there's also an ill-timed explosion, could also bring that in. On David Carson's side of the battlefield here, lots of different options. This is a very different, like, unique approach, but I think you still want to board in a bunch of removal if you can help it. So 2 copies of the Seer, that's going to be brought in. You do want to make sure that you have all the answers to potentially turn 1 Momo. If Joseph does go turn 1 Momo, that's when things can get out of hand. So 2 of the Seers, the Torch to Tower, and possibly even the Get Out as well, as a way to counter all the different creatures that Joseph can play.
So as the players finish sideboarding, this is, of course, an open deck list day 2. That is the big change from day 1. So they do get a moment to review each other's deck lists and see what the opponent is potentially working with. I'm going to remind you that we are having a sale all weekend. Specifically, 10% off all Commander set singles while supplies last. If you're interested on picking up some singles from any of the Commander sets, head on over to StarCityGames.com/sale for all of your needs. 10% off all weekend while supplies last. So, Momo down a game, but I don't think this matchup should be particularly bad.
Yeah. It's just, you just need to make sure that you still have access to all the interaction. I mean, if Joseph maybe could find another land there, or had he had something like a Go Ninja Go there, he would have been completely stabilized there, but kind of stumbled a little bit. So, and David had a really, really solid hand. So I think this matchup can certainly go either direction.
I'm currently just fascinated by the one Storm Chaser's talent that has just been left on the board. I'm just waiting eagerly to see when this is going to get picked up and put into the deck. Well, I don't know why. It's just there.
It's just,
the game is over, but the Storm Chaser's talent, it's like when the club has closed, the Storm Chaser's talent is the one guy just still dancing on the floor while everyone's cleaning up around him.
Maybe it'll get Joseph to over sideboard to deal with the Storm. He's like, oh, do I need to bring in my requisition rate or something to
Joseph got tired of it, says, take this thing away.
Please put it away. Come on now.
You see in the back of Joseph's camera, our lone undefeated player, Anthony Pepe, at 10-0 there in the background, playing in the feature match area. Maybe we'll take a look at his match a bit later on in the round. But for now, we are staying with our main feature match of Izzet Prowess against Jeskai Momo. How do you think Prowess feels about a deck like Momo? Obviously, this Jeskai variety is a much more unknown quantity than the new Momo decks that we've been seeing. Does that come into play at all in your decision-making of sideboarding, etc., when you don't really know the deck's play patterns as much?
Yeah, I mean, I think, this certainly has a very, very different approach than some of the other Momo decks, the mono white Momo decks or the Boros Momo decks. Those are a little bit lower to the ground, and they're slightly more aggressive than something like this, which really functions as more of a mid-range deck. It's almost impossible to get a good aggressive start with this type of strategy. But at the same time, this deck is centered around the Momo, so you do need to make sure you cover that base first. But maybe you can't just go all in on just having a bunch of small little creature removal. For example, if you have something like Fire Magic that I see in the sideboard, probably not something you're super interested in bringing in here, which that might be a card that you might be interested in bringing in something like the mono white Momo decks.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Both players, of course, at 8-2, far from a death sentence in this tournament. This was a smaller tournament than what we saw in Milwaukee, for example. Milwaukee, just under 1,200 players. Here, just under 700 players, but still the same number of rounds. So when it comes to that last round in Milwaukee, it was a clean draws across the board. The top 8 drew into the top 8. I don't expect that we're going to see a similar outcome this weekend. I think it's going to be a lot more of a scrappy scrum in those final rounds.
Yeah, now I'm going to be dating myself, but back in the day when there were Grand Prix, I would play in some of them that had 300 players, 400, 500 players. I've gotten into the top 8, I think, with an X04 record.
Oh,
right?
Excellent.
So yeah, I think this is one of those spots where, like you mentioned, in the last event, it was a clean cut. If you were X2 and 1, you made the top 8. We might be able to see some X3s sneak in for this event.
Right. So step 1, win this match.
That's
David
right.
Karstens is up a game. We don't have the pip at the top of the overlay, but he did take game 1. Joseph Puglisi trying to come back and even things up. So,
yeah, I see a couple of lands here from David. Boomerang Basic, Stock Up, Seer, and a Sleight of Hand. So no actual aggression, but lots of ways to find creatures.
yeah, Joseph good with his hand. He's put
Okay.
it face down. You can see David agonizing over the choice, but it is ultimately a keep from him.
All
So it's
right.
going to be starting things off for us, and we go David Carson's way. Island, and it looks like both lands are actually islands, if I'm not
Right,
mistaken.
so
part of the hesitation there
Right.
is no red potentially.
You need red mana and you need creatures. So need to kind of find both here. David going for the end step opt here, maybe playing around if there's, I don't know if there's a Spell Pierce or anything like that, but going with the opt here first.
All
Is
right.
that a bottom?
It is a bottom, so no
Okay.
red source found. We'll see if it was off the draw. Back we go, David's way. So 2 cards since the last time we checked on the hand.
Probably needs to untap that land.
Yeah, I didn't see a red source.
So might need to
I
fire
was
off.
wrong.
Oh, no. There's
It's a purge.
Avert.
It's Spire Bluff Canal, excuse me.
Okay.
Yeah, and Slickshot Show Off gets plotted. Back we go Joseph's way.
All right.
Duels of the Mind, the only creature on the board once again.
Hand was totally fine. Red source and Slickshot Show Off right
Had
off
it the whole
top.
time.
There you go.
All right. Verge from Joseph, Springleaf Drum.
Ooh, does
Attack for 1.
Joseph have a Sage of the Skies here? That would be a
It
fantastic
was a
follow-up.
pass.
Just a pass?
Oh.
Oh, no. Now I'm looking at the deck. Oh, he could be representing Aang, right?
Yep.
Aang would be a great thing to have here, along with maybe some instant speed interaction.
Which there's not that much of. We
Right.
talked about the sideboard plan. We talked about the options. There might be hypothetically a flash freeze left up. Not typically a card you want to bring in a matchup like this. Not that many red cards that matter from the opponent. But
Yeah, it could be, there's an Abrade on the board that probably gets sideboarded in, possibly a Get Lost as well. We'll see. Okay, so now there's the Boomerang Basics. So if Joseph has something, might want to be looking to, oh, look at that, even allowing David to tap properly.
yeah, ask, can you please tap? And that was a sure as well. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm getting concerned very quickly.
Oh, wow.
Joseph is...
Okay. Yeah, but if you still have an Aang here, it's
Yeah,
still
you
not
hit
bad.
the otter.
Right, you get a token, you get to commit a crime off the Duelist of the Mind. Ooh, nothing. So are we looking at a hand with a bunch of Shikos and Quantum Riddlers?
That's what it feels like. It kind
Right.
of has to be at this point. Is it a Nova Hellkite? Is it, that
Right.
it feels like it has to be Nova Hellkite or Quantum Riddler here, or else
Right.
why did we keep this hand on the play?
This could be a seam rip.
Could be a seam rip. That is a crime, so you do get to loot with Duelist of the Mind.
Right.
All right, crime committed. Loot.
Okay.
Spire Buff Canal, the discard. 2 cards drawn so far.
And, oh, is this another seam rip? Okay, so that's what he was working with. Just a bunch of cheap removal here. 2 spells now cast. And Quantum Riddler.
All right.
How many cards are we drawing off of this?
2.
2, okay.
All right.
Back in the game.
All sins are forgiven, as is the Quantum Riddler way.
Right.
All right.
Empty board here and an attack for 4 and 2 cards off the Quantum Riddler.
Yeah. 3 cards in hand. Quantum Riddler goes to the Warp Zone. Those seam rips have dealt with otters cleanly, and your life total is healthy.
Right.
Significantly better position than the previous game.
Absolutely.
Because now you have 5 mana next turn to just play Quantum Riddler. That's a position Joseph was never in the previous game.
Yeah. Now, this will be a big amount of damage coming in here off of the Slickshot show-off here. Playing it off plot now. David actually choosing blue for Multiversal Passage. Didn't necessarily need to play it right away here. And has multiple sleight of hands here. So now this is a 3-powered Slickshot show-off.
Yeah, I believe that was a Storm Chaser's talent going to the bottom, but I didn't see what he picked.
Oh, something better than a Storm Chaser's talent.
It might have been a Boomerang Basics.
Oh, yeah, that would be fantastic here.
I saw it and then immediately forgot, as is tradition.
There it is.
All right, great.
Yeah, so this allows you to get in for a ton of damage while also putting another threat onto the battlefield here. Did he draw a card off the basics?
I believe he did.
Okay.
I'm not certain. Seer on the Duelist.
Ooh.
Duelist down. Big attack coming across. 7? Yep,
Yeah,
down to
7
12
spells.
for Joseph.
Right.
And most importantly, no 5th mana currently.
Yeah, maybe Joseph needs to find the 5th land here to at least run out that Quantum Riddler.
So, the hand as it currently stands for David Karsten. Sleight of hand, Secret Identity, Stock Up, Storm Chaser's talent.
Ooh, Shiko. So 2 blockers. Excuse me. Oh, okay.
Yeah, just making sure that that is a copy. It is not
Right.
Duelist of the Mind.
Right.
But that is a copy of Duelist of the Mind. That Duelist of the Mind is actually sitting in exile.
Got it. All
2
right.
flying blockers.
2 flying blockers. What do you have, David? Oh,
There's a stock up.
Okay.
And the draw for the turn was a land because there was no land in the hand previously for David.
Sure.
So stock up with Secret Identity, Storm Chaser's talent, and Sleight of Hand in hand.
Yeah, is there a way to get that Shiko off the battlefield? Because that is a phenomenal blocker on this board.
Yeah. I see 2 1-mana spells that got picked up.
Yeah, I believe they were ops.
Okay. Drake-Hatcher and 2 lands are the other cards.
Yeah, it could be one of those spots where David goes, am I just happy trading Slickshot Show-Off with the Shiko here? Just because there's just not that many ways to deal 5 damage
Right.
to a Shiko, and bouncing a Shiko feels really bad too.
Right, and the biggest thing is right now, there's not even anything in the graveyard for Shiko to get value from for you.
Right.
Right? But at the same time, you need it off the board.
Right. So Storm Chaser's talent here. Plays a sleight of hand, so all of the spells here for this Slickshot Show-Off.
Right. You are essentially forcing your opponent
To block.
take this trade if
Right.
if you want it, which I can't imagine David not wanting.
Right.
Like, it's so dangerous to pass the turn to your opponent with a Shiko on the battlefield.
Yeah. I mean, this is 7 damage coming in. It would feel pretty bad. You play 3 spells, you have a Slickshot Show-Off in play, and then you just pass.
Right.
Yeah, this makes sense. And Joseph snap blocks makes a lot of sense. You want to keep your life total healthy here. You've got that Quantum Riddler on the Warp Zone. You are pretty close to just kind of turning things around and being the aggressor in this matchup.
Right, and for those wondering why it's dangerous to leave a Shiko on the battlefield, it's because of Go Ninja Go, right? That's the big card in this deck that really makes Shiko just terrifying, the loop and the play patterns.
Yeah,
with
the
it.
loop is really strong, and not only that, if you don't attack, you can't even block.
Right.
And Shiko and Duelist of the Mind both have Vigilance, so you're not dealing any damage or applying any pressure, but on the flip side, Joseph's just going to be able to attack for at least 5 damage for free.
Right. So, here comes what looks to be a Nova Hellkite based on
3 mana here.
potential tapping. Yep.
Commit a crime as well, so now we got 6 damage coming in.
Mm-hmm. And notably, Joseph could have hardcast Nova Hellkite here.
Yeah, setting up for potentially another play here.
Not just that, but with your opponent's primary aggressive force being otters, whether it is elusive otter or otter tokens, there's some argument for Nova Hellkite just being more valuable in the warp zone.
Sure, yeah, that also certainly makes sense.
Shelter by Ghost comes down.
All right, and this also lets you swing the life totals as well here. So bunch of life being gained here and a ton of damage. David are really, really on the back foot. The Izzet Prowess deck very, very bad at coming back while you're behind.
Yeah, this is not a catch-up deck. It
Right.
is a deck that aims to be proactive. That's why you play a protective card like Secret Identity, is in order to not find yourself in this position.
Yeah.
So,
right.
show off. First play for the turn.
Yeah, but with Joseph at 13 life here, I mean, even if he plays 3 spells, it just won't be enough.
Can you deal 13 through a blocker?
Right. Well, he's certainly going to try here.
Opt for spell.
Yeah, there's no... I'm trying to see if there's some way to double strike a creature or anything along the lines. The only thing that comes close is the singleton copy of Wild Ride in the deck.
Right. So, Opt resolves. Hand, Elusive Otter, Opt, Boomerang basics, but the Duelist of the Mind, has Ward 2.
Ward
so
2.
we're not getting through that. And
Doesn't
the
have the
Secret
land.
Identity from before.
Right, and doesn't have the land here, right? So
Right.
you would need 3 mana here to just bounce that Duelist of the Mind.
Correct. So,
You could theoretically just bounce Sheltered by Ghosts
you could.
if you just want to remove the lifelink and then just have that token back, but not the strongest thing to do.
Not ideal.
Yeah. They're going, well, this is kind of tough because remember, we got that Nova Hellkite still in the warp zone, right? If you're overly aggressive here, Joseph could pretty easily come back and just kind of attack for lethal next turn.
I will show some appreciation to David for the amount of information he's giving us about his hand by the way he's holding it so nice and forward in an angle we can see. It's nice to have that information from a deck like Prowess that has so many lines available to
David,
it.
you get the coverage seal of approval here.
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
Look, if we're issuing apologies, we may as well also issue thank yous, right?
Yeah, well, there you go.
If you're watching at home and you get a feature match, be like David. All right, Opt.
Yeah, and it looks like Joseph choosing to take the damage here, given that he is at 13 life.
And presenting lethal.
Right.
Right, Nova Hellkite comes down.
Duelist of the Mind would be a 2-power creature off the draw step as Sheltered by the Ghost does give +1/+0.
Right, and you can just commit a crime by pinging the
So,
6-shot
that's
show off.
over lethal.
Over lethal. Too much damage.
Too much lethal.
Greedy, really.
Yeah, if you really think about it.
Yeah, which I do. I tend to think about things a lot.
I have noticed.
So 5 damage comes across. Joseph Puglisi down to 8. David Carson's looking at a hand, and it was a land drawn off the turn. So here we go. Otter.
All right, and that does not block any of these
Pass.
flyers here. So all Joseph needs to do is play the Nova Hellkite
Dragging
here.
up, baby.
With 1 mana, the only interactive spell David can have is a bounce spell.
Right. Looking at the list, 3 into the Flood Moss to be potentially concerned about.
I suppose Secret Identity does give a creature flying.
It does give it
So
a creature
yeah,
flying.
that would act as a way to basically not die this turn. So actually, Joseph going for the Quantum Riddler, making a gigantic Duelist of the Mind with lifelink.
Correct. Verge comes down.
4 mana here.
Yeah.
Oh, 5 mana, excuse me.
There it is.
All right, there's a Hellkite. Gonna go for the Otter.
Yep.
And David does have to make it into a 3/4 flyer here,
Commit a crime.
just to not die.
Yep. 3/4 flyer, 4/5 flyer with the Prowess.
Yeah. Noting
But
that,
it does have a damage marked on
right,
it.
it doesn't have hexproof.
Correct.
It's either. So 3/4 flyer with a point of damage, and the Duelist of the Mind is. What are we looking at? We got 2 from the Riddler, 1 from the Crime, and 1 for the Draw Step, and 1 from Shelter by Ghosts.
Right.
So 5 damage coming in. Off of that, and then 4 from the Nova Hellkite.
Actually, I think it might have been 2 from the Crime as well, because the Riddler's still on the battlefield, and I think the hand was small.
Oh, Oh, did he have one card in hand when all of this happened?
I think that may have been the case.
Okay.
Because now he has 2 and he discarded 1.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, so 5 plus the shelter, that's a 6 that's going to get blocked.
Right.
But Nova Hellkite will come across.
Yeah, Nova Hellkite comes across, puts David down to 2, and you're gaining 6 and putting
Correct.
Joseph back up to 14.
Right. Duelist has to get blocked.
Yeah.
So Joseph just doing the math, but I think this is a forced block on the Duelist.
I guess the only thing here is, I guess if the Duelist gets blocked, it does die, right? The Duelist has 3 toughness, and the Elusive Otter has 3 power. So I think he's just doing the math. All right, if this gets blocked, you get your Storm Chaser's talent back. Now you have a Slick Shot Show Off and a Storm Chaser's talent. Is there a world where you can get me on the following turn? I think that's kind of what Joseph, because for us, we're going, oh yeah, just attack with both,
right.
And it's very, very easy.
Can you kill me from 14?
Right. So that's a 5. So I believe that probably indicates that the Duelist of the Mind has 5 power along with the shelter, so maybe 6?
Yeah, I believe it is 5 from the cards drawn,
right.
6 with the shelter.
Yeah, and look at this.
I like this.
Because this is still a lethal attack. This is still that force block,
right.
But you get an extra creature to keep back to prevent any type of shenanigans on the following turn from David Karstens.
Duelist should be exiled.
Yep.
Thank you.
Good call.
So, 14 life for Joseph. Storm Chaser's talent comes back. Yeah, especially with the extra creature coming from the Storm Chaser's talent. That's gone. I really like this more conservative play from Joseph.
Right.
Because you have 2 Quantum Riddlers in the Warp Zone. The long game is still in your favor. You need to not die to this Slick Shot Show Off.
Yeah, and this is exactly the type of play that you see from experienced players, really great players, where you're now at that point where you are so far ahead, or you are very ahead on this board, where you have to start thinking about the ways that you can possibly lose the game, right? And the way that you lose the game is that Nova Hellkite's tapped. David has those 2 creatures and somehow just plays 4 cantrip spells in a row and just kind of steals the game.
Yeah, I don't know why Joseph's at 13. I counted him gaining 6 life there, but maybe there was something wrong. Okay. Either way, turn will start off with Boomerang Basics on Storm Chaser's talent.
Right.
Last card in hand was an Elusive Otter before this. Now there's a fresh one. Elusive Otter.
Is that a
Seer?
Seer. Not quite enough to kill the Nova Hellkite.
Just barely off. 1 spell cast so far.
No green mana for the, I forgot the name already, Monty.
Grove's Bounty.
Grove's Bounty.
I got you, Paul.
I got to put it on a Post-it or something.
No, I'm the play-by-play here. I got you.
Can you imagine a multiversal passage off the top? 4 Grove's Bounty for the win.
Can I imagine it? We've seen crazier top decks already today.
That is
fair.
So
yes, I can imagine it. All right, Storm Chaser's talent, both attack. 2 spells cast this turn.
Right, and then Joseph going, wait, why are you attacking with this Otter token? And Joseph going, you know what, it's fine. I got some Riddlers coming in. I will make this block and kind of force you to cast a spell here. And the awkward part here for Dave, how big is this Slick Shot Show Off?
2 spells cast.
2 spells cast, so this would just be a clean trade.
Right.
Yeah. But Joseph does have no board presence here, and David probably might just be getting back Boomerang Basics here.
I feel like you have to.
You're right.
Because you know that if nothing else, Joseph will be deploying a Quantum Riddler this turn, right?
Right.
So you have to continue setting up for your loops.
Right. All right. So, I mean, still 2 Prowess Otters in play here. We have a couple of those Quantum Riddlers in the Warp Zone. Joseph's drawn a fair number of cards here.
3 cards in hand, no idea what they are.
Come on, Joe. Be like David. Show us your cards. Okay. Land for, was that the land? Did he play a land for the turn?
I don't believe a land has been played. No, there was. You're right. I think 1 card left in hand. Yeah. Ooh, that's a Go Ninja Go.
Okay, so you have Quantum Riddler plus Go Ninja Go, and you can do both. Ooh. Okay, Hallowed Fountain. Okay, so Hallowed Fountain, drawing 2, and then Go Ninja Go, so you can still flicker it, kill an otter and draw some cards.
Yeah.
This is great. Yeah, that's gonna. I bet Joseph's been getting that all weekend. What does that card do again? Go Ninja Go. Isn't that a draft card? What's going on here?
It is a draft card. It's
Yeah.
also very, very powerful.
Very, very strong. Amazing in the shell that Joe has.
So back we go David Carson's way. But Joe is at 9.
All right, he is at 9 here, and we do have the Boomerang Basics. That's the first spell being cast here. Can you cast enough things to attack through the Quantum Riddler? That's a pretty tall task.
We go again.
Okay, that's an elusive otter. Another elusive otter. So I don't know that we're going to be attacking here. We're just playing a bunch of prowess creatures. Okay, and then that might just be it. He does have the Seer, right? So you could attack.
He does have the Seer.
To just finish off the Riddler, but choosing to hold it here. So 4 prowess creatures here in play. Joseph still needs to find answers to these otters.
Plenty of cards in hand.
Yeah, you got the second Riddler, but if David just can find 3 or 4 spells to play next turn, I mean, Joseph's at 9. Okay, second Riddler here. What do you find? It's a Sunbillow Verge into Sage of the Skies.
That's
wow.
That's going to go a very long way to closing out this game.
Joe not even attacking here. He's like, you know what?
I'll have lethal next turn.
I'll have lethal next turn.
They'll
I have
be
all
for
the
me.
blocks set up here. Now with the elusive otters, just keep in mind they are unblockable. But you need to get them to a very, very high power to attack through the Quantum Riddlers. David immediately fires off a Seer on one of the Sage of the Skies. If you can find another removal spell for the other Sage of the Skies and rattle off a bunch of spells, maybe you can make something happen here.
That's a stock up, I believe.
Okay, and then he does have Storm Chaser's talent. You can use Boomerang Basics on the 2/3 token.
Oh, nope. It is not a stock up. It's okay. It's Storm Chaser's talent picking up Boomerang Basics. We go again.
Oh, but he targets the talent. Okay, sure. Yeah. All right.
I don't know.
All right. That's the first spell being
Passage,
cast.
Crab.
Crab makes it so he doesn't die next turn.
Yeah.
But I don't think you have enough to win this turn with the crab, right? You tap down 2 of the creatures, and you still have. There's 1 blocker. You get in for 6 damage right now.
There's 1 spell cast right now.
Right.
So yes.
So 2 creatures get locked down, 3 creatures get through, and only 1 spell has been cast.
If you had land 1 mana spell, it would be lethal.
It would be lethal.
However,
wait.
Multiversal Passage, 2 cards in hand.
Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah, he's got a Storm Chaser's talent, right?
Talent.
Yeah, so if he has a land,
that's it.
I think he's found it here.
Oh my goodness.
The crab.
The crab. Wait.
Wait.
Spring Leaf Drum? Hold on.
Oh,
no, lifelink.
Why did he?
Lifelink.
No, I know. He tapped down the Riddlers for inexplicably. Oh my goodness. So this is not lethal. This is going to put Joseph down to 2 life. He needed to tap down the token here.
Oh, you see it on David's face.
Right.
Lifelink.
And then Joseph can attack back with the Quantum Riddlers for lethal. We're going to go to game 3. Oh, and he sees it too. He's like, I cannot believe I let this slip away.
Snatching defeat from the jaws of
Oh
victory
my
as David
goodness.
Karstens. We are going to game 3.
He saw it, and he got excited.
Yeah, we are going to game 3.
Right.
As much as David wants to take a moment and sit with that, we have just under 12 minutes on the clock.
Right,
and
you got to keep going.
There's a third game.
You got
to
keep
played,
going. You got to
so
get ready to go.
Yeah, you got to shake it up. You got to keep going.
Gosh.
It's got to be fast. There has to
That
be
is
recovery
brutal. I mean, you just had it there. And he set everything up perfectly, too, right? End of turn Seer, killed your lifelinker. Like, he had the plan.
He had it all.
And it was literally just right at the end. You were right at the finish line. and you targeted the biggest creatures, but you needed to get the lifelink.
Yeah, and it's the copy token, right? It's
Right.
the fact that you don't have it visually.
Right, it doesn't say
lifelink in
Sage of the
front of you.
Skies.
So you
Right.
just see 3 creatures and you hit the 2 big ones. All right, so
Okay.
while the players shuffle up for game 3 and try to reset from that, I will let you know that our next event coming up is Star City Games Cincinnati. SCG Con Cincinnati is where we are headed next, May 15th to the 17th, for the first of 2 regional championships in the U.S. These are qualifying for Pro Tour Amsterdam later on in the summer. So if you want to qualify or if you want more details, head to starcitygames.com/SCGCon for everything on SCGCon Cincinnati, and we'll hopefully see you there. Paul.
Oof, that is brutal. I mean, that is of course always really tough to come back from. I thought David did an excellent job. I mean, at certain points in that game, we thought it was basically a surefire thing that Joseph was going to win that game.
Yeah.
He just got so many cards off of the Riddlers. I mean, and even kind of played it conservatively, but David found the line, found a way to give himself an opportunity to win the game, and now he let that slip away. Obviously, he can just he can just come back. He is on the play. This is game 3. We got 10 minutes. He needs to lock in here, but that is a tough loss.
That was really tough, and now for the first time this match, in the worst spot for David Karstens, we see a Momo on turn 1.
Right.
So, turn 1, Storm Chaser's Talent. Turn 2, Drake Hatcher. This is also on the board for the first time.
And here's another thing, too, by the way. David playing slightly sloppy here, right? Just running out of Draycatcher instead of representing a spell here and attacking with the Otter, giving Joseph the actual ability to trade, right?
Yep.
When David could be representing cards like Opt or anything along those lines.
Right. Look, it has to be said, when you take a loss like that in a position like this, late into a tournament, it can rattle you.
Absolutely,
and you have to not let it rattle you.
Right.
And when you start making plays like this, that's when things slip away quickly.
Yeah, it's the little edges here that are super important. Now, still, really nice start here, right? Lots of aggression here. You have to actually, I mean, you're probably happy that the Momo is off the battlefield because that slows down Joseph's ideal draws, Joseph's best draws here. This is an indication that Joseph doesn't really have a whole lot of flyers in hand, probably a lot of reactive spells.
Right, and as we've seen so many times before, Duelists of the Mind and a 3rd land. Notably, no red mana, no Springleaf Drum this game.
Looks like a stock up here, 3 mana.
3 mana. It's a stock up, as you mentioned. So here we go. 5 cards to look at.
Yeah, if we can find a 4th mana source, might already have it, plus a 1 mana spell, that would be excellent so that your Otter could also get through for damage this turn.
Taking a look at 5. We'll see what he has to work with. Two cards picked up. 1 spell cast so far this turn. No land drop yet. Has the green for Grove's Bounty this game. Has 2 of it, actually. Sleight of Hand, the follow-up.
Yeah, so this is a very big attack here for David. Get in for 8 damage here.
That's the current count. No more lands to be played, no more spells to be played. So, attack comes over for 8. Joseph doing the math. Duelist doesn't have a good block unless there's a spell in hand.
Right, and not a lot when you just have a blue and a white mana up in the entire format. So Joseph actually just going, you know what? I just don't want to take that much damage. I'm just going to chump block your Slick Shot Show Off here.
Buy time, currently the name of the game. Either that's weakness or strength, we'll see from Joseph.
Oh,
Naked Sage of the Skies.
That is weakness.
Weakness has been declared.
Wow. Just a 2/3 lifelinker. It still could be decent here if David doesn't have something like a Seer to just get it off the battlefield, because bouncing a Sage of the Skies doesn't feel great.
I mean, if it's just going to be run out
Of
naked
course.
again, it's going to feel awesome.
Yeah,
Stock
absolutely.
up number 2. Let's do it again.
Yeah, I mean, things looking awesome here for David Karstens. Can he find a way to come back after that brutal loss in game number 2?
This is the nice thing about playing a deck like Prowess, that I'm not going to say runs on autopilot. There's so many decisions to make.
Of course.
But it's ultimately you just play Prowess creatures and you cast spells.
Right.
And you represent a metric ton of damage.
Right, right.
So even if your mental is not quite there, you just take game actions and hope it works.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, the skill floor is definitely higher than it is in some other decks.
Right. So into the Flood Maw, gets rid of the Sage of the Skies temporarily. Another big attack here. 11, I think, this time.
This is so much damage coming in.
I'm counting 11.
Was this how many spells? 3 spells?
Yeah, stock up into Flood Maw, into Opt.
Yeah, that's 11 damage, you're right. Joseph down to 5 here. No red mana at all here.
No red mana, 2 mana here. Quantum Riddler. Desperation.
Oh, Desperation. You
Needs
can
a land for Sage.
Land Sage of the Skies.
Has Verge, has Sage. All right, not over yet.
But David has seen a lot of cards here. He can there's just so many things he can have. A bounce effect into a Seer, that would lock it up. A crab into a spell, that would lock it up.
2 stock-ups have resolved back-to-back turns.
Right. Is this another?
3rd stock-up, yeah.
All right. If he can just find an Eddie Merc crab here, there's only 2 targets in play. You can't mess it up this time.
Yep.
Or 2 bounce effects. There's 3 into the Flood Maws in the deck.
We have seen these Izzet Prowess decks adopt the Eddie Merc Crab build from the Spellementals decks. It's tech for the Prowess Mirror, but it can do so much work against these Momo decks that has so many lifelink flyers to clog up and prevent you from getting these profitable attacks. And we saw how clutch it almost was in Game 2.
Right.
Here, it would be more than enough to close out the game. David Carson's taking a moment to think things through this time. Don't want the same thing to happen as the previous game.
Absolutely. Also, it's just really tough to kill, just based on the removal that people are playing. A lot of people are playing Seam Rips and Burst Lightnings and Requiting Hexes, and it kind of dodges all of that.
Yeah, we've talked about how 5 could be the magic number in the standard format. We've seen Broadside Barrage picked up from some people for that exact reason.
Right, Seer, Iroh's Technique, none of those cards actually kill 5 toughness creatures.
Right.
All right, here we go. What did you find off these stock-ups?
Spell number 1, Boomerang Basics.
And do you have another bounce spell here?
Copy, gone.
I don't think he does, because he would have just snapped it off if he did.
Attack with both. Block, show off.
Is this enough?
So this is the 3rd spell. So it's going to be a 3/4 with 3 Prowess triggers. So 6, but Joseph gains 2.
Right.
Down to 1.
Down to 1, so not quite lethal here.
Basically anything kills him.
Right. Like you mentioned before,
Lightning.
A Stiff Breeze.
Momo, Sage of the Skies.
Okay.
Not dead yet. Needs a Burst
Lightning. Can Joseph come back from this board? I mean, you can't really attack.
Look, most good comebacks in this deck will start with a Sage of the Skies. There's a Quantum Riddler in the Warp Zone.
I mean, David casts so many stock-ups, you just have to imagine he has something.
But has he cut the Burst Lightning?
It's possible, but the thing is the Burst Lightning kills Momo, but a lot of the other creatures have 3 toughness.
Show off starting things off.
Okay.
First spell, Sleight of Hand. Burst Lightning.
Burst Lightning, Eddie Merc Crab once again would still be very good here.
Takes that really fast. Either that thing's a land or that's a really good card.
Or yeah, it could be another 1-mana spell here as well.
Taking the time, thinking it through. Sleight of Hand goes to the graveyard. 2 mana available. 1 mana.
All right.
2 mana. Nope. 1 mana.
Okay.
Boomerang Basics the copy. 1 mana. Storm Chaser's Talent.
Okay. All right, same type of thing. Get your token.
Yes, attack with both. Block, block.
All right, Joseph hanging on.
Up to 3, excuse me.
Right, hanging on, but there's still 2 Otter tokens that need to be dealt with here with all that mana and 3 Storm Chaser's Talents in play.
Hellbent, but Storm Chaser's Talent Boomerang Basics deals with 1 blocker. So, needs 1 drop. Land 1 drop, or you're dead. Pass.
Yes, I think this is going to do it. You just get the Boomerang Basics here, bounce a Quantum Riddler, and that's 4 damage from the 2 Otter tokens.
He knows what he's doing here. Boomerang Basics. Gets it back. Target, Quantum Riddler.
That's right.
And that's all it takes David Carson's from an absolutely devastating mistake in game 2.
You can see the sigh of relief there. He's like, man, I let that one get away, but he was able to come back and still take home that third game. He's like, okay, like, thank goodness I was able to get that done. His draw was fantastic. Joseph had kind of an awkward draw in game 3, and I think he's going to need whatever time he has right now to kind of refocus and make sure that he can kind of play a little bit tighter here just to make, because top 8 is not that far away.
Right. He got the win, but that was not a celebratory side. That was pure relief.
Yes.
And now you have actual time to reset. Grab some water, walk around, talk to some friends, whatever it takes for you to reset your mental, that's what you need to do. And what we're going to do is take a break. On the other side, we will have round 12 for you as Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles continues on. Don't go anywhere. Good morning and happy International Women's Day. Welcome back to coverage of Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. My name is Monty Devuti. I'm joined by Paul Cheon. 2 rounds in the books so far today. We have 4 more rounds of Swiss to go before we cut to our top 8. Let's take a look at our standings and remind ourselves how the tournament looks going into round 12. Anthony Pepe continuing to get the job done, 11-0 now. Monogreen Landfall, 5 copies in the top 8. Neil Estrada has picked up 2 losses in a row after starting off the day at 9-0. Ross Merriam up to 10-1 with Izzet Prowess. He's on 2 wins today. What else stands out to you, Paul?
Yeah, I mean, some of these Monogreen Landfall decks had to lose because they were kind of probably paired up against each other. But the one thing I want to point out here, Rakdos rummaging still doing quite well here. Brian Zhang sitting at a 9-2, just playing the straight Rakdos aggressive strategies. But another thing is a ton of Izzet Prowess decks here on the front page. It's basically just Monogreen Landfall and Izzet Prowess. We're seeing 5 copies of that deck here in the top 16.
Shout out to Adam Snook on Dimir. Midrange continues to win every match off camera. We will not be featuring you again until the top 8. Sincere apologies. John Puglisi Clark, he picks up a win that round. We didn't get to his match in the feature match area. Joseph Puglisi's brother also qualified for the World Championship, as we mentioned, on Monogreen Landfall. Now, let's take a look at our meta game as the players set up for the round, and take a look at what we were dealing with coming into day 2, Paul.
Yeah, so these are the decks that made day number 2 a very, very large percentage. Number 1 here is Monogreen Landfall at 17.4%. So the deck's still doing quite well in this event. Following that up here, the big riser, Izzet Prowess. One of the most represented decks in the tournament. Of course, we had a pretty wide meta overall, but sitting at 14.9% of the field. And then Izzet Lessons with 21 copies. Those are the big 3, right? Izzet Prowess, Izzet Lessons, and Monogreen Landfall had the highest conversion rates, and then a smattering of other stuff here as we continue to go down.
And overperforming in terms of conversion rates as well, because I believe our most played deck yesterday, which I think may have been Landfall, was at 10%. So 10% of the metagame coming into 17% of the day 2 metagame is a decent amount of performing up from the top decks, which isn't something we usually see. Usually the top decks have the biggest targets on them, so they tend to underperform a bit. But here, they are very much proving that they are the top decks.
Yeah, I think it just goes to show that this deck is extremely resilient. I think, when you look at all the other Cub decks that exist, for example, the Simic, the various Rhythm decks, those are a lot easier to attack. You kind of try to attack their mana creatures, and they kind of crumble a lot of the times. That is not the case with the Landfall decks. We've seen this deck win plenty of games that go to turn 4, 5, 6, or 7, and it's just able to kind of come out on top and just grind people out even in the late game, while still having the potential for those extremely explosive, aggressive starts.
Right, and then we see a smattering of decks all the way down here on the day 2 metagame. Dimir Excruciator, still 3 copies here in the mix. Temur Harmonizer, Grixis, and Rakdos Monument. You see Cool But Rude really making its presence felt here in the format now, but the big question is, can it break into the top 8? Can we have a deck that is really being fueled by a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles card like Cool But Rude going very late into the day today?
Yeah, it does feel like based on their performance here, it's we have seen a couple of decks make it, but it does feel like it might not be as well positioned if you just think about it, just because, well, the last event was won by Izzet Lessons. Well, what does that mean? A lot of people are going to be prepared for enchantments and artifacts. So typically, those are the types of permanents that are really hard to remove. A lot of people are probably packing a little bit of extra sideboard hate for permanents of that nature.
Okay, so while we wait for the players to get ready, if possible, we're going to try to bring up deck lists for you and just talk about the matchup that we're going to be seeing, because, all right, excuse me, I spoke too soon. Even better, we have a match, so we'll go right down to it, and we'll bring you round 12 here from Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and we'll talk about the decks then. So, top of your screen, Brian Zhang. We got to watch him earlier win a match on Rakdos Rummaging, but we joined that in Game 2. On the bottom, Gavin Perry on Jeskai Midrange. I think you may have played with this deck, Paul.
I literally played with his deck in my hands just because the deck looked awesome. And this is, another take on kind of the Jeskai Momo deck that we saw previously, but actually not playing Momo. Instead, just kind of playing, instead of the Momo, you're kind of playing more of a mid-range / control deck here, but it still has the blink elements. You still have the 4 copies of Quantum Riddler, the full 4 copies of Shiko with 4 copies of Go Ninja Go. This deck, when I played with it, looked really, really sweet. And I actually got to play test it against Corey Baumeister on a Rakdos Rummaging variant. And I liked my side of the matchup there.
Okay, yeah. I think that makes a lot of sense to me. We saw Jeskai Midrange on the standings yesterday, and we tried theorizing a bit exactly what we thought that meant, and it was something like this. We thought it was probably a Shiko deck. Gwen Stacy would probably make an appearance to go with Shiko. Of course, Shiko can bring back the reverse side of Gwen Stacy.
Right.
That's an Aang Swift Savior going to the graveyard, and then you do have Go Ninja Go in the deck. So very similar elements to the Joseph Puglisi deck that we just saw, but no Momo shenanigans, no hybrid deck, going full mid-range.
That's right.
So, game in progress. Marauding Mako turn 1 for Brian, into Cool But Root turn 2. That's the combo. Ashling gets a clean block on the 2-power Mako, but you're still getting the counter and the rummage, so the value is gained.
Yeah.
For Gavin, Ashling is the best start.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the whole deck is built around Ashling and trying to use the mana from the Ashling to play out cards like the Riddler and the Shiko here.
All right, so Ashling flips, makes 2 mana. That immediately warps a Quantum Riddler.
Go Ninja Go?
Oh!
Go Ninja Go!
That might be game.
This is turn 3, by the way, Monty. We have a Quantum Riddler, and we killed something, and we drew 2 cards.
Yeah, look at Brian's face.
It's like, wait, is this real? Did you do this? Is this standard? What's happening?
But yeah, Brian... What?
All right.
What?
Yeah, well...
Your move.
So that happened. Gavin has a bunch of cards in hand, killed the Mako, which was looking like it was going to go off with that turn 2 Cool But Rude, and now we have Ashling generating you 2 mana every turn. What do you do? Even if you have a Bitter Triumph, it's kind of tricky, right? I mean, you probably want to kill the Riddler, but Ashling's still going to be able to do her thing.
Handshake. Just handshake. Great. Done. Incredible. Okay, so... how does Rakdos Rummaging, a deck full of small creatures, even begin to come back against this?
It's really, really rough here. I mean, I think maybe you can try to piece together a burn kill where you get something like an Iron Shield Elf. Excuse me, this deck doesn't even play Iron Shield Elf, so it doesn't have a way to actually completely empty out its hand other than the 4 copies of Bloodthorn Flail.
3 of which are in the hand for Brian.
All right, so you play out a creature, you level up the Cool But Rude, maybe there's something, but I mean, you're also taking a bunch of damage here, and Gavin's sitting at 20 life.
Right, that's the big thing. All right, Flail Inti. There's a creature, there's a Flail. So you have a creature on board,
right.
But...
yeah. I mean,
Ashling time.
Gavin's got the whole world here. 2 mana available off the Ashling. What are we going to do? I'm telling you, man, this is why I was so excited when we saw Joseph in the previous match, but this is the one that I was actually able to test, and man, it's just pure value.
Yeah, Joseph never got to pull this off, but when you are able to do this exact curve of Ashling turn 2 into the Dream turn 3,
right?
How many decks in the format could even begin to compete with this?
Right.
So, taking the time for Gavin, I believe one thing that we haven't decided yet is whether Ashling is being flipped or not, or what mana is being made.
Yeah, typical play pattern. Unless you have absolutely nothing to do, Ashling just kind of stays on this side. You just kind of want to use it to generate 2 mana every single turn.
Right. So, we'll see what Gavin decides to do here.
And Gavin should have no shortage of things to do, given all the cards that he's seen with this Quantum Riddler.
All right. Steam Vents is the shock. We don't see any mana indicated so far, so either a mistrigger or it was verbally indicated.
Shiko would be awesome.
I mean, Shiko would be game.
Wait for it.
Yep.
That's a Shiko.
We're done here.
Yeah. All right, here we go. This is the combo. We got Go Ninja Go off the Shiko. That will get the Inti off the battlefield here. That will also return Aang to the battlefield as well.
No, this is fine.
This is ridiculous. What kind of board are we looking at here? Turn 4. We got a ton of flyers. We've drawn a bunch of cards, and we've killed 2 creatures.
Yep.
Oh, excuse me, and a Seagrim. Why not? Why not?
Okay, all right. So, look, we've seen a lot of beatdowns today, but
that was insane.
That was the best and most satisfying.
Right.
Brian Zhang has his work cut out for him as we go to game 2. Talk to me about the sideboard from the Rakdos rummaging side first.
Yeah, all right. So taking a look at the Rakdos rummaging side, I mean, you're certainly going to be looking to bring in that extra copy of Bitter Triumph. You want to make sure that you have answers to a turn 2 Ashling Rekindled, which kind of turbocharges some of your best draw. So I imagine that's going to be boarded in. And perhaps some hand disruption here as well. This deck is pretty heavy on spells. It does have 19 spells in the main, so maybe it could see bringing in that duress as well. Possibly even the Requiting Hex if you feel like the Ashling is a huge problem, although noting that that is the only target for the Requiting Hex.
It looks like we do have some cards in both sideboards that the players want to read the actual text of rather than asking a judge for, can you give me the Oracle text? They just provide each other with the physical cards. Gavin taking a good look at Hobgoblin. On the other side, Brian taking a look at Pyrrhic Strike.
Right.
Maybe didn't play too much.
Hobgoblin?
Too much limited, I was going to say, on Brian's side because limited players probably got their full share of Pyrrhic Strike.
Oh, yeah. Pyrrhic Strike's a great one.
Right.
One other card that I think will likely play a big part here for Brian's side. You want to get off to that aggressive start, and maybe you want to give yourself a little bit of reach. 2 copies of Sunspine Links, right? That seems awesome in against any 3-color deck. Presumably in this matchup, it has the potential to deal 4+ damage anytime you play that card.
I count 1 basic in Gavin's deck.
Okay, so you're basically locked for 4 damage, and then past turn 4, you're going to be doing way more. And I don't know if there's any life gain shenanigans, but of course it can also shut that off. I don't think there's any life gain here. But still, I think the Sunspine Links will play a big part here because you don't really want to get to a late game scenario here against this Jeskai mid-range deck. You want to play a couple of creatures early, get your opponent low, then maybe if you can't kill them then, try to burn them out with cards like Cool But Rude and the Sunspine Links.
All right, talk to me about Brian's you talked about the sideboarding here. Talk to me about sorry.
Gavin's side of the matchup,
please.
yeah. No, all good. He's got the Beza in the sideboard. I think that's going to be a pretty important card here. Brian wants to play out a bunch of creatures, playing out a Beza, gaining some life, especially against something like Sunspine Links. That's an interesting interaction, but more interaction in cards like the Get Lost, possibly even the Pinnacle Star Cage, maybe the Pyroclasms. Just a lot of a little extra interaction, maybe even the Soul Guide Lanterns if you are concerned about the interaction with Bloodghast and Flamewake Phoenix in the deck. So a lot of options.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of graveyard use from the Rakdos rummaging, yet to be determined whether that is the worst angle of the deck or whether focusing on that is a trap and bait. So we'll see how that works out. We're going to give the players a moment to finish sideboarding and looking over each other's deck lists. While they do, I will remind you of our other upcoming event. We talked about Cincinnati, but after that, we will have SCG Con Washington, D.C., May 29th to the 31st. This will be the second of the U.S. Regional Championships happening in Washington, D.C., both of which qualify for Pro Tour Amsterdam. If you're in the area, if you're planning on playing the Regional Championship, or if you want to head down for some wonderful side events, you can head over to starcitygames.com/SCGCon for all the details on that event. You said you like your side of the matchup as Jeskai. Obviously, that game played out exactly how.
I mean, I didn't think it would go that smoothly.
Yeah, exactly how you would hope to draw it up, not how you would expect it to go.
Right.
How bad is it for the rummaging side. How badly did you beat Corey down in those games on Friday night? And did he have a chance?
We played a handful of games, and for this particular matchup, of course, it's a very small sample size, but it just felt really good because part of the issue here for these Rakdos decks is if you just put like a big flyer in the way and they don't have a removal spell, there's only one Bitter Triumph in the deck. If you just get a Quantum Riddler or a Shiko on the battlefield, it's just an excellent blocker against basically anything that this deck can play in terms of the creatures. So that was just really, really difficult. Then you have, of course, 4 copies of Seam Rip, which gets basically every single creature in this deck outside of the Flamewake Phoenix. And there's just a bunch of interaction. And these large dragons are really difficult to deal with. So I just think, on average, when these cards line up, you just kind of like the Jeskai midrange side of the matchup here.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Of course, Brian, probably more experienced with the Rakdos rummaging deck than Corey was. So,
oh man. He's not even here.
This is what he gets for getting to sleep in on daylight savings morning, okay?
Yeah, he is blessed.
We're here at 8:30 doing 3 rounds in a row. Corey is rolling out of bed at like 10, grabbing breakfast and coffee.
And we're from the West Coast too.
Yeah, no. He drove like 2 hours from Roanoke to get here. No, he can enjoy this roasting that I'm giving him.
Yeah, I smushed him like a bug.
So, Brian Zhang, very experienced with his deck, sitting at 9-2. Both players at 9-2 means that they have very little wiggle room at this point. A loss means that, especially in round 3 of the day with 3 more rounds to go, it's going to be a tough uphill battle. So would like to even things out here, but maybe not the end of their tournament even with a loss. So still very much things to play for. But for Gavin, feeling like he's in pretty great position. While we have a moment with the players still shuffling up, can you theorize for me the Jeskai midrange deck against Monogreen Landfall, considering that's the sort of bracket Gavin is going to find himself in as he picks up more matches? How do you expect that matchup to go?
Yeah, so, I mean, this is an interesting thing because we haven't really seen this version of just a Jeskai midrange deck too much. But I have to imagine that Gavin had one of those decks as something that's going to be a large part of the metagame. I think coming into this, you would have expected Izzet Lessons, Prowess, and Monogreen to be kind of the top decks in the event. So you needed to be kind of ready for that. So while I don't think anything just absolutely dominates the Monogreen Landfall deck, it's just been completely dominating this event, even when people kind of knew about the deck. So it would be foolish of me to say that this deck just completely crushes it, but I think it certainly has game, right? This deck's best draws, something like what we saw here, that's going to be tough even for a good mono green draw, right? Having access to Go Ninja Go as an interaction, 4 copies of Seam Rip to deal with all the cheap things, and a smattering of other instant speed interaction, along with a bunch of these flyers, could go a long way to help you win that matchup.
All right, well, the players are done sideboarding, and that means we are gearing up for Game 2. Top of your screen, Brian Zhang on Rakdos Rummaging. Down a game. It is not Game 3. We will try to get that fixed if possible. On the bottom, Gavin Perry on Jeskai Midrange, currently up a game. Keep from Brian, keep from Gavin, and that means we're off with a Bloodthorn Flail is starting things off.
A meticulous archive here for Gavin Perry. Not interested in the Aang. Perhaps has the other copy, or you could just have a Shiko in your hand and you're just interested in getting a permanent or a mana value of 3 or less in your graveyard to be able to get back with Shiko.
Right. Basic fear of missing out for Brian. That will discard a cool but rude.
Right.
So enchantment in the graveyard. Fear missing out. One of the big differences between this Rakdos Rummaging deck and a deck like Grixis Monument or Rakdos Monument that is more focused on Iron Shield Elf, this deck really tries to take advantage of fear of missing out.
Yeah. You get a lot more value. Getting Delirium is not that difficult in this style of deck. And yeah, if you notice too, by the way, Brian, deciding whether or not you wanted to equip right away. You can always wait on it. And if you play against a deck with, let's say, something like Lightning Helix, you might be interested in firing that off right away. But I think for the most part here, it's like you want to target so that you can get the Bloodghast into the graveyard. Because if Gavin kills this creature right away, all of a sudden you might not be able to get that Bloodghast in the yard and get it into play next turn.
Yeah, and I think that's a big nod to the 4 copies of Seam Rip in Gavin's deck, among other things.
Right.
Just ensuring that this Bloodghast is in the graveyard for your next turn. So that was Ashling Rekindled coming down for Gavin. That put Gwen Stacy in the graveyard. Notably, Gwen Stacy, of course, not that exciting. It's the Ghost Spider side that you're really interested in, but you can copy either side when you play Shiko. That's one of the combos, if you can call it that, in the deck.
Yeah, and that's extremely potent, right? You get a 5-mana, 4/5 flying vigilance creature, and then another flyer, a giant flyer on top of that. So, you know, solid thing to do on turn 2, but at the same time, if you can get it back into play, obviously you just get a huge air force going.
All right, so Brian Zhang is off. Cool but Rude comes down. Attack with the fear of missing out. Land the discard. So Bloodghast, Multiversal Passage, Cool but Rude in the graveyard means we are 3 out of 4 for Delirium, though the Bloodghast will leave should Brian play a land.
Yeah, so good aggressive start here for Brian Zhang. Given the discard of the Multiversal Passage, you have to imagine that Brian will be able to follow this up with a land for the turn, get that Bloodghast into play.
Now the question is, if you don't remove the Zashling, does Gavin just do it again?
Right. Do you have a Requiting Hex?
Starting town comes down. Bloodghast, return to the battlefield.
Just passes.
Says
All
go.
right.
Trigger.
Trigger.
No flip.
No flip. Has a 3-drop here then.
Requisition
Oh,
Raid.
Fear of Missing Out is an enchantment.
Sure is.
Oh, man. And I guess that's the cost of playing an enchantment in your deck. Bloodthorn Flail and Fear of Missing Out destroyed with the spree cost of Requisition Raid.
Look, you have to choose your poison, right? Because Fear of Missing Out, not the only enchantment. There was a Cool but Rude on the battlefield.
Right.
But the cost is big.
Right. You just play that card in your deck. Of course, you're not, Requisition Raid is not a super commonly played card. You see maybe 1, potentially 2, but you have seen a rise in the number of that card in recent Standard.
All right, for the first time today, we see Cool but Rude go to chapter level 2. That triggers discarding a Flamewake Phoenix, 2 damage to Gavin. Requiting Hex takes care of Ashling before the block, and that means Bloodghast gets 2 more damage across.
Yep. Does not play land for the turn here. Would love to find something like a Flail here to be able to put onto the Bloodghast, because then you would have a 4-power creature to then get that Flamewake Phoenix from the graveyard onto the battlefield.
2 cards in hand, could always gamble for it, but if he goes for the gamble, of course, would not be able to play the Flail and pay for the Phoenix return.
Yeah, and by gamble, you mean the Cool but Rude, of course, the final level there.
Yes.
One of the newer cards lets you search your library for a card and then discard a card at random.
For those who may not be old, that is literally a card called Gamble from Magic the Gathering history.
Yeah, I would give it maybe 25% of the field might know what Gamble is.
Okay.
I would say.
I think I would take the under.
You would take the under?
Yeah.
All right, that's fair.
We're old.
All right. Gavin, not quite as explosive of a hand here, but you have to be scared, especially if Gavin gets to 5 mana. That's when you can play cards like Shiko. And also, Gavin was at 10 and shocked down to 8 and passed, right? He does play a couple of Aang Swift Saviors, so probably representing that as the 3-mana spell here that he can play at instant speed.
Right. Brian's hand is, I believe, a Blood Crypt, a land that I cannot make out that I think might be a Verge, and a card that is not a land that was there the previous turn, which I thought might be Flamewake Phoenix, but I'm not sold on.
Right. Yeah, if he goes Flamewake Phoenix and Gavin does, in fact, have an Aang, that would be kind of a blowout here, as you could airbend one of the creatures and then block the other.
It might also be another Cool but Rude. I thought I just saw the glimpse of the sun on the right side of the card.
Yeah, I see 2 Blazemire Verges and a spell. That is a Cool but Rude.
All right, so Cool but Rude is the play. Now, you can let this resolve and then go for the Bloodghast if you have an Aang.
Right, and then Brian might just level this up as well, given that he's got the land in hand. And then before attacks is when you go for the Aang on the Bloodghast.
So, 2 mana.
Oh, just to get lost, sure.
Get lost.
Okay.
2 map tokens. Has played a land this turn, I believe.
Right. And this does give Brian the potential next turn to be able to turn that Bloodghast into a 4-power creature, which would then get that Flamewake Phoenix from the graveyard onto the battlefield.
Right.
All right, so Brian being quite methodical here. Of course, oh, wow. And a Burst Lightning. So Gavin keeping that life total high here. Can he play land number 5 into Shiko?
Yeah, oh.
2-drop.
Quantum Riddler, 2 cards.
For 2 cards. No go, Ninja, go.
Yeah, I was thinking about this because Gavin didn't need to shock the land if it was just the Get Lost being represented.
Right. He had 2 removal spells.
Right. So we see the Verge come down. Bloodghast comes back, as it tends to always do. Map token number 1. Response.
And Aang. Oh, man. So had both,
yeah,
possibly.
Had it all. Requiting Hex the draw from Brian. That is, you can go after your own Bloodghast, I believe.
Right. Yeah, okay.
But just replays it from the airbending zone.
Right.
Hits a land.
Hits a land. Kind of wanted to grow that thing.
And yeah, you see Brian head in hands because it does not feel good to be in this spot.
And was that the final map token?
That was the final map
so
token.
So it can't even attack into the Aang because you whiffed.
Correct.
Oh, man. All right.
So you pass. Gavin takes a full turn cycle of no damage, and there's a Quantum Riddler warp.
Right, with an Aang, which is also just a really solid blocker here. But look at this. Might not even be interested in playing. Oh,
there it is.
There is the Shiko into the Gwen Stacy.
Ghost Spider comes down. Flying Vigilance Haste. So already a great first slide. Whenever you play a land from exile or cast a spell from exile, put a +1/+1 counter on Ghost Spider. Remove 2 counters. Any kind, doesn't have to be +1/+1. Exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn.
Yeah, and now you just kind of have the issue where you have all these just giant, big, flying Vigilance creatures. You just can't even get through for damage anymore. And now Brian's going to have to see if he can maybe have a burn plan. Can he perhaps rip a couple of Sunspine Lynxes off the top? The first one would deal 6 damage to Gavin.
Right. The hand currently is Multiversal Passage and 2 cards we don't know.
Right.
So 1/3 of it is a pure whiff.
Now, if he would play the Lynx here, if he were to draw something, he would take 3 damage himself. Right. That would put himself down to 11. There's 10 damage in the skies.
Right.
So you actually have to kind of think about that as well. If you do have another non-basic land in your hand, probably don't want to play it.
And we have to think about Aang and Law as well.
Right. Yeah, that's 8 mana to flip. And remember,
2 Vigilance creatures.
Yeah, 2 Vigilance creatures. So you can attack with everything and then flip the Aang, which would turn it into a 5-power creature.
So that's 13?
That is an attack for 4, 8, 5, 13. You're absolutely correct. 1 short.
Yep. Hand, Flamewake Phoenix, Requiting Hex, which we knew about the previous turn.
Right.
Multiversal Passage. No targets for the Hex.
Yeah, and this is the awkward thing about something like a Requiting Hex. You kind of need it because Ashling is so powerful, but it's your only target.
Yep, it's the only target in the main deck at the very least, and looks like the sideboard as well. Maybe Wan Shitong, but that's not coming in this matchup most of the time, if ever.
I suppose you can also get Gwen Stacy if Gavin chooses to play it, yeah. Yeah, but this is a tough spot. I mean, I see a Flamewake Phoenix, but that's not going to do anything. Requiting Hex doesn't do anything. You just have no way to actually push through damage this turn.
You can't push through damage. Bloodghast can't block. So Flamewake Phoenix is your only...
Is this a second main phase Flamewake Phoenix to block?
Sure felt like it, but
he just
passes.
Okay. Kevin's like, okay, well, I'm just going to hit you for 10 here.
Attack with everything. So, 4-8. Gavin, pretty stocked situation here.
Yeah, still has that Quantum Riddler in exile as well.
2 mana.
Okay. Yeah, is there? Okay, so there's
a burst lightning that you can kick because you don't have to pay the mana cost, just the 4 kicker.
Oh, this deck is awesome.
All right, Requiting Hex, you blight it.
Oh, gain some life?
I don't think so because you have to blight the counter onto the Bloodghast.
Oh, and you're targeting the Bloodghast?
You have to target the Bloodghast. So if the target leaves,
right,
you don't get.
I mean, yeah, and this is still just a play out of desperation here, but Brian's just trying to see if he can gain the life here with the Blight on the Requiting Hex.
Right. Because the target will be gone, I don't think it can resolve.
Right.
That's 2 separate targets, so that will resolve anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's no other legal targets for the Requiting Hex other than the Bloodghast itself.
Correct. Ghost Spider, even though Gwen Stacy is a valid target, Ghost Spider has its own mana cost on the flip side because you can play it on either side.
Got it.
Which means it is a 5 mana value card on the back. And that is the fist bump. Everything is resolved, and Gavin Perry takes a clean but impressive 2-0 here with Jeskai Midrange against Rakdos Rummaging, now moving up to 10-2, Paul.
Yeah, this deck looks like pure value, right? Every single card just kind of enters the battlefield and gives you a little bit of value, right? When you look at something like a Momo deck, it's far more explosive, right? You have the potential to go Momo into double spell, but then you have those awkward draws where you have a Sage of the Skies. You saw the fail case there, right? In the previous round, we saw Joseph Puglisi just having the play as a 3-mana 2/3. In this deck, any creature you play is just great and gives you a bunch of value. And then as you just continue casting these cards, you just pull further and further ahead.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing when I look at Gavin's list compared to Joseph's is there's a lot more streamlined number of cards. There's 4 Shikos, right? There's 4 Quantum Riddler, 4 Ashling, instead of some number of Momos, 2 Nova Hellkites. Yes, those cards are all powerful, but this deck feels a bit more focused to me almost, and maybe that's the advantage. We do have a backup feature match for you. We are going to head right down to it and bring you more magic from round 12 here at Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. On the top of your screen, the King, Anthony Pepe, 11-0 undefeated on Monogreen Landfall. On the bottom, the potential next victim, Cody Colston, also on Monogreen Landfall. Turn 1, Escape Tunnel as your only land. On the other side, turn 1, Fabled Passage. So, nice, friendly, slow game here.
Yeah, until we see a turn 2 Badger Mole Cub.
That's not what we're talking about.
Okay, all right.
Turn 1, Paul.
Turn 1 was fair.
You're getting ahead of yourself.
Ooh, Cody.
Mismatch basics.
Yep, I noticed that as well.
Cody, buddy. We got to talk.
Yeah. That draw would have been a win for sure.
Yeah, that draw would have been a win. That Llanowar would have been a Badger Mole Cub.
There's just a lot of
cascading effects from mismatch basics. You really don't know how a small decision like that can derail your whole tournament. And there was a Badger Mole Cub in hand that he chose not to deploy here going for the Llanowar instead.
Right. All right, Anthony with, of course. Hey, look, this is how you're 11-0. Right?
Yep.
You kind of have all these starts. Your draws are always nice and consistent here. But Cody also with a very impressive record himself and is going to have access to Badger Mole Cup into 4 mana. So if he does have something like an Icehill Explorer,
which I think I saw in his hand,
that would be an incredible play here.
Yep.
And then you got the Escape Tunnel in the graveyard.
This is why you play the Llanowar Elf.
Yep.
Sapling Nursery to the yard. So, while the players take a second to do the nonsense that we've seen Monogreen Landfall do so many times, I want to talk about Cody's deck because Cody is the first Monogreen deck we're seeing today that has strayed a bit from the old tried and true classic. 2 copies of Leatherhead in the main deck, 2 copies of Mikey and Leo in the main deck, not going for Michelangelo weirdness to 11, but still a bit of an updated version here, somewhere in the middle ground of the 2.
And also, I mean, the big thing here is 4 main deck copies of Mossborn Hydra. Cody was wanting to beat the Mirror coming into this because that is the card that we've seen just decide games in the Mirror, right? It's just so huge and it's so difficult to interact with. And by playing 4 in the main, there's going to be some matchups where it's going to be pretty bad. You play against an Izzet Lessons deck, you're just spending 3 mana, it's a 1-1, it's just going to die. But in a matchup like this, that could be the make or break card.
Right. This is where you really get paid off for it. Hasn't found one or played it yet, but plenty of time to go. On the other side, I see a second Bossing Say and 2 copies of Sapling Nursery. Not ideal when you don't have any one forest, sitting in the creature zone. A second one fetch now from Fabled Passage, and this is the classic trick that we've seen so many times. There's 2 Ice-Tail Explorer mill triggers on the stack that you resolve both after your fetch. Paul, why do players do that?
Yeah, so this way you get to just kind of, first of all, you just make sure you get the land, and then you can just kind of like thin out your deck a bit as well. So those are just multiple things to consider with the Ice-Tail Explorer. I will say, I mean, play draw here is just so big. Both players have basically identical draws, but you just have to like Cody's side here, right? He's the one who's the first person to have access to all this additional mana. So if he's the one who gets the Mightform Harmonizer in play here, he's the first one with Sapling Nursery. He's the one who can get additional damage through when he wants and when he can.
I mean, we saw the flip side of this 2 rounds ago with Anthony Pepe against Neil Estrada, where Anthony was the one on the play, and even though they had very similar starts for the first few turns, turn 3, Anthony completely changed things. Now, very similar story. Turns 1 and 2, very similar, very much the same. Turn 3, Cody gets to be the one that explodes onto the board.
Right.
Or turn 4 here, in that whatever case it may be. It's so hard to tell what turn we're on when there's 8 million permanents on the board.
This deck will certainly do that, especially with Ice-Tail Explorer here. If you like a deck that likes to resolve a lot of triggers, well, this is the deck for you.
Right. And if you like a deck that isn't here in the feature match area in round 12, may I suggest Boros Dragons?
God, the Boros Dragon Shade. They're not even here to defend themselves,
Love
Monty.
finds a way.
Yeah.
And for me, it's love to hate, you know?
Love to hate, fair enough.
It's in my heart.
Okay.
All right, so Earthbender Ascension came down, and we are seeing Ice-Tail Explorer do Ice-Tail Explorer things.
We're seeing lots of triggers here. Earthbender Ascension. And we still have access to 4 mana here. Another Ice-Tail Explorer here. Wow, this is just so many resources here. Now we have Earthbender Ascension online. We have double Ice-Tail Explorers for all of these escape tunnels. This Chocobo is going to get out of hand here. A lot of the other creatures are going to get out of hand here. So Anthony has a lot to kind of fight through to be able to not only survive the damage coming in, but also try to figure out how to turn it around for him.
Yeah, the board state is out of hand, the creatures are out of hand, the counters are out of hand. Everything is out of hand.
Yeah, we're going to be looking for, you know, he's got his own Mossborn Hydra. It's just a one of, though, right? But you do have 2 copies of Archdruid's Charm, which you can use to search for the Mossborn Hydra while also killing the Earthbender Ascension. I think even with Earthbender Ascension, you kind of get the value already. When it's on 4 with 2 Ice-Tail Explorers in play, you still want to kill that card.
Right.
So that's a mode that you might be interested in using just to kill the Ascension.
So just going back and forth here.
Yeah, these turns can take some time.
Look, and Anthony, credit to him, he's been doing this to people for 12 rounds now. Right? I think it's reasonable for it to be done for him here.
Right.
And for him to just have to sit through one of these turns for a while.
Right. All right, so 5 damage does get in here off the Badgermole Cub. All right, Anthony, ball in your court now. What you got here? You got access to 7 mana at least, along with the Ice-Tail Explorer in play.
Second Ice-Tail Explorer in hand, 2 Sapling Nurseries is the awkward part of this hand.
Yeah, with 2 Bossing Says in play.
Right.
I suppose you could technically still play it, right? It would cost 6 mana because you have 1 forest in play, and then with Fabled Passage in the graveyard, you have the ability to get 4 3/4 tokens in play with that Fabled Passage in the graveyard.
Right.
Oh, there's 2 forests in play,
right.
Sure. So, yeah, I mean, you can still do it here. It's a little bit awkward, but it does give you the ability to get lots of power and toughness in play here.
Right. The big thing right now for Anthony is there's no Mossborn Hydra and there's no Harmonizer. So, yes, double Ice-Till Explorer with Earthbender Ascension and Fetch Lands is going absolutely ham on the board. All of that is happening. But I'm trying to find the silver lining. Things aren't going double.
Right. It's more for Anthony. It's, can I set up a nice turn here where I just can at least stay alive here? And yeah, actually getting the Earthbender Ascension going here too, allow you to get the Forest.
Right.
And it's not a large tax on your mana because you, of course, put counters on a land with the Badger Mole Cub in play.
Right. And Badger Mole Cub plus getting the Forest means that you're getting essentially 2 mana back from this if you are using it for the Sapling Nursery.
That's right. Yeah, 3 Forests in play now, so the Nursery would cost 4 mana. Also an Ice-Till Explorer in hand here for Anthony, but I think if you play that, you can't play the Nursery, and you're going to be facing a lot of damage next turn with that Earthbender Ascension on 4, with double Ice-Till Explorer and a fetchable land in the graveyard.
Now, one thing I think the player is confirmed with the judge earlier with Earthbender Ascension is, look, this has 4 quest counters on it. Part of resolving the trigger is adding a quest counter to it, but
you don't have to. The thing is, it doesn't. Yeah, there's no way to remove counters from Ascension,
Right.
and adding extra counters doesn't functionally change what the card
Right,
does.
so
you just keep it on 4.
Am I allowed to do this without it being considered that I'm not resolving my triggers properly or
Right.
missing something? Because it really is a pain to have to manage all of these dice already and one more on a card that really doesn't matter.
Yeah, you're effectively kind of wasting time by doing so.
So out of respect to each other, out of respect for the tournament's time and whatever, we just ensure that, hey, Judge, I'm confirming this is an okay thing to do, especially on camera here for the viewership experience, and it is.
All right, Sapling Nursery does hit the battlefield here. We are now playing a land off the Ice-Till Explorer, so Tree Folk number 1.
Yep, of many.
Of many. We get a Ice-Till Explorer trigger, I imagine. Oh, but on the stack. Sure.
Get a Forest. So, 2 mill triggers, 1 more Tree Folk.
Yeah, it's more relevant when you have a card like Esper Origins in your deck. By getting a deforest, you thin out your deck for a forest, and then if that increases the chances of milling the Esper Origins. When you don't have it, it's not quite as important.
Right. It's really as long as the numbers of forests in the deck is not reaching a point where you're worried of not being able to find a forest.
Yes.
Which is, I assume, you get into the habit of doing that.
Yeah.
I believe that's a Keen-Eyed Curator, a 2 of in Anthony's main deck.
Not particularly great here, obviously.
Not
with
the matchup.
Yeah, you got the Ice-Till Explorers, but still, I mean, there's just so many lands in Cody's graveyard, it's not going to do enough.
Right. But what I was saying is, as long as you're not in that territory, it really doesn't matter unless you're specifically looking for Esper Origins.
Oh, did Anthony miss some triggers on the Earthbender Ascension, or are we just counting how many lands have been played?
Yeah.
Because I think he was doing a bunch of game actions, but I don't know that he was manually increasing the landfall triggers on the Earthbender Ascension.
Yeah, we'll just let the players resolve this.
Sure.
As they talk to a judge about it. We'll talk about the fact that there's a second Sapling Nursery in Anthony's hand. So I think if he's able to survive through this turn without dying, his 2 Ice-Till Explorer Sapling Nursery hand will absolutely be able to overcome double Ice-Till double Sapling hand. Will be able to beat Cody's double Ice-Till board.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Now, Cody does have a great top deck here. If you can find just Mightform Harmonizer off the top, that's probably the game, right?
Correct.
You can play, what, a fetch land 3 times out of the graveyard with the Ice-Till Explorer plus the Mightform Harmonizer. I mean, that's... I'm not even going to do the math this time, Monty, but it's going to be hundreds of damage.
But... hold on, let's actually have this conversation.
All right.
7 forests in play, at least 2 in the yard, 13 total in the deck.
Right.
I don't know how many are in the yard. He's counting. Do it for us, Cody. Come on. Show.
There's 13, but there's 1 in the graveyard.
There's 2 in the graveyard.
There's 2 in the graveyard. I guess we could maybe get to the point where we do run out of forests.
Unblockable.
Oh, at 15.
I think. Or Oh, no.
No,
Sorry.
he just
okay. Not.
Did he not fetch a forest?
No, he did make unblockable. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. He doesn't quite have enough damage here, right?
He's just making 3 things unblockable. That should be enough.
So, well, yeah, you can only target 2 power creatures, but then, of course, you can start adding counters to it as well.
Right.
So 6 landfall triggers is 6 damage.
Yeah.
Plus 4 from the Ice Tail Explorers.
Yeah.
Right? So that would be a total of 10 damage going through that's unblockable?
Sure.
I guess you can make one more thing. No. You don't want to play another Escape Tunnel and make another thing unblockable because then you miss out on a landfall trigger.
Right. Well, look, Cody has a game plan in mind. At the end of this turn, either this game plan will have paid off or not paid off, and we will judge it on its merits.
We will see. Some amount of damage we'll be getting through here. I think this is not a lethal attack this turn, but probably a lethal attack over the course of the next 2 turns, right? Because you still have the Escape Tunnel in the graveyard, right? So you make one Ice Tail Explorer unblockable, play a bunch of lands, hit you for 6 or 7 damage, something along those lines, and then on the next turn you can do it again by targeting another one of your creatures.
Right. I do not like adding a counter to another Explorer here, because that is a creature you can't make unblockable with another Forest God.
Right. Another Forest God. I suppose you can target still the other forest. There's a 2/2 forest.
Right. Another Ice Tail Explorer.
All right. Okay, well, I guess you can target that on the following turn.
Okay, removing
Escape Tunnel. Oh, right. There is the Keen Eye Curator, so you might want to just play one of those if you have another one in the graveyard and then not activate it for the next turn.
Right. That was the only mana available from Pepe.
So does that mean that the Ice Tail Explorer on the top left, the 3-power one, is that one also unblockable? Put a counter on that thing. I imagine you want to be putting counters on all the unblockable creatures. Maybe.
For those at home who can't see us in the booth, I'm just shrugging and just letting Cody resolve this nonsense.
Right. So this is 7 potential damage.
Right.
We have another land coming in, so that's another Earthbender Ascension trigger.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, and of course the Chocobo is also gigantic.
It's just been growing.
Yeah, but
probably has trample.
It does have trample. So we have lots of toughness here, though, from Anthony's side. So might be able to block through the Chocobo. That was a lot of mill triggers.
Yeah, there sure was. Anthony's happy with how it was resolved.
Okay,
so,
all right.
Giddy up, cowboy.
Now, is this enough? It might be, given that the Chocobo presumably also got a +1/+1 counter from the Earthbender Ascension, because if it did, it would have trample. But we don't know. We don't know if one of those +1/+1 counters was from Landfall or from the Earthbender Ascension.
Daylight savings, Paul. No.
He's like, you know what? Whatever. We'll let them figure it out.
There is going to be a life total change at the end of this combat step. And if it is not 0, great. If it's 0, next game.
Yeah? Well, we shall see. Okay, so... Okay, this block is telling me that at least one counter from the Ascension went on the Chocobo, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, all right.
It would be...
4, 8, 12 damage.
It would be flabbergasting if the Chocobo didn't have trample at the end of all of this.
Okay, so 12 damage from the Chocobo. That's 4 damage coming through. The creatures on the left are unblockable. That's at least 12 damage coming through. Anthony is at 15, so that's not quite lethal. Does the Badger Mole Cub, did that one also get an Ascension? Because if it did, that would be lethal. Because
3!
3?
3.
Okay, so Badger Mole Cub did not get an Earthbender Ascension
Sure. Yeah.
counter.
3. Great.
Yeah, I wonder if you were supposed to actually make the Badger Mole Cub also trample.
Probably.
Right? Instead of the Ice Tail Explorer. Money's so off this. Okay. And now, I mean, Anthony's...
Paul, this turn is about to be 1,000,000 hours long. Keen Eye Curator is live. All the escape tunnels can go. We're going to get 1 million sapling nursery tokens.
Right.
We're not done.
Okay. So the question now is there a world where Anthony can somehow turn it around and win this turn? He doesn't have any way to grow his creatures, right?
He has an Earthbender Ascension that will be online.
Oh, he does.
Quickly.
He does. Okay. But he only has one Ice Tail Explorer?
What are all these mills coming from?
There's 3 Ice Tail Explorers. Oh, the 2 lands died and then they came back.
Oh.
All right. Okay. So there is a real question. Like, does Cody actually have forest to fetch anymore at this point? So
I forgot about Earthbend.
Yes, the Earthbend lands did come back here. All right, Anthony, it is now your turn. You survived that 10-minute turn from Cody. The thing is, remember, there is an escape tunnel in the graveyard, but there is a Keen Eye Curator. So if you just get the escape tunnels off the battlefield, do you still have enough because you have a second sapling nursery in play, or you have a second one in hand, so you can probably put together enough power and toughness to block. But I mean, that Chocobo is also gigantic.
Anthony doing the land count math. That's
Right.
step 1. Step 2, you get rid of all of the escape tunnels.
Right.
Step 3, something. Step 4, profit, maybe?
Yeah, we'll go with maybe.
Yeah.
We'll go with maybe. Yeah, but I think, of course, you have to exile all the escape tunnels if you don't have the ability to win this turn. If you had, certainly if you had something like a Mightform Harmonizer plus the Earthbender Ascension in play, you could probably find something to be able to get through for lethal. We'll see. 3 mana. Okay.
I do not believe that we are going to see lethal from Anthony this game.
Right. Yeah. I mean, especially.
Sorry, this turn.
Yeah.
I do believe that Anthony is going to get the board state to a position where he cannot lose on Cody's turn.
Well, he can put 8 sapling tokens into play, right, because of the Fabled Passage and the Ice Tail Explorer.
There's another Ice Tail in hand.
There is another Ice Tail in
Correct.
hand. Sure. Okay, so yeah, he can have, I mean, tons and tons of toughness available here, but still needs to use some amount of that mana to get rid of all the escape tunnels in the graveyard.
Correct. We talked about Keen Eye Curator not being ideal in this matchup like 15 minutes ago, aka last turn. Now, I feel like it might be the most important card in the current board state.
Right.
And that's Magic, folks.
Yeah, Cody made a really aggressive attack there. I wonder if there's maybe now that the dust has been settled, you know, was there some merit to just keeping one escape tunnel in play for the following turn, right? Given the fact that there's a Keen Eye Curator on the battlefield.
Look, I know it's on him to be aware of it, but do you think Corey had worked out every permutation of every block and math of that combat?
It's tough. It's definitely tough.
Look, I'm trying. I haven't just given up here.
Right.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
It's really hard.
And you're a numbers guy.
I am a numbers guy.
But this is a lot.
This is a lot.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so the Tree Folk army continues here. Earthbender Ascension, we got so many counters. Man, I wonder if Cody got his draw from the mirror. Because if you have a mirror match where both sides don't have the Harmonizer going, you get stuff like this.
Right. I very much believe that is the case that Cody drew in the mirror. I think that given that we're about halfway into the round in an unresolved game 1, it's entirely possible we get another draw in the mirror here,
right,
which is totally fine for Anthony at 11-0.
Yes,
he's
absolutely.
Realistically looking at potentially the next 2 to 3 rounds being intentional draws anyways.
Sure.
For Cody, that's not great.
Right.
That is not in a position that
it's as good as a loss, basically,
right,
given his record.
All right, escape tunnels all gone.
Yeah, all 4.
All 4.
So do not have to worry about that. Now, if you're on Cody's side, it's can I find a Mightform Harmonizer maybe, right?
3 forests in the yard, 9 in play. There is 1 forest left in the deck.
Okay, 1 forest left in the deck here, so certainly can't fetch. You can still, of course, just play whatever lands you have in the graveyard, but you might not be able to get the double landfall triggers off of the cards in the graveyard here.
chat saying that there is a Boros Dragons versus Momo matchup happening on camera in Turin, and that explains why everyone's watching us instead. They just gave me the fodder.
Chat, don't enable him. Don't enable him, please. We're trying to follow this board here.
Yeah, we're doing such a great job of it.
We are, yeah, just incredible here.
All right, so back we go.
All right, a million things in play, no escape tunnels. Cody will not be able to find a good attack here unless...
That is Mikey and Leo.
Mikey and Leo. Okay, so that'll find you another card if you
One
can
card draw.
Yeah, one card drawn here. Play a land out of the graveyard. It might just be like a Bossing Say or something.
The forest would need to start. I don't think there is a Bossing Say in the yard.
I think I saw one.
Okay.
He's milled so many cards, I'd be shocked if he didn't have one.
Yeah, I would kind of be shocked if Anthony didn't exile it, but that is reasonable both ways.
I don't think the issue is I don't really think Bossing Say even matters given this board, so I don't think Anthony cares if there is a Bossing Say in the graveyard, given that he's got an army of tree tokens in play. All right, here we go. What do you find off of Mikey and Leo? Again, I think My Form Harmonizer might be able to get it done. I mean, it will absolutely get it done, actually, given the triple Ice Till Explorers in play.
All right, there's the
3
last
more
forest.
mills. Okay.
There are no fetchable lands left in the deck.
Right. You can only just play the lands in the graveyard.
Yeah.
Still has at least 3 lands. Okay, just playing a land here.
3 more mills.
Okay, 3 more. Is he going to deck himself? Okay. So 2 big tramplers, 3 cards being milled.
Cards in deck that look like 6.
Right.
That did not look like double digits.
Right. And the thing is, there's just so much toughness still on Anthony's side. This is just probably not enough, right? I mean, there's 8 Tree Folk. That's 32 toughness in play.
Yeah.
The Chocobo's currently at 17 power, and the Badgermole Cub's at 6.
Like, the only question that it becomes is this 32 is coming in chunks. How do you split it? But that's a problem for Anthony. Math is for blockers. And apparently casters. Good luck, Paul Chia. Take it away.
This is a desperation tech. The one nice thing about this is Cody does not actually have any instant speed removal. So if Anthony took a look at the list here, because it is now day 2, doesn't have to be worried about something like an Archdruid's Charm messing up the math with the blocks, right? I only see Earthbender Ascension and Sapling Nursery as non-creature spells here. So you just need to make sure you put enough things in the way here. Nothing else tramples. There's no instant speed way to put a land into play either. So Anthony just needs to make the right blocks, and then he can swing back next turn for probably lethal given all these trees.
All right.
I said probably.
Paul, I'm sorry to say that the round is ending in real time.
Oh, come on.
So
we had to see how that ends.
So we're going to come back to us, and we're going to tell you that the match does end in a result.
Okay.
Anthony Pepe wins the match 2-1.
Of course he did.
So
I bet he won that game.
Almost certainly.
Yeah.
So sorry to do this, but the next round of Magic is going to start. Paul and I are going to go drink some water and try to rack our brains about what we just saw. On the other side of this short break, we're going to have Corey and Jim Davis for the first time today to bring you 2 rounds of Magic. Don't go anywhere. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Magic Spotlight will continue after the short break.
everyone. Welcome back to coverage here of Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in now beautiful Richmond, Virginia. Much better weather than the last time we were here, huh, Jim?
It is so nice outside. I don't want to go home to snow.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a perfect day to stay inside and watch a Magic tournament. I'm Corey Baumeister. That's the one and only Jim Davis. Jim, we're heading into round 13. Tournament's really heating up. What are you looking forward to today?
Teenage Mutant. You got to start off somewhere, you know? I mean, so this has been, if for all the folks out there who want to see some Turtles cards, want to see some cool brews, today so far has been the day of the established deck saying, hey, we're established for a reason. You know, Landfall, Lessons, Prowess, a lot of that at the top tables. So there are still a few rounds left. There's still a chance for some of these X2 players, the really, really cool decks, kind of come up and usurp the top decks, but we're going to find out if that happens or not.
It really did feel like a weekend where it was going to be the no-nonsense decks that were going to do well. Is it Prowess, Monogreen, Landfall? Those are no-nonsense decks. They kill you quick, and they don't care about your cool new cards, that's for sure. So let's take a look at the standings and see who is in the hunt with 3 rounds left to make it to our elimination rounds here a little bit later in the day. I know we have one undefeated player, I believe. Yep, we got Anthony Pepe here up top at 12-0. And let's see what the rest we got here. We got Ross Merriam in 4th place. Jesse Peland in 3rd place. We see him around all the time. Any other big standouts?
Yeah, Neil Estrada keeps the run going. Unfortunately, taking 2 losses today. Was one of our undefeated players. But still in the hunt. 12-0 just the top of standings. Anthony is just crushing. And this kind of creates some weird scenarios where Anthony's already played everyone with a good record, so now you get these weird pair downs where he has to play against a player who's X2, and it's definitely some weird pairings. But
is he locked with 3 rounds left? Probably.
It's a smaller event. I don't want to say yes and have some, I don't want to curse Anthony.
Yeah.
But it's looking very, very good.
Because even if you lose 2, I mean, you're going to have insane breakers and you can probably draw. So it's looking pretty good. So we'll be keeping an eye on Anthony, but I have a feeling we'll be seeing a lot of him later. We got, of course, in 14th place, Corey Burkhardt, a mainstay here to this event, playing Simic Rhythm as well. Let's take a look at the next page, see what we got going on here. Any big names that we got here? Any big storylines from the decks?
Yeah, Kellen Pastor, fantastic player.
Yes.
I played against Kellen in the finals of an Open once, and he has a lot of Pro Tour success as well. John Clark, there you go. I mean, just always hanging out in the standings. And these players are all X and 3. This is, these players can win out. And, maybe, hopefully, if tiebreakers go your way, might sneak a few in. But, these players are still playing for a bunch of pre-prizes and Ray Chromos.
I also played against Kellen in my win-in for the biggest tournament I won, the only invitational I won. And, he is a tough opponent, that's for sure. I played him a lot. So let's start it off. We are going to pivot into our feature match area. We're going to start with Ross Merriam's list here. He's going to be one of our main features, playing Izzet Prowess. I mean, hey, the deck's doing really well here. Walk us through his specific version. Yeah,
I love seeing Ross back in action. I watched him play the last feature match in the last round of a day yesterday. And Ross, Izzet Prowess, nothing too crazy here. This is kind of what the deck does. There's definitely some flex slots here as far as Drake Hatcher, Secret Identity, how many Wild Rides you want to play. Ross opting for 1 Hatcher and 1 Wild Ride. And then, it's really just that deck doing the thing, playing Prowess threats and just trying to kill your opponent fast.
All right, and Ross's opponent is going to be Kellen, and they are in an Izzet Prowess mirror here. Well, when a deck does so well, you're going to start playing against them here at the later stages of the tournament. They're both X and 2, so they're at the stage where they still kind of have to win 2 rounds in a row. So this is part 1 of the double win-ins here between these 2 players. Any big differences here with Kellen's list?
Mostly just the flex spots kind of floating around. Kellen has 2 Drake Hatchers and 2 Wild Rides, a little bit lesser on the bounce. Lesser on the bounce. Ross has 3 Floodmaw and Kellen has 2. And then Ross has 3 Secret Identities and Kellen has 2. So Kellen a little heavier on threats, a little heavier on the explosiveness of Wild Ride, a little lighter on the interaction, but for the most part, extremely similar lists.
Yeah, very much so. I know Ross was saying he really wanted to be into the flood mine on landfall lands from Cub and just tried to really attack that matchup in that direction. I did watch in the feature match area. Ross did fall to a Monogreen Landfall player, where he had more lands than the Landfall players in the final game. So you usually don't want to do that.
Yeah, for a deck playing 21 lands, that is not ideal.
Yeah, that is not ideal for sure. So, I mean, it's a mirror match. Pretty tough to put an advantage to either player here, huh?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking just very, very minor, and even the sideboards are very similar. Ross was saying that Eddie Mercrab has been absolutely phenomenal for him. but extremely similar list. We're talking about, 2 or 3 card difference in the main deck, 2 or 3 card difference in the sideboard. And these are not major fundamental differences. These are seasoned to taste, a little salt and pepper on top.
Yeah, absolutely. So players are sitting down in the feature match area. So we're going to jump on down and see what we got here for round number 13 here in Richmond, Virginia. All right, we got Kellen on the bottom. We got Ross Merriam up top, and Ross is playing down here to Kellen. So Kellen kind of maybe already really hoping for some good luck, having to win out here. It is a small event, but then Ross, of course, has a little bit more leeway and matches to give. Yeah,
and this is a great match. Going to be fireworks. This is definitely going to be a very fast matchup. These are both decks that really want to get out up front and don't play super well from behind.
Yes.
So kind of fireworks here. A fun way to start the day for us here in the booth.
Yeah, will be great. So Kellen looks like mulligan to 6. Ross here presumably on 7. And Kellen, we saw in the top 8 of Spotlight Spider-Man, where it was VV Central. And Kellen was not playing that. Was playing that Simic Ouroboros deck, which kind of went on to the World Championship to, not be a great choice. And then it evolved into Simic Rhythm after that weekend. But Kellen was one of the first people to have that Simic Ouroboros list, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, Kellen's likes aggressive decks.
Yeah.
Always kind of likes attacking, being aggressive, and really being on the forefront.
Yeah, scary player to play against, that's for sure. So sleight of hand from Kellen, and then like you were saying, Jim, starting with a prowess creature, night and day difference. And believe it or not, I finally got some of my cards at least on a feature match here. Those are my talents.
Ah, cool.
Finally.
Corey's talent on full display.
Exactly. Usually I'd just be bouncing them over and over and playing Quantum Riddlers, but whatever. Ross is seasoning to taste there.
Yeah, so Kellen having this slick shot to follow up the poor turn 1, that's the kind of big pickup you need. If you're going to be nickel and diming with small 1-power prowess creatures, missing one stinks.
Yes.
So slick shot's a big deal.
Shocking in a steam vent, sleight of hand found opt. Boomerang Basic sends Drakecatcher away, and let's see if that opt gets cast. Looks like it is not, so you know what that screams to me, right?
Secret identity?
We're protecting that slick shot show-off for sure.
Yeah, so Drakecatcher is very, very good in the mirror. It's resistant. Good morning, Jim.
You nailed it.
To burst lightning, and just a big threat that must be answered.
Whoa, fireworks indeed, though. Burst lightning number 1, secret identity, pretty face up, and then second burst lightning takes it down, followed by an opt, and we're going to get in here for 4. Great exchange for Ross.
Yeah, fantastic. And that's a good spot where your opponent's play is kind of face up, and you just have the answer. It feels great.
Oh, yeah. And a couple ops, mismatch ops. How do you feel about that?
Not well.
Not well at all.
Yeah.
Jim just eye-rolled, threw away Kellen's deck list here.
We've seen a lot of nice invasion ops this tournament. Those are not invasion ops.
Those are definitely not invasion op. That's okay. Ross's are, though, right?
Yes.
Those are gorgeous.
Although I will say I'm looking forward to the Mystical Archives coming back in the next Strixhaven set for Limited. So
I did like that stuff, yeah. And you can just tell, like, Ross has been playing forever, right? Like, he's been a mainstay to the SCG Tour back in the days. I'm sure you two have had plenty of feature matches.
A dinosaur, if you will.
Exactly. He is an incredibly accomplished player on the tour, has had some success at Pro Tours, but for the most part, dominated SCGs back in the day. And, Kellen kind of the same as well. But Ross knows his way around ops and sleight of hand and shuffles his cards extremely rough. So those ops and sleight of hands have been beat up over the years.
Oh, yeah, for sure. One day we'll have the technology to have, like, cards will have stats.
Yes.
So you'll click on your opt or you'll pick it out and it'll say you've cast me 4,942 times.
Yes.
You bottomed 245 times and topped this many times or whatever. That'd be really cool.
That would be cool. Just a stat to prove that, I'm always unlucky.
Yep.
Yeah.
Always bottom.
Stock up and then elusive otter, but man, that is not great. Ross has the creature advantage. Looks like has the cards in hand advantage and has the better creatures in play and is about to attack.
Yeah, and the life advantage, too, which is great. So this is what I said earlier, where it's kind of hard to come back at the second once you're behind. And, oh, boy, it's a great time for a slick shot show-off.
Slick shot coming down. Storm Chaser's talent. Prowess trigger number 1. And double thinking this. This is a classic, okay, how do I lose situation. Into the Flood Mod to get the Otter out of there. That's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's -5, so that's still 6 damage coming in, and a Drake is about to be hatched.
Yeah, that Otter's in hand, not in the graveyard. Kellen picked it up and put it in the graveyard with the, there we go, with the Flood Maw.
It's elusive.
No, it is very elusive. Slippery Otter.
Yep. Just going to all zones. Well, just top decked an Izzet Guildgate, so that can't be what Kellen needed, and that is a blistering fast game number 1 going to Mr. Merriam.
Yeah, and breaking serve there. Kellen was on the play.
Is this very much a play draw matchup? Like, you would think, 2 hyper-aggressive decks, but sometimes, like, that extra burst lightning that you can get to deal with the one prowess creature, like, it seems like Monogreen Landfall and Monogreen Landfall for sure play, right? Because there's not a lot of interaction. But a matchup like this where there's so much interaction, I remember back in the day, a Rakdos, Dark Confidant Mirror, people would choose the draw. Are we getting to that vein, or is it still just the play is so much more favored?
I think it's the play.
Okay.
Just full on.
Okay.
Like, I think that game, Kellen kind of lost the play by having sleight of hand turn 1 at a threat. So Kellen lost the play. Ross took it by having the 1-drop. And then Ross was able to deal with the slick shot show off cleanly, and then that kind of stole the play back.
Okay.
So I think the play is extremely important, and I think having a creature on turn 1 or a card that makes a creature.
Okie dokie. Well, let's start with Kellen Pastor's list. We got 1 Annull, 1 Draycatcher, 2 Eddie Merc Crabs, 1 Fire Magic, 2 Ral Crackling Wit, 2 Seer, 1 Slag Storm, 3 Soul Guide Lantern, 1 Spell Pierce, 1 Spell Snare.
So Hatcher Great in the mirror. It might be a good spot for Crabs. So Crab being a creature that is large, well-sized, and a great tempo play where you can tap your opponent's attackers and then come in for 5. It doesn't really die to a lot of their rule spells either. So Crab seems very, very nice. Hatcher seems very, very nice. And also, if players are going to bring in more removal spells and the game does slow down a little bit, the Crab looks great too.
Which is going to happen, right? Yep. Like, games do tend to slow down even in the Prowess Mirror.
Yeah, and then I think this is a spot where you will be sideboarding somewhat differently play draw. Okay. Where on the draw, you need to try and break serve. So a card like Torch the Tower or Seer, these are cards that can break serve, even like Fire Magic.
Okay.
Where Fire Magic doesn't kill everything if there's prowess things going on. But if, Ross were to have a big turn, you could tapped out, kill 2 Otters, that'd be phenomenal. So even just killing 1 Otter, for 1 damage to all your things, kill 1 Otter. So a card that might be better on the draw rather than the play.
Yeah, no, I think Fire Magic is a tricky card to deal with. We've seen it from Lessons, maybe not as much anymore, but the Iroh's demonstration that gets 1 or 2 Otters, it's like GG basically every time. So from Ross's side, we got some Crabs. Eddie Merck's here to join the party with 3 of those. 1 Fire Magic, 2 Ral Crackling Wit, 2 Seer, 3 Soul Guide Lantern, 2 Spell Pierce, 1 Spell Snare, 1 Torch the Tower. So pretty close. Yeah,
so Ross have a draw here. I think Ross is the one with taking a little more of a break serve kind of stance. Torch the Tower, Fire Magic, and that plays very well into the Crabs. Where if you have more spells in your deck, more removal spells in your deck, to the point where, I wonder if there's a world where you cut down on your slick shot show-offs and just, try and not play I'm going to play a slick shot and protect it and race you, and just say, I'm going to play a bunch of removal spells and mop up with Crabs. That's a possibility as well.
Okay, perfect. So, Jim, I want to throw a hypothetical at you, okay? So say I'm just sitting at home and I'm watching these 2 players and I'm like, oh my God, I'm actually the best Izzet Prowess player in the world. I live an hour away from Richmond. I didn't know about this tournament, though. Is there any way where Magic lovers can just learn about things like that?
Yeah, the newsletter. And I've been on this newsletter for over a decade. You'll learn all about events, big sales coming up, and honestly, just general news in the community. A lot of things happen in Magic. There's a Magic movie coming out, or a new set release, or a new secret lair, and this is the spot where you can get all of your news as well as your information about events. And again, sales are a great thing too. Don't want to miss a sale. Don't want to be like, oh man, I really want to buy those fetch lands, and there was a great sale and I missed it. So hop on over to starcitygames.com/newsletter and sign up. And the great thing is, I personally hate newsletters, but I've been on this one for over a decade because, it's 2 emails a week, and they're always very useful and informative. So you don't feel like you're getting spammed. You feel like you're getting good information into your mailbox right where you want it.
Yeah, absolutely. Newsletter is the place to go to get all your information. So check that out, my friends. And let's dive on down into the match here. Players are going to do some shuffling up. Well, they look at their hands. Let's maybe take a quick peek at one of our matches. All right, we got Philip up top. We got Will down below. Is it Lessons versus Monogreen Landfall? X and 2 players here.
It's a classic one. Yeah, Will looks pretty well set up here. A couple talents, or a trio of talents, I suppose. Yeah. And old Gran. She never goes away. Corey?
Yeah.
Me, and Nicole and Cassie and my son watched the first episode of Avatar: The Last
You
Airbender.
did?
Yep.
Did you enjoy it?
It was cool, yeah.
Okay.
Cassie liked it too, and Grand Ram was there. Spoiler alert in the first episode.
Exactly.
So we're looking forward to watching some more.
And spoiler alert, that's the last time you see her.
Really?
Basically, yeah.
Great.
All right, spoiler, everyone. But, hey, so Will, I have actually seen a decent amount around, like, had some great results. A pretty strong Magic player as well, and has the senior discount online right now, so this looks pretty solid.
Yeah, pretty good spot. And then Landfall, Scrap Shooter probably got one of his enchantments, but there are plenty left, of course. And not a ton going on. There's always the fear of that Harmonizer coming in, doubling up power with the Ascension in play, getting Trample, but just some finicky kind of Esper Origins happening here. So definitely favoring Will. Both these players are X and 2, like most of our players are, because our number one player is just knocking everybody out, you know? So
yeah. Just really taking the King of the Hill aspect there, and we do see our 12-0 player in the background there of Phillips. So still there, and I believe, playing a mono-green Landfall mirror as well. So I think he's played 3 Landfall mirrors today as well.
Yeah, claiming many victims in the mirror.
Yeah, incredible. All right, so big thanks here. All right, looks like our main match is ready to go. We'll keep an eye on this one. And Kellen on the play again, loses the play, as you were kind of saying, to that elusive Otter.
Is this the same game?
This looks exactly like the same game. Sorry, we're just replaying the same game for you.
Yeah, I mean, slick shot show off. Wow. Okay, so Ross going to pass here. So Ross not being. Oh, all right, this is a fun game. I love the slick shot show off waiting game.
Yeah.
You plot 2 show offs and say, I dare you to tap out.
Yeah.
I double dog dare you.
I absolutely hate it because I am never the show off. I basically never play slick shot decks unless I'm, prepping for an event or whatever. But, like, if I want to play a tournament, Prowess usually not my style. But every single time I leave up mana for removal spell, they're like, ooh, what if I don't? And then I just destroy you in 2 turns, so.
Yeah, the plot ability really cool on this card. Very, very well-designed card. And Ross not doing much here. Ross just attacking it, and that's kind of the issue of leaving up interaction in this Prowess deck is when you play a spell on your opponent's turn, you're not getting that Prowess bonus.
Yep, that is so true. So clearly just reactive spells from Ross. Like I would imagine his hand is full of Burst Lightnings, ways to protect your creature, secret identity, that kind of thing. That looks risky to me, isn't it?
I mean, I think that this is Kellen saying, I want you to play 2 spells and tap out.
Yeah, and then you're going to die.
Right. You want to save your Otter, go ahead. Make me look foolish for using this Burst Lightning, and then I'll make you look foolish for tapping out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I can imagine, like we were saying, Ross's deck being more spell-heavy, more focused on bigger threats and less small threats and more interaction on the draw, and that's really playing into Kellen's slick shots here.
Yeah, I was like, do you cut creatures? Probably not, but you probably get those 3 into the Flood Moths out of there immediately, huh? But they also kill Otters, so it's not terrible.
I think removing show-off on the draw isn't crazy. If you want to remove the show-offs and remove the secret identities and try and remove that kind of, like, combo-y aspect of your deck, maybe Wild Ride also, and just play a bunch of removal and these crabs.
Yeah, I mean, hey, chat was agreeing with you. They say slick shot not great in the mirror, and hey, makes sense. Good play card, not so great on the draw. I could buy that.
All right, if chat's saying that, I completely changed my tune here.
Yeah.
Slick shot must be great in the mirror.
Keep all slick shots in. Actually board in a 5th, right?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, chat. All right, opt at end step.
Love it.
What I'm not loving is Kellen's lands here. They're upside down. There's mana sources. They're, a solid 20 degrees turn. Not a fan.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I don't know how many lands he has. All right, now 6. I can see it now.
Yeah, so this is great. The patience here from Kellen. It's definitely kind of a fireworksy aggressive matchup until players have the proper interaction, and then kind of this pacing is really important. So Kellen showing good understanding of the matchup, not in a rush. Ross is a crab too. It's a little more expensive.
It's a pinchy fight. Yeah, that is an expensive crab, that is for sure. So Boomerang Basics to get the crab back, draw a card, another island off the top. So it looks like both these players are a little flooded. Very safe to just have, the crab get cast on your opponent's turn. Not a lot of counter spells for it, if any, right?
Yeah, there aren't a lot of answers to the crab, period. There's Seer and Burst Lightning deal 4. That's really it. There's got to be some kind of tag team here, or, of course, just crab versus crab.
They are really, taking this mirror match to heart as they are copying each other.
It's funny because they are, except for the fact there's 2 slick shots show off, just like,
Yeah.
just hanging out, just waiting for their chance to shine.
Well, no, they've been torched the tower, right? They're in the exile zone, right?
Oh,
right?
no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, God.
They are plotting.
They're in the scary zone.
They are plotting,
Yeah.
plotting.
They're just waiting menacingly.
Yes.
And I mean, if I'm Ross, I'm looking at that as his hand is weak too. Because, like, if you have 2 secret identities and a burst lightning and an opt, you're playing them, you know? Like,
Right.
So I would think Kellen is really waiting to find a stock up, start trying to go a little bit bigger, and then play these slick shot shots when you got 3 or 4 spells and maybe 1 secret identity.
Yeah, cool to see the pacing. You know, seeing both players having a really good understanding of, like, hey, what is this game about? Last game was about fireworks. Last game was about players kind of getting in, aggressive, kill stuff, attack. This game's not about that, you know, kind of due to the both players not drawing many threats, these slick shots plotting along, and, of course, both players having crabs, too.
Yep. So we know Ross Merriam still has an Eddie Merc in hand with 3 spells, so 4 mana crab on the table.
Great patience from both players.
Beginning of combat, I would assume. Crab gets tapped down. It worked last turn. Let's do it again here. Boomerang basics. Get that little bit of value.
It's Groundhog Day, folks.
Yeah, no kidding. The crab saw his shadow? Is that kind of what you're saying? Or
Didn't? Or
I
don't know how Groundhog Day works.
Me neither. All I know is winter lasts forever here in Virginia. All right, Eddie Merc coming on down, tapping the otter, tapping the crab for the 15th time this game. There's a lot of pinching going on here in the feature match area here in Richmond, Virginia.
Yeah, Eddie Merc Crab's a really good card. Of course,
Yes.
you know, it's been legal in Standard for quite a while now. Hasn't really found a home. And now it's found multiple homes.
Yeah.
Izzet Spellementals, here of a sideboard of the Izzet Prowess deck.
I mean, it was one of my favorite decks ever, the Simic Bean Crab decks.
Oh, yeah.
That was so good.
That deck was cool.
It was so fun to play.
Yeah, pay our respects to up the Beanstalk, which would still be legal.
It sure would be.
Because Wilds of Eldraine's still legal.
Do you think it'd be good?
Yeah.
You think it'd still be really good?
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of home it would have, but never mind what we're talking about because it is time to show off. Both of them are in play. We have 1 Prowess trigger on the stack, and this is going to be the turn that determines this game.
Yeah, Kellen says it's go time. Let's see how Ross feels about that.
All right.
Just an opt.
Let's just start with an opt.
Yeah.
As one does. You start with an opt, figure it out later. And this is probably Ross saying, hey, I have a little bit of removal, but I need to have
crab?
a lot of removal.
Oh.
Fire Magic for 2. Pyroclasm at instant speed. Secret Identity can boost one of them up, but man, this Fire Magic is going to be incredible. So now that really forced Kellen into this weird spot where Fire Magic was the perfect card because if you aim at the Burst Lightning
Oh,
first,
my God, it's everything.
Oh, my goodness. The crab has been seared. Time for a lobster dinner here for Ross.
Wow, yeah, so Ross lined everything up perfectly. Kellen took the bait and just got shellacked.
I mean, there's 1 Fire Magic. Sure, it's open deckless, but, like, how do you really play around that? And now this game might just be over. That Fire Magic was basically like a clean 3-for-1.
Yeah, and now, without these slick shots in the plot zone, there's no reason to kind of play this slower pace. You know, I'm going to wait and see what's up.
Yeah.
Now Ross can just go full on, has a lot of mana to use the talent, has the threats in play. Kellen is depleted. Ross smells blood in the water and smells possibly an 11-2 start to this tournament.
Absolutely, and when you have this much mana and you're not facing down an immediate threat of 2 slick shots in the plot zone, now you just get to do this. Tap out every turn, essentially, with bounce the talent, level it up, get Boomerang Basic, bounce the talent. Looks like Ross is going for the basics on the crab. Now it's almost assuredly a 2-mana crab. Is that the first Boomerang Basic on an Eddie Merc crab we've seen this game?
I don't know. I don't know where I am. I don't know who I am.
Okay.
I don't know what day it is.
Gotcha.
It's just crabs and boomerangs all the time. Wake up, have breakfast, crab boomerang.
Yeah.
Have lunch, crab boomerang.
Exactly. You want to get some crab for lunch?
Crab boomerang.
Okay, cool. And looking at the graveyard, just probably at the stage of Kellen's like, where did I go wrong? And Ross is at the stage of, okay, let's not screw this up. I see one Boomerang Basics in hand, a land, and I think an Into the Flood Maw.
I think Cal went wrong with these, like, 10-degree, 25-degree, partially tapped lands left and right.
It's been driving me crazy, but I didn't want to keep harping on it. But yes.
I'll do it.
Okay, thank you, Jim. That is your role. You're the expert role. You need to be an expert when it comes to tapping your lands.
Yep.
I'm a clean, absolutely turn them to the side fully, like
0 or 90.
Exactly. And the Crab finally connected. Storm Chaser's talent is up. Boomerang Basics is back. Some interaction is found, and that's a Spell Pierce off the top, and Ross Merriam advances to 11-2, and next round, almost assuredly playing that win in. With this being a little bit more of a small tournament, it was that kind of X2-1 that made it in Milwaukee, and this, that was a much bigger event. So I would think X2-1 is basically a lock here, would be my guess.
Yeah, for sure. And then Ross there really showing knowledge of the matchup, especially on the draw.
Yeah.
Some matchups play draw. Your sideboarding doesn't matter that much. You bring in the cards you want to bring in. But this is a matchup where having a real good plan on the player of a draw is very important because texture changes a lot. It's hard to break serve.
Yep.
And with your sideboarding, you're afforded the opportunity to figure out, okay, how can I break serve? What are the tools? And here they are.
And to be fair, I know this is it's been long gone, but Vivi takes down another match. Vivi casts Fire Magic. I know you're not a Final Fantasy fan, but so Vivi wins another match. That Fire Magic is going to have to be framed on Ross's trophy mantle because that was incredible. Sounds like we got ourselves a backup feature match ready to go. So let's head on down and see what we got cooking. All right. So, all right. So we got this one here. We have Will and Philip.
Is it Lessons versus Monogreen Landfall? Will at the bottom, Philip on top. These players are 10-2, and definitely a spot you don't want to lose. Want to control your fate.
Yep, absolutely.
Grand versus Badger Bowl Cub, a tale as old as time.
Exactly.
Looks like a little mulligan action here.
Okay, maybe a double mulligan there for
Never
Philip.
mind, just a boss thing, say.
All right, and Grand comes on down. And
Listen, I build it, and there it is. Grand versus Badger Bowl Cub.
Exactly, yep, that's what it's all about here. So Grand going to do some good work. Now if you can clear out the Cub, attack, start looting away, and attack just kind of really shows that, well, you have a way to deal with this Cub.
Yeah. In a straight-up fight, Badger Bowl Cub does beat Grand. But, of course, Grand has friends.
Yes.
Learns a few things in her time.
She's got the whole water tribe with her, that's for sure.
Yep.
I'm excited you're watching the show, by the way. It's very good.
Yeah, just getting into watching Avatar.
Yep.
I haven't played Final Fantasy yet, sorry.
Okay.
But we are going to go see Turtles, Secret of the Ooze, the second Turtles movie.
Okay.
It's coming back to theaters, and I think it's next week.
Okay.
And it's going to be my 3-year-old son's first movie in the theater. And I am very excited.
All right.
He's going to go nuts for Go Ninja, Go.
Yes. You might have to wait, and you can come down to Roanoke, and we can all go together. Do a family affair.
It's not going to be out. It's a very short period.
Oh, okay.
If it was, that'd be great.
All right. I'll fly to New Jersey. You got it.
Come on in.
Just a land and a pass here for Philip. Not the start you wanted, but it did look like Philip mulliganed quite a few times.
Yeah, pretty awkward here. Where are the basic farce? His boss things coming in tapped. And if there's any sapling nurseries available, they don't look so good right now.
Yeah, no kidding. That one's going to cost 8.
Yeah.
Now, one thing you can at least do here is soak up 1 damage by blocking, sacking, getting the land. Now you got a 7-mana sapling nursery, and now we're cooking.
Props to both players for fantastic basics.
Yes.
We have the Euro lands for Will, which are really, really cool. And then a land that's near and dear to my heart, the 7th edition white bordered basic. I started playing in 7th edition.
That was around Onslaught, right? So I think that was around when I started as well.
Yeah, a little before that, but yep. And
that
was also the first base set on Magic Online. So those were like the beta lands on Magic Online for a very long time. They were just the oldest land. So
Cool.
Yeah, love it.
I do have fond memories of starting to play Magic Online, like right when it started, you know, where you'd look at your 8-person draft area. There were still like avatars that were around the table.
What avatar were you?
God, I was, wait, there was a Birds of Paradise, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I was a Birds.
I was the skeleton until I got the Royal Assassin avatar for playing in the 8th edition pre-release.
Ooh,
and that was like you only could get it if you played in the pre-release in paper.
Okay.
So I had that one forever, and it was like a highly sought after, like, valuable one. I never sold it. I was like, that's mine.
That's awesome.
Yep.
That's awesome. Love it. Esper Origins coming on down, doing some life gain, but Will's kind of got the tools here. Grand and Artist Talent in play. That is really strong. Well, Sharpshooter can definitely clean it up, and it's got to be worth it, right?
Yeah, I mean, gift a card, but take it out.
Yeah.
And a 4 Sharpshooter also very big. Every creature in play that's larger than Grand forces the Grand player to have some action to remove it.
Yes. So it looks like they are clarifying when this gets destroyed, and basically you have to play a spell before, like you draw the card simultaneously to getting destroyed. Is that correct?
Yeah, so you can't like draw Combustion Technique and play it for cheaper. I mean, there's
loot, right?
There's no reduction there, yeah.
I think it's do I get to draw and then maybe cast something and use the loot from Artist Talent?
Right.
And I do not think that is the case. So Will figures that out. Untaps. Scrap Shooter shooting down one of the problematic artifacts and enchantments.
And guess what's back?
Yeah, Artist Talent is back. And now, Jim, we have not really actually seen a lot of Izzet Lessons. It doesn't seem to be having a very good weekend.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's having a good weekend across the pond. Looking at we're seeing a simultaneous event happening across the way over in Europe,
Okay.
and they of course are a bit ahead of us. But yeah, I mean, deck's still really, really powerful. We have I imagine there's some players floating around at X2 and X3 playing Lessons. So.
Yep, absolutely. Did it win over there? I didn't see the results quite yet.
I don't know if the results weren't final yet.
Okay, gotcha,
but
gotcha.
it had a very good conversion rate on day 2.
Gotcha. I know they're a little bit ahead of us over there.
And that Mount Fuji mountain, that is nice.
Yeah, that is gorgeous. All right, so second Artist Talent.
So now, like I said, so Grand's got to stay home here. And that's definitely, putting things in front of Grand is very, very important. Just having things in play, denying the loot, and, 4/4 Scrap Shooter, a lot of utility in the matchup, killing artifacts and enchantments, but also just being big.
Yeah, I mean, and the fact that they get the card back, is a little brutal, but you get to kill something for free because it's tacked onto a 4/4 body, and then they, have to find another thing. And Lessons is great at drawing cards. The thing it struggles with at times is assembling the combo of Grand, Artist Talent, and Monument. And if you can ever break that up and they have to assemble it again, that's how you can kind of get them.
Yeah, so 2 more talents here in the Grand. So Will's doing a pretty good job rebuilding.
Yep.
And Philip not applying as much pressure as I think he would like to be. That being said, 1 Harmonizer, and we're off to the races.
All right, and there it is. Abandon attachment to the yard. The senior discount is online. And now we can really start popping off. If we see Monument as the follow-up, that can really get it going. And, one thing that at least I was testing beforehand as Ancestral Recall goes on the stack, one thing I was testing beforehand leading up to this event is I tried a Monument-less version with Cool But Rude. We've seen a little bit out there. Does that feel like it's just too cute, or did you test that at all as well?
So the thing is that requires attacking, right?
Yeah.
So, you have your Grands, not a lot of other creatures in this deck. So...
Well, it doesn't require attacking, because if you level it up and then you just have an Artist Talent in play, you're really churning. You can do a lot more than,
but it
the amount with Monument.
If you're not attacking, it lacks the utility.
Yeah.
Whereas being able to be an enabler and a payoff is what makes that card very strong.
Yeah.
If you're only using it as a payoff, it seems a little more dubious to me.
Yeah, that's fair. It was cool, at least.
It does sound really cool. But rude.
There we go. Storm Chase's talent comes on down, and now we just have a plethora of spells in the yard. And the Artist Talent's ready to go. One thing we are missing, though, is, of course, the Monuments.
I imagine we'll find one eventually.
Yeah, I would think so as well.
A little bit of churn going on here as far as just plowing through cards.
I mean, next turn, it's online to just level up a talent, get back Ancestral Recall, and cast it again.
Yeah, pressure on Philip. The longer this game goes, the worse it gets. So Philip's really got to find some sort of pressure. And flashing back Esper Origins it's fine.
Yep.
You know, it's not great.
Definitely exactly fine. And honestly, I'm still glad Esper Origins is still sticking around. When Spell Snare got printed and I asked, like, oh, if you flashback this, does it still get Spell Snared? And the answer was yes. I was like, well, I can't imagine people can play this card anymore, you know?
Yeah, that's tough.
Turns out it's still good enough. Not enough Spell Snares in the main across the decks where it's not a complete blowout. But a card you probably side out if you see a bunch of snares.
Yeah, it seems risky.
Yeah.
Not an inherently powerful card either. It's really good when you dump it in the graveyard with an Ice Toe Explorer.
Yeah.
Casting the front side feels pretty bad, I think.
I've always been a bit of an Esper Origins hater, but I also lose to it quite often, so I don't know.
I'm in the exact same boat.
Yes. You know what, Jim? I'm just starting to think maybe we're wrong.
No, not a chance.
Uh,
The people are wrong.
Yeah,
we're not
it's
wrong.
Society to blame.
Yep.
All right, here comes Scrap Shooter coming on in for 4. First bit of damage. Nope, an Otter comes in, and hey, that looks pretty good if you have a Shock ability. Or, of course, Swords to Plowshare is pretty good too, huh?
Yeah, so blocking here, we're just trying to, I don't know, just showing off, having fun. The block.
Yeah, because if you have a way to protect it anyways, like, then you can choose to block. So I would think minor misstep there, you do it before blocks, right?
Yeah, it seems, 6 of one happens the other. Some of these lists have, a copy of Royal Treatment in them, which Philip does.
You know what? Nothing matters. We have another Ancestral Recall. Let's see if we can update that on our graphic to Ancestral Recall instead of Accumulate Wisdom. See if we got that in our files.
I'm curious to see what version of Recall shows up. Alpha?
Yeah.
Beta? The vintage, Masters version of Magic Online?
I think it's got to be like the Magic Online one, if we even got it. I don't know. There we go. All right.
That's old school.
That is old school. So Will has cast 3 of that card, and turns out pretty good.
We just leave that on screen for the rest of the show?
Yeah. We'll just leave that there right now. It's kind of a safety blanket, if you will.
Yeah, this looks nice. And for Philip here, something to look at while Will is going off. The Monument, the Talents, the Grand, the Holy Trinity, or perhaps the Unholy Trinity has been assembled.
Yeah, no kidding. That is just, if I am Philip in this situation, I'm drawing my card, and if it's not the best card I've ever seen in my entire life, I'm packing it in to make sure I can win the next 2 games. And I guess we got to talk quieter. I think Will hurt us.
Corey.
I think Philip heard us, excuse me.
Stop being so loud, Corey.
Hey, you and all the teachers I've ever had have been telling me that my whole life.
And everyone else.
Touche, Jimbo. All right, so let's take a look at the sideboards here. We're going to start with Philip and see what we got cooking on here. We got 1 Leatherhead Swamp Stalker. Well, that kind of feels like a card for this matchup. We got 4. Now, this is a sideboard I can get behind. 4 Melstriders Resolve, 4 Mossborn Hydras, 2 Paw Patch Formation, 2 Soul Guide Lanterns, 1 Sirach Elusive Hunter, 1 Torp Orb. There's some good stuff for this one.
Yeah, I bet Philip's going to wish that he has more copies of Leatherhead. It's a new Turtles card. Leatherhead Swamp Stalker that is just phenomenal in this matchup. Coming in with Hexproof and then having the ability to disenchant things by removing counters, and you can add more counters to it with your Ascension.
Yep.
So you can put counters on, take counters off. The best possible card, I feel like. Very, very good. And then Paw Patch, good deal with the enchantments. Sirach looks nice also. And, of course, Soul Guide Lantern, classic card against Lessons to kind of get that graveyard out of here and try and stop Ancestral Recall from being Ancestral Recall.
Yes, no kidding. Yeah, Leatherhead seems great. I mean, you can still counter it. Man, it would really be a card that would just wreck Izzet Lesson if it couldn't be countered. But, hey, that might be too good.
Can't have everything.
You can't have everything, that's for sure. All right, the other side from Will, we got 2 Annul, 2 Broadside Barrage, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Flash Freeze, 1 It'll Quench Ya, 2 Ral Crackling Wit, 1 Seer, 2 Slag Storm, 1 Spell Pierce, 1 Torpor Orb.
Yeah, so interesting. So, of course, this is open deck list here on day 2. And Philip's list does not contain Sapling Nursery. So that's an important texture, of how the matchup's going to play out. Making counter spells like Disdainful Stroke and stuff will be as good. Flash Freeze looks great. Some rule spell more tailored to the matchup. Disdainful Stroke is nice. It does hit. It hits the Harmonizer. It hits Ice Toe Explorer. Hits a lot of the bigger important cards, but there aren't that many targets without Sapling Nursery. So it comes down to how much does Will want to pinpoint on the really powerful cards. But mostly, I think, less sideboard things to do for Will than Philip.
Okay, sounds good. So, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga Gym. If you want to order some cards here, Star City Games is definitely the place to do it. StarCityGames.com/MTG-TMT. If you want to pick up some of these cards, great impact on Standard right now. Is that the remix? I'm just getting
Party
word.
dude.
I'm just getting word from our producer. We have 7 DMC strikes.
Oh, that was too accurate? Sorry.
That was too good. You're too good of a singer. So
Sorry, my bad, everyone.
all right, let's head on back down here. See game number 2 between Philip and Will, and we're off to the races. That's the start you want.
I hope whoever wrote the theme song for the original cartoon is in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're in your DMs to sue you here for it. This is what they really are.
Why not both?
Okay, fair enough. Badgermole Cub coming down, so best possible draw from Will, best possible turn 2 from Philip.
Looks pretty good.
And Combustion Technique to deal with Cub, so both decks firing on all cylinders as long as Will does have a land to turn on those Verges. That's the one big question mark.
Yeah, they look 2-color, but they are mono-red. 2 mountains in play for Will.
2 mountains. Uh-oh.
Steam Vents, Island, Mountain,
Spire Bluff Canal.
Volcanic Island.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
You know. Okay. You know it's going to be the one land that loots the 3-mana looting. Oh, okay. Let's see.
All right.
Did we find lands? It feels like the. We got another mountain, Jim.
Trifecta. Not the, oh boy. Not the Holy Trinity you're looking for here if you're Will. The 3 Verges, and then there's Leatherhead, the one of.
The one of, and I bet that counter is not going to be coming off very soon because, well, it's basically impossible to block. And now, believe it or not, that card is on a 4-turn clock to victory here. Going to be a tough game for Will.
Yeah, Leatherhead, that counter is not 6 plus the plus 1 counters. That is a hex-proof counter.
Yeah.
So
okay.
It can be removed to disenchant right now. So you can see a Leatherhead attack. When it deals damage, you can remove a counter from it and disenchant something. Or if Philip says, you know what, if you just can't kill this, I'm going to kill you.
And you have to remove the counter on Leatherhead, right? Like
Correct.
You can't remove the counter on Forest or anything, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But you can put other counters on.
Okay.
So you can put on, plus the plus 1 counter, and so on and so forth.
That Croc is not messing around.
Yeah. That was a tough boss in Turtles in Time.
Oh, yeah.
He would, go down low and run across the stream really fast, and you could just never dodge it.
That's true. I do remember that.
The quarter eater.
No, the arcade that I used to play at, Snooper's tons of fun back in Bismarck, North Dakota, unlimited quarters. You'd pay $4 to go in there. You could play games all day.
$4.
$4.
Wow. Ooh, there's that stroke. So.
And, yeah, that needed to be in hand, when we had more than just mountains in play, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's still a big pickup. You can't leave Ice Tail in play with this much pressure coming from Philip. So.
Yeah. Totally agree with you. Okay, so Stroke is great. Dealing with Ice Tail, that would have ended the game on the spot, but it is still going to be pretty difficult. Leatherhead connected, so Will has got to be at 14 now. I would imagine we didn't update the life totals.
Yeah, and this Hexproof counter is really rough. It's really powerful for Will to have the modality of deciding if he wants to disenchant or just keep this Leatherhead, unassailable.
Yeah. I honestly think Will put that out there please disenchant this.
Yeah.
Please.
And now that mana's been spent to level it up, it is a much more appealing target.
Yeah.
But Leatherhead just hits. A clock's a clock.
We got to cast Ancestral Recall, but it just doesn't feel like it is really that, or feel like it's enough right now. Bossing Say can strap up this Forest, make it 8 damage even if we don't have a land, and I think based on Will's life total there, looks like we're at maybe 11. Can't really read Will's handwriting, but.
I think it's 12.
But the number above it is 12, and that's crossed out, so.
Maybe that was 17. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. So
yeah.
Messy handwriting. Players not using the iPads. Come on, players.
To be fair, I have the worst handwriting ever, and I'd be bad at keeping that updated as well, so.
Well, it's a good thing you're not in the feature match area, Corey.
And probably never will be. Yeah, absolutely.
You're stuck in here with me.
That's true. So, interesting to Bossing Say on a separate land. It is missing a point of damage, right?
Yeah. You're diversifying your bonds here a little bit.
Okay.
I like the Chocobo getting it at 0 power because if one of the lands were to die in combat, it would grow.
Yeah, Firebending Lesson, you're kind of playing around that. So that's actually a heads-up attack, even though it looks silly.
Chocobo's like, I can attack too.
Yeah. And I know you love the sound it makes when you attack for 0 on Arena.
Yep. Dunk.
Just a hollow thud.
Yep.
Here, and you know Will's like, come on, it only sucks up a damage now? Come on. And nice attack from Phil. Move that counter. Now, oh, just one, right?
Right.
Now that would have just been hilarious if you missed the counter after you attack.
Yeah, so looking great for Philip here. Leatherhead looking awesome. And I love the fact that Leatherhead, you have this modality of like, it's a great disenchanter, but Hexproof is so good, you can decide what's more important at the time.
Yeah.
And I agree with Philip here, but Hexproof is much more important. Just end this game.
Yep. Looks like Will's down to 6. Or that looks like maybe a drawing of a chair.
A backwards musical note.
Yeah, Will's either at 6 or chair.
Or F sharp.
All right, thank you, Philip. Updated to 6, not F sharp, indeed.
What are you at? Chair.
I'm at chair. Like, all right, I'm leaving. Here is Monument to do a little loot, draw, and I mean, does any of this matter?
Yeah, it comes down to just a jump blocker, and Grand is that. So
but doesn't the thing trample?
I think so.
I think it does, yeah.
You're right.
So, I mean, it's kind of a jump blocker.
What can't Leatherhead do?
Nothing. Nothing. Yeah, Leatherhead does it all, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, great setup, but again, Leatherhead
Yeah.
kind of saying, I don't really care about any of this.
And, you know, honestly, if Philip was at a reasonable life like 15, maybe you start to piece something together here, but at the full 20 just seems a little bit too brutal.
That's a cool little ability use token.
I do like that. Money, 3 life. Then I guess we got our official ones. I think I like Will's better.
I just like the little green ability use to
Yeah.
tag.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. Yeah, so, Will has assembled the Unholy Trinity here, but doesn't really have an answer to his Leatherhead. Everyone's got a plan to get punched in the mouth by a big
By a big crocodile.
big living mutant crocodile.
Well, hold on now, Jim. I mean, does 3 monuments do something here?
I mean, at 20, it's not a multiple of 3 or a multiple of 9, I
So
suppose.
at most you can do like 18, right?
Right.
And then have the great pleasure of dying?
Yeah, if Philip was at 18, that would look. I haven't done the math yet. I've run the numbers, but that my gut tells me that 18 would be the target point. So, got to start working through. And
Yeah.
I like Philip here. Just like, I got a crocodile.
Yeah, yeah.
You do whatever you're going to do. I'm attacking next turn.
I'm going to keep playing crocodiles. And Boomerang Basics, get that Saz's Chocobo out of there. Loot. All the triggers. Looks like we can at least get 2 more treasures. And hey, when you have the senior discount and the artist talent online, you can still play another monument.
That is true.
If Will wins this game, it would be unbelievable.
Yeah, that would be a big testament to the power of this deck.
Yeah, then
Yeah.
just throw the crocodile in the trash, I think.
It does feel like it's the 4th monument, and that's basically it. No other way to deal with extra 2 points of damage for the most part. So
right now, Philip has exactly 6 damage coming through. Next turn with just the Bossing Say, the Trampler, with Grand blocking. It's exactly 6. So if you can just put another blocker, 1 Storm Chaser's talent, Otter, you can just live a turn. And if Will can live a turn, the game is over, right?
I think those often come out in this matchup.
Yeah.
So
I would tend to agree.
and that's tough, So if with Grand being the only blocker, you can't have 2 Grands.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, this is tight. All
All
right.
right.
Well, that is it.
It's a pass.
The party's over.
It's either a pass or it's a concede, one of the two. Looks like it's just a pass. And we'll head on this way. I think well, actually, that's not true. We need a land for that math, because you need to Bossing Say a separate land, because if you Bossing Say the forest, the Grand soaks up 3 instead of 2.
Right.
So actually, Philip needs a land, an untapped land, to just go for lethal right now. And it's not in play.
I mean, Treasure's still up also, so you could see our Rule Spell on the land. Grand blocks, or just go to 1. That's fine too.
Yeah.
So
Oh, yeah.
There's a decent chance here that Will sees another turn.
Escape Tunnel would also do it.
Ooh,
Escape Tunnel on a forest and then Bossing Say it.
that'd be sweet.
Yeah. I mean, but then Will could have any kind of removal.
Yeah, and Will's also drawn, a fistful of cards in the last turn.
Yeah.
And Will also can go up on mana here, too, because Treasure can cast a 1-mana spell, and then you can see the discard. I guess it would be a 2-mana spell with the talent. And there's a Grand also, and then all the monuments can make treasures, too. So Will actually has, like, 7 mana here or something like that.
Yeah,
you know? Like,
yeah, no kidding. It all comes down to cards. How many you got? Okay, there is the land. So, I mean, if I'm Philip, I'm doing exactly that, and I am hoping for the best.
Bossing, targeting Forest.
I think this is Will looking at it being like, can I just be at 7 or F sharp?
Maybe table.
Yeah. That's 6 damage no matter where you block. Well, 7 if you block the 1/1 Forest, I guess.
Or 8 if you just don't block at all.
All right. Hey, we went
great.
through the options.
I, too, like to live dangerously.
All right. Izzet, Grand, are you waving hello to being 11-2, or are you waving hello to game number 3?
It seems so binary. I don't know, like it just sort of, you have to have a removal spell or a card draw spell.
You got to play the thing. And, I mean, you have it. That's great.
Right, so.
And now you can block the Forest and just take 5.
Right.
I mean, I think Will wins now.
Yeah, that's got to be it.
Unreal.
So draw treasure.
Draw treasure.
Maybe just trying to keep Grand alive. Just the greediest Grand.
Well, I mean, you already can keep Grand alive. You just block the Forest.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Want to.
Now you can block the Forest, go to 1. Would you like to remove your hexproof counter, Mr. Crocodile?
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I think you probably have to.
Yeah.
Just kill the artist talent and hope there's no waste to draw and discard, but Grand, of course, is already in play, so. Yeah, wow. Really impressive game from Will. Will looked kind of cooked.
Yeah.
And then was able to just have the turn of his probably tournament last turn.
I was really already counting Will out of this game. I mean, that turn was unbelievable. When you have artist talent on level 2 and you get the senior discount from Grand, you can really do some nasty things, that's for sure.
Yeah, 3 monuments out of nowhere, a bunch of triggers, and finding the right answer, too.
Yeah, incredible stuff. And I think this is Philip just thinking, where did I go wrong? Because now you got to think, like, there's no way, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Philip's going to probably get an upkeep, but that's about it.
Yeah, you have to kill artist talent here, but the thing is that there's still the Agnaquella in play as a looting effect. So both Grand and the Agnaquella can loot. That's 2 guaranteed loots for these monuments.
Yeah.
And then, that's going to be a lot of cards, a lot of mana, or a lot of damage, whatever Will wants to do, and probably able to do all of it.
Well, wait, you can just go attack, take 9, take 10 with Grand, and then the Agnaquella during Philip's draw step, right? That's exactly 19.
Sure, so if that's the case, Philip has to go for a monument, but even that feels pretty bad too. So.
Yeah.
Monument to keep alive based on what's on board, but
Okay. Now Will's just doing kickflips here in the feature match area. Draw treasure, lose.
Rich.
And that is going to do it. Will takes it down in an incredible game, too, to advance to 11-2. And Will is going to be in that situation where we're going to be playing, trying to win next round, and then shake hands here in the final round.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That was great.
That might have been the turn of a tournament, I feel
Yeah.
like. Really going from looking to be kind of down out of his Leatherhead. You have a talent and a Grand and play cool, but the monument, then bunches plays, and then the amount of mana that was saved that turn from the senior discount and the talent. So much extra mana gained in that and the treasures and everything else. Really cool stuff.
Really cool stuff. And honestly, Philip's draw was like perfect. It was Llanowar into Cub, into Leatherhead.
Right.
And Will stumbled with Mountain as the first 3 lands. So, I mean, that could not have been more lopsided after 3 turns, and Will still takes the win. So, impressive stuff. That was a long round. We are going to take ourselves a short break, but on the other side, round 14, it's going to be our first look at some win-and-ins here for top 8. Don't go anywhere. All right, everyone, welcome back to coverage here of Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. My name's Corey Baumeister. That's Jim Davis. We're going to be bringing you coverage here of round 14 where, yep, you guessed it, it's the best time of the tournament. It's time for some winning in Magic. These players are not only playing to make it to a top 8, but they're playing to head to the Pro Tour.
Yeah, and for some of these players, they've been there before.
Yep.
And for some of these players, might be the first one. That's the cool part of this tournament. The part that's so awesome is a player can walk it up the street, from their local F&M or the local store and say, hey, I'll play in that big tournament.
Yep.
And then have a good run. It could be you in top 8. Flying to your first Pro Tour.
Yep, it's absolutely exciting and is going to be really awesome. And I believe this event qualifies for Amsterdam, right? Yep. So, and kind of the first event that qualifies for Amsterdam too. So pretty cool stuff. Let's take a look at the metagame. Jim and I have not looked at this as well. Give you all a refresher course of what we got going on so far. And starting it off, we got Landfall up top that had an incredible conversion rate. Izzet Prowess, another huge mover and shaker. Any other big storylines there, Jim?
Yeah, lessons too. Kind of the storyline here is that, building decks with new cards is difficult.
Yes.
And decks that were good are still good, basically,
Water's wet kind of thing?
Yeah,
Okay.
we had decks. We had no deck really above 10% on our day 1 metagame, so Landfall, they big move up. And Landfall is a deck that is particularly punishing against, kind of brews where it's just so powerful. It has the 1-2 punch of it can Harmonizer and just kill you out of nowhere. And it's a fantastic late game, too. So Landfall is looking great. And, of course, our Izzet duo of Prowess and Lessons looking great also. And then from there we see Mono White Momo, kind of a talk of the tournament on day 1, still hanging out as well. Simic Rhythm falling down a little bit. And then Harmonizer, our Monument decks also, they were kind of a talk of day 1.
Yeah.
Not a best conversion rate here. We had 2 Grixis Monument and 2 Rakdos Monument, and no Rakdos Rummaging.
Yeah, no kidding. There weren't a ton of those, but there were a few, and they've been doing okay. But another big storyline, Dimir, Excruciator, Bant, Airbending, plummeting. Looks like those decks are just maybe not up to snuff. And, hey, you were even saying Mono Red Aggro looking for a great weekend. I kind of thought you were crazy, but 6 players, kind of the middle of the pack, I think that's better than what we saw, with the day 1 metagame.
Yeah, big upswing.
Yeah.
And also important to note here that we had about 30% other on day 1, still 21% other here on day 2. There are still a lot of decks in this tournament that are not on this list.
Yeah, but other did not do great, basically, though, right? Lost quite a bit of percentage.
For sure, as is usually the case.
Yeah,
It is be extremely rare to see an uptick in other from day 1 to day 2 because other, people are trying out new things, maybe just playing pet decks or whatever else it might be. It is the other category for a reason.
Not every event can be Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse where other was just like, other went to number 1, I feel like, if we grouped it all together. So, all right, exciting metagame. Now let's take a look at the standings. Let's see which players have that ability to have a win in. So kind of looking at what we saw here in Milwaukee not too long ago. X3s made it in, and that was a much larger tournament. So going off those alone, I would think anybody that goes into this next round at X and 2 is a lock. So those 8 players and up, they are playing to, if they win, they're in, except Anthony, of course. Anthony looks to be locked no matter what, even though Anthony did pick up the first loss. But outside of that, the players that are looking good, Ross Merriam, Jesse Pilon, Adam Snook, and then Will, we just saw win our feature match as well. And Corey Burkhart sneaking his way up there in 9th place as well.
Yeah, a bunch of great players and some old school players too. Ross and Adam are long time Magic players. A lot of Pro Tour success and SCG Tour success back in the day. Great to see both them in action. We've had a lot of new guard on the Spotlight Series and the RC Series in the last year or so. So love seeing some of the old faces show up and do really, really well. And Corey Burkhart, if there's an event somewhere in the United States that's a big event, Corey Burkhart's probably there and probably doing well.
And probably on this first page, really likes to stay at hotels near the site, but also likes to stay on that first page. It's his comfort zone. So.
Yeah. One big note here, Neil Estrada.
I was going to say the same thing.
Not having a very good day. Was one of our undefeated players going into day 2. I believe it's gone 1-4 today.
1-3, yeah.
1-3,
yeah.
3. There's a 3 there, yeah. So in 4 rounds, 1-3. So
are you cursing Neil Estrada for this round?
I'm not trying to.
Not cool, man.
I hope I'm not. So that being said, still great tiebreakers with a great start. So could still win out and definitely make top 8. Have a good chance there. So we shall see.
Yep, absolutely. And Neil Estrada, I did notice after this, joined Team Handshake. Pretty good team.
Cool.
Pretty good team. So going to be testing with them for this next Pro Tour that Neil qualified for in Milwaukee. But Neil did come up short of making that top 8. So it's just saying, come on, not again. And with the breakers that he has, I think if you can win those last 2 rounds for Neil, you can still make it in for sure. So
yeah, great chance.
let's pivot. We are going to be watching a heck of a feature match here. We're going to have 9th place Corey Burkhardt here with Simic Rhythm. Let's take a look at his deck. This is, we've seen this before. This is a cool deck. What do we got going on here?
Pretty stock, honestly. We see some small new additions here. Leatherhead, Swampstalker. Saw it in the last match. Really good card to have as a 1-of, second copy in the board. For the most part, though, this is just the linear Simic deck.
Yeah.
Nothing too fancy, not a lot of tutor targets. This is just, I'm going to play a Badger Milk Cup every turn until I play a Crater Hoof, and then I win the game. And I love that. I think that
me too.
In a great spot, 4 Riddlers and 2 Spider Sense. The blue cards really, really help out here. And anytime there's any sort of a bad matchup, the Riddlers can draw cards, draw you out of it, and Spider Sense can stop, a sweeper or some key triggers. And then 4 Mockingbird, really saying, hey, I really want to do the thing.
Yeah.
Will also be good against the opposing players playing Badger Milk Cubs. That just gives you more Badger Milk Cubs.
Absolutely, and Corey was kind of between, do I play this deck or do I play the new Mono White or Jeskai Momo style decks, and said, I just wasn't confident enough in this, so I want to play the established deck. But Corey's opponent, Gavin Perry, went the other way and said, you know what, I am going to play some of the new spice, and this deck is really exciting. We saw this on camera. I mean, I watched, I think, we weren't in coverage at this point, but I saw Gavin go to his poor opponent and go turn 2 Ashling, turn 3, discard a Angswift Savior, warp a Riddler, go Ninja Go Hit, to keep it into play, kill a creature, and then next turn, go Shiko, go Ninja Go on the Shiko, bring back Aang, and seam rip a Cool But Rude. That was his turn 4.
The ceiling is very, very high with this deck.
Yeah, and I got to set the record straight. Paul was saying he beat up on me with this deck when I was playing a Monument deck. He was underselling it. He destroyed me. It was not remotely close. He was playing Gavin's exact physical copy. It looked awesome to me. I think this deck is the real deal. And Gavin, a great player, qualified for Vegas already and looking to get an Amsterdam qualification as well. But seems like our players are still getting ready. So let's talk about this deck just a little bit more because I am just a huge fan. What do you love about this?
Yeah, this is really cool. This is kind of like an evolution of, we saw Jeskai, air quotes, mid-range being played at the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
Some folks played, Jeskai Control has been a deck that's kind of floated on the fringes of the format for a while now, like more pure control.
Yeah.
We've seen Jeskai Dragons in prior fronts with Shiko, and this is like the next evolution. We've seen Shiko bring back Gwen Stacy, cool. We've seen a bunch of Jeskai removal spells, cool. Ashling, kind of cool as well, but adding this full warp package in, this full blink package, just takes things to the next level.
Yeah, you're looking at it from the wrong way. It might be the evolution of Izzet Blink. Put some splash portals in there, bro, and we are absolutely cooking. Sounds like our players are ready to go, though, in the feature match area. And we're ready to see some blinking of Quantum Riddlers. At least one of us. Hi, I'm one of us. Let's head on down.
I'm ready to.
Okay. Go Ninja Go here in the feature match area. We got Gavin up against Corey Burkhardt.
Now, I will say, because this deck is spending slots on these kind of cool blink effects or extra creatures, there is less removal spells to deal with the mana dorks from the Rhythm deck. So, of course, able to do his thing. That is the only copy of Burst Lighting in the entire deck.
Okay.
So.
Wow. Okay. Impressive. So who would you think is favored in this matchup, though? The linear Simic deck? Like, as cool as the Jeskai midrange deck is it fighting on the axis that you really need here?
The fact that it has pretty good closing speed is good. I think Simic will be favored in game 1, but once these Pyroclasms come in, the Clarion Conquerors come in, things get a lot harder.
Okay.
It depends. Corey's draw here is not good.
Yeah.
Turn 1 Pollinator and it dies. Turn 2 Warp a Riddler. This is not where Corey wants to be on turn 3.
And I mean, the flip side of Gavin, I just told you about the line we saw on coverage a couple matches ago. There was a Riddler in play plus a flipped Ashling, and that's not the case either here for Gavin. Formidable Speaker on the stack and no Angswift Savior.
Yeah, this is the one-of Speaker. So there aren't as many one-of kind of toolbox cards in Corey's deck, but there still are 1 or 2, and that is one of them.
Yep, absolutely. Formidable Speaker to go get. Well, when you're almost always getting Cub. If you're not at the late game and you need to find a Riddler or you have 8 mana, you are getting a Badger Maul Cub, and you will get the other stuff a little bit later.
Yeah, so Gavin just keeps saying, go here. This is not Jeskai Control. Yeah, there are not a bunch of counter spells, not much removal spells. There aren't even that many instants in this deck. There's 2 Get Lost and a Braid of Burst Lightning, and then the 2 copies of Aang Swift Savior.
Yeah.
That is basically it. And we are open deck list here. And when we have such a small spread of possible interaction, it's much easier for Corey to think about what there's going to be and play around it.
Exactly. Like if I'm Corey and I'm playing this all-in deck, game 1, I look at this deck list and I was like, okay, what do you interact with? I need to play around Ill-Timed Explosion. I need to play around your little bit of spot removal at instant speed of 5 different spells with Get Lost. And wow, going to combat, getting the counters. This is just a tall sign that Gavin's hand is not good.
Yeah, so no Get Lost and no Braid. Braid there would have been phenomenal.
Yeah.
But no Aang either. And I like to play from Corey here. I think Corey was trying to play into an Aang, just saying, you know what? This is fine. I'll let you Aang this Ouroboros this turn so I can cast it for 2 next turn alongside something else. But then it just resolved.
Yeah.
Because
couldn't Corey have played Cub and Ouroboros at that turn?
With the speaker
Yeah.
extra mana? Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
So didn't want to risk, I don't know, Spell Snare or
No
something like that?
No spell snare, yeah. I think that was just Corey saying Aang this. I think Corey thought Aang was just face up. It's just going to be take the Ouroboros, put it in the zone, do it next turn. But now
if there was Aang, I guess you just still play Cub. I guess if Cub gets Aanged, that's worse. So, yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, and then now we see this is Shiko not doing the thing. Now, there's certainly, we see the very high ceiling on Gavin's deck. There's a floor, too, and this is it. Shiko getting back Burst Lightning and deal 2 to you is about as bad as it gets.
But, I mean, it's going to get it even worse. Okay, Corey, I think, does have cards in hand, but you can go Cub into Riddler now if you so choose. Not bad.
That is pretty good.
That is pretty good. Corey doing the math. And, man, Corey B's just really think alike. That is my favorite land choice by far. You've been to my house. They're hung up on my wall in multiple different places.
Yep.
I love that land.
Yep.
Yeah, you've been to my house. The hardest part was getting you out of my house.
That is true. Oh, my God. How about 2 Ouroboros?
Oh, God. How about one with wings?
Now, the thing here is that there are 2 sweepers in Gavin's deck. However, they are Ill-Timed Explosion, which, of course, is a toughness-based sweeper. And the highest mana value in the entire deck is 5. So once these things are above 5 toughness, that cannot do it, and that is tough.
All right.
That's dice.
Incredible stuff here. So, Ouroboros, is there... You always triggered the small one first and then the big one. Does it really matter?
Yeah. So you want to get the counters from the big one onto the small one, so the small one's now also big and does that. It was funny when the set first came out. Arena stacked it wrong. Arena's usually really.
I do remember that.
Arena's usually really, really good about being smart about the triggers, and then it was wrong with the first, a few days, and they fixed it. But yes, it does matter. And oh my.
Well, as much as we were hyping up Gavin Perry's deck, it does have. It's not as consistent of a deck as Simic Rhythm, right? I mean, its ceiling is through the roof, but its floor is a little bit lower. So
I want to know what was in Gavin's hand. I mean, because I struggle to think that Shiko getting back Burst Lightning is the best thing to do when there isn't other stuff.
Yeah. Okay, so let's look at sideboarding here. We got 1 Biza the Bounding Spring, 2 Clarion Conquer, 2 Frostcliff Siege, 1 Get Lost, 1 Pinnacle Starcage, 2 Pyroclasms, 1 Pyric Strike, 2 Requisition Raid, 2 Soul Guide Lantern, and 1 Wan Shi Tong Librarian. What do you like?
Things get a lot better for Gavin post-board.
Yes.
Of course, Clarion Conqueror is the ace in the hole against these Ouroboros Badgermo Club decks, turning off all the lands, turning off the Llanowar Elves. Almost unbeatable. It stays in play. Extra Get Lost is great. Pyroclasm is fantastic.
Yeah.
Frostcliff Siege, if Gab wants to get a little more aggressive. But Clarion Conqueror and Pyroclasm are the 2 big ones. Keeping Corey off of this great mana advantage with Badger Cub and Llanowar Elves and Friends.
I saw Corey Burkhart's camera there. He counted to 7. He was like, "You bringing in 7 cards against me?" The greatest players, I look what card could possibly come in, but when you see an open deck list, some of the goats, Corey definitely being one of them. You kind of just sideboard for your opponent and think, what are they going to do? Now, you sideboard for what their configuration is going to be, not what their configuration was. I think that is a big skill to have in open decklist tournament. Wouldn't you agree?
The best players think about their deck as 75 cards.
Yes.
It is not a 60-card deck with a 15-card sideboard. It is 75 cards, and you build your deck in the manner where you want all the cards, you want all the matchups, and then decide where they go.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a major exercise that Corey is, of course, very, very good at. And, yeah, Corey's a master.
Yeah, really is. Thank you, buddy. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to
Other
me.
Corey
Sorry,
B.
I got to get to sideboarding, Jim. Can you be quiet? Okay. 1 Flash Freeze, 1 Leatherhead Swamp Stalker, 3 Maelstriders Resolve, 2 Scrap Shooters, 2 Sentinel of Lost Lore, 2 Spider Sense, 3 Unable to Scream, and 1 Wistfulness. What do you like?
Yeah, less stuff for Corey here. You know, Leatherhead looks great. Second copy. Hexproof is great. And then a little bit of Disenchant action as well. Otherwise, though, not great. You know, Maelstriders Resolve is the way to take things down. Scrap Shooter, not a lot of artifacts and enchantments. The sizing is nice in Scrap Shooter, honestly. Just
Yeah.
4/4 is just pretty solid. Unable to Scream. A lot of the creatures in Gavin's deck just have an ETB effect anyway, so turning a Shiko into an O2 is not great. Wistfulness seems nice as a solid value card. I think you're going to want to have more rock-solid value cards and less Gene Pollinators in your deck post-board against these Pyroclasms and Clarion Conquerors.
Yep.
So I think it's going to be more about what Corey wants to take out and what Corey wants to bring in. I would be surprised to see Scrap Shooter come in, honestly.
Yeah, no, it seems pretty solid as well. So
Just be a little more of a stompy deck in the post-board games and don't be so reliant on getting smushed by Clarion Conqueror or Pyroclasm.
Okay, I love it. All right, and if you love, well, our second most recent set here, Lorwyn Eclipse, it is not too late to be able to buy some sealed product with that and pick up some of these elementals, pick up all the other goodies that we had in this set. I was a big fan. I was a big fan of this set for Limited and what it did to Constructed. It really created an awesome metagame here at this Pro Tour in this very building here not too long ago. So if you want to order some Lorwyn Eclipse, it's not too late. You can go to starcitygames.com/MTG-ECL. Were you more Shadowmoor or were you more Lorwyn?
I feel like we asked this last show.
I think so, yeah.
And you were Shadowmoor and I was Lorwyn,
Yeah,
correct?
yeah. I'm kind of switching. You know, it's now sunny out. It's now no longer cold and gloomy like Shadowmoor. I'm more of a Lorwyn guy now, I think.
Just total contrarian.
I mean, especially because, I mean, look how we're dressed. I'm in the salmon shirt. You're in the all black.
Right.
I've switched to Lorwyn. You are definitely Shadowmoor at this
my
point.
son got me this tie for Christmas, all right?
Okay, I mean, it's beautiful. All right, so looking in our live look-in here, we got Michael here at 11, 1-1. Definitely not a lock. Has to win one of the next 2 rounds. And then we have Simon Byrne there at 11-2 with a couple crabs in play.
Yeah, it was a big match. Winner's match has, a really, really good chance to get things rocking and rolling for a top 8.
Got to be a good matchup for Izzet Spellementals, though, right?
Yeah, Sunderflock is quite good. And again, it depends exactly on the configuration of Michael's deck. Are there sapling nurseries? Is that a little more aggressive? But yeah, things looking good so far. And then Sunderflock, so good against these earthbended lands. There aren't many ways to profitably deal with an earthbending land. Bouncing it is one of them.
Yes, definitely. And one of my at least top 5 forests there. They're real nice.
Speaking of bouncing a land.
Yeah, bounce off. One of the few cards that actually can bounce lands, that and into the Floodmaw. Big deal here. And when you can 1 mana kill a 7/7, that's pretty strong.
Yeah, and most importantly, put it back in hand, not triggering more landfall effects, and not keeping it in play.
Yes. Yeah, that is a big deal. Waiting for it to turn sideways so you can't even sack it in response to. That being said, Simon is at 7, so that is still a bit of a problem.
I count 6. So I think Simon's going to survive here at 1 life. That being said, still some work to do.
Yeah, I mean, the crab's coming back. If Michael is at 20, I mean, that's the thing is you're never kind of safe. Okay, let's get back to our main match. We'll keep you updated on this one, but Bossing Say making a hasty creature could be a problem. So Corey Burkhart, Gene Pollinator to start us off. Gavin on the play, Steam Vent into a Corey Mountain Monastery. Now, this is what we needed, right?
Yeah, this is a little more. I mean, not discarding a Shiko card, unfortunately. But
yep.
I'm surprised to see Gene Pollinator. I'm sure Corey might have left 1 or 2 in, maybe. I definitely would be thinking that some of those would have come out. But I think I see another one in hand, so maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I could see just trying to be as fast as possible against this deck because Gavin wins the late game with this. I mean, kind of. Of course, Behemoth goes over everything, but
I mean, Corey's got 4 Riddlers, 4 Riddler. And Riddler lines up very well against the threats in Gavin's deck. The 4/6 flying body, again, I have no idea why Quantum Riddler's a 4/6, but it is.
Yeah,
so if you're trying to attack with Shikos and Ghost Spiders, that's not going to do it. So
Mockingbird on Ashling to get a loot here. Now, would you advise paying 1 blue during your upkeep on that?
So you can't flip the Mockingbird. If it was a token, tokens can flip.
But you can pay the blue, right?
You can pay it. It won't flip.
Yes.
But yes. Yeah, so this Ashling copy cannot flip for Mockingbird.
Okay, let's see if Gavin has the turn, though. I mean, we've seen this before. You pay the 2 mana, and then go, Ninja, go. Here's the draw we were talking about. Quantum Riddler is going to draw a bunch of cards here.
Go, Ninja, go, Ninja, go.
Yeah, and a little bit of shortcutting there. It is a sorcery with Go, Ninja, go, so technically you got to draw first, but these players kind of just shortcutting, understanding that it's all good, and that's the draw from this deck.
Yeah, we were saying, there's a low floor and a high ceiling. We saw the floor last game. This is the ceiling.
Yeah. No kidding. Quantum Riddler goes to the moon, actually. 4 mana. Leatherhead comes down. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Leatherhead's great, but of course, again, Riddler has 6 toughness for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah. It was a little too weak at 5 toughness. We had to crank it up.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. All right, so Leatherhead's okay, but Corey definitely needs a lot of work. No Badger Mole Cubs in sight. The Mockingbird is now just useless, right? Like that tells me that Corey's hand was kind of bad, and we needed to, 1, use our mana, 2, loot to find something good.
Yep, definitely a show of weakness. Scrapshooter did come in. Not very exciting here, so.
And now you get to stack Ashling in such a way that you get the 2 mana, and then you get to flip it if your hand is bad. Ashling's a heck of a card up against these rhythm decks.
Just a heck of a card in general. The card's great.
Yeah.
Hello.
Clarion Conqueror coming on down. 2 mana goes away. And look at that sign of strength, just saying, you know what? I'll take 5 if you attack with that Leatherhead. No big deal.
Yes, as a note, of course, that mana can only be used for spells that cost 4 or more.
Correct.
So whatever, just fizzle into the ether. I'll play this Clarion Conqueror and feel pretty good.
Exactly. That was a classic. My hand might not be perfect from Gavin's side. Wanted to do some looting. Being able to flip it back and forth. It's just really cool design, I must say, too.
Yep. Yeah,
so, I mean, there is a double block available, but probably don't want to, right?
Yeah, this is a spot where Ouroboros looks really nice.
Yes.
In the Clarion Conqueror games where, okay, my mana dorks aren't doing anything like that. Just play a 4 mana card, turn your dorky Gene Pollinators and Llanowar Elves into actual threats, and kind of just get things going because you're probably not going to be able to make the big mana plays you want to.
Mm-hmm. Totally agree. 5 damage coming in, no double block. Gene Pollinator is shut off for mana abilities. Quantum Riddler comes into warp. Hey, now if Corey has, some kind of weird filter land into red-white and we can go Ninja Go from his side, that would be pretty good.
Unlikely. Good.
Very unlikely, yeah.
For a variety of reasons.
It would be good on this specific turn, but bad for the rest of Corey's tournament.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, but Melstrider's Resolve.
Wow.
Big game here.
Huge game. And now that Leatherhead is absolutely monstrous, still has hexproof.
Yeah.
Yeah, Melstrider's Resolve is not a great card to have against Gavin's deck, all these removal spells, but it is one of the few answers that Corey does have to the Clarion Conqueror. No paw patch formation, so gets the job done and the actual perfect target for it.
Yeah, that was awesome. And now we got a 5/6. At least the Riddler and the Leatherhead can kind of bounce off each other. But I would imagine we're still probably going to be pushing the advantage from Gavin at the upkeep, guessing if we want to flip Ashling. Essentially is a mana ritual. You get to add 1 if you have the creature that costs 4 or more. Warping, of course, does count.
Yeah, clever deck building here. Riddler, you play it for 2, it still costs, air quotes, 5.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Pyroclasm comes on down to just kill Gene Pollinator.
Might have a combo draw here of some kind.
Yeah.
Tapping the Melstrider's Resolve for mana. Love it.
Yes. 1 blue added. And Corey very much representing maybe a Spider Sense. Or just you're going to tap it anyways, but.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need your Melstrider's Resolve to be untapped, so.
Yeah.
All right, so big time show of strength from Gavin here, just burning these removal spells on pretty low value threats.
Very low value. So Ashling mana is going to disappear unless we use it now. And there is a Verge. And wow, another Seam Rip. on a pretty medium target. That's actually dangerous, right?
I think this is Gavin just wanting to empty his hand for a Riddler, but you're correct. That is very dangerous. Now,
you can attack and blow it up, right?
Right, so Leatherhead can just blow up the Seam Rip, get back to Meltdown's Resolve, and kill something else.
And kill Ashling. I didn't like that play from Gavin. The first Seam Rip, totally reasonable, but the second one on the Melstrider Resolve felt a little too aggressive to me.
Yeah, and now, even if Corey just does that play, you know, and then kills the Ashling and then casts Riddler, hard cast, but another copy to Warp is pretty good too.
Yep, and Corey just drew 2, so now up to 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, a very, very different kind of game from game 1.
Yeah.
But like I said, Corey can be a little more of a mid-range deck in these post-board games, and it's working out quite well.
And, I mean, with Leatherhead already getting shut down by a Riddler, if Gavin so chooses, I'm snap getting rid of this Hex counter and dealing with Ashling. Ashling will constantly get value for you. And the nice thing with Ashling here is with Gavin having 2 cards, if you allow Gavin to flip that and loot, you draw 2 off Riddler.
Yep.
So, I mean, I did not like that play from Gavin, and I think Corey is going to Melstrider's Resolve that Ashling here.
Yep, here we go. Gavin's also at 6.
Yeah. Bang.
Yeah, that is very, very cool. So Meltstrider, of course, an ETB ability. Comes right back into play. Triggers. There's the fight. Leatherhead takes down Ashling. And things are looking great. I mean, the Riddler's not in play, of course.
Yeah.
For Corey. So what's the next step? Corey could have just cast Riddler from Warp Zone.
But would have only drew 1.
Right.
That was the big...
But if he values having the body in play over just drawing more cards.
Correct, yep. So instead, Rhythm for a 1-drop. It could just be a blank Mockingbird or one of the accelerants, but that's it, right?
Yes, I believe so. Looks like it.
Yep.
I mean, Laterals is fine here.
Yeah,
you know,
or just 1/1 flyer as a blocker might be a reason. Yeah, he does have Mockingbird pulled ahead, but it's just like, nah, that's too bad, right?
Yep.
And decides Llanowar Elf is the play.
A lot of the defense here for Corey is the fact that Gavin's at 8. So it's hard for Gavin to be aggressive when Corey's got some power on the backswing.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So, let's see what we got going on here. Got to have a big turn here from Gavin.
This is not it. Yeah, Syrup on Llanowar is not it. We've seen, this has been the worst set of Syrups I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like a Mockingbird that's a 1/3, a Meltdown's Resolve which came back and did more stuff, and then a Llanowar.
Yeah, I think the seam was like gently folded. I wouldn't think it was fully ripped.
Yeah, a light tear.
All right, so now Llanowar Elf, one of the Riddlers, draw a bunch of cards, and man, Gavin Perry's list from what we saw earlier in the feature match area, or honestly what Paul Cheon was doing to me when we were practicing, looks night and day difference from what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, wow.
Okay. And here we go. Quantum Riddler drawing a couple of cards. And oh no, is this still just a Corey Mountain Monastery just for a land? There's a Verge. There's a Hollowed Fountain. One gets exiled away. The Verge you can play. Oh, just all signs point to Gavin in desperation. And the one thing that's the most frustrating with Riddler, like when you have 2 lands in hand, you're like, all I need is 1 spell just so I can draw 2, but then it gets compounded when you just draw another land and you can't get rid of it.
Oh.
Poof, there it is. Corey Burkhart advances to 11-3 and is in control of his own destiny and is almost assuredly going to have a win in the next round because, well, he had the best breakers. He was in 9th place. So if anyone's going to be able to make it in at X and 3, which I would presume there'll be a lot of them, Corey Burkhart has the best chance if he takes it down next round. So
I don't want to take full credit for it, but I did speak to Corey on Friday. Corey was kind of between decks, and he asked, Jim, what do you think I should play? And I said I thought Rhythm was great. I thought White Momo was also good.
Yeah.
But I thought those would be the 2 good options. He was like, all right, cool. And here he is. He was considering the Jeskai Momo deck, decided not to play it.
Yeah.
And here he is, just playing good old Rhythm.
You know, I mean, it is kind of the case. Like, sure, it was doing great on Magic Online. Everything looked good right away. You do get some equity when you're playing those kind of tournaments that, well, people don't know what you're doing yet. But now when it's become more of a known quantity, it becomes a little bit different, and we don't know if it's busted yet. And so far, as far as the results, well, I don't think we have that many of them in contention, so maybe it was just a cool deck more than a busted deck, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I think it's the kind of thing where the light list hasn't been found yet. You know, there's definitely a lot of really cool things happening in that deck. You know, but still needs to be ironed out a little bit. And you know, I mean, players were doing well yesterday, but just kind of couldn't convert those last few rounds, and that's that.
All right, so we got another feature match ready to go, and we got two incredible players here as well. We got Jesse Pilon versus Adam Snook, two players at 11-2, a assured winning in here between these players.
Yeah, exciting to see. Also, Dimir midrange for Adam Snook. Adam Snook loves Dimir midrange.
He really does.
Loves his Kaidos, loves his agency, and gonna see if he can ride Spyglass Siren off into the sunset here.
He just loves mopey mid-range black decks. Like, my first winning in at the only GP I ever won, I played against him when it was the Copycat Grand Prix, you know, Jeskai, or 4-color Copycat with energy and stuff. He was just playing Winding Constrictor.
Yep.
Heck yeah. Don't get me wrong, I love me a Winding Constrictor, but the Copycat deck was pretty good for that tournament, believe it or not.
Wasn't too bad.
Wasn't too bad. But both phenomenal players. We've seen a lot of Jesse Pilon as well. Always very close or just right outside of the top 8, or did make the top 8 a couple of times. Usually plays some spice. This time, maybe not so much spice, just kind of everything nice.
Yeah, good start, too. Multiple 1-drops. There aren't as many 1s and 2s in Jesse's deck, and when Landfall finds these, it's fantastic.
Yes.
But Floodpit Drowner, do a little Rashad Import impression.
Okay.
Sorry, Llanowar Elves, not today. You make mana in 2 turns.
Exactly, not right now. And we did just see in the feature match area a blast from the past from last round, you know, maybe from 2015. Adam Snook up against Shaheen Sirani.
Oh, man, that stinks.
Yeah.
2 players I would have loved to have seen in top 8.
Exactly, yep, but sure. Adam was even being pared down, so Shaheen well and truly kind of out of it. And just like Shaheen was saying before, he's like, I had to read so many of my opponent's cards. Earthbender Ascension coming in, animating the land, cranking Saz's Chocobo up to 3 power, and what an incredible draw from Jesse so far.
Yeah, really, really good. One thing about Dimir is that it is very powerful when it gets ahead.
Yeah.
If it starts to fall behind a little bit, you know, cards like Kaido, you know, these kind of tricky Tidebinders don't look nearly as good.
Yeah.
And this game is starting to slip away a little bit.
Dimir midrange just feels like 45% Jund to me.
Yep.
Like, it's just, it's always okay, but it's never amazing. You know, you have some of your matchups, you play against Control or something, you're going to feel great. Something where Kaido is good, your matchup's probably good. But do you think Kaido is good in this matchup?
I mean, it's always good if you're on the play and get ahead. You know, that being said, it is not necessarily easy to do that against the Llanowar Badger Mole Cub deck, especially on the draw. So it doesn't seem great. Might see Kaido here now. There it is. Yeah.
All right, there's Kaido. Let's see if it's even good. But, man, there's a lot of creatures right now. And God forbid if Jesse were to go like Bossing Say, animate another creature and attack with 3 separate creatures to Kaido, you're in a lot of trouble.
That's the problem for Adam here. It's hard to know how much power Jesse's going to have next turn.
Yes.
You know, how many land drops will there be? How many more counters will there be? Will there be trample, the Ascension, if there's a good land drop turn? So, you know, we could see a stun here and going to go for the mana, but, I mean, there's a good chance here that this Kaido's going to eat it, unless Floodpits wants to chump block, and neither of those spots is very good.
Yeah, and honestly, that's kind of Kaido back in the day. Like, you sided out all your Kaidos whenever you're playing against, like, Mono Red, right? When you could not expect how much damage is going to be dealt to it. It's pretty similar with Mono Green here. It's just a little bit of a different vein.
Yep. All right, so chump blocking to keep Kaido alive. The problem is Kaido even that valuable? Oh, my. Main deck Surok. This is the nightmare card if you're playing Dimir.
God. And there's 2 main deck Siroks here from Jesse Pilon. My goodness. And a couple royal treatments as well. Jesse did not want to lose to Izzet decks predominantly, but, man, there's some splash damage against Dimir.
Wow, yeah, 2 Surok and 2 royal treatment is a major statement.
Yeah. Here is an emblem ticking up from Kaido, Bane of the Nightmares.
So one interesting thing here is that Ninja Turtles is unsurprisingly, a set full of ninjas.
Yes.
And I played some decks with the Turtle Ninja cards alongside Kaido, making that emblem go from being kind of a secondary thought to being really, really powerful.
So Adam's playing a lot of ninjas then, right?
So unfortunately, though, there are no Ninja Turtles in Adam's deck. So.
No, he does have 3 of them.
All right. Mistform Ultimus.
There are 3 Soulstone Sanctuaries. Thank you.
Yep.
1 for Corey B, 0 for Jim.
Can you recite the text to me of Mistform Ultimus?
No, I had no idea what that card was. I was just going to go right past that.
That is it was the first changeling.
Okay.
It was from Onslaught. It was just a 3/3 changeling before it was a rare. And that was the trivia answer to a million things like that back in the day before changeling was changeling. So.
Okay. To be fair, I was quite young when Onslaught came out, so I was still playing 85 card decks before Yorion was cool. You know, I just thought, hey, I got too many good cards. I'm just gonna put them all in my deck.
Lucky to have so many good cards at such a young age.
Exactly. Well, they were good, so I thought. It was really the worst deck you've ever seen in your entire life.
I believe you.
I was firmly in the other category in tournaments, to say the least. Then someone played Psychotalk and Upheaval against me, and I'm like, well, this seems like cheating.
Nothing wrong with being in the other category.
Yeah, I think the first time someone upheavaled me, I mean, I think I was like 11, but I just started crying. I was like, this is not cool. All right. Kaido gets in some damage, but now we're back Jesse's way, and Sirach's ready to go. The stun counters are wearing off. There's 2 Esper Origins ready to go in the sideboard as well if Jesse's out of gas, but has 3 cards in hand. I think one of them I saw was a Royal Treatment, so going to be a tough game for Adam here, huh?
Yeah, Royal Treatment in conjunction with Sirach is particularly brutal because Adam will go to play a kill spell somewhere. Jesse draws the card off Sirach and then gets to play Royal Treatment and keep the creature also, turning Royal Treatment into a cantrip, but it's already a huge blowout regardless. So.
Yep. And man, Cecil, I have just been the biggest Cecil hater forever. I do not like that card. I feel like it never flips. It only causes more damage and loses you a lot of races. Like,
yeah, it would be good if the format was slower. But the format is pretty powerful and pretty fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a powerful card, but it is definitely not super well positioned.
Yeah, your opponent goes Otter and you go Cecil and they go Slick Shot and you're like, well, guess I should never attack with this.
Yeah.
All right, so Esper Origins is the play. Maybe we don't have a land yet. You're trying to find a land on top, reveal it off the flip side of Origins. Looks to not be the case. This is a random flip, so didn't need land. Almost assuredly never needs Llanowar Elf at this stage of the game, but let's see. It's a Fabled Passage. That's a good one.
That is a very good one, the best possible.
Yeah, Saza's Chocobo can be cranked up to a 5/6.
Yeah, quietly the best card in the entire deck. I don't know if Landfall would exist if it wasn't for Fabled Passage. You know?
Yeah. I thought you were talking about our bird lord and savior here, Saza's Chocobo.
That card's cool too.
Yeah.
But having a fetch land that comes in untapped, not needing to rely on these Evolving Wilds lands, so important.
Yep, agreed.
There's so many spots against Landfall where you're like, please, God, just don't hit a Fabled Passage.
Exactly. And from my experience, they always have it.
Oh, God. Oh, no.
Oh, I think there's a Royal Treatment, too.
Look away.
If you have children, put them in the other room for the rest of this turn.
Yeah. Oh, man. And it is open deckless. Adam knows it's coming.
Yeah.
Not much you can do, though, at this stage in the game. You just got to fire it off and hope.
And you're just hoping, God, Jesse's just trying to save time on the clock, right?
Yeah.
Just do it now?
Oh, boy.
Oh, the Royal Treatment. And let's see, does Adam have... I'm starting to think maybe Adam saw Royal Treatment in the list and maybe didn't realize it gave Hexproof or something, because he seemed kind of like shocked there. Would you agree, or...
Yeah, I mean, that's one that I think you'd want to, inquire about if you kind of have a sort of idea what it is.
Well, also, I mean, this has to just be a misplay, right? Because Adam could have just done that with the Esper Origins on the stack. There was no mana available.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because that land was stunned down.
Wow, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so this game already looked tough, but when you're already behind and you have a minor misstep, it's not even a minor misstep. That could be a colossal downfall where you get to give Jesse another card and Sirach still on the battlefield. So now your next removal, Jesse's going to draw another card, and you're not killing the Esper Origins. Instead, you got to re-kill Serac. So it's just terrible all the way down.
Yeah, and this is the problem with Dimir, where Dimir just doesn't really come back from spots like this. You know, there are now 3 threatening creatures in play. The Ascension makes anything threatening, plenty of lands, plenty of mana, and, you know, Kaido is not particularly durable. Cecil can block and trade with some life loss, but it's looking pretty tough. And then the thing is that we're just deciding about Adam trying to stabilize his board a little bit. Adam's supposed to win the game.
Yeah.
You know, and Landfall is a great late game deck.
And you can't even stun anything. Stunning anything and where Jesse gets to draw a card, I mean, that's just too brutal.
Yeah, Serac's unbelievable.
Yeah. Another card I don't play very often, but I lose to all the time.
I've cast quite a few Seracs.
Yeah.
It's a nice place to be. If you feel very, you know, kind of warm and comfortable, like you're
Yeah.
wrapped up in a warm blanket. Just
It's a weighted blanket, really. It's
Oh.
keeping you safe.
love the weighted blanket.
Yeah, who doesn't?
My wife.
Yeah, wait, mine too, actually. All right, cracks a map. Cecil doesn't get pumped. And Adam's just thinking, how can I get out of this? Handful of, I saw Kaido, Storm Chasers, excuse me, the 1-drop. Yeah, the Spyglass Siren as well as Tishana's Tidebinder in hand. And I think I even saw the Malcolm, the flyer. Yeah, Malcolm Alluring Scoundrel. The list that Adam had is a lot of one-ofs, a lot of different things. There's Lockmare, there's Flitter Wing Nuisance, 1 Wan Shi Tong, 1 Into the Floodmaw, 1 Phantom Interference, 1 Bitter Triumph, 1 Spell Pierce, 1 Spell Snare, 1 Nowhere to Run, 1 Preacher. I mean, it's a commander deck.
Yeah, not sure what to play?
Yeah.
Just play one of each.
And hey, you make it to day 2, you have an advantage. You know, you have this many one-ofs. It's near impossible to play around. You know?
And for the most part, they are, you know, interaction spells, flash spells, Wan Shi Tong, Malcolm. You know, the 1 Lockmare, the 1 Preacher. You know, it's pick your poison on big dopey guy you want to play.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah, they all kind of fill a similar role, but you know, when you have a deck where you see a good amount of cards, you want to have some variety. Still an Enduring Curiosity deck, so Spyglass Siren is the play, getting a map. And let's see what we can do. Back to Jesse Pilon's way, and you got to think he's about to have a turn. With that Origins ticking up, giving you 2 more green mana.
Yeah, I mean, Tidebinder is kind of nice against Landfall. You know, you can counter one of these fetch land triggers, something like that. But that being said, it's not really a great comeback mechanism. It's just kind of cool.
Yeah, you could like Tidebinder the Esper Origins here, prevent some lands. That feels pretty bad as well, though.
Yeah, and then Chapter 3 of Esper Origins, that mini overrun effect is quite scary, too.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
How about another Earthbender Ascension, Jim? You like that one?
If you're a Jesse fan, yeah, absolutely. And I think just having bodies in play for Chapter 3 of the Esper Origins is quite powerful. And with Adam committing to the 3 mana open this turn, I think he's almost required to cast Tidebinder at some point.
Yep.
And spend this mana, and therefore won't have it available for next turn.
And the brutal part is, like, Tidebinder is great against a Serac, countering something, blocking Serac, but it's a 5/4 now, right, with the Royal Roll?
Yep.
The Royal Roll is just hexproof, right? It doesn't give any other, besides +1/+1?
It is Ward 1.
Ward 1, okay.
The roll itself is Ward 1.
Okay, gotcha. But the spell itself gives hexproof.
Yes.
When you cast it. Okay, all right.
Yes.
So I was like, Adam had the 1 mana, but I swear that card gave you hexproof, so.
Yeah, the spell gives hexproof, the roll itself gives +1/+1 and Ward 1.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Here comes the counters. They're going wide.
Yeah, and the Promising Vein available also. Again, like I said, we could see a Tidebinder on the Promising Vein, which would be kind of cool.
If it gets sacrificed, you're saying?
Yes.
How about some more Earthbending?
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
And again, this is devastating because just putting things in play for Chapter 3 of the Esper is fantastic.
Yeah.
Which is a +2/+2 to your whole team and trample.
Yep. And, I mean, maybe you can Tidebinder that, but, man, you got to deal with so many threats. We're going so wide.
You can see Adam's face not looking thrilled about this.
No.
How this game is developing.
And this is just Jesse with a phenomenal draw. The Royal Treatment looked great. The Serac looked great. And he is just Serac and rolling.
That being said, you're going to put the Esper Origins at risk here.
I think that's reasonable. It's about to die anyways. Like,
But you want to get the Chapter 3, though.
yeah. But, I mean, yeah, I guess you block with Cecil.
Yeah, that being said, there are so many good attackers here, but,
Yeah.
you know, and again, Dimir does just not really come back from a wide board like this very well. There are 2 copies of Day of Black Sun in the sideboard as a sweeper, but for the most part, it's a lot of 1-for-1 removal. So.
And for anyone who's not aware, how does Day of Black Sun work with Earthbending Land? Is it the way Adam wants to, or is it not?
I believe not, correct?
It
so
has
come
not.
back.
Yeah,
So
they sure do.
whenever you have a card in a set with a mechanic, typically it tries to not go against the mechanic.
Yeah.
Hence why Boomerang Basics does not bounce lands.
Yeah. It has the delayed trigger where even though it loses the ability, the Earthbending ability is not on the land itself.
All right, so we got red zone here. And Chocobo is also in the red zone. It's just kind of like laying back a little bit, right?
What?
The Chocobo is also in the red zone. Just kind of laying back a little bit.
Sirach didn't get in there, but the one thing Jesse is representing here is being able to put 3 counters on creatures and give trample to all 3 creatures.
Yeah, Tiebinder can stop that, which is very important.
Can stop one of them. If Jesse wants to give this
right.
Saz's Chocobo trample, he can.
Right, because it stops the land that will be fetched, but not the Earthbending returning the land to the battlefield.
So what Jesse can do is say, all right, from Earthbender Ascension A and Earthbender Ascension B, I'm going to put 2 of those triggers on Saz's Chocobo, and Earthbender Ascension A Part 2, I'll put that one over to a forest, and then no matter what, Tidebinder will not be able to prevent trample to Saz's Chocobo.
Yep. All right, well, here's the sack.
And yeah, you can sack the land. That's a much better use of it. You sack it from coming back, but now you still get trample. So there's no way to prevent everything, right?
So Timebinder targeted the Earthbending delayed trigger to bring the land back. So the Promising Vein still gets a forest, but does not get Earthbent back.
And if you counter the sacrifice ability from the Vein, you get the Vein back instead of the forest. So there's no way where Adam can, do that profitably. And this could just be GG, right? Because we trample for 7, take 9, 16 plus Cecil deals 2. So is this 18 damage to Snook?
I think the question is how much of this is attacking Kaido.
Oh, yeah. That's the only way Jesse doesn't win right here.
Although if Kaido dies, again, it's just so hard for Adam to come back in a spot like this.
Oh, Kaido was getting attacked. Okay.
Because, even though that would have been a lethal attack, now Kaido's dead. And also, Jesse doesn't know what's going to go wrong there. Maybe it's 2 removal spells.
Yeah.
A Doom Blade and a Requiting Hack, something like that. So now still at a phenomenal spot. 5 creatures in play, 16 life, and Adam has a vanilla 1 flyer and a vanilla 3/2.
And looks like we also have a concede and head to the next game. Game number 1 here going to Jesse Pilon in pretty convincing fashion.
Yeah, very dominating.
All right, so we're going to come back to us. We are going to just quick get out of here, take a quick break, and then we'll be right back here in a little. everybody, welcome back. Sorry about that. Right as they were about to go to game number 2, all the cameras froze, the overhead and the players' cams. So unfortunately, we won't be able to bring you the second game, but it only went 2 games. Jesse Pilon did pick that up. Is that surprising to you at all, or that matchup kind of seemed bad to me for Adam, huh?
Yeah, the Landfall deck is really, really good against fair decks.
It really is.
It does such a great job of like presenting just enough pressure for them to kind of like really respect it, but having a great late game plan also, even without Sapling Nursery. So, yep, tough for Adam, but for Jesse, looking forward to possibly making a great run.
Yep, absolutely. I think Adam can still maybe win and still get in, so we will see. But that's going to do it for this round. That's going to do it for us. We're off to get some lunch. Monty and Paul will be in here for win and in round and the top 8, and we'll see you here for the top 4 match. So thank you so much for watching, everyone. We'll see you in a little bit.
Good afternoon and welcome back to coverage of Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. My name is Monty Devoody, joined once again by Mr. Paul Chion. We're in the final round of Swiss. We are almost at the point where we get to find out who our top 8 is, Paul. Pretty exciting.
Very, very exciting. And unlike the previous event where it was kind of a clean cut on the last round, everything is up in the air in this round. We have a ton of players sitting at 33 points. And even if you win, we're not sure if they're going to make the top 8. So this is going to make for a really exciting final round.
Yeah, let's take a look at the standings. I can give you a bit of an update about what's happened so far in this round. So as you can see, top 4 in the standings, that's Anthony Pepe, Jesse Pyland, Jacob Durish, and Simon Byrne. They all got paired against each other at 12-2. They have all drawn. They're all in the top 8. So half of our top 8 is decided. 2 Monogreen Landfall, 1 Izzet Prowess, 1 Izzet Spellementals. So far, the format holds steady.
Yeah.
The Izzet battles, the Monogreen battles. What that means is we have 4 slots to play for. Some people within the remainders, Will Kovalchuk, for example, at 12-2, in better position than those sitting at 11-3. For all the players at 11-3, if they win, then they are likely in based on their position in the standing, Ross Merriam being the highest tiebreakers of the 11-3s in 7th place, he's very likely in with a win. The further down you go, for example, 16th place Quintonoli right now, the less likely that becomes. So we've got 4 feature matches that feature players within this 11-3 all the way up to Will Kovalchuk scrum, and it's really going to be a matter of who wins, and then the tiebreakers for most people. The only guaranteed clean win in is between Michael Paluda and Will Kovalchuk, because that's a 34 against a 36. They'll be higher than all the 33s who win.
Yeah, Will Kovalchuk kind of a little bit unlucky here going into the last round. We had the 4 12-2s get paired against each other, which gives you that clean draw into the top 8. But Will rank in the 5th ranked seed, unable to be able to get there. Now, of course, we're not entirely sure what his tiebreakers are. He can certainly still make it here with a loss. So for all the other folks kind of looking at that matchup, they might be rooting for Will Kovalchuk to actually win, so that at least removes Michael Paluda from the pool.
Right. Michael Paluda is currently the hero of the 11-3s
right,
as things go. But that's going to be for a little bit later on, because the main feature we're starting with is one of pretty big titans here as far as this tournament goes at the very least. We are watching Ross Merriam against Corey Burkhart. So while we wait for the players to get ready and we start getting ready for that, you can talk to me about the Simic Rhythm against Izzet Prowess matchup and tell me how we expect this to go a bit.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is going to be kind of a bit of a racing situation here. Now, the Izzet deck, it does have a good amount of disruption. It does have a good amount of removal. So what they're going to be trying to do is get a couple of those Prowess creatures in play, you know, use some well-timed removal spells on Badger Mole Cub, Llanowar Elves to prevent them from kind of doing their thing here. So Ross going to want to try to keep the board clear, get a couple of Prowess creatures in play, especially something like a Slick Shot Show-Off, which can basically attack through everything outside of Spider Manifestation, which is a reach creature.
Yeah, we are seeing Ross's list for in full here. The 1 copy of Draycatcher, but still 2 copies of Secret Identity, along with the Wild Ride. So there are some shenanigans and explosiveness possible. But as you mentioned in this specific matchup, there is a much higher emphasis on the interaction from this side.
Right, yeah. And the thing is, you know, the Izzet Prowess deck, I think it likes playing against decks like the Monogreen Landfall deck maybe a little bit more because it's a little bit slower and has a bit more of a late game. However, the Simic Rhythm deck, it's the most explosive of the Cub variants, right? You can get off to really, really quick starts, land an Ouroboros, generate a huge board here, and then try to kind of kill your opponent with the Crater Hoof Behemoth. So, again, big racing situation, but more interaction from Ross. If you can get some well-timed interaction with those Prowess cards, he should be in pretty good shape.
Well, that's all theory, but now we put the theory to the test. We have the players ready. We have 1 final round of Swiss to go, and we have 4 spots in the top 8 to decide. Let's get down to it. All right, well, This is a sight to behold, unfortunately. That's the die. Those are the 4 cards. 4 cards for Corey Burkhart. It is going to be Breeding Pool Llanowar Elves, 2 cards in hand. A full 7 for Ross. As you can see, we do have the overlay flipped. It is Corey Burkhart on the top of your screen, Ross Merriam on the bottom. So we'll get that fixed for you. But unfortunately, Corey is working with fumes as Burst Lightning took care of the first Llanowar Elves.
Yeah, this is about as good of a mulligan to 4, I suppose, as you get with a couple of Llanowar Elves. Now, something like a Quantum Riddler would be huge here to be able to basically unmulligan yourself a little bit. So that's what he's going to be looking for.
Yeah, full 4 copies in the deck. I feel for Corey as someone who has mulligan to 4 on camera in this position. It's rough.
Of course.
When you have a high stakes match of Magic and this is how it starts, it's not a great feeling.
Okay, but I mean, for a mulligan to 4, a couple of Llanowar Elves here, Nature's Rhythm for 2, get a Badger Mole Cub, animate a Breeding Pool. This is almost outside of Quantum Riddler. This is about as good as it gets.
This is as good as it gets. That's every tool being used. Of course, it is Badger Mole Cub. You see Corey preemptively get the Breeding Pool ready here. For Ross, just an Elusive Otter on turn 2.
Yeah, and if Ross had a removal spell, probably would have fired it off on the other Llanowar Elf as well. Shutting Corey off of getting to 4 mana seems like it's going to be a pretty big deal because you prevent your opponent from casting cards like Ouroboros or Nature's Rhythm for 2.
Right. Into the Floodmaw was the answer, so you do see the forest going back to the hand. Corey almost certainly glad that he opted for the forest rather than the Breeding Pool now, since you wouldn't want to shock it in again the next turn.
Right. So next turn with that forest, if you do play that forest and you tap the Badger Mole Cub here for the Harmonize effect on the Nature's Rhythm, you would be able to do it for 3, I believe, right? 2 from the Cub and 5 mana total. And so you kind of want to get to 4. That lets you get the Ouroboros, and then if you do it for 5, of course, you can get to the Quantum Riddler.
Right. So turn 3 for Ross. It's a stock up. That's pretty stock, I would say, as things
Would
go
you
in
say
this
that?
one. I would.
Okay, just making sure.
I personally am the first person to say that, and I would.
Yeah.
All right, so Prowess trigger, Ross holding the cards pretty close to the chest, so not getting a good look at what he's working with, unfortunately, but he is making the decision.
I will say, from Corey's side, of course, Ross can have any number of things. This is probably something he's a little bit happier about, just because Badger Mole Cub isn't dead. The coast is clear for him to try to resolve something next turn or set up for a pretty big draw. Right.
Corey's side is every turn where you have the number of resources that you have or more is a good turn.
Right.
Right? You are on a mulligan to 4. The fact that you are in the game, you have creatures on the board that matter, you have a Nature's Rhythm in the graveyard and outs like Quantum Riddler right off the top with 5 mana is a good turn.
Yeah, Corey was slowly peeking at the card that he drew for the turn. Of course, he's got that forest that was bounced to hand. You have the ability to flash back Nature's Rhythm for 2 or 3 if you like. If you do it for 3, you can get the one copy of Formidable Speaker, discard the card in your hand, and then go fetch a Quantum Riddler. That would be something that you could do.
Okay, so 2, 4, 6 currently.
So this is representing a Nature's Rhythm for 2 here, if that's what he's going for. Perhaps looking for another Badger Mole Cub.
Sure seems to be the consideration.
That's what it looks like.
X equals 2.
Okay.
Ross says resolves.
Right. So
Mr. Cub.
Yeah, Cub number 2. Okay.
Can tap for 3 here.
So could have gotten a Speaker and discarded a card for the Riddler. Does this mean he has something? Did he just draw Craterhoof Behemoth or something along those lines? Right, because now he has access to a ton of mana.
He drew Keen-Eyed Curator.
Oh, sure. Just put as much pressure in play as possible. You can also exile something here if you like.
Into the Floodmaw is gone.
Got it.
Yeah, there was a lot of shortcutting there, but of course the players are communicating and they are playing fast.
Sure. Now, Corey has access to a bunch of mana in play, which is nice because Ross did cast a stock up. Now, if Ross just has a singular removal spell for Badger Mole Cub, Corey still has access to a ton of mana.
Right. Keen-Eyed Curator, 1 mana to activate. We do have instant exile there. Llanowar Elves for creature, sorcery, and stock up.
Right.
So that's where we currently sit.
Yeah, Ross Merriam, with the stock up, probably has a lot of action. Of course, wants to deploy a few more threats on the board. And I mean, take a look at Corey Burkhart's board here. This is off of a mulligan to 4.
It's It's possible. It is always possible.
That's right.
This is one of the things, especially in Modern Magic with the Modern Mulligan rules, where you get to mulligan. If you mulligan to 4, you get to look at 7 and sculpt a 4 that can try to play. It's still tough.
Right.
And every piece of interaction matters that much more, but it's possible.
Wow, brutal turn there from Ross. Into the Floodmaw on the land and Burst Lightning on the Llanowar Elf. Corey is now just down to 3 mana sources.
That is true. Both of the creatures that the Badger Mole Cubs were enabling to hypercharge his mana are gone.
Yeah.
The Keen-Eye Curator is still on the board. That can still do some work. It is essentially keeping the Storm Chaser's talent in check to never go up and get that value. But you're at 12. Your board is fumes. Your opponent has a full hand because he resolved the stock up, and you're sitting there staring enviously while you're unable to block this elusive otter.
Right. Yeah, I mean, killing both of the creatures there has really kind of limited the good top decks that Corey had available. I mean, we were looking at a board where Corey had 8 mana available, now down to just 3.
Right. So, Corey Burkhart drew a card for the turn. Considering it is a breeding pool, and I would suspect that in this spot, his only choice is to get aggressive, because you're really not winning a blocking battle against these prowess creatures, especially the elusive otter.
He's like, all right, how many Cubs are getting? And he's like, all right, Ross, if you got enough spells to kill me here, so be it. This is my play.
Yeah, and I like it. I think it is his... Look, you have to play to win, right? We always talk about playing to win versus playing not to lose. In this spot, you're in a really rough shape.
Right.
Try to win.
Yeah, if Ross plays, 3 spells this turn, that's 6, 7, 8 damage coming in.
Yeah.
Ross can, of course, play a land and play an additional spell there as well. If you play 4 spells this turn, that's 10 damage. That would put Corey down to 2.
Boomerang Basics. Count is at 2 spells. Spellementals Chaser's talent has come back now. An Otter Maid.
Now
Burst Lightning to the face.
Oh, Wild Ride.
Giddy up, Otter.
All
That is
right.
game 1 in very expected fashion, unfortunately, on the mulligan to 4 for Corey, going to Ross Merriam. So, as you take a look at the sideboard, start off with Corey. He's down. He's the one that has the harder road ahead of him. What do you like here?
Yeah, so probably going to be looking to bring in some of these good interactive spells here. 3 copies of Unable to Scream. That's a really good answer to the various prowess creatures that Ross is representing. And then also, I mean, I don't know, could you even consider something like a Scrap Shooter just because it is a large creature that has reach? It's really hard to kill, but it does give you another creature that you can play that can just block a Slick Shot Show-Off. So I would imagine stuff like that. You could even consider something like Meltstrider's Resolve if you're interested in a little more interaction. Just have to pick your spots wisely because Ross is playing a deck with a bunch of 1-mana bounce spells.
With those, are any of them, for example, I'm thinking of the Resolve specifically, on the play he doesn't want it because he wants to do his thing on the draw? If he wins this game, he goes to them? Or is it irrespective of that, it's just good in the matchup?
Yeah, I think a lot of it also just kind of comes down to the slots that you have in your deck. And if there are certain cards that are just very, very bad in this matchup, I think it would be an easy thing to bring in. If you have a wealth of options here, then yes, I think, you know, being as proactive as possible game 1 by keeping all of your mana creatures, trying to get their Aurora Void in play, that might be something that you're interested in. Or you might just want to be playing the control role the whole time and just make sure that you have the maximum number of answers to Elusive Otter and the Slick Shot Show-Off.
So we'll get a sense of what Corey's philosophy for the matchup is. Let's go to Ross's sideboard.
Yeah, so Ross's sideboard, I mean, This Simic Rhythm deck, all it wants to do is flood the board with a bunch of mana creatures. So if you have anything that kills creatures, you're going to be bringing it in. So Fire Magic, probably something that's really, really great that you're going to be wanting to bring in. Very clean answer to Badger Mole Cub. The 2 copies of Seer, I'd imagine, also being boarded in, along with the Torch, the Tower, out of the sideboard.
What about Edimer Crab? I know it's not designed for this matchup, but especially against a deck that is playing a card like Craterhoof Behemoth, are you ever looking looking at this card, or is it just too clunky for a streamlined deck like Simic Rhythm?
Yeah, I think if your opponent's already at the point where they have the mana to cast Craterhoof Behemoth, you're probably in a rough spot. You're probably kind of in a losing position. So I don't know if that's going to be brought in specifically for that. But if you feel like you need the crab just to have a way to kind of clear the way to be able to get some damage through, you can do that. The question is, do you have enough cards to sideboard out, right? You're already playing a deck with a bunch of those prowess creatures. You can't board most of those out. You want all the interaction, and you want all the hand manipulation spells, right? So how many cards can you actually afford to board out to be able to bring in Fire Magic, Crabs, and the Seers, and the Torch to Tower?
All right, well, while the players make these tough decisions, taking a look at each other's deck lists and finalizing how they're sideboarding, I'm going to let you know that you can sell your cards to StarCityGames.com. If you have an overabundance of cards and a need for cash or a need for other different, shinier, and newer cards, well, you can sell us your cards, and you can even get a 30% trade-in bonus along that path to fetch your more recent cards. So, sell your cards.starcitygames.com is the place to be if you want to sell us your cards. Game 2 is the place we are headed. Ross Merriam up a game on Izzet Prowess. The players, of course, long-time competitors. They both know each other quite well. You can tell in the mannerisms, in the conversation. It's nice to see, even in a high-stakes match like this, playing for top 8, and top 8 in this tournament specifically means playing for the Pro Tour. It's nice to see them still able to keep their cool and have fun. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of these players are folks that have made deep runs even at the Pro Tour level, right? So they are no stranger to these winning-in type situations, a little bit stress. So a little bit less stress. Of course, you're always going to want to play for the invite. Unclear if Corey is even qualified. Might be. I feel like I've seen him at every single Pro Tour over the last year and a half. But of course, still nice to do well at events like this. Yeah, I do think Corey may have fallen off the train. Okay. So this may matter to him because he was on the Pro Tour for a while. Ross, it's been a while for him, so this would be a big deal there as well. Corey does have a Pro Tour top 8, if I remember correctly, so certainly no stranger to high-level competition. And also winning, I think, one of the only Players Tour events that we had, right? I believe he won with Dimir Inverter. Okay. Does anybody know what that was? I do. Okay. You got that one. I do remember what that was, unfortunately. In other news, my back hurts and my knees creak when I stand up. Oh, man. So, 7 cards. Hopefully, it will stay that way for Corey Burkhart, as he will be taking the play, and the players taking a look at what they are working with. Yeah, maybe Corey's just like, please, can I just keep 7? I don't read lips, but that looks like I will keep this hand, says Corey Burkhart. He's like, look at that, keeping 7. All right, so on the other side, Ross Merriam making the decision. Come on, Ross. I see a Steam Vents. I see a Sleight of Hand and a Boomerang Basics. It might be a one-lander, but when you have a hand that has a bunch of ops and Sleight of Hands, still fine to keep hands like that, especially on the draw. Keep for both players. Botanical Sanctum Gene Pollinator starting things off for Corey Burkhart. Ross kicking things off with an Elusive Otter off an island. That was not the land we saw in the original hand. So right. So now does Corey have a Badgermole Cub here? No, not quite. Llanowar Elf into maybe a Mockingbird here. That's what it looks like. It looks like he's trying to figure. Oh no, never mind. There is the Meltshredder's Resolve. So he did bring it in here. Wants to have answers to the Prowess creatures. 3 cards left in hand for Corey. 1 damage coming across. Back we go Ross's way. All right. Now, noting that the Gene Pollinator, by the way, you can tap any permanent. So you can tap the Meltshredder's Resolve for mana here. Correct. That is one of the reasons this card, of many, of course, is so valuable in this deck, keeping it around as a permanent. Yeah, there's a variety of different fight or bite spells you can play. Some players play Longstock Brawl, but the fact that Meltshredder's Resolve is a permanent is very relevant for this deck. Right. This doesn't come up in the Monogreen Landfall deck. That's why you see them sometimes go for different choices. Right. But for Simic Rhythm, that's the name of the game. And look at this Nature's Rhythm now here for 2.
You got the Badger Mole Cub. You can still, of course, tap down the Gene Pollinator for 2 extra points of mana here. So this is Simic Rhythm doing Simic Rhythm things, right? You have your early start here. You have all the ramp cards, and if your opponent stumbles just a little bit and doesn't have the interactive spells, you kind of snowball the game.
Now I'm just doing a quick fire magic check. There's
Quantum Riddler. So now you get
one
the
card in hand.
1 card in hand. You get the 2 cards back. Now, yes, fire magic would be great, but if Ross did fire that off here, he would lose both of his otters.
Right. That's what I was going to check. Is he has 1 copy in his sideboard. We're certain it came in.
Right.
We don't know if it's in his hand. Of course, we haven't gotten a good look, but it would reset the board, sort of.
Because the Llanowar Elves would still stay in play because it's a 1/3.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, sleight of hand kicking things off. Fire magic, we'll put you aside for the turn. Ross deciding what to do with those 2 cards.
So spell count here currently at 1. Of course, this deck has no shortage of 1 mana plays, and Ross still hasn't played the land for his turn.
Yeah, you just see that black die over top of the otters. That is representing the number of spells that has been cast this turn affecting those creatures.
Right.
Riverfire Verge, Opt, spell
Okay.
count 2, Scry, bottom.
Right. So we'll be able to get a decent chunk of damage in, but if Corey Burkhardt can untap with that Badger Mole Cub in play and all that mana available, I imagine Ross is really looking for a way to deal with the Cub here.
Riverfire Verge taps for Boomerang Basics on the Llanowar.
Okay. So that's 8 damage coming in.
8 damage coming across. Corey down to 12. 4 cards in hand. 1 is Llanowar Elves. Still a Quantum Riddler in the Warp Zone.
Yeah, Quantum Riddler in the Warp Zone. Still just on the board by itself. Corey does have access to 6 mana here. At the very least, just from known information, can still just play the Llanowar Elf out of the hand and the Quantum Riddler.
Now, there is that Nature's Rhythm in the graveyard. Is there anything in the deck, sideboard or main deck, that would lead you to want to fire that off against this board state?
Yeah, so given the fact that you have access to 2, 4, 6 mana, I guess you can harmonize and do it for 2. It's not that great here. It works really, really well when you can warp in a Quantum Riddler, because then you're actually generating mana by warping the Riddler in, because it is a 4-power creature. But here, I mean, we have to see if there's something that you can actually get that's cheap that actually deals with maybe the otter tokens on the battlefield. And right now, I'm not quite seeing anything here. You know, some decks play, for example, a singleton copy of Explosive Prodigy as a way to fetch, but I do not think Corey has something like that.
All right, so land draw for the turn was a forest. 4 mana currently being generated.
Or a Boroid, maybe?
4 mana differently being generated. 4 mana the same way being generated.
Maybe another just Nature's Rhythm from hand? Given how careful he is with his mana? Yeah, that's what it looks like.
That's the line. So, Nature's Rhythm number 2. Badger Mole Cub number 2.
6 mana now available with the Botanical Sanctum and the Gene Pollinator. And now Corey, I mean, he's at 12. He just needs to make sure that he's got enough permanence on the battlefield here to just not somehow die to those otter tokens that are in play.
Right. With the 6 mana, he can generate 2 blue using the Gene Pollinator plus the Sanctum.
Right.
So, could hypothetically go Quantum Riddler, Llanowar Elf with the remaining green.
So we're looking at 6 mana here. And green floating, so you can go Quantum Riddler and also play the Llanowar Elf out of your hand.
Correct.
Or if you find a Meltstrider's Resolve, you can just cast that to just get one of the otters off the battlefield.
1 green floating.
Right. Yeah, because now, next turn, Ross does have the ability to go to 4 mana, so he could theoretically play a spell and then fire magic. So if he didn't play out the Riddler, that could have been a really, really bad spot.
Right. So, for Corey, considering, do I attack with this Cub?
Yeah, just have to kind of run the numbers here. What happened? Slickshot show off. Did you keep the Wild Ride in your deck? Do I need to have a 3rd blocker available here? If the game goes longer, how do I feel my situation is going to be? I feel like if the game goes longer, you got to be feeling pretty good with Corey with the 2 Nature's Rhythm. So I do like just being a little bit more conservative this turn. And if you get to untap, I mean, if you can get a Crater Hoof, that might just be the game.
Right. It does feel like if Corey untaps, I'm no mathematician, I'm not Frank Carson. Whether it's in hand or in deck, Corey should be able to get the Crater Hoof and close out the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's, what, 7 creatures in play right now?
Right. So let's figure out what Ross is able to do about this. Fire Magic, I believe, unless I'm reading the list wrong, the only go wide board wipe in Ross's list. No Slag Storms, no Pyroclasms, nothing like that.
Yeah, if I'm Ross, I'm thinking if Ross has something like a land into Boomerang Basics, the Quantum Riddler, into wipe out the board, I mean, that would be the perfect combination of cards for him in this spot.
Right. That would almost certainly just end the game. It would be too hard for Corey to
rebuild
with the Riddler in hand and all of his extra mana gone just stuck on 4 lands.
Right.
But that would require, of course, a second Boomerang Basics when he's already cast one, or into the Floodmaw, and 2, the one of Fire Magic when he hasn't played that much card selection yet.
Yep. And I do feel like, it does feel like if Ross had the cards that I just outlined, I don't think it would take him this long, right? It's like if you have a Fire Magic, a land, and a spell to play, it seems like that's what you'll be interested in doing. All right, here we go.
Boomerang Basics on the Storm Chaser's talent means we are not Fire Magicking because that line seemed pretty clear cut otherwise. So
unless he found it and has a land to play this turn.
Right, but the Quantum Riddler would stick around now.
That's right. You can't actually get in.
That choice is made.
Right.
So, spells count 1. Spells count 2. Storm Chaser's talent comes back down. Let's get that die updated. Steam Vents. Shocking for 2, down to 17.
All right. This is the second spell here, and we are now just
attacking. Yes, thank you, Corey.
And I think you just block with the Riddler. If you kill it, I don't really care.
Correct.
Right? If you have something, and then can I just afford to let the other otter through? What's the worst case scenario? Double Burst Lightning, right? That would be 4 points of damage, plus the 3 here, 7, plus 2 more Prowess triggers. That would be 9 damage. That would get Corey down to 3.
And then you would probably swing back with a large board.
A Crater of Behemoth, probably, yeah. Yeah, and Corey, very verbal player, especially when there's not a lot of hidden information here. He's just kind of lining it up, figuring out where the damage is coming, and it looks like that is the only block he's making.
Very verbal player, very smart player, thinking through the possibilities, and is certainly on top of what is happening here. So,
all right.
Blocks, Burst Lightning, goes after Badger Mole Cub, another Prowess trigger. Ross says damage is good. Riddler takes 4, Corey takes 4. Is there a follow-up Burst Lightning to finish off the Riddler?
Right, because the Riddler is still in play here. Oh, there isn't, and I think Corey's just going to lock it up here. You can tap out the Quantum Riddler for 4 mana. You still have 1 Badger Mole Cub in play. If you kept the Crater Hoof Behemoth in your deck, I mean, this should be more than enough damage.
Right, and Ross is tapped out, so you have been given the green light to go ahead.
Right, you tap down the Quantum Riddler, the 3 mana creatures on the right with the 2 lands in play. That is Nature's Rhythm for 8.
Corey's doing the math. 4.
Just double checking, triple checking here. Of course, Crater Hoof Behemoth would come in, and that would be +7/+7 for the entire team, including the hasty Crater Hoof.
Right, so you need 19 power, right? That's
right, and that and given that you can attack with 4 creatures, all getting +7/+7, that's 28 damage coming in.
Okay, so we get a look at Leatherface.
Sure.
So Leatherface is coming down, and I'm assuming that's being used as a ramp spell for the Nature's Rhythm in order to allow the Quantum Riddler to stay as an attacker.
Yeah, I mean, Corey just making sure here, but of course, he didn't even have to do that. He could have just tapped down the Riddler here, but just getting an extra permanent in play. As long as he's got the Crater Hoof here, this should send us to a decider for the winning into the top 8.
All right. Meringue River region. So what this tells us almost certainly is Crater Hoof is out of the deck. Right.
Boarded it out because Ross has so much cheap interaction. I think Corey's thinking, look, I can just value you out, and getting to 8 on Nature's Rhythm is unlikely because of all the removal that you have.
All right. So Murray River region still very strong.
Of course, yes.
However, we're not killing Ross this turn, and that means the game continues.
Right, and there is that elusive otter in play. Now, not unblockable. There are some large monsters in play here to be able to block the otter.
All right, Quantum Riddler, number 2. Draw
3 cards.
3 cards.
Okay. So now, I mean, does he have 2 blockers available right now?
He has 2 flying blockers, which means Secret Identity is not pushing something through.
Oh, and Corey actually attacking here. So leaving himself with just 1 blocker. So is there a world where...
Oh, yes, right, because that one was warped.
Right, so is there a world where Ross can maybe bounce Meringue River Regent and somehow cast enough spells here with the Slick Shot Show-Off to be able to get the damage necessary?
Not when... Yes, but not when he's leading off with a stop.
No, right, absolutely not. Unless there's... Would a Wild Ride and a bounce spell do it?
So right now, 2.
2. Wild Ride would make it 6, and then a bounce off would make it 7. So 1 damage short, right.
I believe Ross has played a land this turn as well, so there is no land for 1 more spell on top of it.
Yeah.
So, by my calculations, this game does look to be
What
pretty
about
close
a
to over.
Wild Ride and a Burst Lightning?
I think the Otter is still blockable at that point.
Isn't it unblockable for the power? Okay.
Okay.
Don't think that's 3 damage. Wild Ride would be 4 damage? Oh, no.
He's just cleaning up the board and pushing damage.
Sure.
Saying, you're not going to kill me on the attack.
Right.
Corey's down to 4. 4 is the magic number. That's a kick Burst Lightning.
Now, is there a world here if Corey just fetches out an Ouroboros? Would that be enough to be able to close this out?
He has one in
okay.
hand. Doing the math, but I think he's already done it. Just showing it to Ross. And that means we are going to game 3. Corey Burkhart on the play, not mulliganing to 4, and able to take it down. We're going to bring the sideboards back up. Let's take another consideration here as we got to look at what the players sideboarded into. Now, there is a copy of Leatherhead in the main deck, so there's no guarantee that the one that we saw meant that Corey brought it in from the sideboard, but certainly could have.
Yeah.
Given what we saw the Melstrider's Resolve come in. Is anything changing for Game 3?
Yeah, I mean, for Corey's side, you're going to probably want to be even more defensive here if possible. Anything that you have that's a large body that can maybe block any of these creatures probably comes in. You know, we already saw the Melstrider's Resolve, but the Unable to Screams as well. So just a lot of interaction here. So Corey, I think, you know, in most of the Game 1 situations, you're kind of almost like an Elf Ball combo deck. You're trying to ramp out, get Crater Rift in play. I think Corey's trying to slow things down and kind of play the role, especially on the draw, of a blue-green, maybe mid-range, almost controlling player. He's got a lot of interaction in the sideboard.
Okay, so while the players finish sideboarding for Game 3, I will remind you that we have a sale going on, and as we are on the last day of the weekend, the sale is almost over. 10% off all singles from Commander sets. All singles from Commander sets are 10% off while supplies last until the end of the weekend. So if there's a card that you've had your eye on and you've been waiting for a good sale to pick it up, now may be the time. Head over to starcitygames.com/sale to pick up your Commander set singles. Back to the match. Ross Merriam on the play for Game 3. Izzet Prowess. Very scary on the play.
Oh, absolutely. You know, that's kind of one of those instances where if Ross just can lead off with a way to just kill the Llanowar Elf, the game is just completely different.
Right. This is both decks very strong on the play, obviously. Yes. This is we like to call it breaking serve, right? When you have 2 decks that are noticeably stronger on the play than on the draw, whoever is on the play in the first game is supposed to win, then the other player wins and we have a third decider, and whoever can break serve is the ultimate winner.
Yep.
Ross broke serve in Game 1 when Corey unfortunately mulliganed to 4 on the play and Ross was able to take it.
Right.
So now Corey has the uphill battle in front of him of doing the same in the post-board games where typically it's tougher because the players are sideboarded already.
Yes.
They are the optimal version of their deck for the matchup, theoretically.
Yeah. Yeah, I am curious kind of what this matchup looks like after sideboard. Game 1's a little more difficult for the Simic Rhythm deck just because they don't have any way to, stop a Slick Shot show off or get rid of any of those Prowess creatures. But, with 6 removal spells after the sideboard, does that make it better for Corey? Or does the additional removal spells plus the fire magic just swing it even more for Ross Merriam?
Right. So, as the players finish shuffling, smile on Corey's face as always. I'm going to assume there's a smile on Ross's face under that mask as well, but that is less of an always situation. Ross is a very serious person at times.
Right, yeah. And, sure, Ross really, really wants to, of course, get this win, make it to the PT here. And, yeah, I'm very curious to see what Corey's just been saying over the course of this event.
Probably just,
just whatever. It can be anything. Look at him.
I was about to try
he's a
to
very
theorize,
outgoing guy.
and then he just started pondering the multiverse, and I'm like, I have no idea.
It could be anything. Could even be about Boros Dragons.
I don't think it could.
Oh, maybe, though. Did you see the top 8 in Turin?
I did.
You did.
I also saw the finals where there was no Boros Dragons.
Well, but they made top 8. Maybe you should hold on to them.
Broken Clocks. We already did sell your cards.
Ooh.
It's time for Ross to take a mulligan, but Corey, his hand is awkward. It was 1 land, Multiversal Passage, Llanowar Elves.
Llanowar Elves. So, okay, yeah, and of course, Llanowar Elf, you can't really expect the first mana creature to survive in this matchup. So, both players keeping it fair here, going down to 6.
Mulligans for both. So, a little bit more even. The more you mulligan, the more costly being on the play becomes. The extra card goes up in value. So Corey might be getting the serve back here if the 6s are not serviceable for the players.
Right. And Corey's deck is just better at mulliganing. Anytime, of course, you have a deck with 4 copies of Quantum Riddler, you're going to have a little bit of an edge there.
All right, so while the players shuffle up, we are going to take a live look in at one of our other feature matches. Every match in the feature match area this round is suspected to potentially be a win and in. And this one is Adam Snook. Oh no, get him off the screen. It's too late. No, Adam. Oh no.
We're going
Disaster.
We're going to game 3, but I think he missed the land drop. Oh, Adam.
Adam, no.
Oh no.
Why are we doing this to him?
No, I mean, but he does have a Wan-Shi Tong. It's pretty good against Fabled. Is he just casting it right now, though? Yeah, this is some missed land drops here, and he's facing a giant Saz's Chocobo here.
We don't need to do this to him.
This might be tough here.
Yeah, this is he doesn't deserve this. So John Puglisi Clark looks likely, not guaranteed by any means.
Looks good though.
To take this match here in game 3.
Does find a land here, right? So can attack with the Drowner here and the Wan-Shi Tong.
2 Vigilance attackers coming across. We're keeping an eye on that bottom right screen.
Of course.
Assuming the players both keep and resolve their mulligans. They are just drawing for the 6s.
Right.
We will head back over there, so you won't miss a second of that action. But while they're doing that, as more mulligans are on the table, we'll see what happens. And forcing a block with a Badger Mole Cub on a Flood Pit Drowner, that feels good.
Yeah, I mean...
Or bad, or terrible.
I think John's just very concerned about Kaito here.
Yeah.
And doesn't want the Flood Pit Drowner to get picked up from the Kaito here. So pretty heads-up block here, but...
Back to our main feature, and it is Ross Merriam. Both players kept their 6s, kicking things off with a sleight of hand. If you're Corey Burkhart, you love to see it because it's not an aggressive start when you're on the draw.
Yeah, you want to start with Elusive Otter or Storm Chaser's Talent into removal spells on the Mana Dorks.
Right. The sleight of hand, of course, it can find removal spells to slow down your plays, but it's much worse when there's a Prowess creature taking advantage of that tempo and beating you down.
Yeah, you absolutely want pressure plus interaction.
All right, so Forest, Llanowar Elves for Corey Burkhart. Back we come Ross's way. No idea what is in either player's hand at the moment, so we'll see if Ross is strong or weak. Storm Chaser's Talent.
Is there a red source here? This passage likely on red, unless he has a Boomerang Basics. Nope.
All right, on red, and that means we... an untap.
Untapped, but not using it on Llanowar Elves here. Very, very interesting. Perhaps trying to keep a removal spell up for a potential Badger Mole Cub here. But Corey's obviously now getting that mana off the Llanowar Elves and is also aware of the fact that Ross could have a red removal spell here.
Break it down, Paul.
So, you know, just kind of has to be careful here. If maybe you don't play Badger Mole Cup. If you have anything else to do here, you might be leaning into doing that instead.
Now, in Ross's position, is it ever a bluff?
Almost never. I mean, this is a situation. Whoa! No land. Can you imagine if he killed the Llanowar Elves?
All right, Burst Lightning hits the Spider Manifestation. No land drop. Ross has full information. Look at the stare down Corey is giving him, saying, kill this elf. Do it.
Kill this elf. And now, of course, Corey is going to go for the potential Badger Mole Cub here. But, man, I mean, if I totally get Ross's perspective here, but it just so turns out, had he Burst Lightning the Llanowar Elf, Corey would just be on the forest.
Right. So, back we go Corey's way. Got away with it with his elf alive, but still in hot water.
Meltstrider's Resolve here, maybe into another mana creature? No.
Pollinator into Resolve.
Okay.
Maybe. Yeah, that looks like it. Okay, goodbye, Otter. Stock Up did Resolve, so Ross has cards to work with. That undoes his mulligan very nicely.
Right, and Corey just on the one land here. All right, so no pressure just yet.
Looks like a bottom, but Ross is tanking. That could go either way here.
So given the fact that Corey kept a one-lander here on the draw, I mean, you have to imagine there were several one-mana creatures in his hand to make up for that.
I'm
you just think he don't want to go to 5? He's like, screw this. I'm just going to draw land, and it'll be fine.
I think it is what you said, but I also think that there's a very good chance there's a Riddler in the hand.
Sure. Yeah, and Corey, with the Gene Pollinator and the Meltstrider's Resolve in play, big interaction that we talked about previously, Corey does have access to 2 mana next turn.
Green, what's that for, Paul?
I forgot again.
Grove's Bounty. He'll learn it by the end of the weekend.
You know, I might not need to. We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see.
So back we go Corey Burkhart's way. Now, as Paul mentioned, Gene Pollinator can tap Meltstrider's Resolve for mana.
Yeah, and Corey kind of almost picked. Oh, and like you mentioned here, there's the Riddler, but I don't know that he's on.
It's not.
It's just a 1-card Quantum Riddler and doesn't find a land. Oh, no.
This is rough. This is painful. And look, it hurts.
Right.
But so far, Ross hasn't been able to remove the Gene Pollinator.
Yeah, I mean, even
4 toughness, excuse me.
Even if he can find the Seer or a Boomerang Basics, might just be looking to use that to just pick up the Gene Pollinator, slow Corey down even more.
Both blue sources used right now.
Green available, though.
Green available.
All right, 2 spells here. That's a 3/3 Otter. Does he have? Okay, there's another blue source.
Verge. Stock Up. Nope. Grove's Bounty.
Grove's Bounty. Is that?
6 damage coming across.
Okay. Is that? It costs 3 mana. Excuse me. I thought it was a 4 mana effect.
Grove's Bounty?
Yeah.
It's an X spell.
Oh, it's an X spell. Okay.
So it does it for 2 counters.
Excuse me. I thought it was 4 mana, 3 counters. It's an X spell. So that actually, like you mentioned, can come in handy. And these Quantum Riddlers are drawing Corey cards, but he really needs to find extra mana. And I don't think he's finding anything here. So this is brutal. At this point, I just think Ross is too far ahead on resources. I do not think Corey can come back from this spot.
All right, Paul has called it. He's put away the deck list. I'm actually manifesting that he hasn't yet, but now he has. The decision has been made. Now, I do have a question for you. Previous turn, how do you feel about doing the Grove's Bounty for 1 less and putting the Elusive Otter into play in the spot rather than what Ross went for?
Yeah, I mean, certainly that's an interesting spot here. I think Ross just trying to go for
Wild Ride. Is that what
maximum
that
value?
indicates?
Yeah, there it is. This is.
I was going to ask, is that a surefire sign of Wild Ride? And then Ross started tapping.
He just
that
set it up.
It's like, all right, fair enough, Ross.
Is this quite an? Oh, it's the Harmonize is 4 in a red here. But how many spells can Ross fire off here on top of the Wild Ride here? Because this is 3/4 damage.
Oh.
Plus 5/6, and then 7/8/9 off the Wild Ride.
He went for the Otter.
Oh.
Harmonize again. 6, 3, 11, down to 1.
Yep. 11 damage. Corey down to 1 now. Just a Burst Lightning. By the way, 6 lands in play with 2 Storm Chaser's talent. So all he needs to do is tick up the Storm Chaser's talent to get Burst Lightning for the win.
Did you just double check my math?
I did. Hey, I saw you in that Monogreen Landfall matchup, and I just started questioning everything.
I heard the hesitation in your voice,
just
John.
hey, we gotta make sure.
There's the
We just gotta make
but
sure.
We are done here. Corey Burkhardt, you can see his demeanor has changed again
Yeah.
from serious to it didn't work out,
all
and
right.
we're done here.
Yeah, we kept the
There's the
one-lander.
hand, and there's the handshake almost certainly. So Ross Merriam, very likely mathematically to be locked for our top 8. Not a guarantee by any means. I'm not going to call it early, but I believe Ross Merriam should be in our top 8.
Yeah, and, kind of just a disappointing way to go out if you're Corey Burkhardt, right? Didn't really get to kind of play the match that he liked. The Game 2 is the only time where he actually kind of put up a good fight and had a good result. And then Games 1 and 3, the deck, he just kind of lost to his own deck there. So unfortunate, but still, in high spirits there the entire time. Just an absolute joy to kind of play against, regardless of the stakes. So, yeah, I mean, hats off, made a really good run, but it's Ross Merriam who's got a really good shot here at the top 8.
Right, but we have plenty more matches here because, as we said, we had 4 matches in the feature match area. So many of them are likely for top 8. We're going to head into another feature match and show you what's going on down there. So, Will Kovalchuk against Michael Paluta. This is the match that is a guaranteed winning in as far as we had it calculated. Paluta, despite the overlay, is, I believe, at 11-2-1. Kovalchuk at 12-2. Whoever wins this leaps the field.
Right.
We set it up as Paluta is the hero of the 11-3s because he's the one, by knocking down Will, that puts someone in the tiebreaker scrum.
Yeah. I believe it's Will that are we cheering on a Will?
We're cheering on Paluta if we are on the side of the 11-3s.
I see. But if Will loses, he still has a shot.
Yes, with breakers, but Paluta does not, right? So, no, you're right.
Okay, yeah, all right.
No.
We want Paluta to lose. We want Will to win because Will, with a loss, could still eat up a slot.
Guaranteed.
Right,
You're
yes.
correct. Excuse me. Will is the hero of the 11-3s. I mixed that up. The matchup is Izzet Lessons on the bottom of your screen. Again, excuse us for the overlay. We'll get that fixed when we can, if we can. On the top, Monogreen Landfall.
Classic matchup here. Monogreen against Izzet Lessons here. Will with the classic turn 1 Chocobo into Badger Mole Cub. Michael did use the removal spell on D-Saw's Chocobo.
Gran on the battlefield, and 2 lessons going to the graveyard.
Oh, and Michael Paluta, by the way, did not want to lose to Izzet Lessons, playing 3 copies of Leatherhead in the main deck, which is an excellent card in this matchup.
Look,
it did just win the last event.
I'm just going to say, you feel real smart if you can use one of your 3 main deck Leatherheads to lock up your spot in the top 8
Right.
against Izzet Lessons.
Yes.
You're going to feel real smart. Like, I'm not going to say anyone's getting smug about it, but real smart. All right, so just letting you know that we're not going to be able to fix it, but Michael Paluta on Monogreen Landfall, obviously top of your screen, so just treat the overlay as flipped for the most part, and we'll do our best to navigate the information you do need to keep track of.
Right.
Monument to Endurance came down because the senior discount is online. Combustion Technique took care of Badger Mole Cub. So,
Michael also with my favorite island here, so excuse me, not Michael. I also got confused. Will, rather, with the nice island here. Choosing draw on the monument, which is typical of this deck. You want to just make sure that you fill up your hand as much as you can. And then once you feel like everything is good, the coast is clear, then you can start draining your opponent.
Yeah, unfortunately, again, just to remind anyone just coming in, this is a recording. It is a backup feature match. We watched our main feature match between Ross Merriam and Corey Burkhart. That means, unfortunately, we're not able to fix the overlay. We're just going to do our best to convey the proper information to you despite that, and we appreciate you bearing with us.
So now Michael here with a Mossborn Hydra. And of course, this is a card that is not quite as strong typically in this matchup, just because, you know, you're spending an entire turn to get a 3-drop in play, and the Izzet Lessons deck will often have some way to deal with the Mossborn Hydra.
And his creature types are?
Elemental Hydra.
Yep, not relevant at all in
No
this matchup.
Thunderflux here, but now we know.
Yep, now we know. Some of us knew the whole time, but now we collectively know. Not me, not Paul.
Wow,
but
right.
some of us.
Some of
Twitch
us.
chat. Yeah, collectively, the room at large.
Between us and everybody watching.
Us, the players, the people watching at home. Some people almost certainly knew
You know
this.
what? That's totally fair.
All right.
Now, excuse me, Michael doing the math here to see if there is any way to save the Mossborn Hydra in response to the combustion technique.
All right, so the technique is for 5? Is that correct?
Yeah, there's 3 lessons in the graveyard currently, and technique starts at 2 damage.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, and he will be able to save it here. This Mossborn Hydra is going to be huge. Will need to find a Boomerang Basics to get this Hydra off the battlefield here, because now, I mean, we are out of combustion technique range, most likely.
Stack the triggers correctly, so gets the counter from the Ascension, and then doubles up to 10 counters now. And if this doesn't get bounced, the game is just going to end.
Right, so do have some extra draws here, right? You do have access to the attack on the Grand that lets you see an extra card, and then you have the Monument to Endurance. So still has a few draws here to find. Perhaps double combustion technique could also work. Wait, what is this now? Never mind. This is in 1818. Okay. Oh, never mind. Just had it. And this is why. The Hydra is really, really good in the mirror, but not as effective in this matchup here.
All right, so Will Kovalchuk has the Boomerang Basics.
Treasure is a $sign?
Absolutely.
All right, fair enough. All right, so Grand attack, loot, and then draw 2 more cards.
In theory, very likely, yeah.
This is what I would do.
Choices hadn't been made yet. Look, you're a very smart man, Mr. Paul Chion. That's why.
I don't even know if that's the case. I just like to draw cards. That's, you know, if that's an option of anything, I will just choose that for the most part.
I'm going to weave the narrative that I'm going to weave. So,
all right.
Here we go. Abandoned attachments now for 1 mana, triggering both monuments for the 2nd time this turn.
Right. This will generate 2 treasures, it seems, so this will give Will the access to cast spell still on Michael's turn.
All right.
So the attachments is on the stack. Oh, it has resolved. Still has the option to drain for 6 if you can find some additional way to discard, but of course, difficult without Artist Talent in play. Oh, all right, and this is where you see kind of the Izzet Lessons fully take control. Active Grand, accumulate wisdom, double monument, and Will with nothing, Michael with nothing really in play in terms of pressure.
Yeah, that Boomerang Basics on the Hydra really...
that was the game plan.
Yeah, it really dampened the plans here. So, here comes land number 5 at the very, very end of the turn. And Boomerang Basics on Stormchaser's Talent.
Right.
Card drawn. All game actions taken. Back we go to Michael.
So many cards seen here. So many more to see on the following turn. Even has access to the Agna Kella for additional looting effects with that Monument Endurance.
Right. So, Michael Paluda, can you do anything?
I like the $sign better.
I liked it too, but some judge decided that was not clear enough. Unfortunate.
Fair. So tough spot here for Michael Paluda.
4 mana. Leatherface.
Leatherhead.
Head. Excuse me. Leatherface is
A little less scary.
A little less.
I mean,
scary.
Leatherhead's pretty scary, but
Yeah.
Leatherface a little more.
Yeah, not we're not in Texas.
Yes.
So, Artist Talent comes down. That should close out the game pretty handily from here.
Right. I mean, now, if Will has any number of spells to cast here, and accumulate wisdom here, yeah, we are basically going to be done here, at least for this game. Of course, this is still just game 1 of the match.
Credit to Michael for sitting through this while keeping a stoic face.
Right. It's one of those things. Hey, you are playing for a spot into the top 8 here, so it's just, you kind of let your opponent play things out. Maybe you miss here, right? Maybe you miss, and if you do, then maybe you have a chance. But I mean, with the 3 monuments, you just kind of have the full-on combo set up here. It's just game, basically.
It's 9-9, assuming you have
spells to cast,
an instancy spells to cast, or enough mana to activate Agni Kala.
Right, because you're going to be generating some treasures here as well. You can even, if you don't even have spells to cast, you can just attack with the Grand.
Right.
That's already 9 damage from that, and then you can rummage or loot off the Agni Kala for lethal.
All right.
Sure.
But Michael stays in.
Michael's like, yeah, okay. Now what?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, we are done here. That is game 1, going to Will Kovalchuk on Izzet Lessons. While we get sideboarding up, I will once again remind you that this is a recording. It's our backup feature match. So the overlay is wrong, and we understand, unfortunately, it's not something we can fix. So, sideboards, Paul, starting with the mono-green side of things.
Yeah, looking at the mono-green side of things, we are definitely going to be interested in bringing in that singular copy of Sirach Elusive Hunter. You can't counter it with It'll Quench Ya, and then if you kill it, you're still going to be drawing a card off of that. Any disenchant effects in this sideboard that you're going to be also looking to bring in, so Origin of Metal Bending, certainly a card that's going to be brought in, along with possibly the Paw Patch Formations, as that does kill enchantments, I believe. So you might want to bring that in. Also, Soul Guide Lantern can be an effective card here. If you just have it in play, it makes it so that the first accumulate wisdom, or you can just brick in a combustion technique from actually dealing the full amount of damage. Keen Eye Curator, also a nice way to attack the graveyard. So those are the cards I would expect to be brought in out of the mono green side.
Right. One thing you always have to be aware of is overboarding, but there are plenty of options at the very least. Other side for Will Kovalchuk on Izzet Lessons, where are you headed?
Yeah, so certainly going to bring in the Flash Freeze here. Literally every single card in the deck is green, so you're going to be looking to bring that in as a way to counter any of the big threats. One card that you are probably afraid of as an Izzet Lessons player is Sapling Nursery. You do have to be mindful of that. I don't know how many other expensive cards there are in the deck, but if there are enough, Disdainful Stroke is a card that you can also bring in. I'm seeing 4 Icetail Explorers, a bunch of Leatherheads, and Mindform Harmonizers, along with the Nurseries. That's more than enough targets to justify bringing in the Disdainful Stroke. Broadside Barrage, also just a totally fine removal spell. Another instant speed way to kill Icetail Explorer. Could see bringing that in as well, along with the Seer and possibly the Slagstorm.
All right, so while the players sideboard, I'm going to remind you that our next event is in Cincinnati. SCGCon comes to Cincinnati for the first of 2 U.S. Regional Championships. We'll be in Cincinnati May 15th to the 17th. If you're qualified for the main event, if you're looking at playing side events, or if you're looking to join us just for the love of the game, you can find all information at starcitygames.com/SCGCon, and we look forward to seeing you there. Game 2, Michael Paluda on Monogreen Landfall, Will Kovalchuk on Izzet Lessons. And it was Will Kovalchuk on Izzet Lessons that won the first game.
Yes, so let's just focus on the middle of the screen here with the match that's happening currently.
Correct.
With the Izzet Lessons that currently up 1-0 in the matchup.
Absolutely. Player shuffling up. Which side do you typically like in this matchup?
I really think this matchup is quite close. You can see it kind of going either direction. If the Izzet Lessons deck has enough interaction to kind of slow down the Monogreen deck and then kind of find its combo pieces, that being Artist Talent plus the Monument. Of course, you like the Izzet Lessons side, but at the same time, we've seen the Monogreen decks go turn 1 Llanowar Elf into Earthbender Ascension, and then anything to follow that up with is a really, really tough task for the Izzet Lessons deck to beat. And I do like the addition of the 3 copies of Leatherhead. Obviously, you can still, that card still just gets countered. It's a 4-mana card, and you're playing a deck that's going to be boarding in the Flash Freezes and the Disdainful Stroke. But that might be a card that might swing it a little bit more in the Monogreen deck's favor. But of course, big hill to climb as you're down a game.
All right, keeps from both players. Michael Paluda kicks things off with Forest in Llanowar Elves, and on the other side is met by a Firebending Lesson. Paul, you're old. How do you feel about that Llanowar Elves in that Forest?
Sorry, I only saw red after your previous statement. What was that?
Hey, I was just asking if you appreciated the Llanowar Elves that Michael is choosing to play.
Oh,
this
yeah.
weekend.
Oh, Michael, very, very classy. Loving the choice of art for his card. So big win there. That's why he had Llanowar Elf into Badger Mole Cub.
Right.
Maybe he can take it to a game number 3.
All right, so for Will Kovalchuk's second turn, just a tap land and pass. Back we go Michael's way, and Badger Mole Cub has survived, so things already looking significantly better than game 1.
Yeah. Big here, a turn here for Michael Paluda. Only 1 mana up here. What can you do?
A Chocobo, Landfall. Get a counter, and 3 mana.
Oh,
is it
Earthbender?
time? It sure is.
Yeah, and starts like this are just so tough, although that isn't a null. So Will Kovalchuk, lots of cards being brought in here out of the sideboard.
So, a null hitting the Earthbender Ascension. No searching for you, Michael Paluda.
Yeah, if Will Kovalchuk also brought in the Slagstorm, it would be quite nice on this board as a clean answer to all 3 creatures here on the side of the Monogreen player.
Obligatory reminder, as we do regularly have people coming into the chat who may not be aware, this is a backup feature match, so we are unable to fix the overlay. It is flipped. It is Will Kovalchuk on the bottom of your screen up a game with Izzet Lessons. Michael Paluda on Monogreen Landfall at the top of your screen is down a game. So Lessons won game 1, and it is Will Kovalchuk on the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, but things looking very, very good here for Michael Paluda. Will is completely tapped out here, and Will has access to at least 4 mana here. Plays the land here, so that is an indication that he doesn't have an Ice-Tail Explorer here.
Escape Tunnel, followed by Earthbender Ascension number 2. And this one is going to be resolving.
Yeah, the question is whether or not you want to just get more landfall triggers and target the Escape Tunnel, or get more damage in and just target the forest.
All right, resolving Earthbender Ascension. That means we go fetching. 1 quest counter on the Ascension as his Chocobo grows a bit.
And then, of course, we can sacrifice the Escape Tunnel here for 2 additional landfall triggers. That would be a 5 power Saz's Chocobo and 3 counters on the Earthbender Ascension.
So, Badger Mole Cub plus Chocobo coming in.
And then sacrificing, sure.
Yep.
Just got to remember all the triggers.
Yep.
So just going +2 here.
Yeah, shortcutting so you don't miss that.
Right. 2 triggers on the Chocobo and 2 triggers on the Earthbender Ascension. 7 damage coming in here for
Michael Paluda.
Michael Paluda. But the life totals are reversed as well. Okay. We're trying here. So the bottom player is at 11.
The bottom player is at 11 with Lessons up a game.
Correct.
Correct.
All right.
We're trying, folks. We are. We got this.
Yep.
So, back we go. Izzet Lessons way for Will Kovalchuk. Up a game. First game looked incredibly dominant. Second game, not so much.
Yeah, when you're on the back foot here and you don't have enough interaction, this is kind of what you're looking at here. It's going to be tough. I mean, we have 1 lesson in the graveyard. It kind of starts with maybe turning on the Grand, getting that full discount that you mentioned before, perhaps getting Badger Mole Cub off the battlefield, maybe a Boomerang Basics on the Saz's Chocobo. Lots to deal with.
Lots to deal with, and it does feel like too much. One thing that we have regularly talked about is it Lessons plays like a control deck in the early turns, and that means it needs to answer the board. It can't fall too far behind, but also you're limited to red board wipes. You don't have a card like Day of Judgment or Avatar's Wrath. You only have the tools in blue and red, which means that if a board goes too wide and too big, like that's Az's Chocobo, you're kind of stuck.
That's absolutely correct here. Now Will Kovalchuk playing full price on the Monument to Endurance, attacking with Grand, getting a trigger here. Still only one lesson in the graveyard here. But I mean, we are facing lots of damage here. There is at least 10 points of damage coming in. You sack the Escape Tunnel. That puts the Earthbender Ascension to 4. That gives you a Saz's Chocobo trigger as well here. So Will Kovalchuk needs an answer. Does find the Boomerang Basics. That does buy him some time.
Also gets a discard.
Right.
Artist Talent.
Okay.
Now the engine is starting to roll.
That's right.
Boomerang Basics, second lesson in the graveyard.
Right.
One away from the senior discount. One away from Ancestral Recall territory.
Absolutely here. So this is a very, very good turn here for Will Kovalchuk. And this is kind of the big test here, this turn. It's like, all right, I'm set up now myself. I am on the verge of being able to turn this around. This one turn, I'm crossing my fingers. I hope you just don't have the tools to kill me this turn.
Yeah, no Mightform Harmonizer, nothing, please.
Yeah, Ice Till Explorer would also be something that's fantastic here. Or perhaps even a Disenchant effect to kind of break apart this combo that is set up here for Will Kovalchuk.
Right, so let's see what the game plan here is from Will. 2 mana to start things off. Is this a Cub?
I think that might be one of the only two. Oh, excuse me, Keen-Eyed Curator. Okay, so that does help slow down some Grand shenanigans because there's 2 lessons in the graveyard. So now if you can eat 1 card, it makes it that much more difficult to get the full discount.
It helps slow things down.
But right now, Will has access to 4 lands and a treasure, so can still just kind of, you know, cast a bunch of spells here on the following turn. And yeah, I mean, these are decent creatures, but I don't know that this is enough.
Here's the big thing for me. The issue I see here is you are slowing things down in a position where you're the aggressor. You're the one that's supposed to be speeding things up.
Right.
And instead, you're taking time to slow things down, and that's not a good feeling.
Right. I mean, that's a turn where you absolutely needed something like a Sapling Nursery, a Mightform Harmonizer, or an Ice Till Explorer. One of your expensive cards here. Playing a couple of these little creatures, I don't think is going to be enough here. So now, I mean, this is a big turn here for the Izzet Lessons player, where you kind of have everything going.
All right, Will Kovalchuk, what are you able to do? With the Keen-Eyed Curator on the battlefield, you're almost certainly never, or at least it'll be difficult to get the senior discount online. Do you start off your turn with just leveling up Artist Talent? Is that where things go?
2 mana here. Accumulate Wisdom with an Artist Talent trigger on the stack.
And we see Michael Paluta say, Artist Talent trigger resolves.
The Monument trigger here, probably going to draw a card.
Now you see Firebending Lesson has gone to the graveyard.
So that's 2.
Back to 2 lessons. Accumulate Wisdom on the stack.
Still on the stack. And we are likely exiling one of these lessons.
Now the reason why you're not letting the Wisdom resolve here, even though there's only 2 lessons in the graveyard, is because then the Grand would be online, and you don't want Will to get a single point of mana off of Grand at sorcery speed, right? Artist Salad, Monument to Endurance coming down for cheap would be disastrous.
Yeah, there's so many instances of the deck. You don't want to go Abandoned Attachments into Combustion Technique and just fire all of those spells with that Grand discount.
So, Disdainful Stroke goes to the graveyard. A treasure is made. And that's Abandoned Attachments now. Monument tapped.
Okay. So has all modes been used, I assume?
All modes have been used. Monument is done for the turn.
All right, and
Michael Paluta falls to 16.
Right, but didn't actually find an interactive spell here just yet for any of the creatures. Oh, there it is. That is a Combustion Technique. Another rummage here. Monument can't be used here, but still will be good enough to get the Keen-Eyed Curator off the battlefield. And is the Accumulating Wisdom still on the stack?
I believe so.
Okay. All right, and Will
Draw three.
Kovalchik drawing the full 3 here. Now, Michael Paluda still has a lot of good draws available here, right? We have an Escape Tunnel. Something like an Ice Tail Explorer would still be quite nice, along with a Sapling Nursery.
Right, and the big question right now is we don't know how much interaction Will Kovalchuk has found.
Yeah, we'll note, though, Michael Paluda did discard a Disdainful Stroke, I believe. So that's an indication that he might have another one here for one of these possible good top decks. Although can't Disdainful Stroke that.
Surrak coming down.
Yeah, certainly not the most threatening on this board.
Sending everybody in.
Yeah, so this is currently an attack for 3. If you sacrifice the Escape Tunnel, that's a landfall trigger for the Chocobo and a trigger from the Earthbender Ascension. So that would be 5 damage coming in, which could put Michael Paluda, Will Kovalchuk down to 4 life.
Right. So, fetches a forest. All of the triggers. Here
Earthbender
comes
Ascension.
Saz's Chocobo, Earthbender Ascension. Finally picks up the 4th quest counter. Where is that going?
Yeah, likely somewhere to just get an extra point of damage through here. But with that full discount here, I am expecting very, very big things from Will Kovalchuk over the next turn cycle.
Yes, 16 is a bit too high to close out the game, unless you really chain a bunch together, but it's possible.
Right. All right. 1 mana here.
Hellbent for Michael Paluda. Llanowar Elves hits the board.
Oh, flash freezing the Llanowar Elves. That would draw Michael Paluda a card because Surrak's in play. But of course, when you do cast a flash freeze, you do get a Rummage from the Artist Talent and then an extra card here from Monument to Endurance.
That feels like desperation to me.
Just digging, maybe?
Yeah, it
Trying
feels like
to
your
find
hand
something?
is not good enough.
All right. Okay.
Desperation is going away quickly.
All right, so now 2 monuments in play here. And we need to decide what to do, finding an extra card off of the monument. Still plenty of action, I'm sure. Perhaps just going to look to get rid of the Surrak. Yeah, it does have Trample.
Combustion Technique going after Surrak.
Yeah, so Will be able to, Michael will be able to draw another card here, but will get a Rummage trigger and off of the 2 Monument to Endurances. And that's a card draw and a treasure.
I'm beginning to think it might be too late for Monogreen.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this time and time again in the event that we had, of course, in Milwaukee, where Will Kruger ended up taking it down and doing very, very similar things to many of his opponents.
Yes, it feels like lesson in the hands of a Will is a good place to be.
Right, we might have a back-to-back Will here win it all.
It might. Will it? Will it not? We'll find out.
You know, I was thinking about using that one, and I decided against
it. For me, you
oh, you know what? I
gave
gave you the honor
yeah.
of that. Yes.
That's what good co-casters
That's
do,
right.
is they set each other up for success.
We are a team.
We are a team.
All right, 6 damage going to the face here now. Michael Paluda down to 10 life here.
10 life and a dream. Essentially, assuming there's any instant C spell, 4 life, on his turn.
Yeah, what a big turnaround here. You know, Michael Paluda needed just one more big action spell over the past 2 or 3 turns, just couldn't find enough here. And now it's going to be very, very difficult.
Escape Tunnel. Okay.
Can we go?
Can you make it
unblockable
in response? No. Goes for the counter. Attacks.
And he's just kind of hoping there's just no removal spells.
Right. Do you have like an Archmage's Charm?
Okay, we're sacrificing the land. This is all going to work. And once the target's chosen, I imagine there's going to be a combustion technique.
Oh, that's 4.
Right.
Tramp. Yeah.
What? He found nothing?
Okay.
I was thinking there was going to be a firebending lesson, a combustion technique, something.
That's 4.
That's lethal. And here we're just trying to set up this whole Will in the top 8 narrative, but now we have a deciding game here for the top 8.
Alrighty.
Okay.
So, Michael Paluda even things up. I will do a little reminder about the overlay after sideboarding, but I think we're going to expect to see about the same, right, Paul?
Yeah, more or less. I think you have a pretty good idea of what the most impactful cards are in the matchup, so I think there's going to be very, very little sideboarding here. Player draw, I don't think matters that much in this particular matchup.
All right, so as the players finish sideboarding for a deciding Game 3, I will remind you about our other event coming up, which is going to be SCG Con Washington, D.C. The second of the 2 U.S. regional championships will be happening at the end of May in the nation's capital, May 29th to the 31st in Washington, D.C., where players will have another chance to qualify for Pro Tour Amsterdam. For all information on that event, head to StarCityGames.com/SCGCon and find out if you will be joining us there in Washington, D.C. So, back to the match, deciding Game 3. This is a recorded backup feature match, which means, unfortunately, our overlay is broken. Will Kovalchuk on Izzet Lessons is on the bottom of your screen. Michael Paluda on Monogreen Landfall is at the top of your screen. You can expect life totals to be correct, but the names and archetypes are flipped. So, Will Kovalchuk kicking things off with a Grand turn 1. Pace of play picking up a bit. Llanowar Elves returning here, and Grand gets in the red zone.
It always just feels so good anytime you can get the actual attack in with the Grand.
It feels beautiful.
Yeah, you're just like, wait, I get to do this?
It feels wrong. Grand shouldn't be getting aggro, but it feels beautiful at the same time.
Right.
Something forbidden.
And if you're a Michael Paluda, you're doing a little bit of a fist pump. It looked like it was over there.
You stole that game.
Right. I mean, it looked, I didn't put my deck list away.
Right.
But it was one of those things where it was looking really, really tough.
You would never do that preemptively.
Never.
And I've learned not to ever count out Monogreen Landfall, so my deck lists were planted firmly in front of me.
Or Boros Dragons.
Oh.
Yeah. So,
all right.
So
Saz's Chocobo, quenched. Badgermole Cup, the follow-up. Back we go to Will Kovalchuk's turn.
Yeah, ideal start here if you are the mono green landfall deck. But honestly, a really good start here as well for the Izzet Lessons player, given that you do have Grand into Idle Quencha. If you do have a Firebending Lesson, that would be fantastic as a way to get that Badgermole Cup off the battlefield. Tapping 3 mana, that was a little bit concerning. What are you going to do, play a Monument?
That does feel like where we're headed, doesn't it?
Yeah, unless it's a Broadside Barrage, right? You could play Broadside Barrage. If you had that, you would still be interested in killing the Badgermole Cub and then attacking with the Grand.
Okay, we'll find out. It's Monument.
You could find a treasure. If you find a Firebending Lesson, you make a treasure, and then you can use that to kill the...
Had it.
All right, there you go.
Okay,
great
shout
setup.
out, Paul.
So very, very good sequencing here for Will Kovalchuk. And now on Michael's side, 4 mana.
Could be anything. It's Leatherhead.
All right, now we get to see the Leatherhead in action. There is a Monument to Endurance on the battlefield, but it's got Hexproof.
Hexproof.
Can't deal anything here.
Trample.
Ooh, but a second copy. Hey, you get your value. It did replace itself, so it's not terrible.
No.
Right?
Look, 2 Monuments. Grand attacks. 2 draws. Desperation. Goodbye, Granny.
Yeah, Granny will certainly get blocked here by the Leatherhead.
You see Michael saying, can I block? Please let me block. Can I block?
Wow.
I can block. All right, massive value.
Yeah, Abandoned Attachments here. This is big here because now you get another trigger off of both of the Monuments. You can find some treasure tokens here, find some additional spells to cast. If you can find and accumulate Wisdom, you can still fire it off. You still get that discount here before the Grand goes to the graveyard.
Right, so resolving Accumulate Wisdom, and now resolving the Monument tokens, Monument triggers, 6 to the face.
Whoa, that is aggressive.
That is one way to do it, but look.
Does he have a land? Okay.
There's no discard outlets left right now.
No discard outlets and just naked Monuments. One of these are certainly going to die off of the Leatherhead. Now, does Will have a way to put a +1/+1 counter on the Leatherhead? We're far away from doing that with Earthbender Ascension, but if you could, then you wouldn't have to remove the hexproof counter to be able to use the disenchant effect on the monument.
Alrighty, we're getting in the red zone. Here comes Leatherhead. Is anything else coming across? The forest? Nope. We'll give Michael a moment. This game is for top 8. This match was the guaranteed winning in. 6 damage coming across. Goodbye hexproof counter. Monument 1 down. 1 monument to go. What will Michael Paluda follow it up with?
Legend rule Leatherhead.
That's one way to do it. That's why you play 3 of them, Paul.
Yeah, it is, you know, an expensive disenchant effect, but hey, Monument is problematic, and now you have another way to get it off the battlefield.
I don't know what it is in Will Kovalchuk's hand, but this is going to be very rough after he was forced to throw away his Grand. Artist Talent is a great start. That's a discard outlet again.
Yeah, it looks like maybe a 1-mana interaction spell. Ooh, wait.
Boomerang Basics on Artist Talent, discarding a Flash Freeze.
Jeez, so we
need the cards.
We need the cards here because now you don't have the talent in play.
So, deciding what to do with the Monument trigger right now, and then after that might do some responding. You really don't want this talent to go to hand just yet.
Right.
Leatherhead just sitting there chilling.
Right. If you have, you know, a firebending lesson or anything along those lines, you might be interested in just using that and firing it off on the Llanowar Elf.
3 damage.
Okay.
Down to 9.
Going to the face.
Resolving Boomerang Basics. No land drop for the turn. Here comes a Verge.
Okay. You know, does this mean that Will has another Monument to Endurance in hand? Sure feels that way.
Either that or Will has a line that we just do not see right now.
Are there just burst lightnings here? What we got a Sunspine
Slag Storm,
to
3
the
damage
face?
to each player.
Yeah, I mean, Will clearly has a plan here.
Right.
He could have had 2 or 3 treasures in play, right, which would help him kind of stabilize this board, but instead choosing to go to the face with these Monument to Endurances.
Right.
Yeah.
So, what is Will going to do here? We'll find out. But first is Michael Paluda's turn on Monogreen and Bossing Say. So the aggressive line from both sides. Forest becomes a 3/3. This is an attack for 9 coming across.
9 coming in, full on aggression here. What do you target here now? I mean, it feels like there is a backup copy of Monument to Endurance. Could you make the case you just kill the Artist Talent?
I was going to say, Paul,
right?
Uno reverse card, what do you kill? I think it's the Artist Talent.
Right.
I think that if your opponent is showing desperation digging for cards and no discard outlet,
right,
I would just kill the discard enabler.
Right. There is no Agna Kella in play. And yeah, great choice here from Michael Paluda. It's like, look, if you have another Monument and if you have an Abandoned Attachments, that's still only 6 damage, and I'm sitting at 9 life.
Right. 9 is difficult when you only have 1 Monument because it's 1 cycle on each turn, and you expect to win on your turn.
Yeah, and he did have the backup Monument.
No discard outlet.
All right, so this is a lethal attack here. If you have a combustion technique, of course, you're going to have to use it here. But even so, I mean, you can't kill both of the creatures here. If you kill the Leatherhead, that's still 6 damage coming in.
Handshake, combustion technique, not enough. And it is going to be Michael Paluda in a match that he looked like he was completely out of, taking it and locking up his spot in our top 8.
Yeah, what a fight there. And this is going to just prove, I mean, we even saw it in game 1, right? He was just kind of staying there. He's like, I know you're doing all the things, but I'm going to make you have it.
Yeah.
He made him have it in game 2, even though it looked like he was 90% to lose that game, somehow managed to win that one, and then follows it up by locking a spot here in that game number 3.
Make you have it. Make you have it again, because at some point, as long as you are alive and you can keep asking the question, at some point, they're not going to have it.
That's right.
Hopefully.
Exactly.
All right, so as we figure out whether we're going to be showing you another match, I will just say that no, that is the answer. We are going to cut to a break. On the other side of this break, though, we'll have a top 8 to reveal for you. So do not go anywhere. We're just getting to the good stuff. See you soon. Hello and welcome back to Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. My name is Monty Devuti. I am joined by Mr. Paul Cheon, and we are officially in the top 8. We have a top 8 decided, and we are going to show it to you right now. So, without further ado, in first seed, Anthony Pepe on Monogreen Landfall, facing off against John Puglisi Clark on Monogreen Landfall. In fourth seed, Michael Paluda, who we just saw win on Monogreen Landfall, against Simon Byrne on Izzet Spellementals. In the third seed, Jacob Durish on Izzet Prowess, up against Ross Merriam on Izzet Prowess. And in the second seed, Jesse Pyland on Monogreen Landfall against Brian Zhang, our lone non-Izzet, non-Monogreen hero on Rakdos Rummaging. Paul, initial thoughts on the bracket?
Well, I mean, this is kind of what we saw for kind of all of day 2 today. Just the dominance of Monogreen Landfall, and that has just continued to be the case here. We have the 5 copies of our top 8 being Monogreen Landfall with a smattering of Izzet decks, 4 copies of Monogreen Landfall with a spattering of Izzet decks and the Rakdos Rummaging deck here. So, yeah, I mean, the real question here is it the Forest that's going to take it down here, or will it be one of the Izzet variants, or, of course, our lone hero there down at the bottom, Brian Zhang with Rakdos Rummaging?
Now, one thing I want to touch on here as we get ready to go into the top 8, Paul, is we are one of 2 events happening this weekend, of course. The other was the regional championship happening in Turin, and that was also standard. Their top 8, 0 copies of Monogreen Landfall. The only deck overlap between that top 8 and this one is 1 copy of his Spellementals there, 1 copy of his Spellementals here. Otherwise, entirely different archetypes.
Yeah.
What does that say about, A, the U.S. metagame that Monogreen Landfall is so prevalent here, and 2, just standard in general?
Oh, it just means the U.S. has all the best Monogreen Landfall players, clearly.
Okay.
No, what it means is, of course, I mean, look, in any tournament, you know, it's just a sample size thing, right? I mean, if we took a look at the spread of the metagame for both tournaments, it was pretty similar. There was just a good mix of Monogreen Landfall, various Izzet decks, and various Momo decks. And, you know, at the end of the day, every tournament is slightly different. So I don't think it's necessarily correct to always kind of form a narrative on a specific format based off of one tournament, and this is a great example of this, right? This is one of the most diverse standard environments that we've ever had. Just because this event has 4 Monogreen Landfall decks in the top 8, that's not an indication that Monogreen is too strong. It's just there's 4 Monogreen decks that just managed to make top 8 of this event.
Right. That is how things broke down in the 15 rounds of standard that we played here, which in the grand scheme of standard being played, just indicative even of this weekend's 2 events, is the smallest of sample sizes.
That's right.
Right. So, the players are ready, and we have quarterfinals magic to bring you. We are finally working our way towards the trophy. Let's get things started in the top 8. And it is the People's Hero. Top of your screen, Jesse Pyland on Monogreen Landfall. But on the bottom, it is Brian Zhang on Rakdos Rummaging. Here we go, Saz's Chocobo kicking things off.
And a Bloodthorn Flail here from Brian Zhang. And can Jesse follow this up with Badger Mole Cub? That would be the ideal thing to play here on turn number 2. Promising Vein into Esper Origins. Less exciting. This is often the type of card that you're wanting to be putting into your graveyard off of Icetel Explorer activations. That gives you basically a spell-like effect that you can cast out of the graveyard here, but still allows you to smooth out your draws.
Right. So, Jesse is the player that we saw earlier on in the Swiss today, playing the full 4 copies of Esper Origins. So very much embracing this card as one of the pillars of the deck, in his opinion. Brian's side, of course, this Rakdos Rummaging deck is brand new to the format, right? It's almost entirely enabled by Cool But Rude. Previous versions of this deck had to be Monument decks simply because they needed what Monument gave the deck in terms of that extra push in power. So it's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and the printing of Cool But Rude that gave it this push to exist independent of Monument.
Yeah, it's really interesting because we've seen a lot of lists that have Cool But Rude and Monument, and I think at least for Brian and maybe some of his teammates that chose to play this deck, their conclusion was likely, hey, that's just a little bit too slow. Like, at the end of the day, we are a Rakdos aggressive strategy. Let's play more creatures, let's beat down, and just play the Cool But Rude, but not play the Monument.
And one of the creatures that they do play unique to them is Inti, Cynical of the Sun. So that comes down, but Monogreen will do Monogreen things as Jeskai Pyland has an Earthbender Ascension here on turn 3. That's part of the power of Esper Origins, smoothing out your draws and making sure you get to do this more consistently.
All right, but free equip, and that is a Flamewake Phoenix. Hits a Bloodthorn Flail off of the Inti trigger here, so nice little synergy there with all the different ways to discard in this deck. So can play that Bloodthorn Flail for free, get in for a lot of damage potentially here, right? I mean, you can play this Flail as well. You can use that to equip the Inti if you like, and get that Flamewake Phoenix back in play. That would be a minimum of 8 damage coming in this turn.
Right, and the Inti trigger might make that 9 as well. There's a lot of damage being represented here.
Yeah, I mean, what if there's another Flamewake Phoenix in the graveyard?
Or a Bloodghast. Oh,
okay. Okay, all right.
Does he have the land?
Do you have the land here to get both of the... He was really kind of maybe hoping to hit the land off the top here.
Entirely possible. We're going to find out here.
I suppose you can just keep discarding and getting more triggers if you really want to find a mountain.
That is how the game works, and that's what he is currently looking to press on. Actually plays the Mako, says, if I'm going to keep discarding, I may as well start growing another creature.
Oh my gosh.
Fear of missing out. That's not a land.
Right, but that triggers the Mako here as well. You get an extra counter. I don't know.
That one's not being cast this turn.
Right, that one can't be cast. Does Brian have a land to play here?
Does.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
What a turn.
This is. All right, this is spicy now.
Yeah, so now we have the 6 damage coming in from the Inti. Of course, one of the Flamewake Phoenixes also entering the battlefield here. A almost purely racing situation here because, of course, Jeskai also has Brian down to 12 life.
8. Discarding Cool But Rude. 1 counter on the Mako, has an Inti counter to place.
Yeah, putting a counter on the Flamewake Phoenix, it seems. It is an evasive creature here. What do we got here off the top?
Bloodghast.
All right, so that one is also not being cast.
9?
Okay.
Is that 9?
9, so Jeskai Pyland down to 13. What a turn, by the way. Right? I mean, just the number of permanents that enter the battlefield this turn.
Look, I'm going to say you and I have seen Brian on Feature Match a few times now. One of them was even a win. But so far, we haven't really seen the Rakdos Rummaging deck do the thing, right? the really, like, this is why this deck in a hyper powerful standard environment, this is a competitive deck. This is why you're here. This is why you were able to keep up and make the top 8 and have a good result. What makes this deck so strong? It's draws like this.
Absolutely. I mean, these are kind of, you know, we call it kind of free wins, right? If you have that, you have a certain percentage of hands where you can pull off something like this, you just have access to those free wins. When you talk about the Monogreen Landfall deck, oftentimes it's Llanowar Elves, Badgermole Cub into Earthbender Ascension. If you look at the Rakdos Rummaging, this is what you want.
Right. And this is also, in my opinion, lending itself heavily to how strong Inti is in the deck, right? We saw the number of cards deep that Brian was able to go simply with an Inti and a Flail and nothing else.
Yeah,
right?
Just find whatever you need and just kind of continue just playing a bunch of permanents off the top.
Right, and that is the reason that perhaps Brian and his team slash co-conspirators, as it were, opted to bring this version of a Rummaging deck.
Yeah, now Brian, while Jeskai Pyland is thinking about what to do this turn to you know, perhaps try to go for a lethal attack and also try to survive the following turn. Because look, there's a 3/3 Flamewake Phoenix on the battlefield here. There's a couple of flails in play. You can even put that onto the Phoenixes, right? Just to give you more damage in the sky. And there's one more in the yard. So Brian kind of has to kind of run the numbers and figure out, what can I do here? How many things can I give trample to something to force through damage? Do I have a lethal attack?
Right, and you know, this is not a game of chip damage.
No.
It usually isn't with Monogreen Landfall, but now you're on the receiving end of it as well, where it's, I have to have a Haymaker turn because my opponent is going to have a Haymaker turn.
Yeah. And I think we're starting to approach the point where Jesse does need to make a play here. He has been tanking for quite some time on this turn.
Yes, the top 8 is untimed. You can see the timer on the screen. That's ticking up, not down. But as always with the game of Magic, there is a heavy requirement and imperative on you to make plays and decisions in a timely manner.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if Jesse had a Mightform Harmonizer there, perhaps that would have changed the equation here. But I think with just the ability to put singular counters on things, I don't think he has quite enough here, especially through that Marauding Mako, to get in for a lethal attack.
So, Saz's Chocobo up to 5, Earthbender Ascension up to 3 counters. Not quite online yet, but of course it can be at any time with Promising Vein on the battlefield.
Yeah, and if Jesse doesn't have a lethal attack, he might even want to consider keeping back the Saz's Chocobo, given the fact that we could have a very large trampling ground creature in play with that Inti.
Right. Okay, so Esper Origins comes back. Summon Esper Meduin. Taking a look at the top 2.
And that does pad your life total, gains you 2 life. Could be very, very important here. Yeah, because right now, at least if you're on Brian's side, you've got the 3/3 Flamewake Phoenix. You got one in the yard. Of course, you're going to be able to put that into play. You could even move the flails over if you'd like. We are looking at least 9 damage in the air with those combinations of cards.
Right. If we assume that everything represented on board right now does the maximum allowed damage, that's 10 with the Inti card added.
Right.
So that's the minimum. That's our baseline. That means Brian needs to find 5 more.
Right.
Now, there's 3 creatures and only 2 blockers from Jesse. So that in and of itself means that one of the 3 creatures is getting in for a minimum of 2 additional.
Right.
That's 12
damage.
So 3 points of damage is what Brian needs to find in order to close out the game here, knowing that he's very likely dead on the crack back.
Right. You know, an extra Flamewake Phoenix would obviously be fantastic here. Another Bloodthorn Flail, perhaps.
All right, time to do some math. There is an Inti on the battlefield. Every card in the hand that doesn't do anything can be turned into something that potentially does.
Right, and every time you discard, the Marauding Mako also grows, so you might just want to at least give that the ability to have trample because, you know, you have a couple of looks here, right? Every time you discard, you get to reveal a card off the top of your library with that Inti.
Right. The black die on Summon Esper Meduin is not +1/+1. That is a finality counter. So, 6 toughness from the Chocobo, 4, if I'm not mistaken, from Esper Meduin. Is that right?
That's
so
10 toughness on the battlefield.
10 toughness on the battlefield.
Yeah, Jesse just understanding his role here because you don't have enough for the win this turn, just doing everything you can to make sure that Bryant can close it out this turn.
Right.
Yeah, this is such a big turn, right? I mean, this is almost a close to a make or break situation where you have to be kind of afraid. If Jesse gets to untap here with all that mana for the Esper, the Saz's Chocobo, and the Earthbender Ascension on 4, there's a good shot Jesse might be able to close it out on his turn.
Right. What we said about Jesse on the previous turn also applies to Brian on this turn. Does have to make decisions in a timely manner, but I think both players here having that mutual respect of the situation, the position in the top 8, the complicated aspect of the turns, and allowing each other to take that extra moment to think through these turns.
Yeah. So trample or not, I think a fairly easy. I think you kind of have to decide where you want to move the flail. But when you move the flail over to the Phoenix, that is just a guaranteed 2 points of damage. So might want to lead things off with that. Of course, we don't know what's in Brian's hand here.
Right. Well, now we're getting a look. That's a cool but rude.
That is a cool but rude, but doesn't have the mana to play it and activate the discard trigger.
Right.
That would make things a lot easier.
That would completely change the math here.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, basically, if things attack here from Brian's side, Bloodghast would be the creature that kind of gets through. You're going to be wanting to put your biggest creatures on both the Mako and the Inti that's in play.
Right. All right, Brian doing the final math because a play does need to be made.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like you kind of just want to lead things off with moving the Bloodthorn Flail and seeing what you hit off of the Inti. But maybe not. Maybe there is another Flail here.
Yeah, if you have a land, then you want to go cool but rude level up.
Right.
But clearly that's not there because otherwise that would have happened already.
Right.
This is a reminder that if you got at least 10 match points in this tournament.
All right, step 1, tapping a land.
Yeah. I mean, look, we're in the top 8 here. Certainly a lot of pressure.
But
Jesse certainly spent. You know, I don't think Jesse's in any spot to, of course, pressure Brian into making a play. But of course, we need to figure out something to do here because he hasn't even made any indication of making any decision this turn.
right, we are approaching a 2.5, 3 minute turn without any action being taken. That is not really acceptable at this level of play, especially in a top 8.
Okay, playing out the Mako, interesting. So that's something that you do when you're setting up for a potentially longer game here, right? Because now you don't have that extra card to discard, and it's not like this Mako can attack this turn.
Right. So, just going to combat.
Okay.
Not even moving a flail.
Right.
Play very defensive. And it is going to be Phoenixes potentially as the only attackers.
Right. I mean, that's what it seems like here. Attacking with the pair of Phoenixes. You still get that Inti trigger here that would grow both of the Makos. Maybe you can hit something off the top. So Rummage, double Mako trigger.
Discards cool but rude.
All right. One there. Second counter on the Phoenix, I assume. Oh.
That was the Inti counter.
Oh, excuse me.
The
You
Makos
are
get
absolutely
their own
correct.
counters.
Right, that's right. Right.
And, okay.
A card
that's
you
the
can't
exile.
cast. Yeah. Okay, so that's just 5 damage coming in, and we do have lots of toughness available here, so it might be pretty difficult here for Jesse to actually close out the game on this side. So this kind of is Brian trying to set up for a 2-turn kill, right? Get you down to 9 and then move the flails over on the following turn. What is Jesse's turn here?
Right, that was Carnage, Crimson, Chaos being exiled. That's gone. Jesse down to 9, and we are back on Monogreen Landfall's turn. 2 mana floating, +2, Ice Still Explorer, and here we go.
Oh, Mindform Harmonizer, and that should
We're
lock
done
it up.
here. All right.
Wow. Wow.
So,
in one turn there, I mean, Brian, of course, figuring out what he needed to do, probably maybe decided that it was going to be very difficult to find that extra 2 or 3 points of damage and kind of went for the 2-turn kill. But, of course, Jesse kind of had it all there.
right, this really is the nature of those turns. The reason those 2 turns were so complicated, not to approve or condone the amount of time they took, but to explain, the reason they were so complicated is because the next turns were very likely to look like this from both sides, where either you kill me, or if you don't kill me, I kill you, and that's how it played out. So, on to sideboarding. Jesse Pyland on Monogreen Landfall takes game 1. We're going to start by looking at Rakdos rummaging Paul. How are we sideboarding here?
Yeah, so if you're on the Rakdos rummaging side, you're certainly going to be looking to bring in any type of anti-creature removal that you can have. So the copy of the Requiting Hex, I'd imagine, coming in, along with the Bitter Triumph here from Brian Zhang. You could also make the argument that Intimidation Tactics could come in. I don't know if you want to do that on the player draw. Maybe you want to be a little bit more aggressive, given that you're on the play. Maybe you're on the draw. Then maybe you want to bring in the tactics. So those are some of the things that I would be looking to bring in. I don't think you're going to see something like a Duress or a Soul Guide Lantern come in. Perhaps a Karsi Revenant if you want to just have another evasive creature. and also just something with Death Touch to maybe stop some of the, My Form Harmonizer stuff. So I can see something like that here from Brian Zhang.
All right, on the other side, Monogreen Landfall up a game and going into the sideboarding. What are you looking at from here?
Yeah, so if Jesse is looking to play kind of a more defensive setup here, given that he's on the draw here, there's a lot of different directions you can go. You see the 2 copies of the Eumidian Terrabotanist. Now, that is a card that just gains you a bunch of life, right? It's a 2-drop. You can trade with some of the early aggression that Brian Zhang can represent, while also, if it just kind of stays in play and you're casting Earthbender Ascensions, it can gain you 4, 6, 8 life over the course of a game. Additionally, one card that's interesting, maybe this is only something that you would play on the play, is the 4 copies of Mossborn Hydra. The reason being, usually Rakdos decks have a lot of removal, but here, Brian doesn't have a lot. He's got 3 copies of Requiting Hex that actually doesn't deal with it. He's got a singleton Bitter Triumph and a second copy of Bitter Triumph in the sideboard. So, Mossborn Hydra has a very, very high chance of surviving, allowing you to perhaps outrace some of those explosive starts from the Rakdos Rummaging deck.
And a little bit of meta information here is we saw Brian actually ask Jesse if he could read Mossborn Hydra. So it was something that was in his mind as they were preparing to sideboard, as I think this is a card that might be coming in the matchup. So that's something that he was getting more information on. So we'll give the players a moment to make the considerations and finish sideboarding. And I will remind you that if you've ever found yourself wondering, wait a second, there's an event happening? I didn't know that was going on. Well, that probably means you are not subscribed to the Star City Games newsletter, because it is the way for you to find out about new set releases like Magic the Gathering Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, events coming up like SCG Con Cincinnati happening May 15th to 17th, or sales like the one we have happening this weekend for 10% off Commander set singles. If any of these or just being informed is something that interests you, head over to starcitygames.com/newsletter to sign up now and never miss out again. We have a match happening, and the players are done sideboarding. They are shuffling up for Game 2. Reminder of what happened, Jesse Pyland took Game 1 with Monogreen Landfall, and it really was a position where play draw decided everything, because whoever untapped the next turn was going to win the game, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely there. And Brian, of course, had that final turn, and I wonder if he's thinking, was there a world? Is there something I could have done had I just gone for it there? It kind of took Jesse to have multiple cards there to actually close out the game, right? Of course, you needed the Might Form Harmonizer with the Icetail Explorer, so that, of course, is just infinite damage with the Earthbender Ascension. So, yeah, you're going to be probably thinking about that final turn, but, of course, ultimately he decided to go for the 2-turn clock here, but Jesse, of course, ended up taking that down as a result.
Right. The number of cards in hand with Inti exiling rather than drawing meant that the number of cards in hand was ultimately limited for Brian. We saw him end that turn, start that turn, with 2 cards total to work with, and that meant had to have the perfect hit of a land potentially to even go for things, but Cool But Rude being limited because all of these effects are rummage effects, meaning that if you don't have that card to discard initially, the rummage loop will never begin, and those were all the various complicated things that Brian went through in the thought process of deciding that turn. So I'm going to trust him when he thinks that he didn't have lethal there. So Game 2 now, and we get Rakdos rummaging on the play. We'll see him get another shot at it.
Brian on the play this time, though, and quickly mulliganing here, it looks like, but both sides not happy with their 7.
One good mulligan deserves another as Jesse Pyland joins Brian going down to 6, and you do see those 6s being represented. So, while they play on, we will get a quick look in at Michael Paluda, and it looks like the process of taking down Game 1 over there on Monogreen Landfall against Simon Byrne on Izzet Spellementals. So I wanted to give you a small preview of what was happening. The preview is Monogreen Landfall up a game over there. That game was also a long one here, taking just about 20 minutes. But our main feature is drawing their hands, so let's go back down there as we look at mulligans to 6 and see if our players find some keepable hands.
Yeah, I think I might have snuck a peek at a sapling nursery on Michael Paluta's side here, which, of course, if you can have that on the battlefield against his Spellementals, that's going to be quite strong.
I have snuck a peek at a mulligan to 5, unfortunately, for the people's champion Brian Zhang on Rakdos rummaging. It looks like Jesse Pyland is keeping his 6, so disaster might be striking for the Rakdos player here, as it's not good.
Yeah, I mean, this is the type of deck that kind of wants all the resources. You need the cards to discard to be able to find what you need. But look, you know, you're on the play. If you can still just manage to find a nice aggressive start here, you know, maybe get a fear of missing out on turn 2, put a Bloodghast or a Flamewake Phoenix into the graveyard, you can still maybe get some of those cards back. Right.
Aggressive decks typically suffer the most from mulligans, right? Aggressive decks and control decks, the decks where every resource matters,
right,
is the ones that suffer. The decks that have a lot of card advantage, they can usually undo the mulligan with time.
Absolutely.
All right, and an update, something that we are not going to be watching on camera, is John Puglisi Clark, the 8th seed, has uncrowned the king. Anthony Pepe has fallen 0-2. So congratulations to John Puglisi Clark moving on to the semifinals. We'll be potentially seeing him next round.
Right. The victor in the mono green mirror.
Yes, so that is 1 mono green into the semis of a potential maximum 3 because they were facing each other.
Right.
And we know the other 2 are each up a game.
And Brian here has decided to keep and is just trying to figure out the second card to put on the bottom, as he is going to 5 here.
Right, Flail going down. The hand of 5 is Mako, land, Requiting Hex, Cool But Rude.
Yeah, I mean, for a mulligan to 5, right? Turn 1 Mako into turn 2 Cool But Rude is the type of start that you want.
I don't know if there's anything better other than an Inti.
Right. Inti, Fear of Missing Out would also be a nice thing to play here on turn 2.
So, Llanowar Elves, the play for Jesse Pyland. Back we go Brian Zhang's way. Can you afford to not play Cool But Rude here and just Requiting Hex the Elf?
Yeah, you're just down a mana in that exchange, which is kind of unfortunate, right? And you want to put additional pressure here, so getting that Cool But Rude in play grows the Mako and you use your mana better, might just play it out.
Yeah, so this is a nice moment to just talk about resources and the different kind of resources in Magic, because life total is a resource, cards are a resource, but mana is also a resource, right? And at some point, you have to start managing your resources. So if you're already down on 1 resource, cards from mulligans, you can't really also afford to be down on mana and giving up that mana economy.
Right, and you're just not even progressing the board state very much, right? Because you're playing the then you're just hitting for 1 with the Mako, and that's your turn.
That sounds like playing not to lose rather than playing to win.
Yeah.
So, Brian Zhang realizes that, goes for the Cool But Rude, develops the board, and for the most part, no real punish from the other side.
Right.
Second Llanowar Elf Saz's Chocobo. This turn would have maybe just been Llanowar Elf or just Saz's Chocobo Fetch Land Pass.
Right.
But there's no disaster that happened, no Badger Mole Cub, on account of not casting that Requiting Hex.
Yeah, and now if you have the Requiting Hex, it's kind of interesting what you target. Normally the default is to go for the mana creatures here, but we're now looking at the point where Jesse Pyland has access to 4 mana in play. Even if you kill one of the elves, next turn Jesse can simply play land number 4 and play one of his heavy hitters that all cost 4 mana, so it might actually be correct to just go after the Chocobo.
Right. We don't know how Brian's hand has shaped up since the original keep. Maybe the consideration right now is just leveling up Cool But Rude and getting in the red zone.
Yeah, there was a Flamewake Phoenix, I believe, in hand. That's obviously a very, very nice card to discard off of the Cool But Rude.
Fear of Missing Out. the other card.
Right, so
Okay.
it doesn't have a third land then, right? Because he's only on 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, Flamewake Phoenix, Fear of Missing Out, and Requiting Hex.
Right.
So, is it FOMO or is it level up? How aggressive are you getting?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to go for the level up here. I think it's probably just adding more to the board. Maybe you get lucky here. Play to get lucky, right? You discard a card here, get that extra trigger from the Mako, try to find a land to play here.
Okay, card drawn for the turn. Body language says it's not a land. So, attacking with the Mako, cool but root trigger.
Can still find a land here.
Goodbye Requiting Hex.
Okay, sure.
What is that card? We don't know.
This is 4 damage coming in.
4 damage coming in, and that means Flamewake Phoenix is now online.
Right.
But also 3 card types in the graveyard, so maybe FOMO will be online next turn.
Yeah, but did not find a land here. So no land number 3 here for Brian Zhang, but a decent board here. But Jesse is now at the point here where once you get to this point where you have access to 4 mana, there's just so many powerful things you can do as the Monogreen Landfall deck.
Now, this was a mulligan to 6 from Jesse, mulligan to 5 for Brian, obviously. There is a world where Jesse had a double Llanowar Elf, Saz's Chocobo,
All land hand.
all land hand, and just draws air, doesn't find any of the
Sure.
payoffs, right?
Yeah.
There is a world. I'm not saying that's the world we live in.
Right.
We don't know. But that is a possibility when we get into the realm of mulligans, that the hands are not going to play out perfectly. The payoff isn't going to be here for Jesse
I mean,
Garland.
if you are cheering for Brian Zhang, that's what you're hoping for, right?
Let me huff my copium, Paul.
I mean, look, sure. I mean, certainly he could just have more Llanowar Elves in hand. Of course, this is a deck that's playing 26 lands and a ton of mana creatures. Sometimes if you do not find your top-end threats, yes, you can flood out with this deck.
Right. But that is for Jesse to let us know, as we will see what he plays out here.
So if he had something like an Ice Tail Explorer, probably would have just played it right away. But of course, both sides being quite methodical in their plays.
Yes. 4 mana. It is
Never
Ice
mind.
Tail.
Okay.
Wrong again, Gian.
Never mind. I guess just had it. Sure.
All right. Mill on the stack, as has been the case from every Monogreen player we've seen this weekend. That's
Yes.
a tap land
Right.
because
It is the 3rd land.
it is the 3rd land. Brian just checking the timing, and Jesse is saying, yes, the mill is still on the stack.
Right. So 1 mill on the stack, and then the forest comes in, so then now 2 mills resolved. You have thinned your deck out of a land. Increases the chance a little bit of hitting Esper Origins off this mill.
Right. So, 2 mills. Ice Tail, Badger Mole has only played 1 land this
Right.
turn. So, do it again potentially.
Do it again, and this forest
Table
would come into play
Passage, trigger
untapped.
on the stack. Put 2 counters on the Saz's Chocobo.
Yeah, and the Monogreen also kind of having their engine to grow the Chocobo, their 1-drop online, and doing it a lot faster here.
And the Requiting Hex is in the graveyard, so
Yeah.
unless there's 2 in Brian's hand, will this decision, considering the Chocobo is the only quote-unquote threat going after Brian's life total right now, will that decision come back to bite Brian?
Yeah, so big turn here from Jesse, putting a couple of extra lands in play, and now we're looking at a 1-mana 6/7.
A 1 mana
Oh,
what?
no.
What was that, Paul? A 1 mana what? One more time, please.
It's a really, really large Chocobo, and actually playing defensively here, Jesse passes a turn over to Brian Zhang.
Okay. All right. So a 1 mana 6/7 Chocobo on the block means that we go back Brian's way. Fear of missing out. 1 card type away from Delirium. Marauding Mako up to 4 power. Flamewake Phoenix is online in the graveyard. And we'll see, since Brian discarded that Requiting Hex for the previous turn, I think I see a duplicate in the hand.
Right, yeah, absolutely wants to fire off a removal spell here on the Chocobo if you can. That does clear the way for a large attack here with the Marauding Mako. And also that Flamewake Phoenix. And I think you're right. I do see what looks to be a black removal spell. Yeah, that is a second copy of Requiting Hex in Brian's hand. Get that Chocobo out of the way, but probably also just trying to decide what to do with the rest of his mana. You have the option to tick up the Cool but Rude, get some extra points of damage in for discard effects, or just get that Flamewake Phoenix in play right away to have an evasive attacker.
All right, we're giving Brian the chance to think. Here comes the land, and here comes Cool but Rude ticking up.
Yeah, and I imagine, oh, not even using the removal spell here. Okay.
Wow.
All right, so now you have the ability to attack with Flamewake Phoenix. You can rummage. You don't have to, of course, attack with the Mako. And that would be 4 points of damage coming in against Jesse.
Look, you know what?
Yeah.
Brian is saying, you don't have an Earthbender Ascension.
Right?
You don't have a Harmonizer.
Yeah.
You don't have any way to give Trample.
This is just me maximizing my damage to you and trying to put you as quick of a clock here as possible. I don't mind just chump blocking with fear of missing out if I have to.
Yeah, you're 10.
Right.
I am probably going to kill you next turn. I'll find a way.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to kill you next turn. So
Yep.
good luck. Try to find some Trample. I'm not beating it probably anyways if
That's
you have
right.
an Earthbender Session plus Ice Still Explorer. This Chocobo is going to be the least of my problems once that engine is online.
Yep.
So let's just do it.
Yeah, I mean, Brian identified his win condition here, right? It's the evasion from the Flamewake Phoenix with the continuous source of damage from that Cool but Rude that's in play.
All right. So impressive decision making here from Brian Zhang. I will see if it pays off, of course, but with the information he had, it makes perfect sense to me.
Right, absolutely here. And now on Jesse's side, of course, we do have that Ice Till Explorer. Has the option to get that Fabled Passage in the graveyard. If you have nothing in hand, you can kind of stack those triggers, get all of that going again, maybe try to hit an Esper Origins in the graveyard, gain a little bit of life, and find more threats.
Right, because this is 4 mills just in
Right.
the dark. So
Absolutely.
that's 4 mills plus 2 lands removed out of the deck in the process. That is not bad odds.
No,
I'm
not
no
at all.
mathematician to find an Esper Origins.
That's absolutely right.
So, Brian just doing the math of how bad this can get for me.
Yep. I mean, clearly it has something to do here.
Right. That looks like 3 mana and Earthbend a Forest. I don't like that.
Oh my. Well, that might be
that-
close. I mean,
that-
Brian is at 18, so might be able to survive 1 attack.
Right, no doubling,
Right.
but it's scary territory. Oh boy,
Okay.
alrighty.
All right, here we go.
Hello, Earthbender Ascension. So, you need to close out the game likely this turn, Jesse Pyland. Can you do it? Forests, as its Chocobo grows, Earthbender Ascension gets a quest counter.
Yeah, and certainly now with the 2 Fabled Passages in the graveyard, that's Earthbender Ascension will be turned online here,
Correct.
allowing you to get in for a lot of damage. Unclear if he's going to be able to do enough here if it's only the Earthbender Ascension with the lands.
Right. And we do see a mill from the fetch of the Earthbender Ascension. No land drops made so far. So
Right.
here we go. We're going to see it again. Land drop number 1. Mill on the stack.
Yep.
Saz's Chocobo gets 2, 1 counter so far.
Right.
All right. Resolving everything in proper order is Jesse Pyland.
Yeah, so the creature and the Earthbender Ascension only have the 1 counter on them. The land will come into play, but the mill's trigger is on the stack, right?
Correct. Hasn't resolved a mill yet. Hasn't resolved Earthbender Ascension. Hasn't resolved Saz's Chocobo.
All right.
2 mills.
Now we get the Chocobo and the Earthbender Ascension trigger, I believe.
Unless he misses them.
Unless he misses it.
That is valid.
Okay, all right.
That first.
And
Then
there's the Chocobo. There
all
you
right,
go.
Didn't miss them. So, has 1 land drop left.
Yep.
All right, I have another update for you from the second mirror match of our top 8. In the Izzet Prowess mirror, it is Jacob Durish, the number 3 seed, that takes down Ross Merriam. So, Dersh and Puglisi Clark into the top 4. 2 matches to be decided.
All right, and now we have the 4th counter on the Ascension. No more counters. It needs to be put, of course, on the Ascension if they do the shortcut here. But, of course, you're going to have to remember putting the extra +1/+1 counters. And, of course, the very, very important trample once you get that 4th counter on the Earthbender Ascension.
All right, Saz's Chocobo up to 12.
12 damage and
Counting.
presumably trample.
I'm going to say trample.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I think you got this.
All right.
So, other considerations here, very important. Graveyard from Brian.
Right.
Requiting Hex, Mountain,
Oh.
Hobgoblin. That's 3.
Hits in Esper Origin, so that is 2 more life to gain here. That is very, very relevant.
That negates a discard.
Right, from the Cool But Rude here, so that could give, if Brian has somehow saw a line here to get in for enough damage with the Phoenix, that 2 life could be the absolute difference between winning this game.
Step 1, 12 ya.
Right.
Now Brian is doing math.
Right. Do you just chump block here, or do you just go, you know what, I'll just take it and just try to kill you somehow next turn? Now the Mako is not really going to be able to do a great job of attacking. Okay.
No blocks. Take 12 down to 6.
Okay.
This is the prize for all of that
Right.
milling. Esper Origins. Jesse Pyland plays 4 of them for a reason.
Now, one thing that we can also consider here is the fear of missing out that's in play. There's 3 types in the graveyard, it seems. So if Brian can also find another way to get a 4th type into the graveyard, that would mean an additional attack here with the Flamewake Phoenix.
So, surveilling 2 still, trying to decide. This could be the end because Jesse Pyland will almost certainly be able to lethal on the way back, even though we know that Brian Zhang very likely has a requiring Hex for the Saz's Chocobo. That will not be enough against an active Ice Explorer plus Earthbender.
Right, you can just give everything trample, right?
Right.
And kind of distribute all the counters wherever you please.
So, Jesse has to survive this turn, but has to not get ahead of himself and has to plan ahead as well, hence this decision.
Right.
And the decision is top.
Wow. All right, so Jesse's still deciding here on the flashback on Esper Origins. Very, very big turn, like you mentioned. This turn cycle will likely determine the outcome of this game.
Which could be the outcome of the match as well.
Absolutely.
Now, I will give an update on the other side. We did see earlier in the look-in that we took, Micah Paluda winning Game 1 against Simon Byrne on Izzet Spellementals. That match has gone to Game 3.
Okay.
Spellementals has evened things up, and there is a Game 3 in progress happening over there.
All right. So might be able to get a glimpse of that potentially if Jesse comes out on top in this match, in this game rather.
All right, so Jesse doing the final calculations here. As a reminder, even though the top 8 is untimed, players do need to make decisions in a timely manner.
Right, so there's at least the permanent on top. It's just, does Jesse want to draw the other one? They both seem to be pretty good relevant spells.
Right.
Oh, never mind.
Both into the bin. Royal Treatment was one of them.
Blind flip here. Oh, that's a good one, the blind flip. Might form a Harmonizer, so that is basically a guaranteed win on the following turn.
Brian's moving fast, though.
Did he? Is there something here? Does he have a flail? Is there a way to get in for enough damage? Jesse's sitting at 12. No blockers for the Flyers.
I think there's an enchantment. I think there's a cool but rude in hand. That means that if you can get that in the bin, you can activate FOMO. However, and this is what Brian is reading and might need to confirm with a judge here is if you get the Delirium on fear of missing out off of an attack from the Cool But Rude trigger, that's what he's asking right now, do you get the extra combat step?
That's a great question. It feels like you need to have Delirium
I
when you
believe
attack.
so. That's my
right?
suspicion is it
Yeah.
will not trigger on the attack if
Right.
you don't already have Delirium. So can Brian get that Cool But Rude in the graveyard a different way?
Right. I mean, you could just kill your own. Well, no, that wouldn't work because you can't actually get the trigger. You cannot kill your own fear of missing out.
Right.
Now, there is another mode on Cool But Rude that you can perhaps choose like you mentioned before, the gamble mechanic. You can search for something here.
Oh, we're gambling.
Oh, right. We
Oh, we
are
gambling.
gambling. Okay. What are we looking for here?
All right. It's got to be a flail, right?
Yeah, I
Either
mean-
it goes to the graveyard as an artifact, or you
Right.
keep it and it's a discard.
And,
outlet.
and no matter what, you get to deal 2 points of damage here as well.
Right. So, time to randomize.
All right. Kind of want the flip. Well, we'll see.
You want to keep it, but
At the same time, you don't because you want the Delirium.
all right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 reroll. What is the discard?
All right.
4.
4. To the graveyard. There's the
Goodbye,
flail.
flail.
All right, so now we have Delirium, and that's 2 points of damage to Jesse.
Jesse down to 10 again.
Jesse down to 10. Flamewake Phoenix is 2 in the air. The ground creatures, I don't think, are going to factor into this
Correct.
at all. So is there a way? Now, Flamewake Phoenix plus Cool But Rude by itself is 4 damage.
Yes.
If you get the second attack, that's 8 damage.
Correct.
That would put Jesse down to 2 life.
Correct.
Is there another way to discard? Oh, the second combat step. You get the Flamewake Phoenix back.
Yes.
Right?
I believe so.
And is that perfectly lethal here?
I believe you go to beginning of combat again. Each combat step, I believe, has a beginning of combat
So
step.
this will put Jesse down to 6 life
Yep.
after this attack. And then combat happens again. Flamewake Phoenix comes in. You get another rummage. That's exactly enough.
That's exactly
No
enough.
way.
On a mulligan
Oh, my
to
gosh.
5. On a mulligan to 5. Brian Zhang has found exact lethal, and we are going to a game 3 here.
Oh, my goodness. Off of the gamble mode on Cool But Rude.
All right, let's bring it down. We're calm. We're excited.
No, I'm not calm.
We
I am
need-
not calm at all, Monty.
We need to be calm.
There is
Paul.
no reason to be calm after that.
All right. Okay, so, Paul, I'm going to let you talk about sideboarding in a moment, but I'm also going to update. Michael Paluda on Monogreen has beaten Izzet Spellementals. So, the last hope to keep us from 3 Monogreen Landfall in the top 4 is Brian Zhang, the people's champion.
That's-
has just evened it up. Talk to me about sideboarding for game 3.
All right, well, now Jesse is on the play. And remember, I mentioned it previously, and I'm not sure if it's going to work its way into the equation here. But now that Jesse's on the play, do you think that perhaps Mossborn Hydra is something that you're interested in? There's not that much interaction, right? If you can get out that Mossborn Hydra on turn number 2, maybe this is a racing situation. That's what it's kind of looked like already, right? So I feel like that's something that you can consider, especially because you're on the play.
Okay. Any other potential changes maybe from Brian's side on the draw? Do you ever get more reactive than you already are?
I think you can. I think if he didn't bring in, for example, a card like Intimidation Tactics, I think on the draw you might want to find some more answers, some more ways to maybe get the Mossborn Hydra that might get boarded in. Perhaps get a turn 2 Badgermole Cub off the battlefield. So I could see him maybe playing a more defensive game plan. Could even see something like a Pyroclasm, right? Maybe when you're on the draw, that's when you bring in the Pyroclasm. There's a singleton card. It's for a particular matchup. It might be this one on the draw.
Well, if you're like me and your blood is still pumping from seeing that comeback from Rakdos rummaging, do I have good news for you, because you can head over to StarCityGames.com and pick up your copies of Cool But Rude, as well as all other cards from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Now, you can head over to StarCityGames.com/MTG-TMT for all your sealed and single Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles needs, including the MVP of that previous game, Cool But Rude.
Wow. Okay, so what happens if you don't discard the flail.
Oh, I thought you were wowing from my beautiful ad.
No, I
there.
didn't even hear what you said.
You were still thinking about that game? All right. No, I get it. I get it. All right.
Whatever. That was incredible. Awesome stuff from Brian, knowing exactly what he needed there to win that game. And that's through the 2 life that Jessie gained on top
I think
as well.
if you don't discard the flail, it's an easy win. Because you just play the flail, discard your remaining cards in hand.
Would that have given you? Oh, excuse me. Of course, with the Coolbert Rune.
Right.
Yes,
Each
yes.
one deals 2 damage, even though you're not getting a pump from it.
Right.
It doesn't matter because you had multiple cards in hand.
Because Jessie is sitting at 10 life. That's at least 4 damage from the Phoenix, and then an additional 2 from the Rummage, and then 2 more discards. Yeah.
Right. So this is the last match happening in our feature match area. This is the last game currently happening. While they shuffle up, while they finish this, I'm going to once again update where we stand. On one side of the bracket, it is John Puglisi-Clark on Monogreen in the semifinals against Michael Paluda on Monogreen in the semifinals. That means we have one Monogreen Landfall guaranteed to be making it into the finals. That's one side of the bracket. On the other side of the bracket, we have Jacob Durish on Izzet Prowess waiting for an opponent which would be the winner of this match. Brian Zhang, the people's hero, the lone player in this top 8 not playing Izzet or Monogreen on Rakdos Rummaging. Just won on a mulligan to 5 to even things up against Jesse Pyland. So, one game decides if the people's hero moves on into the semifinals.
How do you know all the people are rooting for the Rakdos Rummaging deck?
I've got YouTube chat here in front of me. YouTube chat unanimously agrees.
Unanimously? There's not even one mono green player on there?
There was a poll. The results of the poll is 2-1 in favor of Brian, but those are the people, the ones voting for green, that just like to go with what they think is stronger. It's not what is in their hearts.
They're not following their hearts.
Yeah, it's not what they want, it's what they think will happen, because then they'll feel smart if they get it right.
And also, after that game, if we ran that again, we might see a few more percentage points going Brian Zhang's way.
Right. If they're being honest with themselves, if they really look within themselves, everybody in YouTube chat would be picking Brian.
Yeah, what an awesome. I mean, even if Brian loses, that was one of the coolest wins that I've seen all weekend.
So, that was absolutely one of the coolest wins. You know, this is you and I's last round here at this tournament. This is the last game we're casting. To get to watch that here is the perfect capstone on what's already been a fantastic weekend.
Completely agree. All right, will both players keep a full grip here? No.
Neither one will.
Snap no. All right. Well, I guess we're on 6.
We're on 6. We're watching Scrappy Magic
We
here
sure
in the top 8. And you know what? I got no complaints.
That's totally fine.
Jim Davis looking fly in the background, waiting for his chance to join Corey Baumeister back in the booth to bring you the end of this tournament. But we have one more game of Magic before you get your chance, Jim.
And Jesse on the play now. Big advantage, of course, in any matchup, but particularly this one where it does seem like it really kind of comes down to who can kind of get going quicker.
And notably, with the #1 seed falling, if Jesse wins this, he will be on the play for the remainder of the top 4 as well.
Yeah.
So that advantage with Anthony Pepe falling in the quarterfinals now goes potentially to Jesse Pyland.
Yes, that's true. All right, both players on 6. Let's just get a really great game of Magic. I mean, we already got one. Actually, game 1 was not bad either.
I would say both games have been delightful to watch. Yes, there have been moments of tank, but they have really been paid off by
absolutely
very big explosive turns to follow.
Yeah.
To identify which of the 4 pods you belong to. Once you see which pod.
Is this decision on Jesse currently, right? Because he's on the play.
Decision's on Jesse.
Okay.
Brian, hand on table, looks calm. I would guess that Brian is keeping, but Jesse is currently bottoming first.
Right, just trying to figure out what to put on the bottom here. All right. And Brian has made his decision. So, here we go.
Sixes across the board, and here comes Llanowar Elves.
Turn 1 elf. Brian, do you have a requiting hex for the Llanowar elf?
Sure does.
All right.
On the play, you let it live. On the draw, the elf is gone.
All right, here is a Saz's Chocobo into a Fabled Passage.
So,
2-3 in play. All right, Brian, your turn. 2-drop. What do you got? Requiting hex, maybe.
Intimidation
okay.
tactics.
Is there a Mossborn Hydra? Ooh, that is a lot of action, but no lands here. Might be interested in just taking Badger Mole Cub here, right? You take the Badger Mole Cub, Jesse just doesn't have a play next turn.
Doesn't have a play for potentially 2 more turns. What are you going to do? Warp a Harmonizer and
Right.
do nothing?
Okay, so Jesse needs to rattle off a couple of lands here in a row to be able to cast the spells in his hand.
All right, Paul, I'm not letting myself believe yet. I'm just letting you know we're not there yet.
Right, we are not quite there yet, but we're getting set up here.
We're getting set up. The excitement is slowly rising.
Hey, as commentators, we're not really supposed to be biased in any way, shape, or form.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So,
I would love...
Jesse, Brian.
Yeah, no, I believe you. I would love both players to have a great time at this tournament, and I am not rooting for anyone in particular. Go Rakdos.
Okay. Oh, you know what? Honestly, both players probably pretty happy. They have punched their ticket to the Pro Tour.
That is true. That is absolutely true. My interests are not, of course, against any individual player, but the magic that we get to experience in the remainder of the top 4.
Interesting, choosing not to sacrifice the Fabled Passage. I guess you just don't have a land, so you're just trying to not thin out your deck.
Right. This is, you know, we talk about minute percentage points, right? Thinning a deck is just as impactful as not thinning the deck when it comes to you really want that land drop.
Yeah, but the only issue is if you ripped, I guess if you ripped the Badger Mole Cub, you wouldn't be able to play it.
Correct.
Right.
If you rip exactly a Badger Mole Cub, you wouldn't be able to play it.
Or Esper Origins, right? That would be another card that you would want to play. So actually, I
Okay,
think it might have been better to sacrifice a land just to give yourself the opportunity to draw a 2-drop to play.
You know what? You make very good points, Mr. Xian.
All right, here. That is a big Saz's Chocobo, big land drop off the top here for Jesse Pyland. Brian, with a Cool But Rude, can get his advantage, his engine going. Attack with that Mako. Grow it, try to find some answers. Really would love to be able to go swamp Requiting Hex to get that Chocobo off the battlefield
Flame
here.
Wake Phoenix discard,
Okay.
Paul. My excitement is slowly building.
What if Jesse draws a Fabled Passage and warps in a Mightform Harmonizer?
Don't do that to me. You really just do not. You do not need to harsh my my.
Oh,
here.
all right, there it is.
All right,
Hey,
all
this is good for all fans of Rakdos Rummaging.
All right, chat. You officially have my blessing.
Jesse needs a land.
Start believing.
Jesse needs a land, and he hits it. So that's an Ice Tail Explorer here into Fabled Passage. Jesse going back-to-back lands here to be able to actually play the cards that he needs out of his hand.
Stop believing. I was wrong. I was wrong. Stop believing. Stop believing right now.
So that allows Jesse to have an additional land drop here. He's got the Ice Tail Explorer. He's going to be able to play 2 lands a turn with Mightform Harmonizer in hand.
This is what happens when you believe, chat. This is what happens. So, Ice Tail Explorer on the board. 1 card in hand. We and Brian know that that is a Mightform Harmonizer.
And Bossing Say, a nice little hit here as well if you need some action out of the graveyard.
So what is in the hand here for Brian? Doing math.
Yeah, I mean, if he's got one of the 2 Bitter Triumphs, certainly would love to be able to fire that off. Hey, if you got land number 4, might be interested in gambling for a Bitter Triumph, something along those lines.
Yeah. Now, one thing to note here. No evasion, technically.
Right.
You can double all you want as long as there's nothing with trample on the battlefield.
That's true.
So there is that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm grasping at straws, but that's what it takes.
Yeah, big
Last game was all straws.
Right. Yeah, big turn here for Brian Zhang. You know, it just kind of comes down to what he's working with in his hand. Of course, he's got a free attack if he likes with the Marauding Mako, with the Cool But Rude. you are going to at least turn the Mako into a 3/3 with a rummage trigger. Now, if you also choose the gamble mode on Cool Butt Road and go fetch a card, then Marauding Mako will be a 4/4 on attack.
Right. Now, Brian, doing the math, we don't know what's in the hand.
That's right.
That is part of the issue, part of the calculation.
Okay, place.
Multiversal Passage. This looks like it's going to be shocked.
Shock. All right. So then are we still
Is
looking?
it happening?
Is it happening? Are we looking for Bitter Triumph
2.
here?
Attack trigger. Discard Verge. Not gambling
At
yet.
all? Oh, okay.
Trying to find it first.
Right, of course, of course. So this is a 3/3.
Whoa, 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 friend. Are you going to risk this? Are you going to block and
Is there an instant speed way to discard?
another Mako cycle?
Right, that
if
would
it's
do
a
it.
Mako, that would be a very risky, costly block from Jesse Pyland.
Right?
Are you risking this, Jesse?
That is the only card here, right?
I believe it might be.
Yeah, and there is the one in play, so maybe you
Yes.
just hope he doesn't have it. He did mulligan here as well.
Blocks. Is it?
Nope. It is not. It is in Inti here, so does get to save a big chunk of life total here, and now we have Ice Tail Explorer plus Might Form Harmonizer online.
Okay, so here comes the Harmonizer. Thumbs up. I am hellbent. Do your thing.
Yeah, this is a lot of doubling triggers here off the
Four
Might
doubles.
Four doubles. So starting at 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. That is a force chump on the Inti. Inti will go to the graveyard.
Inti will go to the yard.
Doesn't even actually have to do the last sacrifice here if you don't want.
Right.
Because Brian's sitting at 13 life and the Ice Tail Explorer would be a 16 power creature.
Right.
You could even potentially get Bossing Say in play if you'd like, and that would still just be an attack for 16. But it's also nice to just play the Fabled Passage and just not crack it. Keep it around because you have the Might Form Harmonizer in play.
Escape Tunnel. That will guarantee the lethal next
Right?
turn.
Has to block.
Goodbye, Inti.
All right, so just absolutely needs to find a way to get this, I'm going to say Ice Tail Explorer still, off the battlefield here. Maybe.
It's,
It's rough either way, right?
You lose to every land if you leave
Well,
the
you can
Harmonizer alive.
You can keep the Mako back.
Yes, but
I mean, but the flip side is Jesse gets to keep playing lands out of the graveyard. You're getting the 4 triggers. You have 4 Esper Origins in your deck. You have the Bossing Say. I mean, both situations are really tough.
hey, Paul, do you believe in miracles? 50-50s. Gambling. Playing a swap?
Playing the land here.
Am I missing something?
Does he have a card in hand?
I don't believe so.
So he's just putting a Phoenix into the graveyard here, I think, and is going to be looking to maybe try to win the game off of the Phoenix because this deals 2 damage to Jesse. Mako is now a 4/4. You put a Phoenix into the yard and hit your opponent for 4.
Carnage.
Okay.
All right, Paul. Here's the problem, chat. I'm going to rat on Paul. He's got the whole weekend not knowing what Carnage does because it hasn't
Hey,
come up.
you know, this is not cool, Monty. Monty, you need to chill.
All right, Carnage, Crimson Chaos.
It's okay. It's good. We're going to put it right up there anyways. Everybody's going to be able to read the card. There you go. Obviously, 4 mana, 4/3 Trampler when it
Returns
enters.
Inti.
Right.
That's a blocker.
Right, and you can cast it for its Mayhem cost. So if
Correct.
you don't have any cards in hand, you can Madness it in.
That's what just happened.
That's right. Okay.
Deals combat damage to a player, sacrifice it. So, here comes the attack. No card to rummage for
Right.
Inti or Cool But Rude.
But this is a decently sized attack. It's an attack for 6. Jesse going, yeah, that's fine. I can take this. Can Jesse find a way here? Earthbender Ascension would certainly do it here.
So,
Oh,
yeah.
we're making it just unblockable, right? Yeah, that's just lethal. Of course.
That's what I was thinking isn't
No,
this
I didn't
just
see the escape tunnel. I thought
Yeah.
it was a Fabled Passage.
All right, so
All right, the People's Champion got close.
the People's Champion has fallen. Chat, I tried to believe. I tried to give us hope. But Monogreen has taken this down. Congratulations to Jesse Pyland. Magnificently played game. It was looking a little rough, but found the lance. The 4 drops came, and I Still Explorer did what I Still Explorer does. Took things over. That was a delightful match to watch, Paul.
Incredible back and forth every single game of that match, right? I mean, you didn't know who was going to win in any of those games. I mean, even looking at game number 3, after the intimidation tactics, you're like, oh, wow. I mean, he's in trouble. Unless he literally goes back-to-back lands, it's going to be so tough for him to kind of come back from that spot. But he was able to find it. You got the Ice Tail Explorer going, and all of a sudden, he went from having 2 lands in play with nothing in hand into all of the lands.
All right, chat. So we're going to show you the updated top 8 bracket, which is now the top 4 bracket. Up top, John Puglisi Clark versus Michael Paluda, Monogreen Landfall Mirror. One of them guaranteed in the finals. On the bottom, Jacob Durish versus Jesse Pyland. Izzet Prowess versus Monogreen Landfall. So, on the other side of this break, it is going to be Corey Baumeister and Jim Davis here to bring you the remainder of the tournament. Pro Tour invites are decided, but there is still $10,000 and an incredibly cool trophy to hand out. That's it for me and Paul today. Thanks so much, and we'll see you on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
everyone. Welcome back to coverage here of Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. My name's Corey Baumeister. That's Jim Davis. And we got ourselves a top 4 here, Jim. 2 more rounds, and we're going to be crowning a champion. Are you pumped?
Pumped. Prize money and a trophy. Nothing like walking out of here, and that trophy looks so cool.
Yeah, the trophy looks really good. We're not even going to show it to you yet. We're going to wait until the ceremony here. But let's first take a look at the bracket, and then we'll take a look at the prizes after that here to remind you all what we're playing for. So, Jim, what have we seen so far?
Yeah, so our number 1 seed, Anthony, who really ran through the entire tournament, took forever to take his first loss. Unfortunately, lost the Landfall Mirror. To the 8 seed, John Puglisi Clark, and on the draw, 2-0, not too shabby.
It was Anthony mulliganing to 5 game 2 and didn't do much, so it was a disappointing way to go out for sure. But hey, John Puglisi Clark, you know, back. He is always kind of crushing it here, so nice to see him back, huh?
Yep, then we got Michael Paluda taking it down against Simon with Izzet Spellementals. And, Spellementals is definitely a deck that is pretty good against Badger Mole Cup decks, but not able to get it done. Maybe a little bit of an upset there, setting up a Landfall Mirror of John and Michael in the top half of our top 4. On the bottom half, we had an Izzet Prowess Mirror. Jacob Durish taking it 2 over Ross Merriam. Jacob also beat Ross in the Swiss, and Jacob's deck was very well suited for the mirror.
Yeah, it's a mirror, but it was a pre-boarded mirror match there. That one looked quite brutal for Ross Merriam for sure.
Yep, and then our bottom bracket, we have Jesse Peeland against Brian Zhang. And unfortunately, Rakdos rummaging, kind of like the one oddball deck in the top 8, kind of one of the new decks.
Yep.
Fell in a really, really close one to Jesse. So Jesse, of course, fantastic player, doing great. More Landfall in our top 4.
Yeah, and Brian Zhang, a really phenomenal player as well. Maybe didn't have any breakout big performances until now, but I have lost to him in the finals of 2 different SCG events.
Wow.
Back in 2023. He is incredible and was really impressed with his play all weekend long. So we're going to be starting with the bottom half of the bracket here with Jacob and Jesse. But let's remind everyone what we are playing for as well as far as our prizes go. And let me tell you, they got a lot of numbers and a lot of zeros so far, and they're trying to gain some more. So we have the winner taking down $10,000, finalist making $5,000, and all the players we're watching have locked up a cool $2,500. So, Jim, these players we're about to see playing a match of Magic for $2,500. And then, of course, the finals, a full $5,000. They already got that Super Shredder, which looks really awesome, really sought after. But, hey, walking away and knowing you won a tournament, it's kind of priceless.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and it's easy for our players to kind of feel like they've hit their checkpoints, you know. Top 128, awesome promo, the foil version, fantastic.
Yeah.
Top 8, the Pro Tour, for a lot of players, that's the real prize in this tournament.
Yeah.
You know? But even once you've gotten there, once you're in top 8, you're like, oh, now I'm playing an 8-person tournament for $10,000 and one of the coolest trophies I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And also the chance to be, hey, you come home and say, hey, Grandma, I'm a champion.
Yeah.
Look at my trophy.
Absolutely.
Really cool feeling.
No, that is really, really great. Gotta love going to Netherlands here later on in the year for Pro Tour Amsterdam. It's going to be a lot of fun. All our top 8 competitors will be doing so. But now let's pivot. It's top 4 time. We're going to start by taking a look at the deck list. So let's take a look at the lone non-mono green deck list here remaining in the field. This is Jacob's version of Izzet Prowess, and we kind of saw, you know, this particular version being very good in the mirror with Crabs in the main deck. Do you think that transfers over to being really strong against mono green Landfall? Because, well, that's all Jacob is playing from here on out.
Not really, no. I think all the advantages that are being gained in the mirror with the main deck Eddie Mer Crabs and a little bit lighter of a threat base is not going to be great against Landfall.
Okay.
Crab's a cool card, but it is in essence just a ground 5/5. There are plenty of Llanowar Elves and Earthbended lands kind of floating around to block it. Tapping things is cool. It can be kind of cute in response to a Harmonizer, making a thing big and tapping it down. But I think it's worse than just having more 1-drops.
Okay, sounds good. So we're not even going to waste time with deck list because you know what? Players are ready. They want to see who the champion is going to be here. So let's head down to the feature match area 2 more times here today in Richmond, Virginia. Let's head on down. All right, heading down here to the feature match area, we got Jesse Pyland versus Jacob Durish, and I laughed. Have you seen these sleeves yet?
I was looking at them in the feature match area. Yes, I kind of craned over. I was like,
Yes, you gotta love it. That was from an event that we cast together when Nathan Goldberg won, and was just saying, you know what? Amulet, it's not a slow deck. There's only slow players. And it was so absolutely funny that Jacob ended up getting sleeves made of it.
Yeah, not a great start for either player here. No Lana or Elf, and then no one-drop. Again, Jacob has less one-drops because he is playing these Eddie Mer crabs. I think this is a matchup where our Prowess player is ahead a little bit, but play draw is very, very important, and I think that the top range of Jesse's draws is still favored.
Okay.
You know, so in an average game, I think Jacob is favored. Jacob's like kind of just does the thing every game for the most part. But if Jesse has a really high-end draw with Lana Wells and Badger Mocub and really gets out in front, and Jacob has to forego playing threats to kill these creatures, that's where things kind of fall apart.
Yep, totally agree. And Jesse, though, has just been on an absolute heater. Made the top 8 of one of our events. I believe it was the Corey Steelcutter, the last ride for Monstrous Ride and Monstrous Rage and Corey Steelcutter event, but has just been knocking on the door of so many top 8. So I've been very impressed with Jesse's play, and of course, Jesse's beard.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
It is a very nice beard.
Yeah.
Not a very nice start here, though.
No.
Turn 1, nothing. Turn 2, Esper Origins. Esper Origins is a card you really don't want to cast it. You want to try to just get it in the bin and play it for the flashback cost.
Yeah.
But Jacob here also not doing much.
Yeah, no kidding. Starting with Opt, see if we find, I mean, probably has land too, but either way, that's not a creature to be getting very aggressive here from Jacob's side. And I mean, there is still Slick Shot show-offs. There's Eddie Merc Crabs in this list. There's just more creatures than the traditional Prowess list, but, well, we're not seeing them now.
Yeah, and definitely Jacob is the beatdown here. Want to get this game over with, want to get these threats in play. As the game goes on, Jacob's cards get worse, and if you end up in a spot where we're in the mid game and Jesse's kind of taking control of the game, it comes Slick Shot show off or bust. You're having a really big Slick Shot show off attack, and this Landfall deck just really goes in the mid game.
Yep, absolutely. Here's Slick Shot show off to get it going, and wow, I mean, Jesse just land 3 pass. I mean, if you have Earthbender Ascension, something like that, I mean, you're playing it. There's no counter spells that you're worried about. So this is Jesse just on mono 4 drops? Has to be, right?
Both players' draws are just ugly.
Yeah. No spell snare in the deck, but would have been just, you just scoop it up, head home, if that would have been the case.
We're done here. I'll just
exactly
start my drive home. Top 4 is good enough for me.
Yeah, go get dinner. And looking at the hand here, I see double stock up, burst lightning, another red card land from Jacob. So it's time now, huh? Fireworks.
Yeah, stock up's not very exciting for Jacob in this matchup where it's not about card advantage, kind of accruing cards. It's not about rebuilding, right? Because Jesse doesn't really kill anything. So rebuilding, the stock up's really great when your opponent kills a creature. All right, stock up. Let's try again. So it's kind of just slow here.
Yeah.
It's still a great card, but matchup-wise, just kind of meh.
Do you think you take something like that out, or is like the crabs have to come out first?
I think I'd rather shave on stock up than the crab. At least the crab's a threat.
Okay.
Having threats is so important. I think you want to have a threat, not stock up to find a threat.
Yeah. Okay, that makes a lot of sense to me. Looks like we are just getting busy.
Yeah, the 1 copy of Seer, which actually is quite nice.
Yeah.
A lot of 4 toughness creatures in this deck.
Yeah, it looks like Seer. Okay, there's Into the Floodmaw as well.
All right, so...
Oh, just the end step there. Okay, gotcha.
This is kind of nice. Forcing Jesse to cast the front side of Esper Origins again.
That pretty much destroyed it anyways.
Yeah.
So now you have the ability to stock up here. You don't have to Seer on this turn. I like that play from Jacob.
Yep, because you need to find a stock up turn where you're not conceding the turn.
Yes.
There's definitely times where I've played against Izzet decks in the last, 6 months to a year, where they play a stock up and you're like, whew, thank God.
Yeah.
Because the foot's off the gas.
Exactly, yep. Stock up, phenomenal card draw spell, but yeah, just not the plan A of these Prowess decks. It's definitely the oops button, the panic button, if you will.
Yeah, back in the Corey Steelcutter days, a turn 3 stock up was like, awesome.
Yeah.
You're not playing 2 spells. You're not developing your board. Great.
Yeah, maybe shouldn't even be playing that card in the Corey Steelcutter decks for sure, but you just kind of had to.
Yep.
So there is stock up. Probably going to see land 4, maybe 1 more spell, and Jacob's really trying to line up, hit you for 5 or 6 or 7 this turn, and then maybe next turn try to win the game. But with a tap land, winning the game next turn involves Slick Shot show off and kind of the 3 perfect 1-drops. So this looks like a little bit of a gear for the long game for Jacob.
Yeah, just still at 20 with the life gain from the Esper Origins, and there are 2 removal spells in Jesse's main deck, 1 Bushwhack and 1 Archdruid's Charm. So both of them require a creature in play. Bushwhack's cheap enough where you could see just like creature Bushwhack.
Yeah.
But
All right, Earthbender Ascension doing what we see very often, earthbending on one of these lands that you get to sacrifice to get more value. Jesse has not made a land drop as well, so is able to play that. Earthbend Ascension up to 2, and then sacking the land will crank it all the way up to 4. No creature to pump, but...
Bushshot could be really good here.
Yeah, no kidding. But not like Jacob can really play around the one of.
This is a spot where Slickshot Show-Off shines. Against opponents who just are doing linear things, don't have a lot of removal, Slickshot Show-Off kills fast. It's weak to removal, it's weak to blockers, but great otherwise.
Do you like Izzet Prowess against Monogreen Landfall then? Do you think it's favored?
I think yes. I think that the top end of Jesse's draws, especially on the play, if Jesse can put Jacob into a point where Jacob just has to cast a Burst Lightning on a Magic Cub and can't develop as much, then things can fall apart. Yep. I think your average Prowess draw is good against your average Landfall draw.
I feel like Jesse has to win game 1 here. Being on the play, sideboarding, I mean, maybe it gets a little bit better for Jesse. There's some more removal spells, but game 1 feels very important kind of for both players to take down.
Agree. Where there isn't the right interaction for Jesse to deal with these Slickshot show-offs.
So easily could be Jacob Durish's tournament to lose here with no matter what. Jacob's playing against Mono Green here from here on out. Slickshot show-off number 2 comes down, and hey, there's a world where this game's over this turn, right?
Yeah. That would be 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. I mean, it would require Burst Lightning or Wild Ride in there. Okay, show.
Okay.
Party time.
All right, so that is 6, 7, 8. Any more?
Going to be a 2-turn.
Yeah, I think it would be 16 no matter what, even if you had like double opt or sleight of hand. So wouldn't be lethal now. So it looks like Jacob is trying to play a little conservatively and definitely try to go for the win next turn.
Yeah, and with blue up, though, it looks threatening, but there are no main deck counterspells in this deck. There are 2 Into the Flood Maws. And that's really it. I guess a crab is... Oh, I'm sorry. A crab's live.
Ooh, okay. I mean, that's incredible, right?
Crab would be unbelievable here.
Yeah.
It would deny any sort of, like, backdoor harmonizer kill, moving anything.
It's not there. It's Boomerang Basic, Seer, and I saw the other card. It wasn't a crab, but looked like maybe, Boomerang Basic, Seer, maybe a Roaring Furnace.
Yeah. So now Jesse,
Burst Lightning, excuse me.
If there is no crab, was there a Flood Maw?
No, it was Burst Lightning, Seer, and Boomerang Basics.
Okay, so if there is a Harmonizer here, I guess you got an Earthbend also.
Yeah.
So, yeah, okay, so the land was sacked. All right, sure.
Yeah.
Some work to do. These Slick Shots, it's pretty face up.
Yes.
It's like, here are my Slick Shots. I'm probably playing spells next turn, and you're 12.
And, I mean, all 3 of those spells are castable. Looks really, really good here. So, yeah, I think I like that from Jesse. If Jesse can't attack for the win, which, does not look like it, you need Bossing Say, Warp, that kind of shenanigans. So if you can do that, try to gain some life, get out of range, and just hope your opponent only has 2 spells, something like that.
Yep, gotta take a look.
Esper Origins. Surveilling away Harmonizer and a land, and I'm going to guess it's being flashed back here.
Yeah, letting go of the Harmonizer, that is kind of the way to cheese out a win.
Yeah. And you're definitely not trying to find, any kind of removal spells. No Melstrider's Resolve, anything like that you can find off Esper Origin. So,
yeah, both kill spells in the main deck are spells, not permanents.
Yep.
So. All right. Also leaving up the Colress land.
Okay. Bossing Say coming in.
Sure.
That's a gain of a couple more life. And Bossing Say will put a counter here on Esper Origins. And can be pumped again, and now we just start doing math. Is it there with Boomerang Basics, something, Sear the creature, Burst Lightning to the face. That's 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 is what my quick math. Well, that's just enough.
That seems to be exactly enough.
Yep.
That's my math too.
Yep.
So.
And I think that was a Storm Chaser's talent on top as well to just make it a cool, clean 20.
Yeah, and there really isn't anything that Jesse can have here.
No,
looking
not
over the deck
really.
list as far as instant speed stuff, 2 Royal Treatment, 1 Archdure's Charm. Treatment's whatever, because sure, counter my Seer. I don't care.
no problem.
I still cast it, you know.
The only thing you have to make sure to do is boomerang basics on the Earthbender Ascension and sear the creature, you know? So, but hey, you know, Jake, it's open deckless tournament, but they don't have the deckless in front of them. So
Right.
it's memory. It's like, God, did you play any spell that can interact here?
Right, and the last thing you want to do in a spot where you are very likely to win the game is you had that. Oh, okay.
Oh, the one of that I could
Right.
have played around and I didn't. Great.
Right.
2 spells, 3 spells. Burst Lightning to the Dome, 4
my.
spells.
This looks like enough.
And now Burst Lightning to the Dome. So is that good? Looks like 24 to me.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That is more than enough.
24 damage, and that's going to be game number 1 going to Jacob Durish. Breaking serve, the 3 seed, picking up game number 1 in an already good matchup. You got to think that's some good news here for Izzet Prowess lovers, huh?
Yeah, for sure. Jesse, both players' draws were pretty mediocre, but like I was
Yeah.
saying, in a spot where players have an average or less than average draw, I mean, the Prowess deck is just more likely to do its thing and does it faster and does it in a way where it's hard for the Landfall deck to interact.
Yeah, and I will say Jacob's draw was okay, like nothing too crazy, but Jesse's draw was horrendous.
Yes.
I mean, just Esper Origins into nothing on 3, into Esper Origins, get it bounced, and then Esper Origins 2 more times. Like, Jesse only cast 4 Esper Origins and 1 Earthbender Ascension. Like, that's not going to do it in this matchup, that's for sure, and Jesse knows it as well. So, taking a look at the sideboard, we have the Amidian, I don't even know how to say that card, I'm not going to lie.
Eumidian?
Eumidian Terrabotanist, where, well, sure. It's the 2-3 that gains a life when it comes into play. It's not coming in. 4 Melstrider's Resolve, 4 Mossborn Hydra, 2 Paw Patch Formation, 2 Soul Guide Lantern, 1 Sirach Elusive Hunter. What do you like, Jim?
The Botanist is not unreasonable, you know, gaining life. It's good against the non-slick shot show-off part of a deck.
Yeah.
You know, the smaller creatures kind of getting in and chipping some damage away. Slick shot's a little too big for that, but
Well, if the Botanist is okay, what about the Terrabotanist? Do you like them?
they're all right.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm okay with Terrabotanist. But yeah, interesting as far as what's going to come in interaction-wise. So Paw Patch only takes out Slick Shot Show-Off, but that is a really, really important thing. And there is a buyout, of course, of making food and drawing a card. And then Melstrider's Resolve, it is certainly a removal spell. And I think that it's really important for Jesse to be able to kind of be low to the ground and take out Jacob's creatures, but it's a very risky removal spell.
Yeah.
You know, if there's a bounce spell response or a burst lightning in response, that can be rough. That being said, I think you just got to bring a few in. I think it's just so important on
I think so,
a
too.
tapped out turn. So that's pretty cool. And that's really it. Sirach is interesting where it's at least big and kind of good against the bounce spells, but it's not like you're playing against Dimir, which is take a while to kill you.
Exactly.
So I think for the most part, a couple Melstriders, a little bit of interaction in Paw Patch. I think Botanist is also passable as well.
Okay, awesome. So before we get into this next game, let's talk to you about the newsletter. If you want to know when our next event is, you want to know when new sets are coming out, sales, all that kind of stuff, we got the perfect spot for you. You go to starcitygames.com/newsletter. You'll get a good weekly, monthly email that will let you know exactly what's going on. And hey, if you're ever missing out on some of these events and you're like, dang, I wish I knew about this. I would have bought a flight and I would have came down here to Richmond. Well, now you will know. Sign up for this newsletter. We're both on it, and it's been really great throughout the years.
Yeah, great stuff. Been on it for a very, very long time, and I never sign up for newsletters.
Yeah.
My wife signs up for every newsletter you've ever seen in your entire life. And her
Maybe that's why you don't anymore.
Yeah, and her email box is like 10,000 unread emails, and I don't play like that.
That would drive me crazy.
Oh, my God, insane. Sorry, Nicole, catch strays here.
Yeah. No, she deserves that.
But just going to show the point of I don't sign up for stuff basically ever, and I buy this one for over a decade.
Yeah. What drives you more crazy, like just 10,000 emails or people that tap their lands only like 40 degrees?
Ooh, boy.
Ooh, those are what nightmares are made of,
yes. Ooh, I'm getting anxious just thinking about it.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, well, these players check out their sideboarding. Let's see if our other match is doing. Okay, so they are sideboarding. We'll get an update here from our director. See who won game number 1. I'm going to guess it's Monogreen Landfall. What do you think?
I don't know. Monogreen Landfall is a pretty good matchup against Monogreen Landfall.
Yeah.
So I think Monogreen Landfall might have come on top over Monogreen Landfall.
Well, that's a good point because the 4 seed, has the play, so Monogreen Landfall is going to have the advantage there. But, the 8 seeds Monogreen Landfall list is pretty good on the draw.
Yeah, Monogreen Landfall, Looking
Okay.
good. Looking good.
What do we think, producer? What do we have for our first game?
It was Monogreen Landfall. Monogreen Landfall gets the win.
Okay. Perfect. All right. Puglisi Clark is up a game over on the other side, and that's a big match. I was talking to John and Joseph here a little bit ago. They are brothers. Joseph came up a little short with that sweet Jeskai Blink deck. And they both took second in an RC last year, so they'll be competing at the World Championship at the end of the year. But the stakes have never been higher. They both think they're the better brothers. And if John were to win this, they said, all right, John is officially the better brother. So there's a lot on the lines.
That is huge.
Yeah. Hey, and I talked to Joseph, and I was like, trust me, man. Living in the shadows to a better brother, it's rough. So
you wouldn't know anything about that.
Yeah, I wouldn't know anything about that.
Not a single thing.
But you can talk to Brad, and we can figure out what it's like to live in the shadows of a better player. And here we go. Let's get it going. Jesse on the play with a Fabled Passage and a Crack. Another horrendous start. And this time, Jacob's got it going on with an Otter to begin.
Yeah, big deal. Again, no Lana or Elf. And this is the game with Jesse on the play where Jesse can really force Jacob into an awkward scenario where if Jesse just goes turn 1 Lana or Elf, turn 2 Badger Mole Cub, and Jacob has to forego playing threats to kill those, now Jacob's totally off curve and gives Jesse a whole bunch of time.
Yep, absolutely. Here's the 1-drops, Lana or Elf, and the resolve to be able to deal with that. So not so bad. Probably had one of those classic bossing save, Fabled Passage draws where it's just the rest of the cards are too good to mulligan.
That's arguably better than playing Elf on turn 1.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
your opponent will then surely play a 1-drop and fully tapped out.
My second favorite card in Standard here, Roaring Furnace to clean up the Lana War Elf.
Is your first steaming sauna?
No, but that would have been really funny. It's, of course, Quantum Riddler. Oh, that's so good.
Just another 5-mana blue card that draws cards.
Yeah, honestly, they're pretty similar. They're pretty similar. And Jesse with another turn 3. Okay, much better.
Wow.
That is a nice 2-for-1. With Boomerang Basic on the stack, that is excellent. And you almost forget that can deal with enchantments as well. It's so often a plummet.
Yeah, primary purpose coming in to deal with Slickshot Show for
Yeah.
sure, but that was fantastic.
Yeah.
Preemptively takes care of the Otter, takes care of the card draw, and putting Jacob on the back foot here.
All right. Sleight of hand, plays an Otter off the verge.
All right, so the good news for Jacob this game is there are a lot of threats.
Yep.
To keep these threats going, you always want to be casting spells, interacting with a Prowess creature already in play, so you're getting that extra bonus off all your spells.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, big think here from Jesse. Let's see which 4-drop you have. There's always so many great options. Harmonizer, get the Ice Till going, bring back a Fabled Passage, or, God forbid, not Earth Bossing saying a land. That would be brutal.
Yeah, I need a little more than that here.
Oh!
Man, all right.
Ouch.
Well, Jacob's got the coast is clear.
Yep, the coast is clear. The Otters are here. Now, to be fair, the Boomerang Basics on the Storm Chasers talent play, that was kind of a brutal beating here, but Boomerang Basic picking up Roaring Furnace, not so bad.
Yeah, and getting rid of that talent makes every future Boomerang Basics not nearly as exciting.
Exactly.
This would have been another talent and another token and another draw. So
there have been 2 more Otters in play. That would be huge.
Right. Bouncing Furnace is cool to deal with a future 4 toughness creature, but the threats are the really important part for Jacob.
And you could always Stone Rain the land. I mean, you don't, it still comes back, of course, but you don't allow Jesse to get that extra land. Pretty bad use of your mana for sure. You'd rather do a lot of other things, but.
Yep. I think Jacob really wants another threat here. Ooh, nope.
And yeah, just the mini Stone Rain.
All right, at least there's another Otter.
Okay.
I think it's so important to have another creature here and have that second threat. Doubling the clock. This might be a sauna game.
It definitely might be.
Jacob's getting lower on cards. The game's kind of slowed down and it's kind of getting a little ugly.
Yeah.
That's where the sauna shines.
It's always great against heavy interactive matchups. They just hold up interaction for your creatures, and instead you say, well, I'm going to draw 2 cards every turn, but oh no. Bossing Say on another land. I saw an eyebrow raise from Jesse. Just what have we found? And it seems like absolutely nothing. If you have Ice Till, you have Harmonizer, you're playing either one of them for sure, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Casting almost any creature, and then Esper Origins I think you would cast, Earthbender you would play, So speaking pretty heavily to the fact that Jesse's hand is either weak, it's all lands, or one of the few interactive spells, Royal Treatment, kind of finicky cards that aren't really doing the thing right now.
More Maelstrider's Resolve, maybe. But even that, you probably would have fought here. So Jesse is probably full of lands here. But the flip side, these elusive otters aren't doing anything too exciting either. Losing that Storm Chaser's talent could be brutal, but Forest, Ba Sing Se, and there it is, just going for it.
Oh, this is bold.
I mean, this is desperation, if
Yeah.
I've ever seen it,
Yeah, that is a gutsy play into three mana and 2 cards from a Prowess player who's kind of said that I have a lot of interaction in my hand. Oh, it's game time now.
Storm Chaser's talent comes on down, and now if there is any Boomerang Basics or anything like that, we are all online to get these otters going crazy.
Yeah, once you allow your opponent to have, or your Prowess opponent to have multiple threats, that's where things get really, really scary. And there's so much behind this, too. There's the sauna, and there's the activation on talent. So if things get a little messy, which they're already looking great, and Monogreen does not have a good way to clean this up effectively.
No, they don't.
There's still plenty of things to spend the mana on. So Jacob in a great spot here to go to the finals.
Yeah, no kidding. Not again,
don't
Jesse.
Don't
please.
activate Ba Sing Se again, please.
Please.
I can't stand it.
Jesse. Come on, buddy. I mean, Ba Sing Se, an incredible land. Don't get me wrong, but come on. I mean, if we're just choosing which land to Earthbend, I mean, this is just so brutal. I mean, this is a good land to Earthbend, I guess, where you can block one of these otters, but my goodness, this draw seems horrendous from Jesse.
Yeah, even just like land, talent back to the Flood Maw, bounce, attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jesse's hand just has to be all lands.
It just has to be.
Like all lands. I mean, I guess if it was a royal treatment, we were concerned that maybe it could be a possible card, kind of a finicky card that you can't really play otherwise.
Sure.
Wouldn't be the worst here.
Sure, but wow, Jacob with just level up a talent, that's basically Ba Sing Se. But that does unlock 2 spells for next turn, so that is a big deal.
Both players on their 4-mana flood plans.
Yeah.
Like, when you're flooded, do this.
That's why Magic is so great. Like, these players have probably just had absolute nut draws throughout the tournament. They've had draws where they walk away and be like, wow, I'm playing the best deck ever. To get to this position, you've done that a few times, And then you get to a spot in the top 4, and it's just like, all right, we both have our bottom 10% of draws, and you got to get scrappy. And that's just why Magic is the greatest game in the world, and it's not close.
Yeah. Love this.
Me too.
And Jesse has to be like, oh.
Yeah.
That went better than I thought it was going to.
Yeah, no kidding. And he's like, well, now, I mean, a second Ba Sing Se, or excuse me, a 4th Ba Sing Se activation looks pretty good. Big thanks.
Who would win, some otters or some lands that just got up and started walking around?
Yeah, no kidding. Oh, my goodness. Jesse flexing a little bit with those Maelstrider Resolve that is stamped from the Pro Tour. And, well, both of these players are going to be heading to the Pro Tour in Amsterdam, the Netherlands, here a little bit later in the year.
Pro Tour, Edge of Eternities. I see a Forest in hand. I want to see more of Jesse's hand. I really am curious what is going on over there that's predicated this, 5 turns in a row of activating Ba Sing Se from turns 3 to 7 or whatever.
Okay. We're doing stuff. Harmonizer, no double. Head on back to Jacob, and let's see if Jacob has the goods here.
So the return for talent was the Flood Maw, correct?
It was the Boomerang Basics.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. We were kind of talking about the royal treatment earlier, how that could be a pretty backbreaking, breakup here.
Yep.
Kind of exposing the Harmonizer and saying, all right, give me that seer. Let's see what you got.
Sure. Maybe, even just hoping that happens. I think if I'm Jacob, I'm trying to just outsize these creatures and attack with 3 5/5s. That's my goal. If I can attack with 3 5/5s and force a double chump block here where royal treatment doesn't save any creatures, that's what I want to do.
Yeah.
And when you have Boomerang Basics on Storm Chaser's Talent, you're already at 3 spells, so you're pretty close to that.
Yeah, there could be a block with the Harmonizer and the Promising Vein, sack the Vein in combat, grow the Harmonizer, at least trade off one of them. That's still a great exchange for Jacob.
Yeah, maybe Jacob's a little shy or wary about not Boomerang Basicing on the Storm Chaser's Talent with another pop patch possibility, just another kind of blowout scenario.
Yeah, there are only 2. So that would be, but it does make sense. When you're trying to figure out why is my opponent activated bossing, say, 5 turns in a row and not done anything, you're trying to figure out what the finicky cards in their hand could be they haven't been able to use. So we're going to find out right now.
All right, so I did catch a glimpse there. There was a seer still for Jacob, so this is a little bit of bait, right?
Yeah, this is a really great play. If you're playing around Royal Treatment, this is the way to do it.
And wait a minute, it is there. And I think if Jesse goes for it and you sear it in response, that is 3 spells, and that is gonna do it. Jacob Durish with an absolute clinic over a not so strong draw, I will say, from Jesse P. Land. Bossing say, heck of a land, but not that good when that's kind of your only avenue.
Yeah, it is not a primary plan. It's more of a plan B. But that was a really, really good play by Jacob there.
Yeah.
Recognizing that, okay, kind of think through it. What are the likely cards my opponent could have?
Yeah.
My opponent isn't doing things. What are the reactive cards? What are the cards that are only good in certain situations? Well, there aren't that many. Archdruid's Charm, Royal Treatment, that's really mostly it. So that makes sense. What's the best play I can make around this? And playing the worst removal spell first, really good stuff.
Yeah, nope, that was really nice, and it was just Royal Treatment and land, so almost assuredly we drew the Harmonizer, and that was basically the first, proactive spell that Jesse could even cast. So condolences there to Jesse. Big congratulations to Jacob. Jacob will be playing against Monogreen here in the next round, but first we got to figure out who it is. So whenever we're ready, we're going to head on down and check out the end of this Monogreen Landfall mirror. All right, we got John up top. We got Michael on the bottom. We're pretty deep into this one. John up a game. Michael down here with some big old forests, but an even bigger Hydra on John's side.
Yeah, that Hydra could be ridiculously large this turn.
Yeah.
I imagine, though, with John thinking things through, I imagine it would already be the 30-30 or 40-40, whatever, if it could be that. So.
All right, John Puglisi-Clark trying to win this tournament to officially be the better Puglisi. I mean, that's a lot on the line. I know how important the Sideboarding rivalry is. I top 8'd 4 GPs in a year and still didn't have a better year than my brother. I mean, it's frustrating. It's frustrating being the number 2 in the family. Yeah, let's see.
That's why you got to be an only child.
Oh, smart.
You're always the best child.
Smart, but you're also the worst.
Correct. But at least you know it. You know your standing. There's never any question of your standing. You are the best. You are the worst.
All right. I'll take that into account. Here is Earthbender Ascension to no matter what get a land and also crank this Hydra up to a good old 16-16.
That's pretty big.
That's pretty big. We don't know if there's a land that's been played yet as we just jumped in. But got to say, I've been incredibly impressed with Michael Paluta's play as well. He has played some really clean Magic. I've watched him for 3 or 4 rounds, and I've been very impressed.
Yeah, these players have battled through quite the gauntlet. These are very, very long tournaments. This is the part of the day where the hall starts to empty out. Players are done playing their events, and these players are still playing.
Yeah.
There are folks already driving home right now. And these players are still here battling it out and need to play their best Magic at the point where they're the most fatigued.
Yes, exactly. It's a very big skill, trying to fight against that. And, I mean, it comes down to prep for the event. That's important and everything, but that stuff really matters too. And, man, I don't know how many tournaments I've thrown away where I'm just like, whatever, I'm not that hungry yet. And then you have no time to eat or whatever, and you just kind of fall apart. Hydra stays home, though. Whenever you have a 16-16 staying home, that's not great. But Michael in top deck mode as well. How do you ever get through that?
Yeah, the thing here is that John just draws a land.
Yeah.
That's going to be really big.
Wait a minute. So if you give one of those trample and you bossing, say, on the other one and then give that one trample, and all of a sudden you attack with 2 6/6 tramplers, I mean, if we all get in there, this looks like game number 3 to me.
Yeah, with 2 counters coming for Ascension, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, because you Hydra on the biggest one, the Forest can block and soak up 2, and that's it. We are going to be heading to a game number 3 here in the Monogreen Mirror to see who plays up against Jacob Durish in the finals.
Yeah, Hydra's great. You do have to have it kind of get it going a little early. If you wait too long, take too many hits, one big idiot that is not lethal yet is not going to be enough.
Yep. That is for sure the truth. So, Monogreen Landfall Mirror, what kind of stuff do you actually sideboard in? Let's kind of start with John. We'll pull it up the sideboard if we got it. If not, we'll just have you kind of check out the cards and tell me what you'd bring in there.
Yeah, so both players have access to four Moss-Spawn Hydras. There are two main deck for Michael.
Okay. So, yeah, we have the Terrabotanist, the Melstrider's Resolve, Mossborn Hydras, which clearly came in, Pop Patch Formation, Scrap Shooter, Soul Guide Lantern, Sirach. Just the Hydras and the Melstrider's Resolves, I imagine?
I think that's basically it. Yeah, you just get a Hydra in play, interact as much as you can. Interesting to see only 2 copies of Melstrider's Resolve in John's deck, and there's 2 in main also. So John's really kind of geared up for the mirror. We have 2 Melstrider main, 2 in the board, and a 4 total Hydra for John. So Melstriders, Hydras, interact with the Badgermole Cubs, interact with the Llanowar Elves, and just try and get a big Hydra and do the thing. Very hard to remove a creature of that size in this matchup. Okay,
do you like Scrap Shooter at all to be able to maybe deal with Earthbender Ascension, or is that just kind of too cute?
So Michael does have 3 Sapling Nurseries. That doesn't play well into the Hydra plan. You know, if you're going big on Hydra and you're trying to lean on Hydra or Harmonizer to really go over the top, the Nurseries might be a card that comes out. And I don't think it's really about the enchantments that much. I think you're more focused on doing your own thing. And the 4/4 body is almost blank, it feels like, where it just isn't relevant in these kind of big, huge board states you get into.
Looking at the other side, I mean, I see the Brawls, Melstrider's Resolve, probably Mossborn Hydras of Michael's own. Anything else you like to bring in?
Yeah, nothing really. I mean, Michael, as I said, already has 2 Hydras main. So Michael has the 2 main deck Hydras. Again, the Sapling Nurseries of a deck are great in grindier games. But with all the Hydras and all the Harmonizers, this is probably going to be a big attack for 35 kind of game, not a nickel and dime kind of game.
All right, sounds good. Looks like these players are ready to go, so we're going to get ready. One game to see who our other finalists is it going to be. Is it going to be Michael Pilata, or is it going to be John Puglisi-Clark?
It's going to be Monogreen Landfall.
Yeah, I bet you are right there, yes. All right, so the 2 different 1-drops, the range, Sauce's Chocobo, Llanowar Elf. I like the Elf side a little bit more for turn 1, don't you?
Yeah, I agree. Even though on the draw, I think the mana is more important. This chip shot damage is relevant, but not what the game is really going to be about.
Okay. Sauce's Chocobo coming in, but nothing there from John. And, wow, Michael does have a great follow-up. The turn 2 Earthbender Ascension. You got to be liking Michael's chances a lot more than John here, huh?
Yeah, interesting too is how players want to play out their Hydras. Do you just jam it on 2 or 3? Do you risk running it into one of these Melstrider's Resolves? Do you want to try and pace it? Try and make it so you can play it in a turn, play a few lands, make it into a 4/4 or an 8/8. Interesting to see how the players are going to play it out.
All right. Sauce's Chocobo down. What does John have to have here? Earthbender Ascension, Badgermole Cub into something else. What does it look like to kind of claw back?
Yeah, Cub's great.
Okay.
I think finding a mana advantage of some way would be awesome. I don't think Earthbender is a disaster.
Yeah.
Just fine. But it has to be something. It can't be activate bossing, say, or just some sort of
not in this match too,
right,
please.
Right. I'll just do this, I guess, sort of thing. And John, they can get through. I would not be surprised if this is a Hydra. And John's deciding, do I want to shove here, put this Hydra in play, and if it lives, I will win the game, or I want to maybe wait and try and pace it out.
Yeah, or if you just walk into a Melstrider's Resolve, do you lose on the spot kind of thing.
Right.
All right, let's see. Earthbender Ascension is the play. Sauce's Chocobo is going to go up to a 3/4. We're going to get ourselves 1 land, presumably get in there for 3, and head back Michael's way.
It's kind of an interesting game where Michael didn't really steal the play with the Llanowar Elf, but they are doing the same things, and Michael's keeping pace with the Llanowar Elf too. So kind of, I guess stealing the play in the sense that Michael's now ahead of the Ascension.
Yep.
But the bird it's there, it is attacking. You can't ignore it, but it may not play into if this game gets really, really big.
Exactly. You can chump block that one forever until Earthbender Ascension gets active and kind of changes the math there. But, Sauce's Chocobo is always less than exciting than Llanowar Elf until it isn't. See a Harmonizer in hand from Michael. Let's see what else we got. There's a Head Shake, so presumably not ideal, huh?
Yeah, it looks like no land.
All right, Badgermole Cub.
No land, but a bunch of mana.
Yeah, Earthbending onto the same land. So, 1 mana floating. Brawl. 1 fish for John. And presumably a dead Saz's Chocobo.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so not a bad turn. Again, kind of like a chip-shotty turn. No land is definitely tough.
And I did see a Harmonizer in hand from Michael, so if we can find Fabled Passage, Escape Tunnel next turn, I mean, we could be really ready to go.
Yeah, not quite there yet on the Ascension. So still one extra land drop beyond a fetch away from Trample. But here comes the first Hydra. And it's a lot of like Hydra posturing in these post-board games of who has the Hydra first, who can play it, who can defend it, who can protect it, and who can get bigger.
Yes.
If your opponent starts the Hydra train before you do, your Hydra will never beat their Hydra, which is a very rough place to be.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, once the Hydra gets out of range, the only way to have that creature removed is, well, player removal. You need to deal with the opponent.
Yep. Or just, assemble a whole bunch of power toughest to block it, which is not easy.
Not easy at all. That gets big really quickly. An Escape Tunnel, you can make it a 4/4 now, but even that is not out of range from another fight spell, which is definitely possible for Michael to have.
Yeah, John thinking it through.
And passes back. All shields up. Is there a land, a fetch land or something like that would be insane for Michael here.
It's also important, John noticed that Michael didn't play a land last turn. That means it's all spells.
Yep.
And there are a number of interactive spells that could be kind of detrimental to John. So,
and that's the kind of awkwardness of Monogreen Landfall. An incredible deck, and definitely the deck of the weekend. Not close, but there is always that tension point where you need lands and you need spells. Just bossing say is not enough, as we just saw. Ice Till Explorer. Oh my goodness. Did we draw it?
Looks like a...
And it's Fabled Passage off the top from Michael Palauta. Oh my goodness. What a draw. I mean, that could be a final appearing Fabled Passage, huh?
Yeah, still a little ways to go.
Okay. So Saz's Chocobo gets cranked up. Earthbender Ascension's going up. Fabled Passage is coming back from the yard here after another mill. But the flip side, if John just plays an Ice Till as well and gets 4 activations of the Hydra, that's pretty high numbers as well.
Yeah. Could easily be, in the 30s.
Yeah. So here is the decision where to put the Earthbender Ascension counter. We already leveled up Saz's. Did you just go gigantic on the Chocobo?
Probably,
I think so too.
It is kind of about sizing up, and the trample is important too. So,
yeah.
I think a lot of math here.
Definitely. All right, there is the mill. Saz's Chocobo's getting big. We put it on the forest, huh?
Chocobo went to 4.
And I swear that forest was just at 3 from Earthbender Ascension plus the Cub, but I could be wrong. Regardless, just all defense from both players. And as great of a draw as Fabled Passage was, the Hydra on the flip side here is terrifying from Michael's seat.
Yeah. John gets to go big on this Hydra next turn. It's going to be very, very hard for Michael to deal with.
So is there any consideration, I think we're paused at John's or Michael's end step here. Do you not sack Escape Tunnel because you're worried about, an Archdruid's Charm?
I mean, maybe. Does John need the mana?
Okay, that just said that's okay. And you saw John kind of tank there, and that says, hey,
right.
You don't have it.
Shields are down.
Yes. So now John just gets to start, multiplying by 2 and see if he can multiply his way straight into the finals. Once again, made the finals of a regional championship last year.
Uh-oh.
Ice Till Explorer coming on down with the Hydra. That is going to be 4 to 8 to 16 to 32 to 64, and that's going to be it. John Puglisi Clark heads to the finals for another one of our premier events here at Star City Games. What an incredible game here, getting that Hydra just absolutely gigantic. And Man, I mean, Ice Still Explorer with Fabled Passage was pretty good here for Michael, but a lot better when you have a Hydra in play, huh?
Yeah, Hydra just, the card that goes biggest.
Yes.
Harmonizer is great, but Hydra is just so simple, has the built-in trample, and, 32, 64, 120, you just keep going.
Yeah, the numbers are too high up there. So we're going to have John Puglisi Clark up against Jacob Durish. John was the 8th seed. Jacob is the 3rd seed. So Jacob has the play. What do you think about this?
It's looking good for Jacob.
Okay.
Taking down a lot of Landfall players in this tournament already. Being on the play is absolutely huge.
Yep.
So Jacob will have at least 2 games on the play, putting a ton of pressure on John to really have a good Llanowar Elf Badger Mole Cub start. Otherwise, 6-shot show-off and friends might be going all the way.
We're here in Richmond, Virginia, here for Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. We got one more match here on the other side of this break, so do not go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss this. See you soon. It's finals time here in Richmond, Virginia. My name is Corey Baumeister. That's Jim Davis. Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle has one more match to see who is going to get that incredibly cool trophy, who's going to get the real prize of talking with Nick Miller here on the sideboard afterwards to see who takes this down. It can only be one. Is it going to be Izzet Prowess? Is it going to be Monogreen Landfall? What's your prediction?
I mean, Prowess got to be the favorite going in
Yeah.
on the play. I think, a slight favorite in the matchup as well. Jacob's played great so far. And, the list is a little bit more skewed towards the mirror than to Landfall, but still looking great.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we got John Puglisi Clark here in the finals. And honestly, John's got even more to play for. This is the right of which Puglisi Clark is the better Magic player between Joseph and John. They said it themselves, so everything on the line. I think that probably matters more to John and Joseph watching on the sidelines than anything else, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, $10,000, whatever.
Nothing.
Super cool trophy. A date with Nick Miller. No, that one's pretty good.
No, that one's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
All right, so it's a tie for the date with Nick Miller and who's the better brother. Very big thing here. And then Jacob Durish hasn't lost a game. Has just 4-0 so far, 2-0, 4-0, no big deal. Coming to the finals. It's Jacob's tournament to lose here. 3 seed versus the 8 seed. So Jacob is going to be on the play. Let's take a look at the prizes. And Jim, remind everyone at home what we're playing for here.
How about a 5-figure payday?
That's pretty nice.
That sound good?
That is pretty nice.
Got $10,000 up top, and then $5,000 second. Not too shabby either.
Yep.
Of course, both these players are going to the Pro Tour. Both these players already have their Super Shredder promo, which is really, really cool.
Yeah.
And exclusive to this event as well, which is awesome. But yeah, just $5,000 match for a trophy. And there's something to be said for winning the tournament. As far as just saying, hey, I'm a Spotlight champion. Coming in second is great, and it's not an easy thing. It's a phenomenal accomplishment. But you always remember the winner.
Exactly. So this match is really for everything here in Richmond, Virginia. So let's take a look at the deck list here. We're going to start with Jacob's version of Izzet Prowess here. We've been kind of slaying mono green all day here from Jacob and, slayed Ross Merriam here in the top 8 with that really teched out version, having those crabs in the main. That's kind of the big difference. Do you think that's going to help out here in the Landfall matchup, or does that not matter as much?
I think it's worse than having more 1-drops.
Okay.
The Crab's a great card, but a big, dumb ground creature is not as exciting. It's a deck with all these chump blockers in play, and it's a little bit slower as well. It's really good when your opponent's killing your stuff, and you get into kind of the mid-game where you can go, bam, end step, crab, tap your things, attack you. But Monogreen's not really killing anything. So
that's true.
This is definitely kind of a race matchup where Jacob is the beatdown, trying to kill as fast as possible, and use the Seers and the Burst Lightnings to kind of keep John off balance and get in. So Crab is still fine. It's still a good threat. It can still stop a big Harmonizer attack or something like that. It's not bad, but I think it would be happier if it was the fourth copy of Elusive Otter.
I'm totally with you. So let's take a look at John's list of mono green here. We just went to the skies here with a 64-64 Hydra. Not sure if that's going to come in here in this matchup, but walk me through this particular version of mono green Landfall.
Yeah, honestly, pretty well suited for the matchup. So no Sapling Nurseries, none of the more expensive kind of clunkier cards. 2 main deck copies of Melt Strider's Resolve is great. Having a way to actually kill a Slipshot Show-Off, actually kill an Otter token is a big deal. The 2 Surocs going against the removal spells. And the 2 Royal Treatments. A clutch Royal Treatment at a key time can be backbreaking against a bounce spell or a removal spell. So the tools are here for John. This is a leaner version of a deck. Melt Strider's great too. And yeah, it should be a good one.
Yeah, going to be really, really exciting. So the players are getting ready. They're shuffling up. Before we get into it, let's give people one more reminder here of our Day 2 metagame and kind of just look to see the big picture aspect of, one of our last standard tournaments that we're going to have here. The next one that we're going to have is the Pro Tour here in Atlanta. So Mono Green Landfall, deck of the weekend, right?
Not even close.
It's not close.
It was about 10% play rate, so an unbelievable conversion rate. And, of course, many, many copies in top 8. And throughout the entire day, too, of our top 8 to 10 players in the standings, just Landfall everywhere. So the deck is really good. It's still kind of cool to see there isn't really consensus on how to build the deck. Some play Sapling Nursery, some don't. Some are main decking Melstrader's Resolve, some don't. There were some folks who were trying out some new Turtles cards. Michelangelo Weirdest to 11, Mikey and Leo. Those didn't do as well, which makes sense because, finding the right mix is difficult, and the lists that did well are the kind of tried and true lists. Not to say that those cards don't have a place in Landfall, but finding the right mix is going to be difficult. So traditional Landfall, deck of the weekend for sure.
Totally agree. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was the new cards coming in, but Momo, Mono White Momo, was definitely a story going into this tournament as well. The Monument decks with Cool But Rude, but at the end of the day, this really going to be a no-nonsense tournament. It was going to be Landfall. It was going to be Prowess. Lessons, those were the decks that did the best. And, you know, with Izzet Prowess that had the best win percentage in Milwaukee, it made a lot of sense that people were going to bring that deck in high numbers for this one.
Yeah, you could say, even though Landfall had the best tournament, you could say that Prowess was the breakout deck because it wasn't played to nearly this play rate 2 weeks ago in Milwaukee. So this is kind of like the breakout for the Prowess deck, and now a chance to take the whole thing down.
Yeah, it was a really awesome tournament. No matter what happens here in the finals, we had a lot of players we had not seen in a very long time that came into play this event, and it's just been really great. You know, a great tournament so far. So we're going to get into it when these players are ready to go. But before we get into it, just a big thanks to all of you for tuning in. We wouldn't be able to be bringing you high-level competitive Magic if you weren't watching. So big thanks to you. You ready to call a finals match?
Let's do it.
All right, let's head on down to the feature match one last time here in beautiful Richmond, Virginia. It's the finals. We got Jacob Durish on the bottom. And, of course, we have John Puglisi-Clark on top. Monogreen Landfall up against Izzet Prowess.
Well, this is checkpoint number 1 for John.
Yeah.
All right, Jacob's in the play. That is not great. However, tap an island and play a sleight of hand. John's got to be internally pumping the fist.
Totally agree.
Yeah, really cool stuff. However, no Llanowar Elf or no Chocobo, so both players on kind of mid-level draws. Sleight of hand once again, looking for the first threat of the game. You know, Jacob is playing the crabs, playing a little bit lower on the typical threat count.
So do we just really need an otter here, or is this still an okay turn if you just go like, you know, red source pass, kill a Badgermole Cub type thing?
I think that's okay if there's a slick shot show up as well, but not even going to play Steve that's untapped.
Okay. I mean, that could be saying, hey, next turn I'm going to slick shot show off, kill whatever 2-drop you play.
Sure.
Could be reasonable, so.
As for Origins, 2 life. I mean, this would normally be a death knell. If you told me John Straw was on the draw, Forest Go, bossing, say, Esper Origins, I'd be like, ooh, he got ran over, right?
God, is Jacob playing against Jesse Pilon again?
Yeah.
I did run into Jesse right after this before we jumped into the finals, and I was like, not your strongest draws you've ever had. And he's like, well, you didn't like bossing, say, 5 times in a row? And I was like, not my favorite draw from you, buddy.
All right, so really want Slick Shot show up this turn. You know, you can make up for the kind of poor start with the sleight of hands as long as there's a Slick Shot to kind of have that big damage output. And there it is. Slick Shot coming in, but only for 1 damage. So not playing a cantrip, not playing, you know, a Wild Ride or something like that. Just getting it for 1, setting up on future streets.
Okay.
This could speak to possibly a second Slick Shot show up in hand.
Yeah.
Really unload the clip next turn.
Yeah, it could have also been a time where, you know, Jacob knows about these 2 Maelstriders resolves, so is very much trying to say, hey, I'm not going to give you an opportunity to kill my Slick Shot show off for basically free, and is holding up either into the Flood Maw, some kind of protection spell, something like that.
Yeah, love that. Yeah, and that's the thing where open deck lists, this is normally, most Landfall decks do not play main deck Maelstriders, so you would need to do that, but
yeah.
Open deck list opens that window, gives Jacob the information needed. And we see an end step opt here. Nope, Flood Maw, sure.
Pretty good. I mean, 1 mana Stone Rain, you a fan?
Yes, I am absolutely a fan of 1 mana Stone Rain in any capacity.
Yes. Into the Flood Maw, I mean, that is kind of the best case with that card. That card's just already great. Boomerang Basic has kind of replaced it, but one thing Boomerang Basic can't do, send lands back to hand.
All right, well, just Slick Shot attack for 1, no spells. I'm feeling a crab.
Yeah, feels like a 4-mana crab, tap something down here, or, you know, a very less than ideal draw.
Yeah, either that or Jacob's hand is the worst hand you've ever seen in your entire life. And if you're John, that seems kind of face up, you know, get open deck lists.
Yeah, you got to kind of figure there's a crab there, so maybe is that, I mean, still, I want to play Estil. Not the worst. You know, Esper Origin's not so bad here.
Yep.
Go up to 22, you got a 4/4, you're probably going to draw a card off of it. Not too bad. Looks like Llanowar Elf and I believe Earthbender Ascension, excuse me.
I believe that's what I saw also.
Yep.
So if we're both wrong, we're going to look really dumb.
Wouldn't be the first time, and it's not going to be the last, buddy.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Come on. Chocobo.
Come on, Sazas. Got us good. The random flip hits a land, puts that into hand. Is it crab time? Is it time for some pinching?
I feel like it just has to be.
It has to be. Otherwise, it is just, once again, a pretty poor hand with a lot of disruption and, maybe a lot like Burst Lightning. Oh, no. Is he going to untap that? I mean, if it's crab, you play it. It's not even a close decision, so it can't be there, right?
Wow, yeah. I mean, I guess just reactive cards.
Or Jacob's about to count to 22.
That is possible, I guess.
I don't know if it is, but
Yeah.
I think it begins with land 5, slick shot, show off 2, but.
Even then, I don't think there's a possible
All right.
cards. All right.
Roaring Furnace coming
mean,
on down.
Maybe there was a crab, and Jacob just said, I want to cast the Furnace. I need to have these 4 cards in my hand.
Yeah, okay. That is reasonable. Slick shot, show off number 2.
That's so awkward.
Terrible sequencing from
Awful
Jacob,
sequencing,
right?
yeah,
Come
yeah.
on, buddy.
Missed the Prowess trigger.
Yeah.
So, of course, you need to have 4 cards in your hand. So, you got to play it in that weird, kind of unexpected order. But
Yeah.
2 slick shots is phenomenal.
Great.
Really, really good. Jacob firmly in the driver's seat.
Normally, I would think this is kind of a death nail for the mono green deck for game 1, but with John's very teched out list of having Melstrider's resolves, this could easily be a solid turn to be able to fight one of those birds, huh?
Yeah. Two cards in hand for Jacob. Depends on how big the thing it's fighting is. Is it burst lightningable? That would be pretty risky. There are
Okay.
2 into the Flood Maws in the deck for Jacob. 1 we've already seen.
That's true.
And, I mean, 18's a lot, so we could see like a setup turn here into a possible Harmonizer. And Ice Tail's not a bad setup.
Okay. Ice Tail's very strong. Here comes a mill. Here comes a tick up on the Earthbender Ascension. And then Bossing Say comes down. Turns Ice Tail Explorer into 5 toughness, which is basically unkillable. But it does not fly.
Yeah, slick shots are clear for takeoff, assuming Jacob has things to do.
Totally agree. This feels like a moment where if John has Melstrider's Resolve, you can't play around into the Floodmaw or anything. Like you just gotta jam. Badger Mole Cub. And we'll see if Jacob's been very close, close to the chest, hasn't been really giving away any kind of information. But let's see if this game is just over right now. We need a good amount of spells, and it looks like Jacob's starting to turn with 2 spells. Your condolence, your consolation prize, is, unlock the Steaming Sauna, but that's not very good.
This game is not about Steaming Sauna.
It's always about Steaming Sauna, okay? 1 red, Burst Lightning to the creature. That's got to mean that John gets another turn.
Yeah, I mean, not starting on a cantrip means this is probably not going to be a big spell turn.
It could be the biggest spell turn, though. Unlock the room.
That's not a spell, Corey. Come on. Yeah, if it's land, unlock room. I mean, I think that even then, Jacob's still in the driver's seat. Wow, I was going to say go again.
I mean, I'm with you, though. It could have been Eddie Merck last time, but we had to protect and, have enough cards in hand for the Roaring Furnace. So It could easily be crab time now, but you would also kind of think maybe you do that at upkeep to tap down a land. Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, now this is a defense against Harmonizer. If there was some crazy Harmonizer turn, this is a way to kind of defend against that, which is pretty cool, actually. And again, it's very hard for John to remove these slick shots from play. The 2 Melt Striders is really it. Hard to do Melt Strider into all these untapped mana.
Yeah.
So John's up against it. 2 slick shots are pretty clear what they want to be doing next turn.
I'm with you. Let's see. Big turn here. John Puglisi Clark, of course, part of Team Scrap Heap, where basically every single event last year was being taken down by someone from that team. Vinny Fino, both of the Puglisi Clark brothers made it to the finals of 2 separate events. John making it to the finals of Houston in Modern, where I believe that was where Vinny Fino ended up winning. So that was that teammate battle, which was really cool to watch.
That was a cool event.
That was a cool event.
Yeah, that was the all the cool blinking stuff happening.
Yes. The old Matt Costa Jeskai Blink deck from Pro Tour Edge of Eternity that ported over into that RC quite nicely.
This is not a great spot to start your turn if you're John. Esper Origins, this is not drawing a card. This is just, finicking around a little bit. You can, of course, flash it back and make a 4/4, but the clock is here, and the clock's name is Slickshot Show Off, and there's 2 of them ticking down.
I don't know, though. We did not play too many other spells, so I'm kind of thinking the Esper Origin gain 4 life plan might just be enough to get out of range. The thing I would be very worried about from John's perspective, though, is if I put in Esper Origins, play a land, whatever, and say go, Crab taps down, Ice Till, and Esper Origins, and all of a sudden, then Crab plus 2 Slickshot Show-Offs. You're probably in a lot of trouble.
There has to be spells in hand for Jacob, because if there was a land, not playing land 5 and activating the sauna is like, it's just what you would do.
Oh, yeah.
So I agree. I think Crab's a strong possibility, and then some sequence of spells.
All right. There is a couple mills. There's one Melstrider's Resolve. I mean, those are kind of the best cards right now. John not having that is not great.
Yeah, John has some work to do. Definitely have to get out from under these Slickshot Show-Offs. Best way to do it, these players have been playing for a long time. Long day yesterday, long day today.
No kidding. X and 3 to make it into the top 8. Jacob with that X and 2 and 1 record. John playing and needing every single round, 12 and 3, playing 2 more rounds, 14 and 3, trying to be 15 and 3 to get the title. That is so much magic, There's usually some loose play in the finals of events like this just because of that fatigue. But, man, I think both these players have been playing some tight magic. It's been really impressive all day.
Yeah, finals can be like a war of attrition, kind of. Okay, both players are probably not going to play perfectly.
Yeah.
Who can play better?
Exactly. And there it is. Eddie Merck doing some pinching. Pinch on those 2 creatures. We have 1 creature for a blocker here. If we can boomerang basics that away, that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So you need more than that. You need a little bit more.
I think John was trying to figure out if there was any way to get one of these Earthbender counters onto this Esper Origins to make it to a 5/5, and just not possible to have other blockers available too.
Yeah, there is 1 Seer in Jacob's list as well you could have to clean up the summon.
Wow.
Nope. Just coming on in, and now, Jacob's putting John to the test. Be like, do you want a chump block? And this could be a situation where Jacob could have the win, or Jacob doesn't and is just begging for a chump block. This is kind of the situation from John where John has to think, do I play to not lose, or do I try to play to win, or can you do both all in one play, And
John says, all right. You have not shown strength in either of the prior turns.
Yep.
And this is going to continue, so no spell cast. Slickshot Show-Off, just a 1/2 flyer.
And now if you enter the sauna, you got to think you're toast. So, not entering the sauna, Crab Part 2 Electric Boogaloo, right?
Yeah,
what else could it be?
This game has gotten weird. I could see not entering the sauna and being scared you're just going to die to a Harmonizer or something like that.
If you have absolutely nothing, I'm taking 2 with the passage, leveling up the sauna, hope to hit it into the Floodmaw, right? It's better than just, oops, I die.
Sure.
So I think this has to be a Crab. If I'm playing against John, or if I'm playing against Jacob, that'd be the only thing I would think could be in hand from Jacob right now.
And Crab does mean Harmonizer is going to have trouble closing the game. However, you could see Harmonizer with enough land fetches spreading out all the doubles across all 3 creatures, which are very large. Here we go. Here's a warp.
Ooh, boy, here we go. John with the Harmonizer. One of the most terrifying cards in Standard. Slickshot Show-Off definitely up there as well, but, man, do you just feel terrified when Harmonizer comes down, so.
Oh, with the counters adding up, too. Yeah, this is going to be lethal. His 20 is a lot, but, double passage and a vein is a lot. That's so many triggers.
All right, Jim, I need you to figure out exactly how much damage we can get right now. How many? How much?
I decline.
Okay, good call. Very smart. 3 mana being tapped. It's Crab Part 2. Now, what do you tap? I mean, it's got to be the two. There's 3 4-power creatures, so for sure the summon.
Yeah, this is really cool for John here because John was able to pass to combat because all the fetch lines are there and not even close to enough.
Yep. You tap down 2 of the creatures. The Ice Till, you have 3 lands to sacrifice. You get to stack it in such a way that you put 3 counters on Ice Till. That goes up to 7, and then double, double, double. 14, 28, 56 damage there to Jacob. Not even close. Could have killed 2 Jacobs.
You're a braver man than I am.
Yeah.
I would not have tried to do that on the spot.
All right, so that is John Puglisi Clark, 1 game away from being the champion here in Richmond, Virginia.
Yeah.
Let's start talking. Oh, go ahead.
Can I say stealing game 1?
I would think so. It felt like it.
Just on the draw against double. If you told me that John was on the draw without a Llanowar Elf or a Badger Maul in turn 1 or 2, and then face down double Slick Shot, I'd be like, there's no chance.
You know,
No chance.
I really think, think about if the Roaring Furnace isn't stocked, the Eddie Merc isn't stocked. You know what cards are in the place of those for the other list? It's the Secret Identities. It's another elusive otter. Like, you got to think, if you didn't make those choices in deck building, you probably win that game. But the flip side, maybe you're not here if you make those choices in deck building, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's always a push and pull. And now, of course, in that final match, Jacob has some work to do.
All right, Jacob Durish, with the help of Nathan Goldberg's sleeves there, our champion with Amulet here in Las Vegas, I believe, right? That sounds right. Playing Amulet, the nice quote that we had as he was winning the tournament. So starting with Jacob Durish's sideboard, we got 1-0, 1 Broadside Barrage, 2 Fire Magic, 2 Get Out, 1 Ral Crackling Wit, 1 Roaring Furnace, 1 Seer, 1 Soul Guide Lantern, 2 Spell Pierce, 1 Torch the Tower.
Yeah, so the bigger removal spells like Seer and maybe Furnace are nice. There are a lot of 4 toughness creatures, so Seer looks excellent. Get Out's pretty cool, too. Get Out counters almost every important card in John's deck, all the creatures and all the enchantments. That's a big one. Broadside Barrage, a possible one as well. It's tough to balance wanting the small removal spells to kill the Llanowar Elves and the Badger Maul Cubs, but also being able to deal with the 4 toughness creatures, which there are a lot of out of John's deck. So for the most part, getting the good kill spells in and the good interaction, Get Out being probably the most important card.
Yep, absolutely. And then from the other side, we got the 2 Terrabotanists. We got 2 Maelstriders Resolve, 4 Mossborn Hydras, 2 Pop Hatch Formation, 1 Scrap Shooter, 3 Soul Guide Lanterns, 1 Sirach Elusive Hunter. What do you like here, Jim?
Yeah, so Meltstrider, of course, need to be able to interact if possible. Paw Patch, it's there to kill Slick Shot Show Off, but it can take out an enchantment in a pinch, as we saw in our prior match. Terrabotanist, I think, is okay. I think it's the kind of card where, like, if there's things you want to really board out, it seems fine. Yeah. But honestly, this list seems so tight. There's no Sapling Nurseries, no kind of clunker cards. It is pretty lean when it comes to a Landfall list, so probably not room for that one. So
what is Terrabotanist coming in against if it's not for Prowess, though? I mean, it's got 3 toughness, so it can't get Burst Lightning. I mean, what else are you playing that card against if it's not for this?
It's Mono Red or some sort of other aggro deck, I suppose.
Yeah.
But I kind of agree. I would be surprised to see it in
Yeah.
there, I'm just trying to figure out what would come out for it. But yeah, the Meltstrider is great, Paw Patch is great, and I think it's just really on John to didn't have it that game and didn't need it, but on John to have that really good draw, have some 1-drops, have some 2-drops, and really get in the board fast and stress Jacob to have to spend mana on removal to kill his creatures.
And that was Jacob Durish's first game loss here in the top 8. So, first game loss since, I believe, he 2-0'd Ross in round 14. So the first game loss since around round 13. It's been a while.
Been a while, yeah.
Yeah, a couple hours. So, all right, before we get into it, let's talk to you about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Well, it is Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles after all. So if you are liking the cards that you're seeing on the screen and you want to, come on into the fun here, the limited set is starting to look really fun, as well as the impact in both standard and even modern. I saw Underworld Breach is back thanks to some cards, so, the set's just got to be unbelievable. So if you want to pick up some Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cards, you go to starcitygames.com/MTG-TMT for more information and pick up some Shredders, some Leonardo. What's your favorite turtle?
Donatello.
Donatello, yep, me too. That's right.
Yeah,
that's
not
right.
close.
All right.
I think Magic players will over-index on Donatello, but I think if you ask a random sample of people, you get a pretty even distribution.
Okay. All right. We got a super fan as one of our directors, Brian. We'll have to ask him which his favorite turtle is, so. All right, let's do it. Game number 2. Jacob Durish considering the keep, it looks like.
Yeah, and again, Jacob on the play here. And now Jacob needs to win a game on the draw to win this tournament. You know, so, oh no, sleight of hand again?
Again.
Man.
And to be fair, Jacob does play one less one drop than the stock list. Only 3 elusive otters. The 4th one is, well, very elusive.
Ooh, yeah, and there's Llanowar Elves.
Okay, now that turn of playing slick shot show off or even plotting it doesn't feel as good.
This is what I was saying, where now if Jacob needs to spend the turn killing Llanowar Elves and not playing a threat, that's tough. So I like this.
Yep.
Just gotta get on the board first.
Yep. But now, I mean, if we have the draw from John, Badger Mole Cub into Melstrider's Resolve, I mean, get him ready for the trophy, right?
Yeah, I mean, that would be phenomenal.
Yeah.
There aren't many ways to deal with Slick Shot in the Monogreen deck, but if it is able to, it is a massive game.
Yep. All right, there's the Terra Botanist.
Land Melstrider?
Nope.
Okay.
But Fabled Passage, gain a couple life. Not so bad. And heading back Jacob's way. Do we have a solid turn with the Slick Shot?
Yeah, deploying a second threat here and then dealing with the Llanowar Elves would be the ideal scenario.
Yep.
You know, Slick Shot show off number 2, burst lightning the Llanowar Elf, act for 6 would be the ceiling, but just something else.
Here is the opt.
Pretty fast keep.
Yep. Could be a plethora of situation. Need land 3. You know, it's the choice between a removal spell versus not.
Wow.
Steam Vents untapped and passed.
So the downside, of course, to Get Out, which is a good card in the matchup, is that it is a counter spell, so you do not use it on offense with your Prowess stuff.
Yep.
That being said, it's not completely face up here, but if you're John, you got to be like,
Yeah, because, I mean, to be fair, like if you have Seer or something, you're probably not snapping off Seer on the Terra Botanist, you know?
Sure.
So there is Earthbender Ascension. Let's see if there's a counterspell, annul, something like that. There is the Get Out. That's a big deal. Earthbender Ascension on the Fabled Passage, search for a land would have been pretty devastating.
Yeah, it's tough for John there, too, because, like, Get Out just counters basically everything.
Yeah.
So it's not like there's some other card that could have been played. And
Esper Origins, that's it. Not, you know, just the front side.
Yeah, and you gotta play something.
Yeah. Got to fight through.
So,
I mean, if you had the choice between that and Ice Steel Explorer, you're still playing this Earthbender Ascension, so.
Yep.
I like it.
So, great reactive turn. Now Jacob needs to have a good proactive turn.
Yes. Storm Chaser's Talent, Boomerang Basic it back, kill a creature. Those are the kind of turns Jacob needs here to actually put himself in the driver's seat. Otherwise, you know, this next turn could be brutal. That's a good start. A couple turns too late. Bolt the bird here. And there's Seer for the Botanist. Is there the way to protect it, or is this just a way to gain 1 life? Oh, it's land 3, of course, so that is just gaining 1 life.
Yeah, all right. So a bit of a cleanup.
Yeah.
The problem here is that, you know, John's at 15, which is pretty safe. And again, no second threat. You know, the threats are exponential in the Prowess deck, where each threat doubles the damage, picks up all the counters and triggers and stuff. So only having 1 is not that fast, even if it's just a Slick Shot.
Yep. So this feels like the turn where if I'm John, I'm like Ice Till into Melstrider's Resolve, and it's going to be amazing. That's the slam dunk play, I would think.
Yeah, so far every turn, Melstrider has looked phenomenal.
Yeah.
Haven't had it yet.
Yep. And I think that does just speak to the fact that you have to have that card, you know?
Yep.
Searching up that land. That land will be tapped. Now, hey, Melstrider on the forest, still perfectly reasonable. But outside of that, I'd be very afraid if I was John.
Oof.
I'm afraid. All right, back to Jacob Durish's way. 4 cards in hand. Time to get stocked up.
Not a bad time for a stock up.
This is a pretty good time for it, yeah.
You know, with 2 mana available afterwards, could do worse.
Set up a 1-2 punch here is what you'd probably be trying to do, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, playing another threat would be fantastic.
Storm Chaser's Talent plus another Verge. Play a little defense with a 1-mana spell. Something like that would be amazing. Attack for 5.
Yeah, I'm not too scared of John's next turn.
No, not really. Even an Ice Till is whatever.
Right.
The only thing I'm afraid of right now, if I'm Jacob, is Melstrider's Resolve or any other kind of removal spell that you can have. Pop Patch formation, but you can't really do too much to that anyways, as we don't play a lot of spell snares. We don't have any of those protection spells. The identities.
Yeah, I think just like land second Slick Shot would be the ideal turn here.
Yeah.
You know, you only get it for 4 of his turn, but then you're really well set up for next turn. This is fine too.
Storm Chaser's talent. Slick Shot is about to take a third of John's life total. Bang.
Is there land 5?
It's almost better for Jacob if there isn't. So then you know you got 3 spells, right?
That is true.
All right, so that's got to scream to John that, hey, I probably got you next turn. If I have 3 spells, I didn't play a land, it's either crabs or spells to jump over the finish line. Every
turn seems so stressful for John. You know, with a Slick Shot draw just sitting in play, like, whew.
I mean, you're a single child. You don't get how important this match is to be able to be the better brother. I mean, that's everything.
All right, so 1 seer gone. There is 1 seer left.
Okay, and the forest stayed back. Is that telling to you that there is something there? Slick Shot show off number 2. A little head nod from John.
Ooh, fireworks time.
Boomerang basics plus the land. That's 3 spells if we had the land, and that is enough for John. Jacob Durish takes down game number 2. One last game to decide who the champion is going to be here in Richmond, Virginia. Jim, I would not have it any other way.
Yeah, so John breaks serve in game 1, and then Jacob does what needs to be done in game 2, but now Jacob needs to break serve in game 3, take down his trophy.
So, I mean, every game's been won on the draw, so John just snaps off the draw, right?
Empirical, yeah. It's got to be the way it is. You know?
That's just math.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, so any big changes when it comes to play draw between these 2 decks?
I don't really think so.
I don't think so either, yeah.
Jacob just kind of has to do the thing, and then the cards that John wants, John just wants. They're not good on player draw, whatever, you know?
Yep, definitely feels like that kind of matchup where you have your good cards in, you take your bad cards out, not a lot of wiggle room from either player, and I don't even see either of them going for the sideboard. They're just like, we both know what's going on here. No need to waste time bringing in some cards, taking them out, playing that kind of game.
You play for 20 or so hours, now you're playing 1 game for a trophy.
Yeah, one game for $5,000 for a unique trophy that very few people will have in the world. And, of course, the aspect that you can call yourself the champion instead of the runner-up. So, before we get into this last game, let's talk to you a little bit about Lorwyn. We've been talking about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles all weekend, but hey, Lorwyn Eclipse, not too long ago, phenomenal set, great to play in Limited. It's created a ton of phenomenal standard staples. So if you want to order this set, you can do so, well, right now. StarCityGames.com/MTG-ECL. to pick up some of those Evoke Elementals, maybe?
Some goblins and fairies, Kithkins.
Some turtles.
Yep.
There's some changelings, you know.
There's a turtle right there on the screen.
That's fair.
A mutant ninja turtle.
That is absolutely fair. Also a shark.
And a bureaucrat.
Yep. A bureaucrat? That's a creature type?
It was. I think it got, like, scrubbed out in one of the creature type updates, but
I think Uncle Istvan was a creature type at one point, too.
It was, yes.
I think that's probably a human now.
I think bureaucrat is too, unfortunately.
That's no fun. All right, 1 game, everyone. 1 game to decide the championship here. See who's going to take this down. See who's going to win $10,000.
I know if I'm Jacob, I do not want to start this game with sleight of hand. You know,
No.
Especially on the draw.
No. And he has every single game.
Yep.
Both players are keeping. Fabled Passage for John, not ideal by any means. Steam Vents, is it an otter? Oh my goodness, Jacob's done it. The elusive otter has finally found its way onto the battlefield here for turn number 1.
No longer elusive.
Yes.
So important. And then, of course, with John not having the Llanowar Elf, like I was saying, you know, if John can have that Llanowar Elf Badger Bowl Cub draw on the play, it's really hard for Jacob to develop and answer it at the same time.
Yeah. So what's the play here? What's the best one? Just Badger Mole Cub?
I mean, Cub seems great, you know.
Llanowar Elf Melstrider Resolve?
Yeah, that would be ideal.
Okay.
I think. Yeah, I mean, Melstrider would be fantastic.
Not going to happen. Instead, let's tend to our plants. Little Terrabotanist here.
Yeah, mail back the otter for a turn, but if we can see more development from Jacob here, that would be great.
I mean, if you just play a land and attack from Jacob's side, can you even block from John? Like 2 ops and you lose your botanist? That would be devastating, right?
I would love to see that happen because it's a really interesting spot. And
Yeah.
There aren't actually that many instant speed cards that don't bounce a creature or deal damage to a creature. It is just the 4 ops.
Yeah.
So if you attack here, you are saying you have 2 ops exactly. It's hard to block, but it would be a pretty sick bluff, too.
It's so hard to bluff, though, too, yeah. Either way, I'd be here for it as well.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
I love it.
oh my goodness. No blocks there.
Wow, John doesn't even hesitate.
Yeah.
I would have thought long and hard about blocking there.
I mean, you know, it could be that there's 2 ops, and now it's just probably, plot a slick shot show-off? Okay, another elusive otter with presumably some interaction. And, I mean, Jacob just said to John, I have 2 instant speed ops, right? That was what Jacob just said. We'll see if it's actually true.
Yeah, I really want Jacob's hand because because the thing is the Tire Botanist is not that important.
Yeah.
And if Jacob spends the entire turn 2 just playing ops and not playing a threat, that isn't even that bad. What's Botanist supposed to do in this matchup? Supposed to gain life.
Yeah.
Well, you gain some life there. You defer a creature for a turn. I don't know.
I don't know, Jim. We'll have to ask Jacob after this for sure.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if there's an end step opt here.
That's true, but do you play it on end step?
Yeah,
If you,
right.
you maybe hold off and play it during your turn, regardless.
See, now with the Forest Earthbended in play, now Into the Floodmaw is a possible spell you can cast for value,
Yes.
Burst Lightning, but last turn it was literally just 2 ops.
Well, I mean, you can still burst lightning the face, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
I guess that's fine. It's not a
Yeah.
great use of Burst Lightning, but
That's true.
all
All right,
here's an
one op.
All right.
Invasion op. These elusive otters win unblocked. This is 4 damage. What else you got, Jacob?
I want to see op number 2. Or I don't. I don't know, actually. like,
Jim either wants to see op 2 or not op 2. I think you're going to get your wish, buddy.
yes.
Yes. Win. That's what we call a win-win. So that is 4 damage coming through. John down to 17. And a pass of the turn. Is this just a face-up screaming that I have a get out again?
Kind of feels like it. Because he clearly has second opt. So
Of course.
So if you're not
Everyone knows
if
it.
you're not going to play the opt, then
Okay, big turn. John can't do a sweet play like, Esper Origins, flash it back. You're 1 mana short there. If you really wanted to try a play around something like a get out, sure, you could just go land, bossing, say a land, but is that even a good play? This is the tension point. This is the big moment here of this mid game here to decide who our champion's going to be.
we got a great last game brewing.
Yeah, this is nice.
See, John's really thinking it through.
Long day. You don't want to screw up now and have a long car ride home having to think about that kind of stuff.
I mean, $5,000 at a Pro Tour invite's not that bad.
Yeah, that's fair.
Ooh, wow, risky.
Melstrider resolve on the Terra Botanist. Just says, hey, what do you got?
And I mean,
Is this bait?
so it's only going to be a fight for 2 power. So if there was, opt and something else here,
Which we know there is.
right, then you can fight through the fight.
You can also get out this if that were to be there.
Yep. A lot of options for Jacob.
And this could be bait. John is not an amateur player, to say the least. Knows that knows exactly what the possibilities are. Into the Floodmaw, Seer, get out.
There are 2 copies of Royal Treatment in John's deck. So
Yes.
could be trying to set up for the real big win.
Oh, yeah. The Seer here, and then you Royal Treatment in response. Like, oh, vomit. That's a clean 2-for-1. Also, what this seems like to me, wow, that's you can't bargain that. Double shock to the Botanist. Now, John, could just have land 4, play an Ice Till Explorer, and that would look amazing here. But let's see what John has. The 2 damage has already been dealt from the Torch to Tower. Now the Burst Lightning cleans up a 2-for-2. Solid exchange.
Yeah. 2 for 2, but in a spot where Jacob's ahead on board, which is great for Jacob.
Wow, and just a pass back. So John did not have that big 4-drop to follow up. Didn't even have a land, right?
Yeah, this is looking good for Jacob. sliding into the driver's seat.
I'm starting to think Jacob had 2 spells on turn 2.
Yeah. Yeah, I to be fair, I was not considering Burst Light in the face.
Yeah.
But even then, it's not like that big of a loss, you know. But
Land go from Jacob. Well, that's pinchy man, all right. We got the crab available. Do we go upkeep, tap these down if you have a crab? I'm doing that for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, double temporary Stone Rain seems fantastic.
Yeah.
And you're just stoked to get a 5/5 in play.
Back in my day, you had to pay 4 for Demolish just to destroy 1 land.
Or an artifact.
Or an artifact. Yeah, the duality on that card made it still horrendously bad, but. All right, the land gets searched. Forest into play. Upkeep. Jacob says no.
All right, no crab. Interesting. I mean, we've had some weird turns
Yeah.
in these matches. Ooh, that's a good one.
Ice Till, what kind of counter spells do we even have access to?
Get
Okay.
out.
Get out of here, Ice Till. And just a pass back. Big game here for Jacob. Let's see. Do we have something like Storm Chaser's Talent, Boomerang Basics? That's the kind of thing I want if I'm Jacob, next to Slick Shot Show Off. That's just like the card you always want, I feel. Land go. My goodness, are we flooding out here at the worst possible moment?
Yeah, was a great start. But
Get out number 2. Oh no, body language is a little dejected there from Jacob if I had to put a guess to it. Might Form Harmonizer has resolved. And Burst Lightning. But the Royal Treatment boosts up the Harmonizer. And that's a gigantic exchange.
yeah, putting it to 5 toughness is a really big deal, too.
Yeah. And Ward 1 is not nothing. Elusive Otter and an Izzet Guildgate from Jacob Durish. Is this about to be the last turn of this tournament from John Puglisi Clark? I mean, this looked real bad for Izzet Prowess, I must say.
Yeah, the Wombo combo of Harmonizer plus Ascension, 2 land drops here is 2 doubles and trample. Oh, boy.
Okay, Harmonizer. Is there a land? Is there a Fabled Passage? Bossing say Earthbender Ascension goes up to 3. Double is in play.
Yeah, so not 3 out of the Ascension, so no trample yet. This means
No.
that next turn, it's like, oh, boy.
Oh, yeah. Or this turn if we had a Fabled Passage.
Correct.
So it's very clear that there is no Fabled Passage. Okay, so double. That's an attack for 15. Elusive Otter to the yard.
It's like for 20, right? Double.
Oh, yeah, of course,
Yep.
of course.
This card's got to be good.
Math is hard. Okay, Jacob, what do you got? And just a pass back. Paw Patch formation at end step. The proactive Paw Patch formation. You know you're in trouble.
I think that's fishing for the land.
Yes. You know you're in trouble if you're playing a proactive Paw Patch. All right. It's been a long tournament coming in as the ace seed, fighting your way all the way to the finals in a bad matchup on the draw. Forest comes in. You get to stack these triggers in such a way that you get to pump it first, give it trample, double, 12 to 24. 24 damage coming in. John Puglisi Clark is the champion here in Richmond, Virginia. Takes it down with Monogreen Landfall with his brother watching on the sidelines. After he took second in Houston last year, being able to finish 1 spot higher and just claim that you are the champion of one of these premier level tournaments. And of course, I mean, the brothers said it to me themselves. John's officially the better Magic player brother. Joseph said it too, so that's the biggest prize, wouldn't you think?
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
This is a question that you are uniquely prepared to answer.
Okay.
How do you feel as the brother on the sideline there? So there's a part of you that with sibling rivalry, you're like, oh, I want to be better, I want to do better. But of course,
Yeah.
you love your brother, want to see him do well too. How does it feel?
I honestly, Brad and I have expressed it both that we feel much more stressed out when we're the one on the sidelines. Like playing in it, not so bad, but it's still always awesome to see your brother, your family, have one of these kind of results. So Joseph was there kind of like peeking over the rail, looking at coverage and stuff, being the supportive brother that they definitely both are for each other. So it's really cool to see. And there's definitely some new brothers in town for sure.
Yeah, that is.
Puglisi Clarks are here to stay.
That is awesome. That's just really, really cool. It's one thing to be able to do all with your friends. You have a team, you have friends, but it's family. And you've grown up playing together. I don't know what that's like. You do, of course, but that's so awesome.
Yeah, really awesome. And I mean, they were saying that their family was watching the RCs where they each took second. And they were just like, that's amazing, but there was clearly nobody that was pushing ahead. They're going to get to go to the World Championship actually at the end of this year because they won so late in the season last year. So that's one thing Brad and I never got to do was head to the World Championship together. So, John and Joseph getting to do that and now getting to head to the World Championship together. When you just won one of these spotlights, it's just so awesome, and a huge congratulations to John.
That is one way to get the best brother title back.
Yeah.
Just win the World Championship.
Then I think it's not even close which one, whoever takes that down. But, hey, Joseph, it's not so bad being in the shadow. You're still a phenomenal player as well. So let's take a look at the bracket one more time to see how we got here. We're going to be getting the champion here, John, in the sideboard here with Nick Miller here in a couple minutes. But we got John here that just took this down. First, started off, John took down Anthony on the draw in a mirror match. A little help from Anthony mulliganing, but some really tight play from John. Going in to play another mirror match against Michael, taking down a very close 3 games there. And then, playing a bad matchup on the draw up against Jacob Durish. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, you play the games for a reason.
Yeah.
And Jacob's draws could have been a little bit better for sure.
Yeah.
But John played extremely well, picked all the right spots, which
Yes.
is really important. When you're playing a bad matchup, you really need to play super tight. You got to understand what needs to happen for you to win the game. Found all the spots, and now he's getting all set up with Nick Miller.
Now getting all set up to take home one of the most unique trophies that we have ever seen here in Magic. I love all these different spotlights, getting all these very unique trophies because, you hold one of these trophies that everyone has. Still pretty cool to have a trophy, don't get me wrong, but when you have one that is as unique as the ones that we're giving away here in the Spotlight Series, it's just really special.
Yeah, we had the Avatar Trophy also given out at this event, and that thing was incredible. And I'm not going to spoil how cool the Turtles Trophy is, but it's really, really cool.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, so it sounds like John is ready here with Nick Miller. Let's see how pumped he is to now be the best brother here in the family. So take it away, Nick.
Hello, welcome back to the sideboard one last time here at Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, part of SCG Con Richmond. I'm Nick Miller alongside our champion, John Puglisi Clark. Congratulations. Thank you. You and your brother have been on a rampage over the last year or so. Both have runner-up finishes at regional championships.
Back to back.
But now you have a trophy, and what a trophy it is.
I mean, yeah, it looks great. I'm not sure I could name all 4 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles if you asked me, but the trophy looks good nonetheless.
Well, you can work on that now that you have a little memorabilia here.
Of course.
Take us through this tournament here for you, playing Monogreen Landfall. It was the deck of the tournament, you know, most played. Obviously, it had a great conversion rate to the top 8. How did you land on this deck and the build you used?
Well, leading up to the tournament, I knew I was going to play Landfall for this tournament no matter what, because it was just the deck I had the most reps with, and I knew it was good. I wasn't sure it was like the best, but it was at least second best. That was like the worst I thought it would be. It was like second best deck.
Yeah.
And so me and Scrap Heap, shout out Scrap Heap, we had our list. We didn't like Sapling Nursery, so we weren't playing that. We liked Esper Origins because we thought it was good to mill and we really liked it in the Prowess matchup. That was a big reason why we're playing 4. And it was great against Prowess all weekend. Shout out Seed Core, Liam Edelson, and the gang for the, what's the
Terabotanist,
Terabotanist technology. 5 minutes before the tournament, they were like, John, you gotta play it. I was like, all right.
Yeah, I heard your teammates call it Platinum Angel, in which case,
I don't know about that.
yeah, a bit of an extreme comparison, but it seemed all right.
It's more like Deep Cavern Bat. It just like takes their seer and then, yeah, you're okay with it.
Now, notably, your build is pretty kind of, I won't say stock, you don't have the nurseries or anything, but you didn't kind of go down the TMNT road that a lot of the builds were toying with.
Yeah, we tried some of the cards. There was like the 2/2 that whenever you put a counter, you draw a card. We didn't like that one. We already aren't playing Bristly Bell. It's kind of the same thing. And then there was the 1/1 that's like a
Michelangelo.
Constrictor, Hardened Scales. That one I think has more potential, but you would have to build the deck differently. Like you probably want like main deck Hydras or something.
Yeah, and your build seemed just perfect for this metagame. I mean, you were souped up for the Mirror and for Izzet Prowess, and those were just the decks of the tournament.
Yeah, the main deck Meltstriders resolves were really, they were just always great, like just killing enemy. Having to be able to do that in game 1 is really big in those matches.
I was going to say, what is the secret to winning the Landfall Mirrors 2 times in a row in the top 8 on the draw?
On the draw.
What were you doing?
You always want to keep a fast, never keep a slow hand, obviously. Your opponent should mold a 5. That helps. Should do that. And then draw Mossborn Hydra, and they don't draw Mossborn Hydra. That's how you do it.
All right. What about, and we saw in the finals there, the Prowess matchup, all your life gain really did seem to matter. You know, the Esper Origins was huge. And then eventually they run out of resources, it seems like, when I was watching your
he
games.
flooded out for sure. It was like classic Screwbeats flood, but like, what we thought was like, the Prowess deck isn't like inevitable. And if you gain like 4 or 6 life, like it can be, a lot of their draws, it's hard for them to kill you. And so the Esper Origins, which seems like a slow, grindy card, actually does a lot of work against them.
Now, as the 2 brothers, you know, there's the ongoing argument about who's the better player now. You now have the one-up finish on Joseph. Will he accept that, or?
Well, he already says to people that I'm the better brother or Magic player of us 2, but we're equal skill level, like, no matter what he says. Shout out Joseph. He's my #1 fan.
Any other shout outs here to close us out here?
Scrap Heap, the boys, all my friends, family, mom and dad. Hello.
Yeah, your brother said that your dad likes to make sure he's watching when you have the main feature. So
yeah, he doesn't understand how Magic works at all. So we have to like, he's like, how do I tell who's winning? Well, his current strategy is you count how many cards each person has, and that's how you see who's winning, which is like not that bad.
That's a pretty good strategy. Well, congratulations again here, John. You get to take home the trophy. You're the Spotlight champion here.
Thank you.
We're going to send it back to Jim, and Corey to close it out here in Richmond.
So nice hearing from John Puglisi Clark, and just knowing that you have family that is rooting for you and your brother, that just warms my heart, even if they don't know how to play Magic. That is really, really cool. So big congratulations to John taking this down. And that's going to do it here, everyone. I want to thank everyone behind the scenes, all our producers, all the people that make these tournaments run. SCG for just, housing these phenomenal tournaments. Jeremy Knoll here behind the production booth, making everything look great. Jim, I want to thank you so much for being the best dance partner here I could possibly have. Monty, Paul, everyone else. Jim, do you have any final words here before we head out?
I have one.
Okay.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Well,
years and a half shell. See you later.
All right, everyone. Cowabunga dudes. We'll see you at the next event. Later.